Chapter 4475 Endless Treasures. 100 miles from the source of light, the powerful pressure became solid, blocking Long Chen and Sha Chen from advancing any further. Long Chen extended his hand, feeling like he was pushing through something extremely elastic. As long as he did it lightly, he could slowly pull back his hand. But with every extra inch he attempted, the pressure increased exponentially. If he were to force it and the elastic nature vanished, it would be like facing a heavy star, and he would have no chance of advancing at all. Long Chen pushed a bit harder, and in response, a formidable backlash resonated through his abdomen, causing a sharp ache. The intensity of the resistance left him genuinely astonished. This barrier possessed unprecedented strength. Meanwhile, Sha Chen was busy studying the barrier. Yet, the more he studied it, the graver his expression became. "How is it? Do you think you can break it?" asked Long Chen. "No, it's impossible. This is an unsolvable barrier, and our power definitely cannot break it," answered Sha Chen eventually. He had never encountered such a tricky barrier before. Sha Chen felt like his hands were tied, unable to find any leverage point. This barrier was the result of the friction between two worlds, so breaking it would require a complete understanding of the laws of both worlds. Even with 1,000,000 years at one's disposal, grasping the laws of the esoteric spirit world would be an immensely challenging feat, let alone the laws of the mysterious world on the other side. That was because the laws of the world were in constant flux, evolving and adapting. Constant changes happened as they were affected by other worlds. That was why Sha Chen described it as impossible. In other words, no formation master could possibly do anything about it. Perhaps if a person's power could surpass both worlds, they could break the barrier through brute force. But did such a person really exist in this world? Long Chen's heart sank. He knew Sha Chen's ability all too well. If Sha Chen said it was impossible, then they would have come here for nothing. They had to go back up. However, I do have a way for us to get closer to the exit. "Boss, just wait a moment. I'm going to try something," said Sha Chen. Sha Chen started to take out formation discs and set them up around him. Sometimes, he would take out several hundred at once or even tens of thousands. As more and more formation discs were embedded in the surroundings, Long Chen felt the pressure in front of them shrink. An hour later, millions of formation discs were floating in the air. Sha Chen was sweating. "When did you get this rich?" Seeing all these formation discs, Long Chen was stupefied. Just how much time and effort had been spent on these formation discs? "Hehe, with Big Sister Qingshan's medicinal pills, I can save time on cultivating. Now, all my time goes into inscribing formation discs and talismans. This is my full stock. Boss, let's go slow. Once we reach the limit, we won't be able to go any further. Otherwise, if we trigger an expulsion from the other world, all of this money will evaporate," said Sha Chen. He couldn't break the barrier, but he was able to let them move within the range that the barrier allowed so that they could get closer. However, they should not trigger the world's expulsion. Long Chen nodded, and the two carefully crept forward. Long Chen couldn't help admiring Sha Chen's formation arts, as the two got closer and closer to the exit. The exit was a few dozen meters wide, resembling a giant mirror. Both Long Chen and Sha Chen simultaneously halted at a specific distance from this mirror. This marked the limit. One step forward, and the world would reject them. If that were to happen, the formation discs that Sha Chen had set up would be obliterated, while Long Chen and Sha Chen would be in danger of dying. Yet, having arrived here, they could see through the mirror. At first, the barrier was in flux due to their movements, so the image was not clear. However, once they stopped moving, the image grew clear. When they saw the scene on the other side, Long Chen and Sha Chen's eyes widened. Moreover, Sha Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That's, there was an unending barren mountain range on the other side. However, while there were no trees growing, specks of metallic light could be found all over the place. Sha Chen pointed at them, feeling too emotional to speak. Although Long Chen didn't know much about immortal metals, looking at those metallic marks, he knew that they couldn't be ordinary. "Boss, those should be saint-level materials. Furthermore, they're the most primitive kind of divine materials, possessing innate divinity. If you use them to make arrowheads, they can even slay saints," exclaimed Sha Chen. "Well, does just recognizing them mean anything? We can't get them, right?" Long Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling vexed. Although he did his best to remain calm and repeatedly told himself not to get greedy, it was harder with Sha Chen shouting excitedly. At the summit of the mountain lay fist-sized golden lumps, appearing deceptively close as if Long Chen could reach out and touch them. Despite that, they were, in fact, worlds apart. There's more over there. Sha Chen suddenly pointed at the next mountain peak with black specks on it. Long Chen didn't recognize them, but Sha Chen did. They were another kind of saint-level divine material. Long Chen felt like he couldn't endure it. Seeing treasures but not being able to touch them was worse than torture. Long Chen then looked into the distance and saw a lush forest beyond the mountain range. The blue of the sky was out of the ordinary, and the stars in the sky felt so close to them. This world gave off a primal feeling, as if it was still in its most primitive state. The world was silent, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, unexcavated treasures lay scattered all around, inspiring awe in both Long Chen and Sha Chen. That's definitely the legendary divine wind iron. If added to regular wind iron, it will add flexibility. If you then add Blooddrinker runes, it will possess explosive power. Fuck, I had never imagined I would see these things, and that silver metal, although it's not clear, I can't be wrong about those marks. That's heavenly star bright silver. Guo Ran dreams of obtaining such a multi-purpose saint-level divine material. If he saw this scene, he'd be crying right now. Sha Chen was normally calm, but he couldn't contain himself now. Since Long Chen ignored him, he started to talk to himself. It would be fine for him to talk to himself, but now, every word seemed to ignite a fervor in Long Chen's heart. If Sha Chen hadn't explained, Long Chen could have feigned ignorance and treated the items as insignificant. However, Sha Chen just had to explicitly state what every treasure was, as if afraid Long Chen might not know just how valuable they were. Just as the two of them were examining this world, a rock on the mountainside moved. Long Chen cried out in excitement when he saw that. Chapter 4476 Mysterious Lifeform. This seemingly ordinary rock was not a stone but a lifeform with stone-like marks all around it. Its outer layer blended seamlessly with the surrounding stones, causing Long Chen and Sha Chen to overlook it until that moment. Long Chen's excitement surged as the rock revealed itself to be a 3-meter stone spirit. It seemed to have been sleeping here. Hey, Long Chen waved at that lifeform, but it remained oblivious to his gestures, neither responding to his voice nor diverting its gaze in his direction. It simply stretched before once again assuming a kneeling position, becoming completely motionless. Once it stopped moving, Long Chen and Sha Chen almost lost track of where it was. It seamlessly blended with the stone mountain, leaving the two observers utterly astonished. Initially thinking they hadn't paid enough attention before, they now witnessed the lifeform seemingly vanish right before their eyes. Its camouflage proved to be truly remarkable. It seems that this mysterious world hides many dangers, remarked Long Chen. Sha Chen nodded in agreement. For this stone spirit to possess such adept camouflage abilities, some terrifying existence had to be threatening it, forcing it to evolve in this manner. However, through the barrier, Long Chen and Sha Chen were unable to sense this stone spirit's aura, so they weren't sure how strong it was. As more time elapsed, the stone spirit moved once more. It shifted a bit and then came to a stop, repeating the process multiple times as if testing something. It was very careful. After moving and stopping several times, it finally lowered its guard and crawled to the very peak of the mountain, looking around. As it shed its camouflage, Long Chen realized that it was a bit similar to a butterfly, but it had a long tail and was covered in stone-like scales. Its scales were constantly blending with the stones around it, rendering it exceedingly challenging for others to detect. Once it crawled to the peak of the mountain, it surveyed its surroundings. Long Chen, once again, started waving his hand. Struck by inspiration, he waved a multicolored banner in an attempt to capture its attention. "It sees us," cried out Sha Chen excitedly. Long Chen was also excited and continued waving the banner. His gaze locked onto the stone spirit's eyes, which were a deep, ruby-like shade. Normally closed, its eyes became visible when it fixed its gaze on Long Chen. "It's a stone spirit. Haha, now there's hope." Seeing those eyes, Long Chen was delighted. It belonged to a species of the spirit race, and it appeared to be a kind one. After staring at Long Chen for a while, the stone spirit went still and closed its eyes again, ignoring the two of them. Long Chen and Sha Chen were instantly disappointed. If it was merely ignoring them, there seemed to be little they could do. In response, Long Chen closed his eyes, silently extending his senses to encompass everything in the world beyond. As expected, he managed to grasp some spiritual fluctuations. However, due to the barrier, that feeling was very vague. At this moment, the stone spirit finally moved. It came up to the barrier and looked at Long Chen and Sha Chen. Long Chen and Sha Chen were delighted. Before Long Chen could think of how to communicate with it, Sha Chen started gesturing, pointing at those chunks of immortal and divine metals, and then pointing at himself. He then clasped his hands and bowed repeatedly as if begging. The stone spirit looked at them curiously. It didn't seem to understand Sha Chen at all. Observing the situation, Long Chen tried to use his spiritual strength to form a connection with this stone spirit. However, the barrier's power was just too immense. He could barely sense the stone spirit with his soul and couldn't transmit any information. Despite Long Chen's repeated attempts, they all ended in failure. Sha Chen also gestured, but the stone spirit showed no response. It didn't seem to have ever communicated with humans, so it didn't understand what Sha Chen was saying. However, it finally ran over to the piece of immortal metal that Sha Chen had pointed to and dug it out. Sha Chen shouted excitedly. The stone spirit finally understood. Waving and beckoning, Sha Chen tried to lure the stone spirit over. After staring at him for a while, it seemingly understood his intention. It came up to the barrier and slowly rolled the foot-sized sphere of immortal metal toward the barrier. The barrier quivered, and the sphere of immortal metal slowly passed through the water-like barrier, reaching Long Chen and Sha Chen. Long Chen and Sha Chen shouted excitedly. They had the urge to hug that stone spirit and kiss it. Long Chen waved to express his thanks, and the stone spirit seemed to understand and grinned happily. Long Chen harbored profound goodwill toward the spirit race, and he also had the spirit race's blessing on him. Seeing a member of the spirit race, he felt like it would definitely help them, much like how he would unfailingly aid the spirit race whenever they sought his help. The piece of immortal metal slowly floated over to Long Chen and Sha Chen, passing through the barrier easily. Sha Chen shouted and reached out to receive it, but he was pushed aside by Long Chen. After that, Long Chen's arms bulged as he caught the immortal metal. It was shockingly heavy. If Sha Chen were to receive it, his arms would instantly shatter. Seeing this scene, Sha Chen felt a burst of fear. In his excitement, he had forgotten just how heavy saint-level immortal metals were. It might seem to be floating, but it was as heavy as a star. After carefully examining the marks on the immortal metal, both of them were overjoyed. Feeling intense excitement, Sha Chen shouted, "The purity is so high that it's hard to believe. This basically isn't an ore but a perfectly refined immortal metal." After personally touching it and sensing the immortal metal's terrifying aura, Sha Chen finally understood just how shocking this treasure was. Observing the two of them dancing jubilantly, the stone spirit displayed remarkable intelligence. It immediately grabbed another piece of immortal metal and tossed it through the barrier. "Be gentle." Sha Chen jumped in shock, but the stone spirit unreservedly tossed another piece of immortal metal their way. Successive pieces of immortal metal then followed suit. Sha Chen, instead of expressing delight this time, was gripped by horror. The stone spirit was excitedly tossing more pieces into the barrier. Suddenly, it picked up a piece that was as big as itself, squatting down to forcibly rip out a chunk that was several meters thick. When this large piece struck the barrier quivered, giving rise to a giant whirlpool. The barrier suddenly turned dark, transforming into a black hole. In an instant, Long Chen and Sha Chen's figures vanished. The stone spirit stood by the barrier quietly for a while, gazing at the pitch-black barrier. It scratched its head, not knowing what had just happened. Chapter 4477 Time to refine pills. Long Chen and Sha Chen shouted at almost the same time. They couldn't bother with those pieces of immortal metal and just shot back. When they escaped the region of the barrier's resistance, Sha Chen immediately put away his formation discs. A terrifying black current blasted out of the barrier, sending Long Chen and Sha Chen flying. Thankfully, Sha Chen had taken out several talismans to increase his defenses, otherwise, he would have been crushed by this current. The current swept them over, propelling them forward. Suddenly, along with an explosive sound, they heard Yi Ling and Yi Shui's startled cries. Standing guard over the esoteric spirit eye, Yi Ling and Yi Shui hadn't seen anything crazy the entire time. However, the water level suddenly sank and exploded, and they saw Long Chen and Sha Chen come flying out of the esoteric spirit eye. Pieces of stone also came flying out, creating sizable craters upon impact with the ground. Yi Ling and Yi Shui stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Guo Ran, who had come to see what was going on, stared wide-eyed, almost unable to believe what he was witnessing. At the sight of those natural immortal metals, Guo Ran couldn't contain his excitement and let out a triumphant roar. In contrast, Long Chen swiftly made his way back to the esoteric spirit eye. The esoteric spirit eye had returned to its calm appearance as flat as glass. However, when he stood on it, he found that the surface of the water seemed frozen, and he was unable to enter it. Moreover, the unending stream of pure primal chaos qi emanating from it had also ceased. Long Chen jumped in fright when he realized that, if, in pursuit of a few pieces of immortal metals, he had inadvertently deprived the esoteric spirit world of its primal chaos qi, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yi Ling and Yi Shui's expressions also changed. They ran over to the esoteric spirit eye and stood on the surface of the water. Fortunately, after a bit, the water softened, allowing them to immerse their hands for several inches. Simultaneously, the primal chaos qi gradually resumed its flow. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The reactivation of the primal chaos qi indicated that he hadn't damaged the esoteric spirit eye beyond repair. Covered in sweat, Long Chen contemplated the gravity of the situation. If he had indeed destroyed the esoteric spirit eye, the weight of that mistake would have haunted him all the time. 2 hours later, they could go several meters deep into the water, but that was the extent of their progress. Reaching the bottom would require a considerable amount of time. Long Chen thought of the stone spirit who might be waiting for them on the other side. It was probably baffled and had no idea what had just happened. No one knew whether it would still be there once they could go down again. Long Chen then sighed and swam back up with mixed emotions. After surfacing once more, Long Chen saw Guo Ran hugging the pieces of immortal metals and talking to himself like a crazy person. As for Sha Chen, he had countless formation discs set up in front of him to check them for damage. Fortunately, toward the end, Sha Chen had gathered them quickly, so only a few hundred were damaged. The rest were still fine. If he had been a bit slower, they would have been all ruined. Then he would have to cry, "Boss, with this biggest piece of immortal metal, how about I make you a new weapon?" Guo Ran ran over excitedly. Hearing that, Long Chen was moved. Ever since the Minghong saber exploded, he had never found a weapon that suited him. Testing the latter forms of Split the Heavens was impossible with an ordinary weapon, as it couldn't withstand his formidable astral energy. If he had a good weapon, his combat power would definitely rise by a level. Reflecting on his past battle with Nether Dragon Tianzhao, Long Chen mused that a powerful weapon would have significantly eased his victory. However, Long Chen couldn't help feeling a burst of pain as the image of a sinister, pitch-black divine weapon flashed in his mind. Sighing, he spoke, "These immortal metals should be used to equip our brothers if possible. I don't need a weapon right now." "Alright, then I'll study and see how to use these materials best," Guo Ran laughed excitedly. This dense fellow didn't even notice the change in Long Chen's emotions. After obtaining these immortal metals, Guo Ran dragged Sha Chen away as they had to study how to purify saint-level immortal metals together. Having obtained a huge amount of essence blood from powerful experts, including the essence blood and runes of multiple saints, along with saint-level immortal materials, both of them now had ample room for improvement. Yi Ling and Yi Shui returned to their people and started to extract the spirit stones from this area. They understood that they had nothing else to give him, and it was the only way they could express their gratitude. Long Chen stayed by the esoteric spirit eye for a day and night, but despite his efforts, he was only able to descend less than 100 meters. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the fact that reaching the bottom again was impractical. At this rate, it would be months before he could make another attempt. Hence, the matter of the esoteric spirit eye could only be temporarily set aside. Long Chen then returned to the Earth Spirit race's ancestral land. Immortal mist now covered this area, and the enormous holy tree was emitting divine light that enveloped the Dragonblood warriors beneath its crown. They seemed to be sleeping and cultivating at the same time. When Long Chen sensed their cultivation bases, he jumped in shock. Only a few days had passed since his last encounter with them, yet the majority had already reached the 9th heaven stage. Only a small fraction remained at the 8th heaven stage. Bai Shishi, Yu Qingshan, and the others were surrounded by divine light, exuding a sacred aura. The rhythm of the 10,000 Taos resonated with their breaths. All of them had entered a state of being one with the heavens. No wonder their cultivation bases had advanced so quickly, so the holy tree was helping them. Otherwise, even with the support of medicinal pills, such a speed would have been implausible. It's rare for me to have nothing to do. It's the best chance to increase my realm. Preoccupied with various affairs until now, Long Chen hadn't had a chance to cultivate peacefully in a long while. There was no one to disturb him here, so he took out a sacred light snow lotus pill and devoured it. Its power erupted within him. Suddenly, a gentle energy enveloped him and lifted him off the ground. It was the holy tree guiding him to its crown. At the top, Long Chen saw the twinkling stars in the sky, surrounded by condensed immortal spiritual qi. Many thanks. Long Chen hastily thanked the holy tree, which was helping his cultivation. While assimilating the medicinal pill, he also absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Typically, he would use his divine ring for this purpose, but thanks to the holy tree's help, he didn't need to. Countless leaves seemed to form a spirit-gathering formation for him. Without any disturbance, all the power of the esoteric spirit world was being drawn to aid Long Chen. As millions of divine rays enfolded Long Chen, spiritual qi was infused into him, merging seamlessly with the energy of the sacred light snow lotus pill. His aura grew crazily as the medicinal energy from the pill was flawlessly unleashed throughout him. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. With the holy tree helping him absorb the medicinal energy, the process became remarkably smooth. However, the effect of a single pill was insufficient to propel him directly to the 7th heaven stage. After all, the 7th heaven stage was the start of the late stage, so the amount of energy required for Long Chen to make this breakthrough was terrifying. Long Chen gritted his teeth and popped the remaining sacred light snow lotus pills into his mouth one by one. When the final one was absorbed, his bottleneck finally shattered, and Long Chen, with an explosive sound, ascended to the 7th heaven stage. After reaching this level, he felt a profound enhancement in his strength and a closer connection to the stars in the sky. "Senior, do you have time? We should refine some pills." Long Chen beckoned to the earth cauldron. This time, he wanted to rise all the way to the peak of the World King. Realm. Chapter 4478 Ninth Heaven Stage World King. Tribulation clouds gathered in the sky, and within them, Lei Linger swam, crazily absorbing the power of tribulation lightning. Beneath the clouds, a bronze cauldron quivered. Divine light blazed all around it, and even the destructive might of the heavens was unable to suppress its sacred aura. As it revolved, the tribulation clouds seemed afraid of it. However, the divine runes on the bronze cauldron were one with the 10,000 Taos, persistently drawing down an endless deluge of heavenly tribulation. This marked Lei Linger's 36th Saint Pill tribulation. At first, she struggled to withstand this level of tribulation and would explode upon encountering them. However, she could now endure multiple attacks. With each assault, she absorbed more tribulation energy, causing her aura to surge exponentially. Right now, Lei Linger was even more terrifying than Huo Linger, thanks to the Saint aura enveloping her, a power granted by the Saint Pill tribulations. Eventually, Lei Linger reached her limit. She erupted into lightning runes, tightly securing the Thunder Force, and retreated to the primal chaos space to gradually absorb it. The earth cauldron then blazed with light, dispersing the tribulation clouds in the sky. At this moment, the earth cauldron seemed completely unmatched, and even heavenly tribulation was nothing more than a tool for refining pills to it. The earth cauldron could summon and dispel it at will. After the earth cauldron returned to the primal chaos space, 9 peerless grade saint pills were reflected in Long Chen's eyes. This was the 36th furnace of sacred light snow lotus pills, and now, Long Chen was out of sacred light pistols. However, that was fine. He still had plenty of corpses to fuel the primal chaos space. The absorption of the 5 saint corpses and the 10,000 dragon nest was still underway. It wouldn't be long before he accumulated another substantial batch of sacred light pistols. "It's been hard on you, senior," Long Chen remarked, gazing excitedly at the stack of sacred light snow lotus pills. "The hardship was well worth it. All the refinements have awakened 7 of my core runes. I owe you my gratitude," replied the earth cauldron. Refining so many sacred light snow lotus pills without pause had depleted a significant portion of Long Chen's spiritual strength. He went without pause, relying on medicinal pills to replenish his energy. Throughout the refinement process, the earth cauldron's voice gained depth, signifying its growing power. It vaguely emitted the feeling of dominating heaven and earth. Finally, a glimpse of the formidable divine might of one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items was unveiled. Most importantly, this was just the tip of the iceberg. If it were to fully recover, who knew what kind of terrifying power it would possess? Long Chen felt a sense of absolute security thanks to it. Also, refining the sacred light snow lotus pills was immensely beneficial to both Long Chen and the earth cauldron, as well as Lei Linger. The latter had finally eaten her fill, and with her mastery of Saint-Tier lightning, her strength was now so formidable that even Long Chen felt a sense of alarm. With the refinements completed and the second batch of sacred light pistols yet to grow, the earth cauldron returned to Long Chen's spiritual space to digest its gains. Long Chen then started to consume these saint pills one by one. Half a month later, he finished digesting over 300 sacred light snow lotus pills, and his cultivation base rose to the peak of the 9th heaven stage of the World King realm. If Long Chen were an ordinary person, he would be just one step away from entering the divine venerate realm. However, as he cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art, he still had 3 more heaven stages to break through. The last 3 heaven stages were the most difficult and required the most energy. Based on Long Chen's estimate, to reach the peak of the 12th heaven stage, he would have to eat at least 30,000 sacred light snow lotus pills. However, that was already excellent. Without the assistance of the earth cauldron, Long Chen would have had to rely on consuming World King pills to progress, potentially requiring the ingestion of tens of millions of pills. The prospect of having to cram a mountain of pills into his stomach was too horrifying. He would definitely vomit blood after that. Upon reaching the 9th heaven stage, Long Chen felt disappointed for not awakening the 8th star's pill formula. This concerned him deeply, as he didn't know whether altering the course of the 9-star hegemon body art had rendered him unable to unlock the remaining pill formulas. All he could do was console himself by entertaining the thought that he might unlock the next pill formula upon ascending to the rank of divine venerate. Emerging from seclusion after consuming the pills, Long Chen found that the Dragonblood Legion had come out as well. They had all broken through to the 9th heaven stage. However, they had advanced so quickly that their auras were a bit light, so they would need some time to solidify their new realms. If they were to make their breakthrough in this state, their heavenly tribulation would be extremely dangerous. As a result, they had a rare chance to relax for a few days. Other than Sha Chen and Guo Ran who were working all the time, the rest of the Dragonblood warriors split up and roamed throughout the esoteric spirit world. Under the influence of the holy tree, the entire esoteric spirit world had transformed into a paradise devoid of enemies, a pure sanctuary. It was even more relaxing and peaceful than the High Firmament Academy. With a rare moment of leisure, Long Chen accompanied by Shishi and Yu Qingshan, relishing this opportunity for relaxation and peace. Peaceful days are really nice. Just how great would it be if every day was like this? The 3 of them stared at a waterfall before them, its cascading waters releasing sparkling mist. Bathed in sunlight, a magnificent rainbow spanned between 2 mountains, captivating Yu Qingshan's gaze as she admired its beauty. Yu Qingshan was content with simplicity and hated fighting. She would rather live a simple, peaceful life. Seated in front of the waterfall, the trio immersed themselves in its beauty. Bai Shishi, however, countered Yu Qingshan's sentiment, shaking her head as she remarked, "We can't vainly look for days like this. This world isn't so beautiful. The only reason we are able to see this beautiful world is because others are shielding the shadows for us so that we can see the light." Hearing this, Long Chen was startled and looked at Bai Shishi in shock. He hadn't expected Bai Shishi to be able to spout such a deep philosophy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" demanded Bai Shishi somewhat angrily. That look in his eyes deserved a beating. "You've grown up," said Long Chen seriously. "Scram." Bai Shishi blushed and rebuked him. This might be praise, and Long Chen's expression was also serious. However, his eyes were now on her chest, giving those words an entirely different meaning. "Stop messing around. Long Chen, I have something serious to tell you. I've been nervous the last few days. I can somehow feel it." Yu Qingshan's tone turned solemn, a touch of fear permeating her words. "The Nether Emperor's presence, I can sense it again." Immediately, Long Chen's expression completely changed, and he shot up. Chapter 4479 Miraculous. Golden Lotus Seed. "You sense him again?" Long Chen's expression completely changed. Last time, he had severed Yu Qingshan's connection with the Nether Emperor, ensuring she was no longer a daughter of the Nether Emperor. However, she could now sense the Nether Emperor's presence again. "I feel like he is staring at me, as if he's omnipresent, watching every move I make. It's as though a sinister presence is lurking in the shadows, observing me. I can't shake this feeling, and it's only intensifying," expressed Yu Qingshan fearfully. Upon discovering that she was a daughter of the Nether Emperor and destined to be consumed by him, she had to accept her fate. However, everything changed when she crossed paths with Long Chen. Suddenly, she found herself reluctant to accept the grim destiny that awaited her. She didn't want to die and wanted to be with Long Chen forever. For the first time, she was confronted with the fear of losing something precious. "Big sister, don't worry. We'll stand by your side and fight the Nether Emperor together," promised Bai Shishi, holding her hand. Long Chen's expression also grew serious. He then asked the Earth Cauldron, "Senior, what do I have to do to fully sever the connection between the Nether Emperor and Xianxia? To be a daughter of the Nether Emperor is to be a seed of the Nether Emperor. They are the seeds sown by the Nether Emperor for his revival. Unless you can kill him, this connection will not vanish," explained the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen sank into thought. The implication was evident: this connection could not be severed, and the Nether Emperor would be able to find her at any moment. A surge of anger coursed through Long Chen. Xianxia's fear pained him, yet he found himself powerless in the face of this inescapable fate. "The golden lotus seed you possess is miraculous, and its blessing can temporarily shield you Xianxia from the Nether Emperor's gaze. However, this effect has a time limit. Once she can sense the Nether Emperor again, you will need to carry out the blessing once more," said the Earth Cauldron. Hearing the Earth Cauldron characterize the golden lotus seed as miraculous, Long Chen felt a mix of astonishment and joy. As one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, the Earth Cauldron wouldn't casually label anything as miraculous. Hence, the origins of the golden lotus seed had to be shocking. Long Chen hadn't expected the seed given to him by the mysterious Ant Gong in the heavenly flame world would be a treasure of this caliber. "Can I give the seed to Xianxia?" asked Long Chen hastily. "This golden lotus seed isn't something that can be given away casually. There are some things are better left unsaid. Just understand that you are the only one who can use it," replied the Earth Cauldron. Hearing this, Long Chen was shaken. It seemed that the golden lotus seed was of extraordinary importance. After that, Long Chen told Yu Xianxia to sit still, while he communed with the golden lotus seed. Obediently following his will, the small golden lotus seed materialized above Yu Xianxia. As its divine light enveloped her, Yu Xianxia quivered. The fear and nervousness on her face instantly softened, and she seemed to relax instantly. As more light fell on her, a golden mark appeared on Yu Xianxia's forehead, looking identical to the mark of the golden lotus seed. After this mark materialized, Yu Xianxia smiled contentedly. She could no longer sense the will of the Nether Emperor, she felt free. Then, the golden lotus seed returned to the primal chaos space. It seemed that carrying out this blessing hadn't depleted much of its energy, which brought relief to Long Chen. "Long Chen, I'm free. I can no longer sense the will of the Nether Emperor," said Yu Xianxia excitedly. "The golden lotus seed's blessing can temporarily shield you from the Nether Emperor's senses. At the very least, you won't sense his presence for several months. If you ever feel it again in the future, just let me know, and I'll carry out the blessing again. This will also help assess the effectiveness of the blessing," explained Long Chen. The Earth Cauldron was the one predicting the expiration date of the blessing. However, as the exact time wasn't something it could confirm, they would need to test it first. Yu Xianxia nodded obediently. Free from the oppressive gaze of the Nether Emperor, she felt considerably more at ease, and her bright smile lightened the atmosphere. The three of them continued to talk and laugh, unaware that night had fallen. They eventually lay down on the ground, with Yu Xianxia on Long Chen's left side and Bai Shishi on the right. Long Chen rested on the ground, looking at the starry sky as his mind immersed in the stars. Through his heightened senses, he caught the mental whispers between Yu Xianxia and Bai Shishi. The soothing melodies of birds and insects filled his ears, evoking an unparalleled sense of peace within his heart. Suddenly, Yu Xianxia raised her head and rested it on Long Chen's shoulder. Under the starlight, Bai Shishi could see Xianxia smile and wink. Immediately, Bai Shishi blushed. Yu Xianxia wanted her to sleep on Long Chen's other shoulder, but Bai Shishi was too embarrassed to do so. Suddenly, a powerful hand drew her in, intensifying Bai Shishi's blush as she instinctively struggled. However, Long Chen persisted and firmly nestled her head against his shoulder. Bai Shishi felt a wave of embarrassment, but after a brief struggle, she succumbed, sensing her heart pounding. As she was overwhelmed, her chat with Yu Xianxia also came to a halt. The world became silent as the two of them were using Long Chen's shoulders as pillows. All they could hear was each other's breathing and heartbeat. At this moment, the world seemed to freeze. Long Chen stealthily patted Bai Shishi's shoulder, causing a quiver from her as she bit her lip, holding back tears that threatened to spill. In an instant, Bai Shishi comprehended Long Chen's feelings. Although it was just a light pat on the shoulder, it conveyed a depth of emotion that resonated fully with her. Bai Shishi knew that Long Chen liked her but struggled to get closer to her, always cautious not to say something that could provoke her. She also knew that Long Chen had many wives, yet she still chose to be with him. Given her prideful nature, only she knew how much grief she had to endure. Long Chen was well aware of her sacrifices. However, mutual understanding required time, and the two of them hadn't had many moments alone to navigate and explore these emotions together. Even so, Long Chen couldn't afford to spend so much time with his women. Hence, although it was just a pat on the shoulder, Bai Shishi could sense the depth of Long Chen's feelings for her. At that moment, she felt like all her sacrifices were worth it. At the very least, Long Chen was always thinking of her, caring for her, and carefully protecting her feelings. Enveloped in the tranquil sounds of each other's heartbeat and breathing, the three of them drifted into sleep. As the sun gradually rose, warming the earth, the abrupt gust of wind startled them awake. "Big brother Long Chen, the academy has sent an urgent summons for you," announced Yi Shui from a great distance. Chapter 4480 Gold Eye Silver Wing Heaven-Splitting Falcon. The esoteric spirit world's gates were opened once more, and countless experts of the esoteric spirit world had gathered on the other side. They were the ones who had jointly used a secret art to send a message into the esoteric spirit world. At this moment, Long Chen and the others removed the formation, reconnecting the two worlds. When the gates opened, the aura of the dark light heaven flooded in, causing Long Chen and the others to instantly sense something off. They realized why the academy would summon them so urgently. The dark light heaven is changing. After sensing the aura of the dark light heaven, Long Chen was shaken. It was no longer so pure. Instead, it seemed corrupted, with a newfound brutality and a pervasive murderous aura filling the air. Merely being present in this environment felt like it could make a person more bloodthirsty and violent. The air was filled with an aura that Long Chen detested. Standing in this world, he instantly felt like he was being targeted. As he looked up at the sky, black clouds slowly covered the sun, casting a pervasive darkness over the world. It's filled with the aura of heavenly doyens. Long Chen's expression darkened. The detestable aura belonged to doyens, masters of the heavens. Guo Ran and the others also sensed the change in the heavenly Taos, but their sensitivity to it wasn't as acute as Long Chen's. Hence, they jumped in shock after hearing it. Race leader, Dean Long Chen. When Long Chen and the others finally came out, the Earth Spirit Race's experts hastily greeted them. "We received orders from Dean Bai Lishan to request Dean Long Chen's return." Long Chen nodded. There was no need for them to say anything else. He already knew why Bai Lishan would call him back. "Big brother Long Chen, I'll go with you," said Yi Shui. However, Long Chen rejected her offer. "You have a more important mission. The Earth Spirit Race has many outstanding geniuses, so help them awaken as doyens. The Earth Spirit Race must be powerful enough to protect itself. Grow while you can. Let us deal with the matters of the academy ourselves." All this time, Yi Shui had been helping the Dragonblood warriors to the point of delaying her own people's cultivation. Knowing this, how could Long Chen possibly monopolize her support? Yi Shui nodded in understanding. After that, Long Chen bid farewell to race leader Yi Ling and flew back to the High Firmament Academy in a flying boat. The esoteric spirit world was now under the control of the Earth Spirit Race. The holy tree had not only recovered, but due to Long Chen's divine soil, it had grown even stronger. Its power was capable of covering the entire esoteric spirit world, enough to protect the whole Earth Spirit Race. This time, the Dragonblood Legion was returning home after a great victory, and every single one of them had gotten so much stronger. Furthermore, with the help of the Holy Tree and Yi Shui, their realms had solidified, leaving their foundations extremely solid despite their rapid advancement. Other than that, it had been their first time relaxing in several years. This rare opportunity had elevated their mental realms to unprecedented heights. Apart from the inability to directly advance to the Divine Venerate realm, there was no longer anything considered taboo to them. The Dragonblood warriors were in peak condition, resembling howling wolves. Suddenly, as they were flying through the air, an enormous figure whistled past them, almost striking Sha Chen's flying boat. The powerful astral wind sent their flying boat reeling. Bai Shishi and the others cried out in shock as they only saw a silver wing shoot by, not its full form. Little Nine says that it's a gold eye silver wing heaven-splitting falcon, a beast from the desolate era. They were overlords from the same era as Little Nine's people, explained by Shala. Everyone was startled. An overlord from the same era as the violet pupil nine-tail fox. Then it was truly an amazing existence. Why isn't Little Nine speaking? Asked by Shishi. Previously, the violet pupil nine-tail fox was quite talkative. While not overly chatty, it would often interject a few words into conversations with everyone. However, lately, it had been silent. Even though it recognized the gold-eye silver wing heaven-splitting falcon, it had Bai Shala speak for it. Bai Shala answered, Little Nine can't talk right now. It's awakening its heavenly Doyan divine rune. Speaking would distract it and affect this process. As expected of the violet pupil nine-tail fox race. Even without anyone's help, it was capable of becoming a Doyan. Most importantly, even before it became a Doyan, its power was already comparable to one. Once it came out of its seclusion, its power would be even more terrifying. For Bai Shala to have such a terrifying contractual beast, many people envied him. After all, the famously weak Bai Shala had transformed into a formidable force after forming a contract with the violet pupil nine-tail fox. That gold-eye silver wing heaven-splitting falcon is very arrogant. If it had struck our flying boat, I would have made it my mount, complained Sha Chen irritably as he stabilized the flying boat. The gold-eye silver wing heaven-splitting falcon's speed was shocking. It had most likely seen the flying boat and known that its flight would affect them, but it didn't care and didn't change its path. Fortunately, this kind of astral winds wouldn't damage the flying boat. Hence, while Long Chen was displeased, he wouldn't cause trouble for that falcon just because of this matter. After all, the Dragonblood Legion wasn't so petty. Given its speed, Long Chen could have caught it if he had rushed off immediately, but by now, it had long since vanished. This matter could only be left here, but they were not happy about it. That gold-eye silver wing heaven-splitting falcon's aura isn't inferior to Netherdragon Tianzhao's. That's a tough fellow, mentioned Long Chen, eyeing the direction it went. Hearing that, everyone was startled. Due to how fast it had flown by, they hadn't even seen it clearly, let alone sensed its aura. However, it was actually on the same level as Netherdragon Tianzhao. Too bad that it left so fast. I'd like to personally experience the power of the gold-eye silver wing heaven-splitting falcon race, said Guo Ran. Currently at the 7th heaven stage, both he and Sha Chen held the lowest cultivation bases in the Dragonblood Legion, as their studies and work during this period had delayed their cultivation progress. However, this didn't represent that their power was stagnating. Guo Ran had upgraded his battle armor again, merging some saint-level materials into it. As for Sha Chen, he had inscribed new talismans using materials harvested from the corpses of saints and other powerful items. As a result, Long Chen couldn't even estimate both of their powers now. The Dragonblood Legion expressed disappointment at missing the opportunity to fight a Doyan on the same level as Netherdragon Tianzhao. At this moment, they desired a chance to measure themselves against such an expert, as they were uncertain about the extent of their own power. The flying boat continued. When they entered the land of the High Firmament Academy, all the Dragonblood warriors instantly stood up. We can't miss this chance too. Chapter 4481 Golden Metal Soul Refinement. In front of the gates of the High Firmament Academy, countless people had pitched tents across the wilderness, turning this place into their temporary home. Other than that some empty land right in front of the entrance, the rest of this area had been occupied by lifeforms of various races. Ever since Long Chen defeated the self-proclaimed First Heavenly Doyan, Netherdragon Tianzhao, his name echoed throughout heaven and earth. The revelation that a heavenly Doyan was unable to defeat the Sage King drove countless experts mad. Furthermore, under their push, some people started to speak up for Long Chen, saying that so-called heavenly Doyans were trash in front of Long Chen. As a result, Long Chen was instantly pushed to the heart of the storm. Long Chen himself didn't realize that he was being targeted by all Doyans and budding Doyans, including the human races. By defeating the first Doyan of the world, Long Chen had essentially slapped the faces of all other Doyans. Hence, anyone who could defeat him would soar like a shooting star. Fame and profit were the most enticing things to people. While cultivators might not care that much about profit, fame was something they would bleed for, and they would not hesitate to risk their own lives for it. When a person died, their name would remain. However, within the long flow of history, most heavenly geniuses were nothing more than specks of sand that drifted away. Nevertheless, every person hoped to leave their own brilliant mark on history. When Long Chen led the army into the esoteric spirit world, people had already gone to the High Firmament Academy to challenge him. Terrifying experts emerged from all around the world just to challenge him. At that time, Long Chen was in seclusion in the esoteric spirit world, so he naturally didn't do anything about it. As a result, an increasing number of experts gathered. Terrifying heavenly geniuses were like ants here, surrounding the gates of the High Firmament Academy. If Long Chen didn't come out, they wouldn't leave. However, Long Chen, being in the esoteric spirit world and unaware of the situation, naturally did not come out to confront them. As time passed, the crowd grew more chaotic. That was because gathering so many heavenly geniuses was like mixing dragons and snakes. Many heavenly geniuses were arrogant existences who looked down on all others. In the end, conflict started to erupt amongst the challengers. Almost every day, multiple battles between doyens would occur, leading to the death of some. Meanwhile, the disciples of the High Firmament Academy simply watched from the other side of the gates, observing how doyens fought. The other experts also got to see a free show. Some older experts had specifically come to assess the battles and impart lessons to their juniors. As time went by, the region in front of the High Firmament Academy's gates turned into a neatly laid out fighting ring for heavenly geniuses. As long as they didn't get close to the entrance, the Academy ignored them and let them fight. These doyens were clearly lacking compared to Netherdragon Tianzhao. After all, the Academy didn't even need to activate its grand formation when they battled, as they were unable to cause any significant damage to the surroundings. As more time passed, people started to get bored. Just like the saying, a full bottle doesn't make noise when shaken, it's the half-empty bottles that make the most noise. These arrogant fellows were mostly second-rate, predominantly spoiled rotten brats. Constantly praised by those around them as unmatched, they started to believe it as well. It was only when they engaged in actual combat that the truth became evident: they were not tigers but mere kittens. Under the lead of some actual experts, those people were driven away. After the unruly group was kicked out, everyone's focus returned to the High Firmament Academy. Every day, people shouted, trying to provoke the Academy into action with infuriating insults. To make things worse, the voices of heavenly doyens were echoed by the heavenly Daos, so every word entered the Academy, and not even the formation could block them. It went without saying that this constant stream of curses could easily enrage others. The disciples weren't the only ones who found it unbearable, even some elders were incensed. After all, these bastards had gone too far, cursing the High Firmament Academy from top to bottom, not even letting off the attendants and cooks. Their cursing simply encompassed everyone. The subjects of the curses were Long Chen, Bai Lishan, and the Palace Master. Fortunately, the Palace Master was in a secret room and couldn't hear their cursing. Otherwise, he'd have long since started a slaughter. As for Bai Lishan, he completely ignored them as this level of insults was unable to affect him at all. However, while he was fine with it, the others didn't have that level of apathy. To insult their dean was to insult the entire High Firmament Academy. As a result, the elders of the Academy repeatedly asked Bai Lishan to tell Long Chen about this. How could they simply permit these arrogant fellows to shout at their door? Under their pressure, Bai Lishan finally sent a message to Long Chen. Long Chen and the others returned just in time to see 5 heavenly doyens standing in front of the gates, taking turns cursing. They cursed Long Chen for being a gutless rat, the High Firmament Academy for its decline to the point where they should just disband, and all the experts inside the Academy to just die. They even claimed that they would spare them if they kowtowed to them. At first, Long Chen and the others thought it was a mere provocation. However, hearing the curses, they were consumed by rage. Long Chen, I heard you have several beautiful women. Hand them over, you'll be dead, so you might as well let us enjoy them, ha ha ha. One sharp-mouthed expert who looked like a monkey laughed lecherously. He's mine. Bai Shishi's face instantly became icy, and killing intent exploded out of her. She then shot out of the flying boat. The moment Bai Shishi flew out, the space around her twisted, and she vanished. Within the flying boat, Bai Shaola had 3 flowers revolving in his eyes. He had used a pupil art to assist his sister. The monkey-like heavenly doyen was in the midst of cursing vigorously and was still lost in his lecherous delight. He didn't even hear the startled cries in the distance. Suddenly, the space behind him quivered, and golden divine light illuminated the world. From within the light, a goddess statue emerged along with a golden lotus throne. Finally, the monkey-faced doyen noticed something off. Knowing that he had no time to summon his manifestation, he took out a shield. Runes flowed on top of this shield, emanating an ancient aura that gave off a heavy pressure, shaking people's souls. This was a powerful eternal divine item. The moment he summoned the shield, a golden sword pierced into it, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shattered the powerful eternal shield. The monkey-faced Doyen had one of his arms obliterated in the blast. He cried out in terror and hastily fled. But it was too late. Golden metal soul refinement. Bai Shishi shouted furiously and formed hand seals, conjuring a golden divine pool in the sky. A terrifying heat twisted heaven and earth. The monkey-faced Doyen retreated straight into that golden pool. However, the moment he did, he bubbled and let out a miserable shriek. Chapter 4482 Reckless. The golden divine pool seemed to be scalding. As it enveloped the monkey-faced Doyen, the immense heat caused him to start bubbling. He finally summoned his manifestation. However, to everyone's surprise, this golden liquid was melting his manifestation as well. As a result, he was unable to use his Doyen power. The monkey-faced Doyen struggled frantically, but the golden liquid stuck to him tightly, continuously burning him and his soul. He couldn't blame anyone for this, his provocations had been too infuriating. Bai Shishi's killing intent was at full power. While she could kill him in one blow if she wanted to, she refused to do so. This golden liquid was her core energy and could transform into all kinds of forms. In this particular state, it wasn't at its strongest, but it inflicted the most excruciating pain. This was a kind of torture. The golden liquid slowly burned away all of his power, stripping away his life bit by bit. He was experiencing unimaginable pain at the moment. It was Bai Shishi's first time using this move as she truly hated this monkey. The Dragonblood Legion descended as well. In groups of 18, they started to choose their own Doyen targets. The first 4 squads attacked at the same time, catching the 4 Doyens off guard with their overwhelming power. The Doyens were instantly left flustered, retreating in a panic. Sharp blades slashed through them, bringing with them a rain of blood. These swords exuded a sharpness that sent shivers down the spines of those witnessing it. The edges of these swords now incorporated special materials, the saint-level materials from that mysterious world. This addition greatly increased their offensive speed and power. Although those swords were still eternal items, the addition of the new materials made them absolutely top grade. Just like that, a slash from a Dragonblood warrior cut a Doyen's eternal spear in two. Their weapons were simply not on the same level. The Dragonblood warrior's assault looked chaotic, completely different from their usual fighting style. Yet, their killing power was even more terrifying. 18 sharp swords approached a Doyen from different directions and with different timings. If the Doyen blocked one, he or she couldn't defend against the others. In the end, the Doyens struggled to protect themselves but were swiftly drenched in blood. The Dragonblood warriors were in no rush to kill them. Their swords repeatedly sliced through flesh. In a matter of breaths, the 4 Doyens practically became pork chops, their flesh cut off piece by piece. One of those Doyens cried out in terror, wanting to form an alliance with the others beside him. However, no one paid him any attention. The Doyens were weakening bit by bit as their injuries mounted. At this moment, the Dragonblood Legion wasted no time. Their attacks intensified, and they swiftly killed those 4 Doyens, slicing their Yuan spirits apart. Just then, a terrified and unwilling roar came from the golden pool. The monkey-faced Doyen let out one final scream before being turned into mist, his soul extinguished. 5 heavenly Doyens met their demise in a matter of seconds. Furthermore, the ones to slay them were not Doyens or even budding Doyens. This revelation shocked everyone. People looked toward the flying boat and saw Long Chen looking over things apathetically. As they observed him more closely, a shiver ran down their spines. Long Chen's aura was even more terrifying than during his battle with Netherdragon Tianzhao. A group of reckless idiots. You don't know what respect is. If you all want to die so badly, why can't you just do it yourselves? At least, you'd be able to leave your corpses intact that way. Now, you just had to get yourselves killed by others. Why bother? Guo Ran sneered at those stupefied experts. You can't put it that way. People are born with nothing, and they will die with nothing. I feel like doing this isn't bad. At least, it saves them from stinking somewhere up when they die, replied Sha Chen. The two played off each other's words, shocking and enraging these experts. The Dragonblood Legion actually didn't place them in their eyes, viewing Doyens as ants. Damn humans, what right do you have to be arrogant? Long Chen, I challenge you to a battle. Do you dare to accept? A furious roar suddenly rang out, and a muscular man with 2 hatchets on his back and a face covered in facial hair walked out. His blood chi was shocking, and veins wriggled beneath his skin like snakes. The pressure he exuded far surpassed that of the recently slain doyens. When this guy appeared, Long Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, but he wasn't the only one who did this. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Bai Shaola's eyes also lit up. This was a powerful heavenly doyen. Based on what they saw, his power could be on par with that of Netherdragon Tianzhao. They were all tempted to fight him. Boss, you wouldn't, started Sha Chen. Long Chen was speechless. When did this fellow become so sinister? Sha Chen immediately used words to prevent Long Chen from ruining their fun. Fine, go ahead, but remember, I don't want him alive, said Long Chen helplessly. If he was going to be their boss, he had to act like one. He couldn't fight with his brothers over resources. Hearing that, they were all delighted. Guo Ran was itching to get started. We'll do it fairly. Rock, paper, scissors. As a result, Guo Ran, the one to propose this competition, was the first to be eliminated. He retreated sullenly and turned away, drawing circles on the ground sadly. After a few rounds, Sha Chen became the final winner. The others could only accept their defeat and stare at him enviously. Don't worry, your time will come. After all, fortunes come and go, said Sha Chen proudly. Their actions left people stupefied. The hatchet-wielding man was one of the main pillars of their alliance this time, and he was extremely powerful. However, the Dragonblood Legion actually treated him like this. Rather than Long Chen himself fighting, his subordinates were using such a method to decide who would fight him. Did they view him as nothing more than a piece of meat? After staring in confusion for a while, the hatchet-wielding man was enraged. Steam almost burst out of his ears, and his killing intent exploded. If looks could kill, the Dragonblood Legion would have been killed countless times over. Remember, don't let him run. His life is useful to me, transmitted Long Chen. Sha Chen nodded and walked through the air toward the hatchet-wielding man. It presented a stark contrast. The heavenly doyen was a robust and muscular figure, while Sha Chen appeared frail in comparison. His aura was feeble, and it looked as if that man could crush him in his hand. Since you want to die so badly, I'll kill you first. The large man roared and summoned his heavenly Tao manifestation. Within it, an enormous figure emerged, a formidable greater demon. Seeing this, everyone suddenly comprehended the source of his potent blood chi. As his hatchets materialized in his hands, his doyen power surged. Innumerable runes illuminated his hatchets, and he swung one down toward Sha Chen. Facing that powerful attack, Sha Chen raised a single hand, as if wanting to block that hatchet barehanded. At that moment, both friends and foes alike jumped in shock. Chapter 4483 Terrifying Saint Talisman. Blocking an eternal divine weapon barehanded. Seeing this scene, even Long Chen couldn't help but jump in shock. This little fellow Sha Chen was being a bit too arrogant, no? He could easily lose his life like this. Just then, the hatchet-wielding doyen slammed one of his weapons onto Sha Chen's palm, causing the entire world to tremble from his explosive power. To everyone's surprise, Sha Chen's palm remained unscathed. A talisman affixed to his palm, exuding a sacred aura. The aura of a saint. Long Chen suddenly realized that this talisman had to be crafted with saint essence blood. It was no wonder that Sha Chen dared to be so arrogant. Blood sprayed out of the hatchet-wielding doyen, and he trembled from the impact. He had never imagined that Sha Chen would possess such terrifying power. The backlash almost killed him in an instant. Even though he survived, his arm was numb, and his insides were shaken. Seeing him vomit blood while he was the one attacking, both friends and foes were astounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. You're going to kill me? How are you going to do that? How about I kill you instead? Sha Chen pushed the hatchet aside slowly with his right hand and raised his left hand. After that, a talisman moved from his left palm to his opponent's chest. Suddenly, Sha Chen's left hand lit up, and a beam of light pierced straight through that doyen's chest. It not only pierced through him but also left a giant hole in the void. With spatial blades swirling within it, the giant hole looked like a gaping maw. Sha Chen's attack was absolutely terrifying, leaving that powerful doyen with no chance to resist, slaying him swiftly in 2 moves. What a shame, he got to show off instead of me. He did tell me that he had just finished his 2 saint talismans yesterday and was looking for a chance to test their power, sighed Guo Ran. Sha Chen really is a genius to have come up with saint talismans so quickly. Although there's still a difference in power compared to the attacks of a real saint, below the saint level, perhaps no one can block these talismans, said Long Chen. Sha Chen was truly brilliant. He had made these saint talismans by studying the runes on the corpses of saints, without anyone teaching him the process. He had come up with it based on his own intellect, showcasing a monstrous talent in this field. After gathering his opponent's hatchets, Sha Chen returned to his spot behind Long Chen as if nothing had happened. Hey, there must be more of you who want to challenge us, right? Come, I'm the weakest of everyone here, so just challenge me. If you miss this chance, you won't get another. After Sha Chen managed to show off so brilliantly, Guo Ran was unwilling to leave things as they were and immediately started shouting. However, this provocation wasn't very effective. These experts were still in shock because of Sha Chen's terrifying attack. In one blow, a powerful doyen met his demise. Hence, they thought that if Sha Chen wanted to kill them, he could just do it without a problem. However, they didn't know that Sha Chen had only made 2 saint talismans, and he had just used them. Despite maintaining a calm expression, Sha Chen was screaming inside. These 2 saint talismans were still in the prototype stage, and he wasn't certain of the full extent of their power. The purpose of this duel was to test the practicality of these 2 talismans. Having not expected the 2 prototypes to possess such terrifying power, Sha Chen immediately wanted to go into seclusion and perfect these talismans. Hey, what are you waiting for? Weren't you shouting about fighting just before? What happened to your pride and arrogance? Were they all fake? Are you afraid? How about I tie one hand behind my back? If that's still not enough, you can come at me together. Guo Ran continued to provoke them. These people were furious, but the sight of Sha Chen slaying that doyen had been seared into their minds, terrifying them so much that they didn't dare to fight. HMPH, what's the point of being so arrogant? Once my race's #1 genius comes out of seclusion, you'll only be able to flee for your lives. Snorted one person. That's right, Long Chen, just you wait. Soon the real experts will come to find you. Don't keep cowering like a tortoise. Numerous shouts rang out as they mentioned several names, but no one had ever heard of these names before. Seeing them resort to just shouts, Long Chen and the others knew that the battle was over today. These people were too afraid to fight themselves. Long Chen coldly replied, "The High Firmament Academy is a pure land that doesn't like bad guests crowding it. I'll count to 3, and if you don't scram, don't blame me for slaughtering you all." 1. The instant Long Chen started counting, countless experts scattered like birds. Some heavenly geniuses didn't even bother taking their tents, and before Long Chen could count to 2, they were all gone. They all knew his ruthlessness. If they didn't run, that would give Long Chen an excuse to kill them, and not one of them would survive then. What trash, these people need to be put in their place, sneered the Dragonblood warriors. Long Chen, what are you smiling about? Bai Shishi suddenly saw Long Chen smiling strangely. Hee, it's nothing, chuckled Long Chen. Keep acting mysterious, I'm not talking to you. Bai Shishi snorted and turned away. Long Chen was smiling because he had just seen a new fruit condense on the heavenly Dao tree. Furthermore, it had 2 stars on it. In other words, his guess was correct. There were huge differences between heavenly doyens. The hatchet-wielding doyen stood out as a powerful expert among the doyens today, causing Long Chen to order Sha Chen to eliminate him. Sha Chen successfully carried out his mission, using 2 saint talismans to slay the powerful doyen. Consequently, Long Chen acquired a 2-star heavenly doyen fruit. The matter of the heavenly doyen fruit couldn't be spread, as it carried huge implications and potentially some karma. Hence, Long Chen had to deal with it personally. Returning to the academy's disciples unleashed heaven-shaking cheers, gathering to welcome them back. Sha Chen and the others' display had been the greatest show for them. Furthermore, upon their return, Long Chen and the others were astonished to see formidable doyens and numerous budding doyens among the academy's disciples. Long Chen nodded inside. As expected, the academy's foundation was truly shocking. They actually also had the ability to create doyens. When they got to their residence, Bai Shishi and Bai Shala went to see Bai Lishan. One reason was to pay respects to their grandfather, while another was to probe his attitude. Did he have any new instructions for them? Long Chen had actually been planning on seeing Bai Lishan himself. However, he had a pressing matter to deal with now, so he couldn't do so. As he returned to his own room, he waited a moment, and someone soon knocked on his door. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you were looking for me. The person who had come to see him was Mu Qingyan. Mu Qingyan, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, Zhang Ling, Zhang Shu, and the others had also returned to the academy. Long Chen had called Mu Qingyan over. Yes, I have something important that I need your help with today. Don't tell anyone about this matter, said Long Chen solemnly. Mu Qingyan hastily nodded. As she had absolute trust in Long Chen, she would do whatever he told her to do. Long Chen had Mu Qingyan consume a 1-star heavenly doyen fruit and paid close attention to her. Once she consumed it, her aura rapidly changed, and 3 days later, she had awakened as a doyen. She now had a feeling like she was the master of this world. Here's another one. Long Chen then passed the 2-star heavenly doyen fruit to her. He was full of anticipation. Chapter 4484 Lifehunter Race, Heavenly Provinces Yingtian. As Mu Qingyan ate the second heavenly doyen fruit, Grand Dao runes started to flow around her. Even in this secluded room, she could feel the power of the heavenly Daos trying to pour through her, and she couldn't stop it even if she wanted to. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Mu Qingyan was stunned. She had just become a heavenly doyen, and now, she felt her doyen power shoot up as if she had broken free of the restrictions of the room, and her senses stretched limitlessly. This experience felt almost like a dream. Good, very good. Seeing that Mu Qingyan's doyen power could skyrocket again after becoming a doyen, Long Chen was excited. Mu Qingyan was now a 2-star heavenly doyen. In other words, a stronger heavenly doyen fruit could overwrite the effect of the weaker fruit. Most importantly, when Mu Qingyan became a heavenly doyen, Long Chen detected none of the dislikable aura typical of other doyens. It seemed that consuming the heavenly doyen fruit would make one different from other doyens. If the heavens are blind, then I'll take everything from it myself, Long Chen muttered through gritted teeth. The heavens were no longer the same, and if the heavenly Daos were going to be unfair, he would claim what he desired by his own means. The heavenly Dao tree was absolutely heaven-defying. With it in Long Chen's possession, the Dragonblood Legion would become a heavenly doyen Dragonblood Legion. Qingyan, I'm going to ask you to stay here for a few days. Can you go into seclusion for a while? Asked Long Chen. Mu Qingyan understood. The fruits that Long Chen had given her were too heaven-defying. If this matter was exposed, it would be dangerous, so she needed to go into seclusion. Once more heavenly doyens appeared in the academy, she wouldn't draw too much attention when she emerged. In the meantime, she also needed to get accustomed to her new doyen power, so she obediently nodded. If you wish for it, I'll stay in seclusion the entire time, whether it's 10 years or 100 years. Long Chen laughed. There's no need for that. Just stay in seclusion for 2 months, and keep your aura reserved when you do go out. After arranging things with Mu Qingyan, Long Chen called over several squad leader warriors of the Dragonblood Legion and distributed the remaining heavenly doyen fruits to them. There was no rush to give the fruits to Guo Ran and the others. Given their current formidable strength and ongoing rapid growth, bestowing the heavenly doyen fruits on them wouldn't offer significant benefits. It would be better to strengthen the Dragonblood warriors. After that, Long Chen just needed to wait for them to undergo the transformation. During that period, Bai Shishi and Bai Shala returned. Both of them looked rather grave. Bai Shala said, "Boss, based on the Academy's reports, quite a few terrifying existences have appeared throughout the various worlds connected to the Darklight Heaven." "Oh, how terrifying," asked Long Chen. "Boss, have you heard of the Lifehunter race?" asked Bai Shala. The Lifehunter race, the peerless assassins from ancient times who were said to be able to take people's lives through space. Didn't they go extinct long ago? Long Chen's expression changed. The Lifehunter race was considered the progenitor of all assassins, with a history that could be traced all the way back to the Primal Chaos era. Proficient in witchcraft, formation arts, concealing arts, sneak attacks, fate reading, and bloodline curses, they were the world's most ancient and formidable assassins. This race might have been terrifying, but their presence in history was short-lived. They had a flash of prosperity in the immemorial era but quickly vanished in the flow of time. Cultivators of this era, both in the junior generation and the senior generation, were familiar with the tales of this terrifying but elusive race. Long Chen had read through an introduction on them, but he felt like the details on them were too unbelievable to fully trust. According to the record, the Lifehunter assassins could use the blood, flesh, bones, and even the hair of their target to carry out a sacrificial verdict. The concept of this sacrificial verdict seemed even more fantastical. It was claimed that within heaven and earth existed the life hunter god, who would judge the value of the life of all living beings. Apparently, this technique involved a gamble to determine whose life was more valuable. Once the sacrificial verdict was carried out, the one with a more valuable life would live, while the other one would perish. If both lives were equally important, both would die. When Long Chen read that, he almost laughed. Just who had come up with that nonsense? It was hilarious, and no one would believe such a thing. Long Chen had dismissed this story as a mere myth back then. The only reason he remembered the Life Hunter race was because it was said that their demise was related to a deadly conflict with the Violet Blood race. Although the exact nature of the confrontation remained shrouded in mystery, the association with the Violet Blood race made a lasting impression on Long Chen. Now, hearing about them again, he was shocked. So, this world really did have a Life Hunter race. Boss, you're truly amazing. How did you know about this? Bai Shaola praised him before continuing. The dean said that the Life Hunter race has resurfaced and re-established their organization in the Heavenly Province, which was once their faith shrine. If their faith was ever cut off, the name of the Heavenly Province should have also been impossible to use. Yet, the Life Hunter race has successfully revived it, indicating that their legacy was never entirely extinguished. They were merely biding their time and recovering all along. Long Chen gasped at that. If the Heavenly Province has been secretly growing ever since ancient times, the amassed power they've garnered over the years must be truly formidable. That's right. The dean also said that the fact they could endure for countless years and now suddenly come back in such force is probably related to the Violet Blood race, said Bai Shaola. Is it a declaration of war against the Violet Blood race? Long Chen sneered. The Violet Blood race was renowned as one of the most potent bloodlines within the human race, maintaining its prominent status since the Primal Chaos era. While the true Violet Blood bloodline rarely appeared in this world, their influence remained strong. On the other hand, the Life Hunter race had only been famous for a single moment in history. In Long Chen's eyes, they were like foam generated by the waves in an ocean. Just how many people would care about them? However, despite his disdain, he couldn't afford to underestimate a race that dared to challenge the Violet Blood race. After years of patient waiting, their sudden resurgence under the banner of the Heavenly Province meant that they had come prepared. The rumors say that the Heavenly Province has a peerless heavenly genius called Ying. He is hailed as the invincible killing god. My grandfather has warned you to be careful of him, saying that he surpasses Netherdragon Tianzhao by countless times and will be one of your strongest opponents, conveyed by Shaola. Long Chen's heart shook. Countless times stronger than Netherdragon Tianzhao and identified as one of his strongest opponents by the dean. The dean was not one to make judgments lightly. The gravity of this warning emphasized the formidable nature of Ying. Is there anyone else? Asked Long Chen. Bai Shaola answered, there's also. However, before he could finish, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he shot out like a bolt of lightning. Bai Shishi and Bai Shaola were startled and hastily followed him. Chapter 4485 Heavenly Province's Assassin. Boss, what is it? Bai Shaola saw Long Chen turn into a golden streak that charged toward the inner academy. Don't ask. Just go. Bai Shishi knew that things were bad when she saw Long Chen's expression change. Thus, she and Bai Shaola followed as quickly as they could. Long Chen's kunpeng wings propelled him with unmatched speed, and a streak of light shot through the academy, bewildering the disciples. Without hesitation, Long Chen went straight to a certain building in the inner academy. This was the region where the core disciples of the inner academy resided. It was filled with the academy's top geniuses. Luo Ning, watch out! Long Chen's shout was like an explosion of thunder, shaking the heavens. At this moment, a violet light erupted within one of the buildings, tearing it apart, accompanied by a chorus of horrified screams. Rushing into the chaos, Long Chen found Luo Ning in critical condition. A sharp blade had pierced her heart, and her violet blood nearly drained. The flame of her soul flickered, on the brink of extinction. Long Chen, gripped by horror, reached out to her. Yet, in that moment, a slender blade silently thrust toward his right ribs without a sound. Holding Luo Ning with his right hand, Long Chen left his right side exposed. The moment this blade appeared, a chilling sensation enveloped Long Chen's ribcage, causing half his body to instantly stiffen. Although the blade had not physically pierced him, it felt as if it had struck him, inflicting genuine pain. It was like an illusion art, but an illusion art was not something that could bewilder Long Chen. This feeling was more like a premonition, compelling him to instantly recoil. Dragon scales appeared on his right ribs, covered in stars that coalesced into a formidable astral shield. After setting this defense, Long Chen continued to reach toward Luo Ning. The moment Long Chen held Luo Ning's wrist, the slender blade struck Long Chen's astral shield and dragon scale defenses. A long cut marred his right ribs. Furthermore, as the blade sliced through his flesh, Long Chen's violet blood was crazily absorbed by a mysterious force. Long Chen was startled. Now, he understood the reason behind Luo Ning's violet blood vanishing instantly. It seemed that this sinister blade was made specifically to counter violet blood. It had to be a blood-sucking weapon. Oh, a surprised exclamation echoed from the dust, as if the assassin didn't expect to only get so little violet blood after piercing Long Chen's defenses. Long Chen's enraged roar reverberated as he swung his leg, unleashing explosive power. An immense dragon tail followed suit, sweeping through the air and tearing the very fabric of the void asunder. A sharp blade swung through the air several times, leaving several large cuts in the void. A translucent figure then shuttled through these cuts and actually avoided the area of Long Chen's attack. After that, Bai Shishi and Bai Shaola arrived. Seeing that translucent figure, Bai Shishi immediately summoned her manifestation, and her golden sword slashed toward that figure. "Come back," Long Chen cried out. He was holding Luo Ning's wrist, sending his violet blood into her arm. He shot out as well. Just then, Bai Shishi's sword fell onto that slender blade, and sparks flew. Finally, they could see the appearance of that blade. It was a sword, measuring 4 feet in length but only as wide as a single finger. Covered in barbs with holes throughout it, the sword had a flexible body, reminiscent of a viper. "Shaola, bring her back," shouted Long Chen. Bai Shishi had thought that her attack would cut through this sword or at least force her opponent back. To her surprise, the peculiar sword not only thwarted her attack but also wound around her blade like a viper. Mimicking the striking motion of a serpent, it swiftly lunged toward her. In an instant, Bai Shishi experienced a searing pain in her soul, causing her body to stiffen. Helplessly, he could only watch as the sword aimed directly at her head. Suddenly, space twisted, and Bai Shishi vanished. The strange sword pierced through the air but didn't harm Bai Shishi. In that crucial moment, Bai Shaola's pupil arts had saved Bai Shishi. Now, both of them stood silently, pale with fright. None of them had expected their opponent to be so terrifying. One move was all that separated them from death. Had Bai Shaola hesitated in the slightest, Bai Shishi would have met her demise. Just then, Long Chen charged out, wielding the 7-peak sword in his hand. The two swords repeatedly clashed, exchanging 100 blows in the blink of an eye. When they finally disengaged, Bai Shishi and Bai Shaola's expressions changed. Long Chen's shoulder was bleeding as he had been struck by that person again. "It seems that you must be Long Chen." The translucent figure didn't choose to press the attack but instead retreated a bit, pointing the mysterious sword at Long Chen. It was the voice of a man but extremely odd. The voice was completely different from that of a human. In fact, his voice was just like his sword. Hearing it made their souls quiver. His voice alone was like poison. "Who are you?" demanded Long Chen. "It seems that you really are Long Chen. What a disappointment. Why did Master Ying Tian see you as his opponent? You really are overestimated." The translucent figure shook his head, his voice full of disdain. "You're from the heavenly province." Bai Shaola and Bai Shishi cried out in shock. The dean had just warned Long Chen, and the heavenly province was already here for him. Not only had they come, but they had even managed to sneak through the academy's grand formations. It was like their formations were mere decorations. Bai Shishi and Bai Shaola were shaken. The Life Hunter race was even more terrifying than they had imagined. "With your power, you aren't qualified to be Master Ying Tian's opponent. Even if I can easily slay you. Unfortunately, Master Ying Tian has given his orders, so I can't kill you," said that person indifferently. The academy's disciples had gathered because of the disturbance and were all stunned. What had happened to this world? How did such a terrifying existence appear out of nowhere? From the translucent figure's tone, he was merely Ying Tian's subordinate, but he had the power to injure Long Chen and even said that he could easily slay him. They were completely dumbfounded. Luo Ning. At this moment, a horrified cry rang out as Luo Bing saw her little sister unconscious. She hastily rushed over. Seeing this, the translucent figure vanished, and Long Chen moved at the same time. Chapter 4486 The Qualifications to Fight. Luo Bing was startled awake from her seclusion and immediately sensed a bloodline call, causing her soul to nearly flee in terror. The sensation was accompanied by an alarming realization that Luo Ning's soul was on the brink of extinguishing. Rushing out, she directly saw Luo Ning in Long Chen's grasp, her head hanging as if she was about to die at any moment. In that moment of shock, her head went blank, and she sprinted toward them. The translucent figure also vanished, and Luo Bing felt an unsettling tremor in her soul, which rendered her unable to take another step. The mysterious sword, akin to a fiend's life-ripping fang, lunged toward her chest. An explosion of lightning erupted before his sword could reach her, and a lightning spear rushed over. Surprisingly, the lightning spear wasn't aimed at that translucent figure but Luo Bing. As this lightning spear was about to reach her, the translucent figure, who had clearly been below it at first, seemed to move up just to be hit by it. Oh, this translucent figure seemed a bit surprised that Long Chen had predicted his path. Now if he wanted to kill Luo Bing, he would have to block the lightning spear first. As the lightning spear gave him a sense of danger, his sword suddenly spun, and the point of the sword met the spear. After the translucent figure was sent flying, Long Chen appeared in front of Luo Bing, and only then did Luo Bing's condition return to normal. She could finally move again. Use your bloodline power to stimulate Luo Ning's blood and soul, quick. Long Chen handed Luo Ning to Luo Bing. Prior to this, Long Chen had chosen to endure the strikes from the mysterious expert's sword rather than release his hold on Luo Ning. The reason was clear: her soul was on the verge of vanishing, and without his support, she would die. However, Long Chen's violet blood was too powerful to be absorbed by her. If attempted, it would rip through her meridians, and even if he did save her life, she would be crippled. At best, he could sustain her life and prevent her from dying. However, with Luo Bing present, he didn't need to worry any longer. Luo Bing hastily grabbed her sister and infused her with her own violet blood. Luo Ning's withered soul immediately showed signs of reviving, and the flame of her soul gradually rekindled. Long Chen sighed with relief upon seeing that. As Luo Ning's life was no longer in danger, he focused his attention on this mysterious expert. Killing intent exploded out of him. "Do you know how foolish what you are doing is?" asked Long Chen, every word dripping with killing intent. "Foolish? No, the true fools are you humans. Your bloodline has declined, but you aren't even aware of it. Do you really think that you are as strong as the original violet blood race?" scoffed that mysterious figure. He then shook his body a few times. After blocking Long Chen's lightning spear, quite a few lightning runes stuck to him, unable to penetrate the surface of his skin. Nonchalantly, he flicked them off. Bai Shishi and Bai Shaola were both shocked. They all knew that Long Chen's thunder force originated from heavenly tribulation, possessing incredible power. Yet, this mysterious expert seemed impervious to it, effortlessly flicking off the lightning runes. Most importantly, he was not the strongest expert of heavenly province as he called Ying Tian, master. In other words, he was at most just one of Ying Tian's powerful generals. The mysterious figure looked at the surroundings, and with an indifferent tone, remarked, "My heavenly province is back, and this is a declaration of war on the violet blood race. I am here because the High Firmament Academy has the violet blood prey we seek. Additionally, I am here to deliver Master Ying Tian's challenge. But I didn't expect that you, too, are someone from the violet blood race. Now, I am contemplating whether to forego Master Ying Tian's orders and slay you immediately. Your blood is very important to me." His sword, resembling a viper, remained in constant motion, its pointed head aimed at Long Chen, as if probing for weaknesses. Just then, the Dragonblood Legion also rushed over. When they saw this mysterious figure, their pupils shrank. They instantly sensed just how terrifying he was. When this mysterious figure spotted Yu Zifeng in their ranks, his eyes suddenly went red, and his pupils shrank to tiny dots. As for Yu Zifeng, his expression turned grave, and he reached back for his sword. "Boss, leave this person to me." Yu Zifeng's sharp senses told him that amongst all of the experts here, only he and Long Chen could accurately judge this mysterious figure's true power. As a sword cultivator, Yu Zifeng specialized in killing people in one blow and was the bane of all assassins. As a result, most assassination arts were a joke in front of him. In this aspect, he held a greater advantage than Long Chen. His sword Dao was something he had the utmost confidence in. However, this mysterious figure also emanated immense pressure on him. If they were to fight, no one could say for sure who would survive. Yet, this feeling also profoundly stimulated him. True sword cultivators thrived under the threat of death, and Yu Zifeng found himself profoundly invigorated by the challenge. Yu Zifeng had been following Long Chen for a while now, but not many people could make him feel such a sense of death, especially within the same generation. "I'm sorry, brother. This isn't just a personal battle between us. It's a clash between our races, and I have to personally do this," said Long Chen. As he stared at this mysterious figure, his killing intent intensified even further. Long Chen had violet blood, making him a member of the violet blood race. However, he didn't feel any bloodline hatred toward the mysterious figure. Even Luo Bing and Luo Ning didn't sense anything. Long Chen had only sensed danger from the violet blood fluctuations in Luo Ning when she was targeted. Although Luo Ning herself remained unaware of being targeted, Long Chen had swiftly rushed to her aid the moment he sensed the danger. Long Chen didn't know if it was because their violet blood energy had regressed to the point that they could no longer feel the bloodline hatred, or the Lifehunter race had been unable to leave a permanent mark on the violet blood race's bloodline back then. However, when Long Chen witnessed Luo Ning being pierced through the heart, when he held her cold body, and when he saw her lying there like she was dead, a surge of killing intent consumed him. "Hehe, good, go ahead and attack me. If you attack me and I just counterattack, Master Ying Tian can't blame me." The mysterious figure laughed. He pointed his strange sword at Long Chen as if not placing him in his eyes. "Then let me see how strong the Lifehunter race is to challenge my violet blood race." Long Chen exclaimed, swiftly springing into action as both his Dragon King battle armor and 7-star battle armor instantaneously activated. Chapter 4487 A Hard Battle. Long Chen's lightning spear pierced through the void, but this mysterious expert employed some technique that rendered him illusory. As the void was pierced through, he simply vanished, sending shivers through everyone's heart. He was practically a ghost, completely untraceable. Amongst the spectators, Yu Zifeng was clenching the hilt of his sword, staring at a certain spot in the void. The veins on the back of his hand protruded, conveying his readiness to strike at a moment's notice. This was Yu Zifeng's first time being so tense in a long while. After all, this mysterious figure was absolutely terrifying, causing Yu Zifeng to feel worried for Long Chen. The lightning spear flew and pierced the spot that Yu Zifeng had been staring at. The void repeatedly exploded as one hole after another was blasted into it. However, people only saw Long Chen, not that mysterious expert. People got goosebumps. An invisible enemy was like a blade pressing against their throats at all times, exuding immense pressure. "What news, Sage King? You're only..." Just as a cold sneer rang out, Long Chen's spear pierced the void again. However, this time, his power was many times greater, causing lightning to fill the sky. Being hit by it, the translucent figure finally reappeared. At this moment, millions of 7-peak swords condensed behind Long Chen and shot toward him. Supreme blood ignition, 10,000 swords fly. Long Chen roared. Through his probing blows, Long Chen finally grasped an opening, and the timing of his attack was so perfect that the translucent figure could not dodge. Lifehunter Spirit Slash. The translucent figure snorted. All of a sudden, the space behind him collapsed, forming a waterfall-like whirlpool that erupted with terrifying Doyan power. "He's a Doyan!" Startled cries rang out. The translucent figure was finally forced to show his real power. It turned out that he was an absolutely terrifying Doyan, and his Doyan power was many times stronger than Netherdragon Tianzhao's. It was now evident that this mysterious expert didn't just rely on his bizarre assassination arts to sneak into the academy. It wasn't just skill, he wielded terrifying power as well. The sword in his hand suddenly became straight and sucked the enormous whirlpool behind him. A ray of light then shot out from the tip, intercepting the barrage of 7-peak swords hurtling toward him. An immense explosion rocked the world. It was the first time since the battle started that the two exchanged a head-on attack. The High Firmament Academy's grand formations were all activated now. The terrifying astral winds made those formations creak as if they might shatter at any moment. Even the disciples felt suffocated while they were protected by the formations. For some of the weaker disciples, it felt as if their souls were being torn apart, and they clutched their heads in pain. A dragon claw stretched out of Long Chen's divine ring. In response, the mysterious figure snorted, and a strange red light appeared in his eyes. Uttering incomprehensible syllables, he merged with his sword and swiftly propelled himself toward the dragon claw like a bolt of lightning. With his eye as the core, numerous blood-colored runes cascaded across him, forming the silhouette of a tall and slender man. Colliding with the dragon claw, he seamlessly transitioned back into translucence. After that, blood-colored light ignited on his sword, merging his bloodline power into the blade. A scene that shocked everyone occurred. The sword instantly pierced through the immense dragon claw and continued onward to Long Chen's chest. Startled cries echoed as Long Chen's formidable cloud dragon immolation claw was shattered. The sword was already right at his chest. Ignoring the imminent threat, Long Chen recklessly thrust his lightning spear toward the man's chest. The onlookers, hearts now clenched in anxiety. Even the Dragonblood warriors' expressions changed. This mysterious expert was absolutely terrifying, surpassing their understanding. Compared to him, Netherdragon Tianzhao was trash, unfit to even carry his shoes. Everyone held their breaths, as time seemed to flow slowly. Two weapons steadily closed in on one another, moving at an identical pace. Meanwhile, Long Chen and the translucent figure were staring at each other coldly, devoid of the slightest emotion. Just as the sword was about to pierce Long Chen's chest, that person's pupils shrank. He suddenly changed the course of his sword, stabbing it into Long Chen's lightning spear. The lightning spear detonated with a deafening explosion. Black lightning then surged forth, unleashing a formidable and destructive aura that instantly obliterated the surrounding buildings. The impact crushed the Academy's grand formations and sent the disciples behind the barrier flying. Saint power! Sha Chen and the others were taken aback. Long Chen's lightning spear actually contained the power of a saint. However, Sha Chen didn't know just how much stronger. It was compared to his saint talisman. That translucent figure coughed up blood, finally solidifying and revealing his true appearance. A short-haired man with pockmarks on his face stood before Long Chen and the others. Clad in gray armor, this man was skinny like a beanpole. His right hand was entirely gone, with blood flowing down his armor. Seeing his true appearance, everyone didn't fear him as much. After all, what people feared the most was the unknown. Once it was visible, the fear factor somewhat diminished. Despite losing an arm, the Life Hunter expert didn't panic and coldly remarked, "I didn't expect you to have such a move. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I would have been the one to die." Just now, he had been willing to go through with that suicidal exchange, confident that he could slay Long Chen while, at worst, sustaining a severe injury. However, as Long Chen's lightning spear was about to pierce the Life Hunter expert, the latter's soul suddenly quivered. His innate assassin instincts then kicked in, causing him to make a swift change in tactics and instinct that proved uncannily accurate. The lightning spear imbued with saint power had been set to detonate in advance. If the Life Hunter expert hadn't evaded in time, he wouldn't have survived. After devouring the corpses of so many saints, the primal chaos space released the saint's tribulation lightning around. Although it was only a small amount, after being absorbed by Lei Linger, it was more than enough to kill this expert. Even if you react fast, it won't alter the outcome. You'll still die today, declared Long Chen. This time, Lei Linger didn't conceal her power. The formidable aura of a saint was unleashed as Long Chen launched another attack. Chapter 4488 Lifehunter Peak. You think that you can kill me? Those words are too audacious for your feeble mouth, sneered the Lifehunter expert. Suddenly, his previously destroyed arm regenerated. Moreover, as it regrew, he once again vanished from sight. Startled cries rang out. They had thought that he had been so wounded by Long Chen that he had lost the ability to conceal himself. However, it turned out that he also possessed terrifying healing abilities. When he vanished, Long Chen didn't panic. This was entirely within his expectations, and he nonchalantly stabbed his lightning spear in front of him. An immense power collapsed the void, generating a giant vortex that sucked the Lifehunter expert inside. He was visible now. Long Chen's lightning spear wasn't directed at the Lifehunter expert. Instead, it aimed at the vortex's center that drew everything around it. Just as Long Chen's spear was about to strike the Lifehunter expert again, he was also drawn toward the center. Lifehunter Peak instant kill, the expert shouted, once again enveloped in those blood-colored marks. However, this time, his sword took on a violet hue. At the sight of the violet light, Luo Ning, who had just awakened, seethed with anger. The violet light symbolized not just her violet blood power but the essence blood of numerous experts from the violet blood race that this strange sword had absorbed. The lightning spear and the sword clashed once more, unleashing a brilliant explosion. Following that, a wave of destruction spread. Long Chen's lightning spear exploded, and the impact sent him flying back. As for the Life Hunter expert, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his expression changed. Damn, Guo ran and Sha Chen cursed. If Long Chen had a powerful divine weapon, that attack would have been enough to kill this fellow. While a weapon condensed from his thunder force was powerful, it was still one step lower than a true divine weapon. After that, Long Chen summoned his lightning spear once more and shot back. Long Chen's power seemed limitless. Meanwhile, the Life Hunter expert was still coughing up blood, so Long Chen instantly locked onto him. At this moment, Long Chen knew that this terrifying assassin had just revealed an opening. The latter was afraid. Their last exchange had leaned on outside forces. Long Chen had harnessed Lei Linger's energy, while the Life Hunter expert had utilized the energy amassed within his divine sword over countless years. The crucial difference lay in the fact that Lei Linger's power was practically limitless, whereas that sword's power was depleting. If it continued, that sword would break. Losing that sword would be akin to losing both his arms, a circumstance the Life Hunter expert couldn't afford. "We'll end things here. I'll take your life next time," sneered the Life Hunter expert, and he suddenly appeared in front of the academy's gates. "Keep dreaming," shouted Sha Chen as he swiftly formed hand seals. All of a sudden, multiple layers of light covered the academy. Sha Chen had added layers of shields on top of the academy's formations. "You're the one dreaming. What a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well," the Life Hunter expert sneered. He simply stabbed Sha Chen's barriers with his sword. The barriers then rippled, and he passed right through them. "What?" Sha Chen's expression completely changed. Somehow, this Life Hunter expert had a method to nullify all kinds of defensive formations. "Remove your formation," shouted Long Chen. Sha Chen hastily undid his work. Following that, an explosive sound rang out as Long Chen forcibly ripped a giant hole in the academy's outer barrier. The Life Hunter expert had a mysterious power that nullified the formation's effects. On the other hand, Long Chen had to use raw brute force. With Long Chen in pursuit, the two of them vanished from sight, leaving the academy's disciples staring at the hole in silence. They still felt like they were dreaming. Sha Chen just stood there, overwhelmed by humiliation. As a formation master, someone had actually deemed his proudest work as trash. "Luo Ning, are you alright?" At this time, Yu Qingshan ran over to Luo Ning's side. Seeing how pale she was, Yu Qingshan hastily fed her a medicinal pill. "I'm fine. It's thanks to Big Brother Long Chen's warning back then. Otherwise, that sword would have pierced my head instead of my chest." Thinking back, Luo Ning shivered in fear. Back then, she hadn't sensed anything. It was Long Chen's bloodline power that startled her and raised her sense of alarm. After that, she launched her own attack, resulting in that assassin switching the angle of his attack. However, even though she managed to deviate his attack, when that mysterious sword pierced her, it sucked away her blood, leaving her soul almost crumbling. If Long Chen hadn't come and injected his own violet blood to prevent her soul from dissipating, she wouldn't have lasted long enough for Luo Bing to arrive. Just thinking about it, Luo Ning felt traumatized. Just as everyone was discussing the terrifying Life Hunter expert, two people were watching everything from a high vantage point of the academy. They were Bai Liden and the Sweeping Elder. The Life Hunter race revealed themselves in such a high-profile manner to target the Violet Blood race. However, the real Violet Blood race has not appeared in countless years, so Long Chen is now the world's strongest expert of the Violet Blood race and the Life Hunter race's main target. However, to dare to brazenly barge into my academy to kill people, they really are looking down on me, said Bai Lishan. Bai Lishan's tone remained flat, but a profound iciness simmered in his eyes. Even someone as amicable as him was genuinely enraged. On the other hand, the Sweeping Elder remained indifferent. Observing the hole in the formation, he calmly remarked, "This world has been thrown into chaos. If you cannot even find the source of the chaos, don't even think about fixing the threads." Bai Lishan bitterly smiled. "Sweeping Elder, are you saying that my realm is still lacking? If you cannot remain calm, it only shows that you're still too young. Nevertheless, this anger shows that you still have some spirit. That is a good thing. Anger itself is not detrimental, but it becomes undesirable when unleashed prematurely. Long Chen is even younger, and he may not endure as well as you. Thus, let him handle certain matters on our behalf. Refrain from adding fuel to the fire. Allow events to unfold in their proper sequence," advised the Sweeping Elder. "Disciple understands." Bai Lishan bowed. The Sweeping Elder nodded. "Our academy has endured for many years. At this crucial moment, we must continue enduring. As for Long Chen, let him go wild. You can just feel good about supporting him. Yes, replied Bai Lishan before departing. Observing as he left, the sweeping elder sighed. It's nice to be young. The void exploded. Golden wings sliced through the air as Long Chen surged like a bolt of lightning. Long Chen thrust his lightning spear once again, forcing a figure to materialize from the void. Chapter 4489 Forced to the brink. The lightning spear destroyed the void, forcing a figure to come flying out wretchedly. The Life Hunter expert spat out blood as he had been interrupted more than 10 times while moving through space with his secret art. The Life Hunter race had countless terrifying divine abilities. Amongst them, their abilities to conceal themselves and move through space were unparalleled. While Formation Masters channeled this power from heavens and earth, the Life Hunter race had this innate ability. Their bodies were like formation discs for them to carry out spatial transportation. However, Long Chen had already locked onto this Life Hunter expert, so every time he tried to use this technique, Long Chen accurately stopped him. Long Chen's main disadvantage lay in the fact that his area of attack was so huge that he was exhausting a huge amount of energy. Fortunately, the energy that he was exhausting was Lei Linger's, and Lei Linger was constantly replenishing her energy as the primal chaos space absorbed the 5 saint corpses. The thunder force they were unleashing was enough to fuel these enormous attacks. On the other hand, the Life Hunter expert was running out of energy after being repeatedly injured. Unable to fight or run, he was no longer able to remain calm. As Lei Linger was absorbing the tribulation energy of the 5 saints, her attacks possessed the aura of a saint and were even stronger than Long Chen's. Despite this, the Life Hunter expert managed to block her assaults multiple times and still endured, preventing Long Chen from delivering a fatal blow. Hence, it went without saying that he was incredibly powerful, overshadowing even Netherdragon Tianzhao. The Life Hunter expert stabbed the void with his sword and vanished just like that. Seeing this, Long Chen shot after him. With his Kunpeng wings at full power, Long Chen's speed was still 1 level higher than that of the Life Hunter expert. The Life Hunter expert unleashed countless movement arts, even using clones to confuse Long Chen. However, he was unable to escape. This was the reason why this Life Hunter expert felt fear. His race excelled in assassination arts, boasting incredible speed and illusionary movement techniques. If they failed at an assassination, they could easily flee, and no one would be able to catch them. However, Long Chen was faster than him, which terrified him even more than being beaten in combat. With Long Chen following close behind him, he felt like there was a fiend hunting him, and he was unable to escape no matter what he did. He had never experienced such a miserable feeling before. Strangely, despite being able to catch up and attack at any moment, Long Chen didn't do anything. He was just following the Life Hunter expert closely. Long Chen had the upper hand now. He had to refrain from making a rash move and letting his target escape. After all, his goal wasn't to beat but to kill this bastard. The closer Long Chen got to this point, the more he had to keep his cool. Right now, Long Chen was using Lei Linger's power, so he was using up very little of his own energy, unlike his opponent. Although Long Chen didn't know much about the Life Hunter race, from his opponent's fighting style, he could deduce that his opponent belonged to the explosive style that lacked endurance. Once Long Chen survived the initial assault, he could just exhaust his opponent. The more time that passed, the more advantageous it would be to Long Chen, and the greater his chances of killing his opponent. The Life Hunter expert also knew this, which was why he had been trying to use countless means to shake off Long Chen. However, he was only wasting his energy. The more energy he used up, the more he panicked. The confidence he had when he first entered the academy was long gone. With a resounding shout, Long Chen's lightning spear struck multiple times, causing heaven and earth to quake as lightning surged. He skillfully disrupted the Life Hunter expert's movement art 8 times. "You are courting death," the Life Hunter expert roared with fury. He had just used a secret art to unleash 8 movement arts, and as long as one worked, he would be able to escape. However, Long Chen stopped all of them perfectly, causing his opponent to use up most of his remaining energy. "Since you've pushed me to this extent, you can die with me." The Life Hunter expert's visage contorted, his eyes ablaze with scarlet intensity. He stopped fleeing and suddenly shot straight toward Long Chen, his sword aimed right at Long Chen's throat. Suddenly, Long Chen let go of his lightning spear. It passed right by the Life Hunter expert and stabbed the space behind him. At this moment, the 7-peak sword materialized in Long Chen's hand, blocking the mysterious sword. Subsequently, the Life Hunter expert exploded. Shortly after, a space in the distance erupted, and the Life Hunter expert was forced out of the void again. He had used a scheme, acting like he was launching a suicidal blow while what attacked Long Chen was just a clone. However, the sword was real. Despite that, he was unable to trick Long Chen, losing his sword in the process. He spat out blood, and no one knew whether it was due to rage or injury. The mysterious sword somehow teleported back into his hand and absorbed the blood he had just spat out, resonating. Life Hunter peaked kill sword dance. With a furious roar, he became one with his sword and pierced toward Long Chen. Long Chen's expression was serious. Lightning materialized in his hand, transforming into a lightning blade that shielded him. Explosive sounds shook the heavens. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed thousands of times. The Life Hunter expert's attacks were like a storm, while Long Chen's lightning blade was an impermeable barrier. Finally, there was a loud and short sound. The Life Hunter expert was sent flying, blood oozing from his mouth. With disheveled hair and a pale complexion, he stared at Long Chen in disbelief. "I didn't beat you last time, not because you were faster or my reactions were slower. I was busy saving someone. Did you really think that you could beat me in close-range combat?" Long Chen pointed his blade at the Life Hunter expert coldly. Previously, Long Chen had only been injured because he had to look after Luo Ning. Now, he showcased his technique as the king of close-range combat. The Life Hunter expert panted. Engaging in close-range combat was considered taboo for assassins, and it also drained his energy. However, he had no choice but to take the risk. In the end, the last exchange in Long Chen's words told him that he wouldn't win with this method either. Caught in a dilemma, his face contorted with rage. "You are the one who forced me to do this," he snarled. Suddenly, the Life Hunter expert gritted his teeth, and a clump of violet blood appeared on his sword. When that violet blood emerged, Long Chen's expression changed. Chapter 4490 Life Hunter Life-Death, Verdict of the Heavenly Daos. It was the very blood that the sinister sword had extracted from Long Chen. The violet blood gleamed, casting a hue of violet across the sky. All of a sudden, Long Chen's heart shook, as if some invisible judge was appraising him. At that moment, Long Chen grasped the Life Hunter expert's intention. Life Hunter Life-Death, Verdict of the Heavenly Daos. A strange mark appeared on the Life Hunter expert's forehead. Following that, an ethereal structure appeared between Long Chen and the Life Hunter expert. Beside this construct, a pair of translucent hands slowly tallied the marks of a ruler. Below their feet, a giant set of scales emerged, with Long Chen and the Life Hunter expert positioned on opposite sides. Long Chen and the Life Hunter expert were restrained by the translucent hands manipulating the scales. It was as if it was measuring their weight. Suddenly, those hands came to a stop. The Life Hunter expert was brimming with animosity and calmly awaited the result. He was staking his life, unleashing the Life Hunter race's strongest trump card. The Life Hunter race possessed a unique cultivation method, part of which involved increasing the weight of one's life. However, invoking the verdict of the Heavenly Daos was considered a taboo technique. Once deployed, there was no going back. While the Life Hunter race possessed a unique method to enhance the weight of their lives, providing them a considerable advantage in this aspect, there were no absolutes in the world. This was due to the inherent diversity of individuals' lives. If the Life Hunter experts encountered some people with powerful fates, they would definitely die upon using this divine ability on them. The weighing process had started. Whose life was more valuable? Whose life was worth less? While Long Chen didn't understand this strange technique, he instantly sensed where its strangeness originated from. At first, Long Chen had an uneasy feeling. However, when those hands stopped, Long Chen instantly felt at peace. For some reason, Long Chen felt incomparably close to these emotionless hands. Long Chen could sense that these hands were fair, absolutely just. Compared to the Heavenly Daos, they were far more righteous. Finally, those hands stopped measuring, and the scales blazed with divine light. The Life Hunter expert's heart plummeted as the moment of life and death approached. Whose side would the scales lean to? However, when the hands left the scales, instead of tilting in one direction, the scales unexpectedly cracked open, revealing enormous fissures. "What's going on?" the Life Hunter expert shouted in shock. Such a scenario had never been documented in the annals of the Life Hunter race. The scales exploded, and an enigmatic force reduced the Life Hunter expert's body and soul to dust. The Life Hunter expert was dead, wiped out of existence by some mysterious power. One could say that he was destroyed alongside his scales. Long Chen stood there blankly, still processing what had just happened. Somehow, everything was over before he could grasp the situation. After the scales were gone, the pair of hands slowly retreated into the heavens, and the world reverted to its original state. At this moment, Long Chen realized that when the scales and hands materialized, the two of them had been drawn into a strange space, separate from the reality he knew. Hence, when the scales vanished, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he hastily checked the primal chaos space. Ha ha ha, even in strange spaces, the heavenly Dao tree still works. Long Chen saw a completely new heavenly Doyan fruit on the heavenly Dao tree and laughed crazily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn, this fellow actually has 5-star patterns on his heavenly Doyan fruit. No wonder his Doyan power was so monstrous. After studying all of the heavenly Doyan fruits in his possession, Long Chen estimated that Nether Dragon Tianzhao should have been a 3-star heavenly Doyan. A 3-star Doyan and a 5-star Doyan. The two simply weren't on the same level. This time, Long Chen was somewhat lucky. The presence of Lei Linger and her saint-level Thunderforce made dispatching the Life Hunter expert relatively easy. Without her assistance, the task would have proven challenging. After all, such an intense Doyan power was absolutely terrifying, and Long Chen's astral energy couldn't contend against it directly. Without Lei Linger by his side, the conflict would have turned into a battle of attrition. In such a scenario, the Life Hunter expert could have unleashed his assassination arts without restraint, forcing Long Chen into a passive stance. Even if Long Chen won in the end, he would need to exert so much effort and the Life Hunter expert might just escape. While it looked as if everything had been under his control, and that he had been the one to force the Life Hunter expert to the brink, Long Chen knew that luck was a big part of that. It seems that I have to quicken the pace and refine the 10,000 dragon nest, said Long Chen as he looked at the saint corpses on the black soil. It would take a bit more time to devour them all. Once the saint corpses were done with, he had to deal with the 10,000 dragon nest. As it was a big pile of dragon corpses, their decomposition would take a long time. However, once it was done, the entire primal chaos space would transform once again, and Lei Linger and Huo Linger would grow to an unimaginable level. Long Chen reached out his hand to pluck the new heavenly Doyan fruit. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed. With no time to pluck the fruit, he returned to his body. Wielding his lightning spear once more, he thrust it behind him with all his power. With an explosive sound, a black dragon claw destroyed the lightning spear that contained a saint's aura. When Long Chen sensed the attacker's aura, he was shocked and enraged. He hadn't expected him to appear here. It was none other than the leader of the Nether Dragon race. Long Chen had been lost in his delight after obtaining the Life Hunter expert's heavenly Doyan fruit, so he hadn't expected to encounter an opponent here. Damn bastard, hand over my 10,000 dragon nest. As the Nether Dragon race leader transformed into an enormous dragon, a black sword shot out of his mouth, releasing the explosive power of a saint. Faced with this terrifying saint's attack, Long Chen couldn't dodge. With a resounding roar, he summoned a lightning shield in front of him, and his kunpeng wings spread as he flew off. The Nether Dragon race leader was not an ordinary saint and could be considered a terrifying existence amongst saints. As Long Chen couldn't even beat ordinary saints, fighting him would be crazy. You think you can get away? Keep dreaming. The Nether Dragon race leader roared. Long Chen's lightning shield instantly exploded when it met the black sword, leaving him defenseless against its onslaught. The black sword mercilessly slashed Long Chen, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. As the darkness encroached upon his vision, he couldn't help but think, it's over. He lamented the fact that he was just too unlucky. Chapter 4491 Possessing Long Chen. Hurled to the ground, Long Chen felt as though every bone in his body would shatter. With a painful grunt, he gradually regained consciousness and found himself in a dark palace surrounded by Nether Dragon experts. Yet, their once majestic presence had waned. Despite boasting over 100 eternal experts, nearly 1,000 budding Doyans, and even 6 awakened Doyans, their collective aura now seemed lackluster compared to when Long Chen fought Nether Dragon Tianzhao. Most importantly, most of them were injured, and quite a few of them were downcast. It was as if they had just fought an intense battle and lost. As they stared at Long Chen, sinister killing intent blazed in their eyes. Hand over the 10,000 dragon nest, or I have 10,000 ways to make you live a life worse than death. shouted an elder of the Nether Dragon race. The Nether Dragon race was now on the verge of collapse, having lost the 10,000 dragon nest, their foundational stronghold, and also most of their elites. Now, the world they resided in was thrown into chaos. Factions that had long been suppressed under their tyrannical rule united, seizing the opportunity to declare war on the weakened Nether Dragon race. Exploiting their vulnerability, these factions sought to deliver a decisive blow while the Nether Dragon race was at its lowest. Ever since that battle, the Nether Dragon race headed rapidly toward destruction. Every day, some experts would come to cause trouble for them, and they were constantly losing troops. Although the race leader was powerful, their old enemies were also strong. Even when he still possessed the 10,000 dragon nest, he had been unable to kill them. Now, with the loss of their foundational stronghold, he couldn't retaliate at all. Furthermore, every time they clashed, their enemy's goal was simply to exhaust the Nether Dragon race, gradually reducing their total power. They wanted to kill the race leader, but they were also afraid of his final death throes, afraid that he would drag them all down with him. Reluctant to engage in direct confrontation, they slowly reduced the power of the Nether Dragon race by wiping out their elites, forcing them to the point of despair. In a desperate move, the race leader snuck out in secret to shamelessly ask for aid. However, the dynamics had changed. While people were willing to assist them in their prime, obtaining help during their time of need would be much more challenging. Had the 10,000 dragon nest still been under their control, the Nether Dragon race's request for aid would have garnered more support. However, with Nether Dragon Tianzhao's whereabouts unknown and the loss of their 10,000 dragon nest, the glory of the Nether Dragon race had become a distant memory. In their diminished state, no one extended a helping hand to them. The race leader ran into a wall everywhere he went, and he was enraged. But unexpectedly, he ended up running into Long Chen on the way. When the race leader saw Long Chen out in the open, his hope reignited. Thus, seeing that his subordinates now wanted to torture Long Chen, he immediately said, "Don't be in such a rush. Immediately send out word that Long Chen has been captured by me. I want those idiots to know." The race leader had faced rejection at every turn, but his luck took a heaven-defying turn when he unexpectedly encountered Long Chen. He wanted to see what those stingy people would think once they knew that he had captured Long Chen. The Nether Dragon race immediately disseminated this news. Once it spread, the enemy alliance of the Nether Dragon race would definitely be terrified and run, giving the Nether Dragon race some time to recuperate. Race leader, let's subject this fellow to your 10 great tortures, one by one. There's no better way to quench our hatred, declared one of them. The Nether Dragon race was gravely wounded, and most of their experts had perished. All this was thanks to Long Chen. Hence, their hatred toward him could no longer be expressed with mere words. Having truly fallen into a dragon pool, Long Chen thought about his situation rapidly. Currently, he still had a single trump card available to him, and that was the Earth Cauldron. However, the Nether Dragon race leader was just too powerful. If Long Chen couldn't kill him in one move, the race leader would just snatch the Earth Cauldron from him, and then Long Chen would truly be doomed. After pondering for so long, he couldn't come up with anything good. Any plan he could come up with had less than a 10% chance of success. Furthermore, he only had one shot. Once he lost it, there would be nothing left for him. To say that he wasn't afraid would be a lie, but he also didn't dare to make any rash moves. "Brat, what are you thinking? You think that you can run? I'll break your arms and legs." The race leader suddenly raised his hand. As his saint power erupted, he locked Long Chen in place and grabbed Long Chen's arm. Long Chen smashed into the wall of the palace, leaving a giant hole in it. Seeing this scene, the race leader was startled, and the rest of the experts present also gasped. This palace was made of special materials, so even an ordinary eternal expert would not be able to leave a mark on it. However, Long Chen's body was so powerful that it left a hole in it. Cracks spread through the wall, and this stunned everyone. The race leader had used his saint power just now, thinking to rip off Long Chen's arm. But instead, he ended up sending Long Chen flying. Sharp pain ran down Long Chen's arm, but it wasn't torn off. However, he found that his meridians cracked and were almost severed. As stars spun in Long Chen's eyes, he almost passed out again. "Fuck, I can't wait any longer. I have to counterattack." Long Chen gritted his teeth. His spiritual strength started to subtly circulate as he was ready to use the Earth Cauldron. As for whether or not he could kill this terrifying fellow, Long Chen couldn't say for sure. All he could do was gamble on this. Long Chen had his eyes closed. His spiritual fluctuations grew weak as he pretended to pass out. All of a sudden, the race leader's eyes lit up, and he laughed. I really was muddled by my anger. His physical body is even stronger than mine, and he's younger. If I were to obtain such a body, I might be able to make another breakthrough, ha ha ha. The race leader suddenly pointed his finger at Long Chen's head. Long Chen was about to launch his counterattack when the Earth Cauldron's voice reverberated in his mind. Don't move, let him come in. Long Chen was startled. The race leader wanted to possess him, but the Earth Cauldron didn't want him to resist. Ultimately, Long Chen chose to trust the Earth Cauldron and let the race leader press his finger on his forehead. The next moment, sharp pain struck him, and berserk spiritual strength poured into his mind sea. Black nether chi filled his mind sea. The divine gate inside his mind sea quivered. Just as it was about to counterattack, the Earth Cauldron quivered, and the divine gate star and divine gate dimmed. Ha ha ha, that mysterious cauldron is also in his mind sea, and it still hasn't recognized a master. The heavens are helping me. Everyone else, retreat and guard me. The race leader laughed and gave orders. When the only ones remaining in the palace were the two of them, the race leader directly transferred his entire soul into Long Chen's body. Chapter 4492 Terrifying Primal Chaos Space. As the Yuan spirit of the Nether Dragon race leader infiltrated Long Chen's mind sea, the once golden expanse turned pitch black, succumbing to a menacing force that now dominated this realm. In front of a saint's Yuan spirit, Long Chen felt powerless. He could only watch as black chi swirled around the bronze cauldron, forming chains around it. The Nether Dragon race leader was quite astute. Knowing how terrifying this cauldron was, he sealed it first, although he didn't sense any of Long Chen's spiritual fluctuations on it. Having taken control of Long Chen's mind sea, the race leader started to brazenly transmit the rest of his power to Long Chen. At this time, the body of the Nether Dragon race leader flashed and rapidly withered, turning into a desiccated husk. His corpse then fell to the ground and transformed into dust. The possession this time was incredibly important to the Nether Dragon race leader. He not only wanted to obtain Long Chen's body but also transfer every bit of his power to Long Chen. After all, Long Chen's physical body was even stronger than he had expected. With such a young and powerful body, the race leader would possess a limitless future. Although the race leader would have to start over, with Long Chen's physical body and spiritual strength, he knew he would definitely be better off than he was now. Furthermore, this possession held the potential for a significant breakthrough. If the race leader could break through the Saint Realm, the setbacks of their recent endeavor would no longer be deemed a failure. Long Chen, hand over the method to control this bronze cauldron. Don't force me to use the Nether Flame's soul refinement. I'm warning you right now. The race leader's Yuan spirit looked at Long Chen's Yuan spirit inside his mind sea. Having taken control of this place and transferred his full power, the Nether Dragon race leader had rendered Long Chen powerless, leaving him unable to resist. However, he didn't immediately kill Long Chen as he wanted all of Long Chen's secrets. In his view, Long Chen was completely under his control and posed no threat to him. He could make Long Chen live a life worse than death. If the race leader were to simply destroy Long Chen's Yuan spirit with brute power, he wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain Long Chen's full memories, and that would be a huge loss to him. Long Chen looked at him coldly as if he had given up. However, now that the race leader had spoken, Long Chen sneered, I've never seen someone so generous before. You not only sent me your son in the 10,000 dragon nest, but also your whole body. Now, I feel bad. Hearing this, the race leader twitched and suddenly had a bad feeling. That fearless appearance of Long Chen's made him uneasy. Hence, he slammed his hand forward, causing the power of a saint to erupt and suck Long Chen's Yuan spirit. Seeing that he still had control over this space, the race leader felt confident again. The bronze cauldron also didn't move. The race leader snorted, keep talking big. I'll let you taste the Nether Flame's soul refinement. Black flames then burst into existence on the race leader's hand as he reached for Long Chen's throat. However, as his hand was about to touch Long Chen's throat, the golden gate behind Long Chen opened, and golden light illuminated the black mind sea. Long Chen instantly felt revitalized as his mind sea was under his control again. A hand then swung out and slapped the race leader in the face. However, the race leader didn't budge, and instead, Long Chen was sent flying by the backlash. That slap allowed Long Chen to escape the race leader's attack, shocking the race leader. The Golden Gate's light was capable of resisting his domain, courting death. Although the race leader didn't know what lay inside the gate, this bad feeling urged him to shoot after Long Chen. As the gate fully opened, revealing a radiant star within, a beam of divine radiance streaked toward the race leader. The race leader was sent flying by that golden light. Long Chen couldn't help but feel delighted to see this. The divine gate star in his mind was so powerful that it could even send saints flying. You are courting death. The race leader roared furiously, unleashing his power as he surged once more toward Long Chen. Don't waste energy on him. His energy is yours. The more energy he wastes, the more you lose, transmitted the earth cauldron. Then what should I do? Asked Long Chen in confusion. Was he not supposed to fight him? Summon your divine ring and battle armor. What? This is my spiritual space. Long Chen had never fought in his spiritual space, let alone summoned his divine ring and battle armor here. However, he listened to the earth cauldron. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, its interior twinkling with stars, and his 7-star battle armor erupted into existence. Following that, a scene that shocked Long Chen appeared. Specks of starlight materialized, reflecting a scene the inside of the primal chaos space. When these stars illuminated the scene of the primal chaos space, Long Chen's body quivered. Following that, an irresistible power poured through his body, and his spiritual strength stretched limitlessly. He instantly felt like the ruler of this world. It was like one thought from him could give rise to life or wipe out all existence. As divine pressure crashed down throughout the spiritual space, the Nether Dragon race leader quivered, unable to move. He was horrified. Within Long Chen's divine ring was the primal chaos space, and the primal chaos space's power was flowing through his body. Long Chen felt like he was dreaming. When Long Chen's gaze turned toward the Nether Dragon race leader, the latter actually knelt toward Long Chen, his whole body shaking. Long Chen instantly understood. He's afraid of the primal chaos space's energy. So, the power of the primal chaos space that I've never been able to tap into can be unleashed inside my spiritual space. No matter what level of divine item he had encountered in the past, as long as he pulled them into the primal chaos space, they would instantly become obedient. However, Long Chen was never able to summon this power in any other way. Today, with the Earth Cauldron's reminder, he finally learned that he could use the primal chaos space's power this way, although it was still limited to his spiritual space. Once he used the primal chaos space's power, even a saint didn't amount much and could only beg for mercy. At this time, Long Chen was a god looking at the quivering race leader. He then pointed his finger. The race leader didn't even get to make a sound before he exploded. Chapter 4493 Clump of Saint Energy. Long Chen pointed a finger. There was no burst of divine light, no dazzling divine radiance. Yet, the Nether Dragon race leader's Yuan spirit exploded. I understand. Within my spiritual space, I can summon my battle armor and harness the power of the primal chaos space. Long Chen stared at his own hands in amazement. In this moment of revelation, he discovered an immense and formidable power within himself. With just a thought, he could even annihilate saints. This was Long Chen's first time utilizing the power of the primal chaos space beyond its world. When its power poured through him, he felt like the master of the entire world. It was as if his word was law, and no one could defy him. With this feeling coursing through him, he understood why something as strong as the 10,000 dragon nest would instantly become obedient upon entering the primal chaos space. The primal chaos space reigned supreme within its domain. When Long Chen summoned his battle armor in his spiritual space, he could only tap into a fraction of the primal chaos space's power. However, even that portion proved more than enough to easily slay saints. Senior, do you know how to use the primal chaos space's power? Asked Long Chen excitedly. If he could control the primal chaos space, then who cared about saints? He could simply wipe them out with a single thought, and they wouldn't even have the power to resist. You should figure some things out yourself. I only told you this because, even without my guidance, you would have been forced to do this when pushed to the brink in combat with him. So this doesn't count as karma. But as for the rest, I can't say. It might bring calamity upon you, said the Earth Cauldron. After Long Chen heard that, most of his joy faded. He was unmatched in his spiritual space, but just how useful was that? His enemy would need to invade his spiritual space with their Yuan spirit, and there was no way for him to forcibly draw other people's Yuan spirits into his spiritual domain. In other words, unless someone tried to possess him, this unmatched move was worthless. Long Chen felt like he was sitting on a mountain of gold while barely surviving on scraps. He had no idea how to use this mountain of gold. Clearly, the Earth Cauldron knew more, but it wouldn't tell him. Long Chen didn't know what he felt about that. If he didn't know the primal chaos space's power, perhaps he'd feel better. However, now that he had tasted what it felt to be in control of it, the realization that he couldn't utilize it felt even more disheartening. At this time, a clump of energy appeared in his spiritual space, and there were threads of black energy flowing within it. This fist-sized clump actually contained apocalyptic power. This is the power of that nether dragon's life. In order to possess you, he moved all of his energy into you. This is the energy that heaven and earth gave him. When someone dies, their energy should return to heaven and earth. However, since he died in your spiritual space and you are the master of this space, well, you understand, explained the Earth Cauldron. You're saying that I can absorb it? Asked Long Chen. Of course, but you can also return it to the world, replied the Earth Cauldron, and it sounded completely casual about it. No way, this world has always been targeting me. Why would I return anything to it? Impossible. Long Chen snorted and grabbed the clump of light. The Earth Cauldron quivered ever so slightly the moment Long Chen touched the clump of light. It was as if it wanted to say something but was hesitating. However, Long Chen didn't notice that. All his attention was on the clump of energy. This clump of energy didn't possess any of the aura of the Nether Dragon race leader. The Earth Cauldron was correct, this was purely the power of heaven and earth. It was masterless, or it should be said that its master was the world. The Nether Dragon race leader had possessed this power because the world had lent it to him, and now that he died, it returned to the world. If it was the Nether Dragon race leader's energy, Long Chen would disdain absorbing it. But if it was this world's energy, then absorbing it felt refreshing to Long Chen, like getting a bit of vengeance. At this moment, Long Chen's hand quivered, and that clump of light exploded, its wild power coursing through him. The wild power seemed to try to break free as it flowed through him, trying to return to the world. However, just as it started, those threads of black light, which were originally the most berserk, suddenly vanished. Once they vanished, the rest of the energy seemed to lose any remaining will and settled within Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen's spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone blazed with light as they greedily absorbed this energy. In particular, the runes on his dragon tendons crazily strengthened themselves off of this energy. Afraid of being outmatched, the seven-color supreme blood and violet blood also absorbed this energy. In response, the runes within Long Chen's blood swiftly expanded. Once reaching a critical point, they divided, with one rune splitting into two. The newly formed runes transcended their predecessors, surpassing them in strength by over tenfold. Long Chen's aura surged wildly, and the might of his blood chi raged through the surrounding space with unbridled intensity. Seeing this scene, Long Chen shouted excitedly. He felt like he had completely transformed. This disastrous calamity suddenly became a great fortune, and his power was rising crazily. Just as Long Chen was shouting excitedly, two runes lit up on the Earth Cauldron. They were like two eyes staring at the depths of the Divine Gate. Behind the Divine Gate, a black figure vanished in a flash. The Earth Cauldron just sighed and didn't speak any further. At this moment, flames burned around Long Chen, and lightning surged out of him. The entire palace rumbled and started to collapse. As this energy merged with him, a powerful resonance emerged, causing the entire palace to unravel. Externally, flames and lightning intertwined, while internally, Long Chen's blood coursed so vigorously that it echoed like thunder, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. Successive bone spurs burst out of Long Chen's skin and fell to the ground. New bone runes appeared, forcibly stripping away the original outer layer of his bones. Despite the excruciating pain, Long Chen's excitement was obvious. Even if the agony intensified tenfold or 100-fold, it was worthwhile for him. Regretfully, this energy was ultimately limited. After the span of an incense stick burning, it was fully absorbed without a trace. Long Chen felt full of inexhaustible energy. He slowly raised his head with a sinister smile. Suddenly, he unleashed a claw, causing the palace to explode and exposing numerous experts of the Nether Dragon race. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, race leader. The possession was a success," exclaimed one of the elders, overcome with excitement as he hastily kowtowed before Long Chen. The others were just about to kowtow when they saw Long Chen's hand slam through that elder's head, killing him. Chapter 4494 The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy. Race leader, cried out the rest of the nether dragons. Their race leader had slain a core elder of their race. They stared at Long Chen in shock. His aura had undergone a profound transformation, leading them to believe that the race leader had indeed succeeded in his possession. However, their race leader had failed to possess Long Chen. Instead, he had sent Long Chen a gift, causing his power to soar. You said that you had 10,000 ways to make me live a life worse than death. And what are those? Long Chen sneered at that corpse. When Long Chen was captured, this person had been the most arrogant, constantly threatening him. Thus, seeing him kowtow in front of him, Long Chen instinctively killed him. Long Chen was now completely different from before. His dragon blood, 7-color supreme blood, and violet blood responded instantly to his will, activating without any prior warning. Even eternal experts had no chance of defending against these powers unless they remained vigilant. Most importantly, when Long Chen's dragon blood power erupted, this core elder of the nether dragon race didn't even sense anything before he was dead. As an eternal expert, he actually didn't sense any danger before being slain. That was proof that Long Chen's dragon blood power could erupt at a terrifying speed. You're not the race leader. Of course I'm not. I am Long Chen. I was worried about not being able to find your hive, but you've saved me the trouble. Now, I will clean up the dregs of the dragon race. Long Chen's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth, shaking the world. After that, a terrifying dragon will erupted, leaving the nether dragon race's experts dazed. Just then, rumbling rang out in the distance. Long Chen sneered. Does your nether dragon race have some reinforcements? Come out, let's see who fears whom. Long Chen gazed into the distance, observing an approaching army of experts. The air was thick with terrifying auras, and among them were several saints. However, Long Chen was not afraid. He was no longer the person he used to be, and even in the face of saints, he stood undaunted. Surprisingly, the nether dragon race did not express joy at the sight of these experts. Instead, an air of fear enveloped them. Old man, what are you up to? Our 5 great alliances will fight to the death with you today. Reveal yourselves. A resounding howl echoed, accompanied by the oppressive pressure of a saint. 5 figures then came flying out from different directions. However, when they arrived at the nether dragon race's ancestral lands, they came to a baffled stop. Isn't he the High Firmament Academy's Dean Long Chen? The human race's Sage King? He really is here. So, was the news that the nether dragon race sent out true? Did they really capture Long Chen? Have they reclaimed their 10,000 dragon nest? Those 5 saints' expressions completely changed. They had fought with the nether dragon race leader many times, and even their combined strength barely allowed them to contend with him. They heavily relied on their disciples to gradually eliminate the remaining forces of the nether dragon race. If the nether dragon race leader had reclaimed the 10,000 dragon nest, the 5 of them combined wouldn't be able to match him. Hence, they were perplexed to find Long Chen here. No, the atmosphere is off, said one of the saints. There was a corpse lying in front of Long Chen, and the nether dragon race's experts were staring at him in terror. Where is the old man? The 5 of them cried out in unison. After arriving here, they realized they couldn't even sense a trace of the nether dragon race leader's aura. Seeing this, Long Chen instantly realized that they were the mortal enemies of the nether dragon race. The nether dragon race had deliberately circulated information about capturing Long Chen to intimidate their enemies, but they hadn't expected it to provoke their enemies into attacking. The race leader had overestimated the intelligence of his enemies. Upon releasing this news, he had attached photographic jades as evidence for Long Chen's capture. The intention was to instill terror, leading them to convene for a discussion rather than launching an impulsive attack. However, his enemies somehow assumed that the race leader was releasing fake news and had found a fake Long Chen to trick them and get some breathing room. After all, the Long Chen in the photographic jade lacked any trace of his usual aura, and his expression was completely apathetic, without the slightest fear. He didn't seem like someone on the verge of death at all. Thus, after receiving those photographic jades, they assumed that the nether dragon race was trying to trick them, so they believed that launching an attack immediately would be the most opportune course of action. However, upon their arrival, they ended up seeing the real Long Chen. Dumbfounded, they were staring at him in confusion, not knowing what they should do. This is my business with the Nether Dragon race. I don't want others to interfere. Scram! Shouted Long Chen. When a lightning sphere appeared in Long Chen's hand, tribulation clouds covered the sky, plunging the world into instant darkness. Within the tribulation clouds, an endless cascade of lightning surged, making Long Chen look like a god of lightning who commanded the heavenly lightning of this realm. Following that, the energy within the tribulation clouds was sucked by the lightning sphere in Long Chen's hand, causing it to expand at an astonishing rate. The surrounding experts' expressions changed as the power contained within that sphere induced a sense of danger even in saints. Long Chen's words were devoid of courtesy because these experts were also not good people. They were bloodthirsty members of beast races, enemies of the human race. For them to attack the Nether Dragon race, it was like dogs attacking dogs, so it was a good thing for Long Chen. However, in the end, the Nether Dragon race was the traitor of the dragon race. As the mysterious dragon expert had passed down the dragon soul body forging art to Long Chen, he had a duty to clean up the trash of the dragon race. What an arrogant brat! Gradually, those saints recovered from their shock, and it transformed into anger. Long Chen seemed to completely look down on them. Did he just tell them to scram? Yet, for their people's safety, they gestured for them to retreat while the formidable experts held their ground. However, once those people left, leaving only the Nether Dragon race's experts present, the Nether Dragon experts saw the slightest glimmer of light. This was their best chance to escape. Yet, just as they moved, Long Chen's enormous lightning sphere exploded. Lightning instantly covered this entire space, covering all the Nether Dragon race's experts, as well as those 5 saints. Chapter 4495 Killing a Saint. The sphere of lightning exploded, but unlike before, it didn't haphazardly release lightning in a chaotic explosion. Instead, it transformed into lightning swords that accurately locked onto each expert. The lightning swords pierced through many Nether Dragon experts, causing them to convulse before ultimately collapsing. Other than a bloody hole in them, there was no other visible injury on them. Nevertheless, once pierced, the fire of their souls and their yuan spirits were instantly extinguished. In a single sweeping attack, countless experts met their demise. As their lifeless bodies tumbled to the ground, onlookers in the distance gasped. It had to be known that amongst them were several eternal experts and heavenly doyens, but they were all felled in one move by Long Chen. Long Chen waved his hand, causing his lightning chains to grab and toss them into the primal chaos space. The reason Long Chen had used a huge amount of spiritual strength to lock onto each of them was to keep their corpses intact for the black soil of the primal chaos space. Just as Long Chen tossed those corpses into the primal chaos space, 5 figures shot at him from 5 different directions. After they witnessed Long Chen unleash this devastating attack, a unanimous thought echoed in the minds of the 5: this individual could not be left alive. All 5 saints launched simultaneous attacks, wielding 5 saint weapons. These 5 attacks contained all of their power. As a result, spacetime twisted, and the entire world seemed like it would explode. The collective force of the 5 saints unleashing their most potent attacks was something that would kill the Nether Dragon race leader if he wasn't fully prepared. However, despite all this, Long Chen did not panic at all. A bronze cauldron materialized above his head, enveloping him within its protective embrace. 5 saint weapons struck the cauldron at almost the same time. As countless runes lit up on the bronze cauldron, a sacred pressure erupted and crushed those 5 saint weapons. The 5 saints were fully intent on killing Long Chen to get rid of this potential threat. However, as Long Chen unveiled the bronze cauldron, a chill swept through their hearts. Only at that moment did they recall that Long Chen possessed a bronze cauldron, rumored to be a primal chaos divine item. This very cauldron had succeeded in annihilating the Nether Dragon race's saint item, which even harbored a saint soul. By the time Long Chen took it out, it was too late for them to put away their weapons. Long Chen also gave them no chance to feel regret. In the end, their saint items exploded, and the 5 of them hacked up blood. The destruction of their saint items resulted in a severe backlash affecting them all. Given that their souls were tightly linked to their saint items, the destruction of these items created a tear in their souls. They writhed in agony, screaming while clutching their heads in torment. Divine Ring. Battle Armor. Long Chen put away the earth cauldron. In an instant, the 7-star battle armor and divine ring appeared, causing a sea of stars to quiver. A sacred light then emanated from Long Chen, piercing the heavens. The heavens yielded to this radiance, and the stars in the cosmos appeared to heed his summons. When starlight fell, the cosmos seemed to manifest within the world, Astral energy gathered within Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen realized that he had finally reached the peak power of the 7-star battle armor. After that, information flooded his mind, but he had no time to check it. He shot after one of the injured saints. Just as Long Chen unleashed a punch, countless stars seemed to merge with him, forming what seemed like battle armor crafted from stars. On his own, he embodied the supreme might of the cosmos. It was like Long Chen had gathered the blessing of all the stars above the 9 heavens. The might of this one punch could annihilate heaven and earth. In response, that saint roared with fury. Enduring the pain of his soul being torn, he thrust his sharp claw toward Long Chen's fist. Damn human, return my saint item. Although he had lost his saint item, this claw of his was a condensation of his life's cultivation, and it was almost on par with a saint item. He was confident that he could tear Long Chen apart. Starlight exploded as Long Chen's fist forcibly blasted that claw apart, causing the saint to scream in terror. Following that, Long Chen's fist blasted through the saint's head as well. The latter's Yuan spirit suddenly flew out, and instead of fleeing, went straight for Long Chen's head. Another blessing. Long Chen was startled but delighted. This fellow also wanted to try possessing him. No, it's a curse. Suddenly, Long Chen saw countless sinister runes appear on the saint's Yuan spirit, and he realized that this wasn't a possession. Ice Soul Divine Wall, Long Chen shouted, and a translucent barrier appeared in front of him. As the Yuan spirit crashed into it, countless runes stuck to it like mud. These runes instantly froze and then ignited. After all, this wall was made of the Ice Soul Divine Flame's power. When those runes ignited, some kind of black chi erupted. Long Chen hastily retreated. The place he had just been in had now been turned into a giant hole by that terrifying black chi, and it even corroded the Ice Soul barrier. If Long Chen had retreated any slower, he would have been struck. Long Chen was enraged, knowing that such a good thing wouldn't happen to him twice. He had almost lost his life just now, which triggered his killing intent. Lightning Flame World Extermination, Long Chen roared. With lightning in his left hand and flames in his right hand, he slammed them together, devouring that saint's Yuan spirit. After launching that curse, the saint's Yuan spirit was getting weak. As a result, he was powerless to resist Long Chen's counterattack. Finally recovered from the pain of having their souls torn, the other 4 saints hastily rushed over. Using their divine abilities, the 4 of them joined forces and attacked Long Chen at once. As combat veterans, they knew that attacking was the best way to create opportunities. If Long Chen was intent on killing their comrade, he would have to face their joint attack. Long Chen was incensed. The Earth Cauldron couldn't block divine abilities. However, he was unwilling to give up on killing this fellow. With a cold snort, divine light exploded out of him. His 7-color supreme blood and violet blood were unleashed, forming 2 barriers around him. Simultaneously, stars coalesced to form a 3rd protective barrier. Seeing that Long Chen dared to keep attacking while taking on their attacks, the 4 saints were enraged. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks blasted apart Long Chen's defenses, yet their force was significantly depleted after penetrating those 3 layers of protection. Despite that, Long Chen spat out blood. After all, while weakened, these attacks retained some formidable power of the saints. Withstanding the injuries, Long Chen didn't dispel Lei Linger and Huo Linger's power. Lightning and flames mixed, crushing that saint's Yuan spirit. Long Chen waved his hand and snatched that saint's body. His Kunpeng wings then shimmered, and he transformed into a streak of light, soaring away. You old ghosts, just you wait. When I become a divine venerate, all of your heads will fall. Long Chen's resolute voice reverberated through the air even after he vanished from sight. He left behind only those 4 unsightly saints, as well as a group of dumbstruck lifeforms. Chapter 4496 9 Heavenly Gates. Long Chen flew off. He could clearly sense the exit of this world thanks to the Nether Dragon race leader's countless years of accumulated energy that stemmed from heaven and earth. In order to prevent being surrounded, Long Chen rushed over at his top speed. As expected, there was a barrier around it. The experts of this world clearly had their special means of communication, and they wanted to stop him from leaving. Long Chen snorted and thrust a lightning spear right at the barrier. As the barrier exploded, Long Chen rushed through with barely a pause. This barrier was new and made from essence blood power. Due to not having any outstanding formation masters, they needed a long time to strengthen such a barrier. By the time Long Chen arrived, it had only been partially completed and was far from reaching its full strength. Thus, Long Chen barged through effortlessly. Through the barrier, Long Chen felt a familiar aura. This place was the Darklight Heaven, and here, he finally relaxed. After returning to the Darklight Heaven, there was nothing to fear. Even if they were to chase him, they would be suppressed by the laws of the heavenly Taos. And even if Long Chen couldn't beat them, with his speed, he'd be able to easily flee. Even after absorbing the energy of a saint, I still have a long way to go before I reach that level, sighed Long Chen. Saints were truly powerful, and Long Chen only survived their combined attack thanks to the protective prowess of the Earth Cauldron. Fortunately, these people didn't know its abilities. If they had used divine abilities instead of divine weapons, he would have been dead now. Today, he had made a fatal mistake assuming that the saint he had slain was attempting to possess him. In truth, that was just his heart's desire. If he hadn't clung to that hope and had directly annihilated his target's Yuan spirit, those four wouldn't have had time to react. Perhaps he would have been able to kill another saint by capitalizing on their weakened condition. Long Chen berated his own foolishness. Was he not aware of his own luck? How could so many good things happen to him at once? You're out. Long Chen had just passed through the world gate when he heard a familiar voice and saw a large figure. Long Chen was surprised to see the palace master waiting for him. Yet, the most astounding revelation was that the palace master now exuded a sacred and majestic aura. He had ascended to the saint realm. Excellent. Just as the sweeping elder said, opportunity does lie in crisis. It seems that I was worried for nothing. Let's go. The palace master patted Long Chen's shoulder, nodding in admiration. Long Chen was moved. It seemed that the palace master had been worried for him and came over. He probably knew what had happened to Long Chen. There's no need for such words between us. As for those little fish inside, you can ignore them for now. I just received word about manifestations appearing across various worlds, a sign that 9 heavenly gates are about to open. Their strongest monsters are about to come out. Many of them are exceptionally formidable entities, capable of cross-realm combat and easily slaying saints, conveyed the palace master. Easily slay saints. Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. With his power, he finally had the ability to fight saints. However, he couldn't guarantee anything, and that didn't mean that he had the power to kill them. Yet, some people could easily slay saints while fighting across realms. He found it hard to believe. The palace master sighed. This is a new era. If it weren't for the sweeping elder, I'd have missed this era. There are far too many people like me who have been waiting for this era. The regretful thing is that I wasn't born at the right time, and I encountered the sweeping elder too late. At most, I can only grasp the tail end of this era. However, some people have endured for millions of years and have gone through 1,000 nirvanic rebirths just for this chance. These individuals might appear youthful and of a similar age to you, but each of them is a bona fide monster without exception. Every single one possesses an extraordinary background. Now that those legendary existences are coming out, none of you can waste any more time. Other people have waited countless years for this era, and the factions supporting them have spent generations laying the groundwork to provide them with the best starting point. In contrast, you only had 20 years to build a foundation, a far cry from the foundations established over billions of years by others. It's not that you lack brilliance, rather, the heavens haven't bestowed you with enough time. Against those monsters, you cannot be careless. Perhaps this is my final time being able to protect you. I came specifically this time not just due to concerns about you within that world, but also fearing you might encounter one of those formidable beings. When Long Chen heard this, his heart shook. Although the palace master was speaking rather vaguely, how could Long Chen not understand? He instantly saw through the crux of the matter. The palace master had come this time not because he was worried about the Nether Dragon race leader or the other 5 saints. It was entirely because of those new monsters. For the palace master to be acting so carefully, it meant that if Long Chen were to encounter them, he wouldn't be able to beat them. Had others made such a claim, Long Chen would have dismissed it with laughter. That was because ever since the Phoenix Cry Empire, he had never encountered someone capable of surpassing him in the same realm. This was Long Chen's absolute confidence. No matter what kind of situation he was in, he was confident that he could get through it. However, today, the palace master uttered a keyword that stirred worry within him. He mentioned that some of these monsters had undergone a nirvanic rebirth. Long Chen had naturally heard of reincarnation, a phenomenon embedded in the laws of heaven and earth. However, there was an irrefutable law associated with it, the individual undergoing reincarnation would forfeit all memories of their previous life, initiating a fresh start. For example, Yu Qingxian. Long Chen had tested her memories countless times, but she only had memories of this lifetime. Furthermore, in her memories, he could only find a vague figure of himself and no other memories. However, the palace master said that some people had gone through a nirvanic rebirth. Then they definitely weren't like Yu Qingxian. If a person could keep the memories of multiple lives, then they would have the experiences of numerous existences. Such a person would truly be a heaven-defying monster. Since I have the pill sovereign memories deep in my soul, does that mean I also went through a nirvanic rebirth? Do I have more potential to unlock? Long Chen suddenly had a thought. At this time, Long Chen recalled that when he was fighting the saints and unleashing the full power of the 7-star battle armor, some information had appeared in his mind. Long Chen became rapt with joy. Chapter 4497 8th Star Nirvanic Charge. The 8th star, the Nirvanic Charge Star's pill formula. Long Chen was so overjoyed that he almost shouted. Just now, in the battle against the 5 saints, he had awoken the 8th star's pill formula. You're finally here. Long Chen almost wept with joy. He had doubted himself many times, thinking that he had gone so far off the original path that there was no chance of him awakening it. If he were to lose the support of the 9-star hegemon body art, he had no idea just how he would navigate his future path. Now, the pill formula had finally awoken within his mind, and the name of the star had also appeared, which meant that his path remained on course. It seems the 8th star never manifested in my mind, not because my realm wasn't high enough, but because the 7th star never reached full saturation. After absorbing the energy of the Nether Dragon race leader, the 7-star battle armor finally reached its peak state, and then I immediately awakened this pill formula. Long Chen came to a sudden understanding. So, all this time, the 7th star had never reached the complete requirements of the 9-star hegemon body art. That explained why he had been stuck for so long. Heaven Earth 5-element orchid, 1000 mark yin yang grass, universe blood spirit mushroom, star dew. When Long Chen checked the actual pill formula, his fiery joy was doused by a bucket of ice water. There were over 3,000 medicinal ingredients, and Long Chen had less than a tenth of them. Moreover, many of them were legendary divine medicines capable of bringing a person back from the brink of death on par with the sacred light pistol in value. Many of them had long since gone extinct. Long Chen had seen many of them in ancient tomes but none in real life. Worst of all, a tenth of the ingredients were entirely foreign to Long Chen, and despite his extensive knowledge, he had neither heard of nor seen them. All this time, Long Chen had been gathering every medicinal ingredient available to him, as he maintained an ongoing collaboration with the wine trading company. As a result, Long Chen's medicinal field was brimming with an abundance of medicinal ingredients, sufficient to refine over 80% of the world's ordinary medicinal pills. However, the Nirvanic Charge Star's pill formula instantly dealt him a serious blow. It became apparent that his current assortment of ingredients, while suitable for ordinary medicinal pills, fell far short of the complex requirements of the Nirvanic Charge pill. Given his wealth, he had thought that he would only be missing a few or even have them all if he was lucky. However, reality didn't give him any face. Don't panic. Many of those ingredients are not found in your world. When the new world opens, you'll have the ability to gather them. To gain without joy, to lose without sorrow, your heart must always remain calm, said the Earth Cauldron. To gain without joy, to lose without sorrow. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He was not even close to reaching that realm. It was like telling someone starving that lunch had been changed to dinner, and they'd have to wait until then. Although Long Chen was disappointed, he had experienced such a thing plenty of times, so he was used to it. After a moment of disappointment, his mental state also stabilized. In any case, he finally had the pill formula, so he could just slowly gather the medicinal ingredients. In any case, the 7-star battle armor had reached its strongest state, and Long Chen was eager to explore the newfound strength, unsure of just how many times more powerful it had become compared to before. At the same time, his dragon blood, violet blood, and 7-color supreme blood had also been upgraded. He had truly profited from disaster, so he learned how to be satisfied with what he had. When Long Chen returned to the academy, Bai Shishi and Yu Qingxian sighed with relief. The Dragon Blood Legion also started gathering. "Boss, weren't you captured by the Nether Dragon race?" asked Guo Ran and the others. When the Nether Dragon race captured Long Chen, they quickly disseminated news of their success. However, the information took time to spread. The first to receive this information were those 5 saints, and it took a while for the information to reach the High Firmament Academy's side. When the Dragonblood Legion heard that their boss had been captured, they immediately prepared for a frontal assault. However, Long Chen was already back before they were done. Seeing them like this, Long Chen was moved. His lifelong brothers were the most loyal people in the universe. There was nothing of the sort. I intentionally let myself be captured to get myself into their headquarters, and then I blew it up, laughed Long Chen. By not normally bragging, once he did, others would naturally believe him. Long Chen didn't want to explain too much to prevent Yu Qingxian and Bai Shishi from worrying, and a touch of bravado seemed sufficient to close the matter. Haha, I knew that my boss was unrivaled. How could he be captured? Guo Ran laughed delightedly as he trusted Long Chen blindly. Boss, weren't you going after that life hunter expert? How did you end up encountering the Nether Dragon race leader? Asked Sha Chen. He was unlucky. Long Chen naturally didn't admit that he had been the unlucky one. In any case, he had bragged, so he had to keep it up to the end. At this moment, Long Chen saw Luo Ning in the crowd. Although she was still pale and weak, she had recovered enough that her life was no longer in danger. Alongside her were Luo Bing and Yu Qingyan, standing with the Dragonblood Legion. Despite her frailty, hearing that Long Chen had been captured, Luo Ning had vehemently opposed the objections of Guo Ran and others, insisting on coming with them to rescue him. Luo Ning's mouth twitched a few times upon seeing Long Chen look at her. However, even after she opened her mouth, she couldn't say anything. Long Chen smiled. I already killed that fellow. Really? Luo Ning was delighted. The others were also startled as that life hunter expert was a monster. When Long Chen had gone after him, everyone had been worried for him, praying for his safe return. Thus, they were amazed to hear that he had actually killed that terrifying fellow. In truth, the life hunter race isn't so amazing. We just don't know enough about their techniques. Once we understand them, they no longer seem so invulnerable, said Long Chen. Actually, Long Chen only said this to reduce their fear of the life hunter race. The life hunter race truly was powerful. In the future, Long Chen and his companions would have to be careful against them. The regretful thing was that after the life hunter expert used the verdict of the heavenly Daos, his corpse simply vanished. So, there was nothing for Guo Ran and Sha Chen to study. Even if they couldn't find any weaknesses from it, studying the body's essence, blood and core runes might provide them with some insights. Long Chen had everyone scatter and rest, but he asked Luo Bing and Luo Ning to stay behind. He then discreetly gave a heavenly Doyan fruit to each of them. These were new fruits he had obtained from destroying the Nether Dragon race's strongholds. Following that, he distributed the leftovers to the Dragonblood warriors. As for the final 5-star heavenly Doyan fruit, Long Chen hesitated over it for a long time, but ultimately gave it to Sha Chen. When Sha Chen obtained this heavenly Doyan fruit, he immediately went into seclusion, and Long Chen followed suit. This time, he wanted to actually reach the 12th heaven stage of the World King realm. Chapter 4498 Great Circle of World King. As thunder rumbled in the sky, the pressure of a saint descended. A colossal lightning dragon then swirled through the clouds, voraciously consuming the thunder force. This lightning dragon was none other than Lei Linger, who had endured countless saint pill tribulations. Thanks to the black soil devouring the bodies of saints, the primal chaos space was now saturated with thunder force, allowing Lei Linger to continuously enhance her strength. Nevertheless, a saint's body contained only a limited amount of thunder force. On the other hand, the thunder force in this heavenly tribulation seemed boundless. The downside to it was that the thunder force was extremely violent and contained the will of heaven and earth. It wasn't as gentle as the Saint Thunder Force in the primal chaos space. However, after fighting against it countless times, Long Chen finally thought of a way to have Lei Linger absorb as much of that energy as possible. She simply didn't need to fight. Lei Linger would absorb as much of this heavenly tribulation's energy as possible, simply keeping it inside her body until she was about to burst before returning to the primal chaos space. Then that thunder force would immediately become much gentler. Thus, Lei Linger was wantonly absorbing thunder force in the outside world. As long as her body didn't explode, she could keep absorbing more. Long Chen would always summon Saint Pill Tribulation when he refined the Sacred Light Snow Lotus Pill. Hence, Lei Linger had undergone this kind of absorption many times. With a supreme cheat item like the Primal Chaos Space, By the time Long Chen finished his refinement and summoned the next tribulation, Lei Linger would have finished refining the Thunder Force from before and be ready to absorb more. After Long Chen had absorbed the Nether Dragon race leader's heavenly Tao energy, all his essence, qi, and spirit had improved immensely. As a result, he no longer needed to use medicinal pills to recover his spiritual strength during the pill refinement. After completing over 10 refinements, he could just take a brief rest and promptly resume his work. Refining the Sacred Light Snow Lotus pill now required only the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Long Chen's speed was simply unparalleled, and if news of this spread, it would definitely scare a mass of alchemists to death. With each saint pill Long Chen refined, more rust fell from the earth cauldron, and its sacred aura intensified. The extensive refinement proved to be immensely beneficial for the cauldron. As the rust gradually disappeared, it exposed a series of runes that left Long Chen deeply astonished. Despite not being a rune expert, Long Chen felt like he was looking at a miniature version of the universe. Each rune seemed like a miniature embodiment of the laws governing the world. However, other than the rust, there were still stains left on those runes, looking like bloodstains. Long Chen wanted to brush them off, only for the earth cauldron to shout at him not to. It said that starting now, Long Chen could no longer touch it, or he would be infected by some terrifying karma. At that time, Long Chen had jumped in shock. Ever since the earth cauldron woke up, it had been like a kindly elder and had never shouted at him so harshly. For it to be so serious, this matter could not be taken lightly. Hence, Long Chen didn't even dare to ask more questions about it. The earth cauldron explained to Long Chen that he could touch it before due to the protective layer of rust. With the rust falling away, its true form was becoming apparent, and Long Chen could no longer casually touch it. Also, the stains had to have some terrifying origins, so the earth cauldron warned Long Chen never to touch them. From now on, if he wanted to summon it to defend, he would have to use spiritual strength alone. Before Long Chen was berated, he had used his spiritual strength to examine those stains. Other than the aura of time, he also sensed a fierce aura. However, he didn't dare to examine it further as that aura sent shivers down his spine. Since Long Chen couldn't ask about those things any further, he simply continued refining pills with the earth cauldron. Just like that, Lei Linger was constantly growing stronger. Finally, the primal chaos space's corpses had been fully devoured, so Long Chen tossed the 10,000 dragon nest onto the black soil. The black soil had finished devouring the bodies of saints, and its devouring power had intensified to the extent that the 10,000 dragon nest was visibly shrinking. The life energy it released spurred rampant growth in all the vegetation within the primal chaos space. The 1,000-leaf sacred light lotus underwent cycles of maturation, withering, rebirth, growth, flowering, and pistil production. As Long Chen refined pills, he kept an eye on the primal chaos space, delighted by the amount of life energy released by the 10,000 dragon nest. Even as he refined the sacred light snow lotus pill at his shocking speed, he ended up with even more sacred light pistils. Furthermore, the moon tree and fusong trees were growing crazily. Currently, the moon trees and fusong trees had grown to a terrifying level. The flame essence contained within a single leaf was so powerful that even a heavenly doyen would meet their end against it if they weren't prepared. Flames flickered atop the 3,000 moon trees and 3,000 fusong trees, known as the moon flame and the sun flame, respectively. However, despite their names, they couldn't be truly classified as flames on the heavenly flame rankings. That was because they lacked spirituality. Despite the moon flame and the sun flame being ranked above the ice soul divine flame, their terror did not live up to the legends. Huo Linger simply absorbed their power to nourish her core flame, the ice soul. After all, back then, Bing Po had transferred half of her core to Huo Linger, essentially leaving a seed of the ice soul within her. Originally, the transformation of this seed into the true ice soul seemed inconceivable without many eons of growth. However, the nourishment of the moon flame and the sun flame strengthened Huo Linger's ice soul divine flame constantly. It gradually came to possess the might of a top 10 heavenly flame. Due to the rapid growth of the moon trees and fusong trees, their flame energy had also gone through a qualitative shift. This shift, in turn, induced a qualitative change in the ice soul divine flame. Huo Linger was no longer a multicolored flame dragon, she had transformed into a pure, snow-white dragon, radiating a holy and sacred aura. Despite possessing the power to destroy the world, her formidable aura remained concealed deep within her. When she took the form of a white-robed maiden, She looked like a fairy carved out of ice-cold jade. But when she erupted, she could destroy the world. The 10,000 dragon nest was rapidly devoured, and Long Chen's realm experienced rapid expansion through the refinement and consumption of pills. Long Chen, Huo Linger, and Lei Linger were undergoing rapid growth, with Huo Linger and Lei Linger in particular displaying newfound strength that even made Long Chen afraid. A month later, an explosive sound came from Long Chen's body, and his aura crashed toward the heavens like a tsunami. At this moment, his essence, qi, and spirit reached an unprecedented peak. "I've finally reached the great circle of the World King realm," Long Chen shouted in excitement. The last 3 heaven stages had truly been difficult to advance through. However, the breakthrough of these last 3 heaven stages also made him feel more powerful than he had ever been, nearly equivalent to the strength absorbed from the Nether Dragon race leader. The moment that Long Chen came out of seclusion, he received an infuriating report that instantly ignited his anger. Chapter 4499 Gate to the Ninth Heaven. Heavenly Province, you've gone too far. Outside the gates of the High Firmament Academy, Long Chen and the others wore dark expressions. At this moment, Luo Ning gritted her teeth in fury. The Heavenly Province had sent them a gift, a giant violet crystal. Its beauty was absent, replaced by a grisly, blood-stained appearance. This crystal was crafted from violet blood, a substance unique to the violet blood race, and only their essence blood could be refined into such a form. However, it wasn't composed of the pure essence of the violet blood, rather, it consisted of the impurities extracted from their blood. As disciples of the violet blood race advanced, they expelled these impurities, often in the form of violet powder, a substance they never bothered to collect. That meant this crystal was made of the essence blood of countless people. Clearly, the Heavenly Province had absorbed the essence of the violet blood before refining the impurities into this crystal as a gift for Long Chen. The crystal was over 10 meters tall, representing the annihilation of an entire branch of the violet blood race and the deaths of millions of people. This was the Heavenly Province's declaration of war against Long Chen. Since Long Chen had killed a member of the Lifehunter race, the Lifehunter race immediately retaliated. Long Chen's expression was gloomy, and he clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. He had been pushed to the limit. His fury was almost out of control, but he didn't know where the Heavenly Province's headquarters was. Although the Heavenly Province had come out in a loud and tyrannical fashion, they were a group of extremely mysterious and crafty people. They were the ones capable of finding others, and others wouldn't be able to even find their shadow. "Long Chen, don't get angry. They're doing this on purpose," said Yu Qingxian, holding Long Chen's hand. The other side's goal was clear and simple: to enrage Long Chen. Next time, when he fought someone from the Heavenly Province, he would lose his mind and show openings for them to take advantage of. Long Chen also knew this. However, he couldn't stop himself from being enraged. Unfortunately, all this rage had nowhere to go as he had no idea where the other side was. "Heavenly Province, I will send you to the province of death sooner or later," blurted Long Chen after managing to suppress his anger. The violet blood race had many branches. As long as the Luo family was fine, there was no need for Long Chen to be too anxious. Luo Bing and Luo Ning had sensed the crystal and were sure that it wasn't from the Luo family or the Shu family. It was some other branch. Hence, Long Chen had Luo Bing and Luo Ning take the blood crystal. As fellow members of the violet blood race, if they could one day confirm its origins, they would be able to give them a proper farewell. Sha Chen, you. After dealing with the blood crystal, Long Chen turned to Sha Chen and was shocked to find that the latter's aura hadn't changed at all. He was still a triple supreme. Just as Long Chen thought that the heavenly Doyan fruit had no effect on him, Sha Chen smiled slightly and pointed at his forehead. An immortal character seal appeared there. Long Chen instantly understood and laughed. "You little fellow, when did you learn to be so sinister?" Sha Chen had actually used a talisman to seal his own Doyan aura and power. "It was my idea, hee. Conning people to death definitely feels better than beating them openly," laughed Guo Ran. Guo Ran and Sha Chen were always together, cooking up new inventions and plans. Hence, when Sha Chen became a Doyan, Guo Ran was shocked as Sha Chen's Doyan aura was absolutely terrifying. With a wave of his hand, the aura of the heavenly Daos followed him. Furthermore, due to just becoming a Doyan, Sha Chen couldn't fully reserve his aura. Seeing that scene, Guo Ran immediately proposed putting a seal on Sha Chen to cover up his Doyan aura. With it, not only would Sha Chen be able to silently utilize Doyan power, but at a critical time, he could undo the seal and instantly catch his opponent off guard. With the power of the world as his backing now, his power was unfathomable. However, the stronger he was, the more low-key he wanted to be. After being with Guo Ran all the time, he had been led astray as well. Their principle was simple: if I can con you to death, I won't bother fighting you openly. As a result, Sha Chen developed a seal to completely cover up his Doyan power. Now, the only ones in the Dragonblood Legion aware that Sha Chen had become a terrifying Doyan were Long Chen and Guo Ran. If he were to fight others, he could definitely con them. Who would think that a triple supreme would suddenly become a terrifying heavenly Doyan? That's right, boss, I have just refined all of the saint-level immortal metals that you brought back. Sha Chen and I believe that we can create a saint divine item for you. Without one, you won't be able to use the 9 forms of split the heavens, said Guo Ran. Only now, Long Chen was startled. Considering the time that had passed since their return from the esoteric spirit world, the refining process seemed rather slow. However, thinking about it, he realized that those were saint-level materials. With Guo Ran's skill level, refining them was extremely difficult, so it was natural for it to be slow. Looking at the Dragonblood warriors, Long Chen instantly noted that their armor and weapons didn't have any of the aura of those saint-level materials. He understood what this meant. Boss, started Ji Yu Yong and the others. Long Chen waved his hand, interrupting them. Since I'm the boss, what I say counts. Use all those materials to strengthen the brothers of the Dragonblood Legion. The pathway to the 9th heaven is about to open, and monsters from various worlds are appearing. The Dragonblood Legion must be ready then. But boss, Guo Ran was unwilling to do this. Without a suitable weapon, Long Chen would be unable to unleash his full power. Am I the boss, or are you the boss? Demanded Long Chen. He knew they had good intentions, but he had plenty of trump cards as well. He wasn't worried about not having a weapon. However, the situation was different for the Dragonblood Legion. They were still triple supremes and not Doyans. While facing an ordinary Doyan posed no significant threat, confronting a formidable figure like Netherdragon Tianzhao would be a different story. If the saint-level materials were incorporated into their equipment, their defensive and offensive prowess would rise to a new level. What made it more impactful was the fact that the Dragonblood Legion worked together. Strengthening just 1 or 2 members wouldn't make a significant difference, but if the entire Legion experienced an upgrade, their collective power would become truly formidable. Guo Ran couldn't say anything in response. While he and Sha Chen were thrilled to have acquired those divine materials, their limited power meant a considerable amount of waste during the refining process. Despite the inefficiencies, they pressed on to avoid falling behind. They then finished the refinement, but a new challenge emerged. If they upgraded the Dragonblood warriors' equipment, there wouldn't be enough material left to create a weapon for Long Chen. That gave them a headache. After private discussions with the whole Legion, they reached a consensus to discreetly forge a weapon specifically for Long Chen. However, before they could even start studying how to make such a weapon, Yu Zifeng spoke up in opposition, saying that if they dared to do such a thing, their boss would definitely be unhappy with them. As a result, Guo Ran tested the waters, only to end up exactly as Yu Zifeng had predicted. In the end, Guo Ran gathered the weapons and armor of the Dragonblood warriors to upgrade them. He had personally made them, so upgrading them wasn't anything difficult for him. By incorporating saint-level materials into their equipment, even if it didn't elevate them to the status of true saint items, they would emanate a hint of a saint item's aura. Within the realm of eternal divine items, they would definitely stand as the strongest existences. Days later, the world started shaking. A formidable aura permeated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Divine light beamed from various world gates, converging to rupture the sky and unveil an enormous gate. The gate to the 9th heaven has finally opened. Within the academy, the sweeping elder paused and looked into the distance. His turbid eyes gradually grew clear, and his eyes seemed to see through that gate. What shall come will come. Chapter 4500 Starry Sea Heavenly Path, Broken Sea of Stars. At the core of the dark light heaven, the light of the various worlds gathered into one enormous gate. The entire world shook. However, some ancient factions seemed to have predicted this and didn't react. On the other hand, the rest of the world was shocked, and the dark undercurrents started to surge. When Long Chen returned to the esoteric spirit world, he saw that the divine light shooting out of its gate was coming from the esoteric spirit eye. It pierced through the gateway and seamlessly integrated into it. Long Chen wanted to check the esoteric spirit eye and see if he could look at the other world again. Had it changed? Was the stone lifeform still present? However, the esoteric spirit eye was like a gushing spring, so let alone going underwater, it was impossible to even get close to it. This was the power of the world gushing out, potent enough to annihilate even a saint if drawn into its currents. During this period, the esoteric spirit world faced no threats. The energy of the holy tree permeated every corner of the realm, transforming it into the exclusive domain of the earth spirit race. The all-encompassing presence of the holy tree meant that the world's power was under its control. Now, the holy tree was unleashing the full power of the esoteric spirit eye to nourish the earth spirit race. With the help of the holy tree and Yi Shui, as well as the earth spirit race's racial advantage, powerful experts rose amongst them like bamboo shoots after rainfall. When Long Chen returned, he didn't dare to believe his eyes. The earth spirit races now had thousands of heavenly doyens, and tens of thousands of budding doyens. After asking, he learned that this was thanks to no longer being disturbed by their enemies. Having taken control of the esoteric spirit eye's energy, the holy tree could use its energy to stimulate the potential of the earth spirit race's heavenly geniuses. The earth spirit race's disciples were also extremely hardworking. All of them were going all out, not daring to slack off in the slightest. After all, the earth spirit race had almost been destroyed. Seeing so many of their comrades fall to the butcher's blade of their enemies made them profoundly aware of just how important power was. Presented with this rare opportunity for improvement, they spared no effort. In their own words, they were hoping that the efforts of their generation would protect their descendants and let them live in peace. The earth spirit race had completely transformed. The newly awakened doyens were far from ordinary, with several among them being truly terrifying beings. Long Chen estimated that quite a few of them were two-star doyens. As for Yi Shui, she was the most terrifying existence. Her sacred aura seemed to flow out of her endlessly, but it didn't pressure anyone. Hence, it was impossible to tell what level she was at. After all, Yi Shui was not a fighter but a genius at support. In group battles, she could use her power to draw out the full potential of her people and even heal them. Although the power of thousands of doyens was limited, with Yi Shui present, no one knew what kind of terrifying power they could unleash. If those thousands of doyens were like firewood, Yi Shui was the tinder that could set them ablaze. In the end, no matter how strong the earth spirit grew, they were still eternally grateful to Long Chen. As a result, they were always extremely respectful whenever they saw Long Chen, to the point that he felt a bit embarrassed. Race leader, you've come out of seclusion. Just as Long Chen was about to leave, he saw Yi Ling come over. Long Chen felt even more embarrassed now. In order to protect her people, Yi Ling had ignited her own soul essence, so she had been in recovery this entire time. Even with the holy tree's help, her recovery speed was very slow. Yi Ling smiled. Actually, I'm just healing, so I'm not really in seclusion. Come with me. The holy tree wishes to speak to you. Long Chen followed Yi Ling to the bottom of the holy tree. Compared to before, it was many times grander. The divine light on its leaves illuminated the entire esoteric spirit world, making everything beneath its branches a wonderland. A sacred aura came from it and cleansed Long Chen's mind. When he arrived, a green leaf slowly floated down from the holy tree. It was an enormous leaf at first but was only the size of a palm when it arrived before Long Chen. With deliberate ease, Long Chen caught the leaf, and it shimmered with vitality. As the leaf gradually melted into his hand, it left behind minuscule imprints on the center of his palm. These marks then slowly faded away. Long Chen didn't know what was going on. Yi Ling explained, the holy tree has left a mark on you. That way, when you enter the pathway to the ninth heaven, if you encounter any of our people, they will help you. That world will have others like you. Long Chen was startled. The holy tree says that it can sense their auras. They are like us, cursed by fiends. As you have the spirit race's blessing, under normal circumstances, our people wouldn't dare to approach you for fear of cursing you. Now that you have the holy tree's mark though, if they sense you, they will come forward to help you. This way, you won't be alone in that world, answered Yi Ling. Just what kind of world is it? Long Chen couldn't help asking. Yi Ling didn't reply and just looked at the holy tree. The holy tree's leaves flashed repeatedly, as if communicating with it. After a while, Yi Ling said, the holy tree says that it is a pathway, a crack between worlds. Although it is a pathway, it is also its own world, called the pathway to the ninth heaven. As the name implies, it connects to the ninth heaven, the final heaven of the 9 heavens and also the strongest world. Hearing this, he hastily asked, "Then does that mean that following the pathway to the 9th heaven will let you enter the 9th heaven?" Yi Ling nodded. "In theory, yes. However, theory is not reality. It is said that the starry sea heavenly path that leads to the 9th heaven was broken in the battle of gods and devils in the primal chaos era. Although the pathway to the 9th heaven has appeared, wanting to use it to enter the 9th heaven is almost impossible. No one can pass through that broken sea of stars." Starry sea heavenly path, broken sea of stars. Long Chen's heart shook. The mysterious voice had previously mentioned something about the pathway to the 9th heaven. It seemed like the owner of that voice lived in the 9th heaven. Long Chen was still lost when it came to the 9-star hegemon body art and the pill sovereign memories. Now, it seemed that the only one who knew the answers to his questions was the master of that mysterious voice. When Long Chen continued asking questions about what the 9th heaven was like, the holy tree couldn't reply. That was because it only knew this much from its inherited memories. All it could say was that back then, when the starry sea heavenly path was broken, certain lifeforms fled from the 9th heaven and became ensnared within the pathway. Over time, the channel evolved into a distinct and autonomous world, complete with its own set of specific laws. In essence, it became a self-contained realm outside of the 9 heavens. After speaking to the holy tree, Long Chen came to realize a terrifying fact: the pathway to the 9th heaven was a huge opportunity, but it was also a hellish trial. This stemmed from the realization that the original lifeforms within the pathway were once beings that occupied the pinnacle of the world. Furthermore, if Long Chen and his companions were to enter the pathway to the 9th heaven, those lifeforms would brand them as invaders and hunt them down. It was a terrifying place. The impression conveyed by the holy tree suggested that it harbored hope for Long Chen to safeguard its people once they ventured into that world. Upon returning from the esoteric spirit world, Long Chen looked at the sky and saw the enormous gate still hovering in the sky. However, a seed had now manifested within it, and seeing it made Long Chen's heart pound wildly. Chapter 4501 Black Lotus, Yanshu Flame. That seed in the heavenly gate was a lotus seed, and it looked extremely similar to the lotus seed in Long Chen's primal chaos space. However, Long Chen's lotus seed was golden, and this one was pitch black with black chi swirling around it. Even through space, he could feel the vast primal chaos aura around it. Long Chen found that the pillar of light shooting out of the gate to the esoteric spirit world behind him had grown brighter after this black seed appeared. Primal chaos chi was gathering from every world gate, and the seed inside the heavenly gate was receiving the nourishment of that energy. It started to germinate, and its form quickly changed. When its first leaf burst out, Long Chen could see what that was. It really is a lotus. Having personally witnessed the devil eye water lily's growth, Long Chen couldn't help but draw parallels to the lotus leaf before him. However, the lotus leaf's aura was millions of times stronger. Despite the immense distance that separated him from the solitary leaf, it exuded a formidable pressure that sent shivers down Long Chen's spine. When Long Chen looked at that black lotus seed, countless eyes throughout the world also looked at it. Some were terrified, and others were excited. After the first leaf appeared, its growth accelerated, and that single leaf grew to the point that it could cover an entire prefecture. Once this leaf reached a certain size, it stopped growing, and the second leaf appeared. When it emerged, the world started to shake, as it forcibly sucked the primal chaos chi in the world. Seeing this scene, countless sects started to panic and hastily shut down their formations, especially their primal chaos spirit gathering formations. They found that the primal chaos chi within their spirit stones was undergoing forcible extraction. Following that, the third, fourth, and fifth leaves appeared. The growth of every heaven-shrouding leaf sucked this world's primal chaos chi away. When the ninth leaf appeared, the world seemed to return to the point before the various world gates opened. There was no longer any primal chaos chi around. The ninth leaf fully absorbed the primal chaos chi from the entire world in just a few breaths, and this terrified countless people. A black flower bud had appeared on it. When it emerged, there was no further change in this world as the primal chaos chi had been sucked away. Just then, the various world gates shook. The esoteric spirit world's gate started to crumble, forming a giant channel. Long Chen observed with his naked eye as exceptionally pure primal chaos chi coalesced into an overwhelming torrent surging out from that channel. Not good, I have to return to the academy. Long Chen tried to use Sha Chen's transportation formation here, only to find that it had lost effect. Without thinking about it, he knew that it had to be connected to the Black Lotus. Long Chen then summoned his kunpeng wings and transformed into a streak of light, heading toward the High Firmament Academy. I'm a bit slower. Long Chen's heart shook. The fact that his speed was slower meant that the world's laws were silently changing. The mysterious Black Lotus was affecting the entire world. Its 9 leaves shrouded the heavens, and the bud unfolded in a gradual blooming process, seemingly in preparation to open the gate to the 9th heaven. However, this gate gave off an ominous aura more reminiscent of a gate to hell. The lotus consumed the entire world's primal chaos chi. It was definitely the most terrifying existence that Long Chen had ever encountered in this lifetime. As the lotus slowly bloomed, the enormous heavenly gate started to twist. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen found that the opening of this gate was a bit strange. Long Chen passed by countless sects and cities and saw many experts staring at the sky in horror. They felt incomparably minuscule in front of that Black Lotus, their hearts filled with terror and unease. When they saw Long Chen fly by, those with sharp eyes recognized the golden kunpeng wings to be Long Chen's. After all, Long Chen was the most famous existence within the Dark Light Heaven, this generation's sage king who had defeated the first awakened heavenly Doyen. The Dark Light Heaven was now teeming with formidable monsters, rumored to be able to easily slay Long Chen. However, those rumors couldn't be trusted. After all, hadn't Netherdragon Tianzhao also said the same thing, only to be beaten by Long Chen? No matter how powerful those monsters were, as long as they didn't fight Long Chen was still viewed as an undefeatable battle god. Just as Long Chen was flying through the air, the Black Lotus's bud slowly opened, and black flames appeared inside of it. Long Chen's expression completely changed when he saw those black flames. That flame is... Long Chen couldn't believe it. It was Yanshu flame, the strongest flame of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it was also one of Long Chen's mortal enemies. Long Chen had fought against Yanshu's sons and even slain his 9th son. Thus, Long Chen was extremely sensitive toward Yanshu flame. As the Black Lotus related to Yanshu, muttered Long Chen, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Yanshu flame was the strongest flame of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, an existence capable of devouring all the world's flames. Long Chen had to be careful. Big brother Long Chen, it would be best if I could devour that flame, Huo Linger expressed with excitement, her voice resonating. Long Chen felt a stir in his heart. The Yanshu flame was renowned as the strongest, capable of devouring all other flames. Yet, Huo Linger possessed the ability to consume any flame as well. The question lingered, who was truly stronger? A sudden smile crossed Long Chen's face. As expected, the concept of everlasting supremacy was non-existent. All things had their own banes. Perhaps Huo Linger was the bane of the Yanshu flame. That wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. With Huo Linger by his side, Long Chen felt a surge of confidence. Now, as he gazed at the formidable flame in the sky, his vigilance transformed into greed. If Huo Linger could absorb it, then who cared about Doyens? Who cared about saints? They would all be juniors in front of him. Huo Linger expressed her desire to devour the flame, signifying her confidence in possessing the necessary power. The inclination was right, all she lacked was the opportunity. Hours later, Long Chen returned to the High Firmament Academy, and the Black Lotus had already fully bloomed. The lotus rotated, its leaves trembling as primal chaos chi surged toward it. Black flames erupted from the lotus, causing the entire world to contort and twist. Suddenly, the Black Lotus blasted the gate apart, leaving everyone dumbfounded. If the gate was blown apart, how could they enter? The moment the gate exploded, the Black Lotus also vanished and left behind an enormous black vortex in its stead. At this moment, Long Chen saw many figures rushing toward that vortex like bolts of lightning. Could it be? Long Chen was stunned. Yes, that is the gate. Just then, Bai Lishan silently appeared by Long Chen's side. The Dragonblood Legion, the Academy's disciples, and the Battle God Palace's disciples walked out of the gate of the Academy. Move out, enter the heavenly gate and see the original form of this world. The key to changing this world lies within. Children, I wish you good fortune. Bai Lishan looked at Long Chen, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, and the others with a hint of reluctance. Long Chen knew that his reluctance stemmed from the knowledge that once they entered, many of them might not ever return. However, they were cultivators. After stepping onto this path, they could no longer retreat. Even if they had to face death, they had to see the real world. Long Chen cupped his fists toward Bai Lishan. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone toward that enormous vortex. Chapter 4502 Immortal Ancient Battlefield. Sweeping Elder, I'm going as well. Within the academy, the black-robed palace master bowed to the Sweeping Elder. The Sweeping Elder was solemn. The path to the ninth heaven has opened, coinciding with the immortal ancient battlefield. Individuals like yourself, who missed the prime of this era but are catching the tail end of it, will be rushing in. Countless dangers await inside, with an overwhelming number of individuals more talented and formidable than you. Are you sure you want to take this risk? That is why I've come to say goodbye. This parting might be forever, and perhaps this little one will never be able to repay your kindness. Please forgive me, expressed the palace master. The palace master appeared resolute in his decision to depart, prepared for the possibility of never returning. Despite this, his countenance remained calm. He had long surpassed the point of being concerned about life and death. The palace master was an upright figure who disliked owing anyone anything. The only one whom he had never managed to repay was the Sweeping Elder, who had saved his life in the past. The path to the ninth heaven was the opportunity for Long Chen's generation, one in which the palace master wasn't entitled to partake. However, the palace master had his own opportunity. After all, the opening of the ninth heaven had caused a chaotic spacetime current to appear, creating a crack in the seal of the immortal ancient battlefield, a place without the restriction of cultivation base, so anyone could go in. However, the spatial crack possessed enough power to crush ordinary saints, so even someone like the palace master couldn't guarantee that he could pass through it safely. Even if he could pass through the crack, he didn't know what kind of terrifying existences waited for him inside. Thus, the palace master was prepared for the worst-case scenario. As a cultivator, he had stepped onto the path of no return. It didn't matter whether it was a mountain of blades or a sea of fire inside, he could only advance, not retreat. He could accept dying on the battlefield, but the thought of his cultivation base stagnating for the rest of his life was unbearable for him. What was more frightening than death was mediocrity, especially for a prideful expert like the palace master. The Sweeping Elder nodded. Since you have made your decision, go. Once you enter, you might encounter people related to Long Chen. Look after them. People related to Long Chen. The palace master was startled. Weren't the only people related to Long Chen in the same generation as him? Why would they go to the ancient battlefield? Amongst them will be two twin sisters. They will definitely go to the immortal ancient battlefield because their ancestors died on that battlefield. They are part of the god race of the netherworld that conceals an unknown secret. The Black Lotus has appeared, and the 6 Tao's are resonating. Their sealed memories should have awakened. After awakening those memories, they will definitely search for traces of their inheritance in the immortal ancient battlefield, replied the Sweeping Elder. His turbid eyes looked into the distance, as if seeing through spacetime. It was as if he could see the future. The netherworld's god race, are they related to Long Chen? Asked the palace master. Not to Long Chen but to his inheritance. The scope of their relationship is grand. Sometimes, things that look completely unrelated are actually connected in ways that you will have never imagined. In this world, there are not that many coincidences, said the Sweeping Elder. The palace master nodded. He then bowed once more to the Sweeping Elder and left. Once the palace master was gone, the Sweeping Elder's gaze turned back to the vortex in the sky. The specks in his turbid eyes spun like stars in the cosmos, gradually forming a vortex identical to the one in the sky. After a long time, the Sweeping Elder smiled. The Grand Tao is in chaos. The fate of the heavens is shrouded. Unfathomable, inestimable, no guide to the laws, no order to the heavens. You wish to cover the heavens. Unfortunately, some people do not listen to the heavens. Within the vortex in his eyes, Long Chen's figure appeared. He was leading the Dragonblood Legion and the Academy's disciples toward the vortex with no hesitation. Boss, this time, our Dragonblood Legion should be able to fully gather. Guo Ran looked at the enormous vortex without the slightest fear. He was full of anticipation. Hearing that, everyone, including Long Chen, had their blood heat up. Although over 5,000 Dragonblood warriors had gathered, he still hadn't encountered the rest. Long Chen originally assumed that those people had met a grisly end upon entering the immortal world. Given their circumstances, that was understandable. However, back in the Vermilion Bird Empire, Long Chen had heard someone mention the wood element healing warriors of the Dragonblood Legion. Even now, they hadn't appeared, which made Long Chen extremely curious. His anticipation grew as he hoped to discover more Dragonblood warriors. Perhaps their delayed gathering signaled that the opportune moment had not yet arrived. With the gate to the ninth heaven now open, elite individuals from all corners of the world, regardless of the era, were bound to emerge. The Dragonblood Legion would definitely find more of its people. Yet, intertwined with this anticipation was an underlying nervousness. If, even now, the Dragonblood Legion failed to assemble entirely, it suggested that some of them might never return. The competition within the immortal world was fierce, with unforeseen events unfolding at every turn. Every Dragonblood warrior had brushed by death countless times, so they were aware of just how dangerous it was. Contrary to the idyllic image of a realm filled with gods and immortals, the immortal world proved to be bloodier than the mortal realm. No one could guarantee that they could survive to see the next day's sunrise. Thus, the Dragonblood warriors were hopeful but also nervous. With mixed emotions, they continued on. At this time, they saw countless people around them, all gathering toward the spatial vortex. The various sects and worlds had sent all their experts, looking like rivers flowing into the sky. It was a spectacular sight. At this moment, everyone finally saw just how many terrifying experts had been hiding in this world. Heavenly doyens that could be considered peerless. Existences during normal times were now as numerous as grains of sand. The number of triple supremes was greater than the stars in the sky, and even individuals who couldn't be classified as supremes were joining the fray. They all embraced the prospect of death, unable to accept a life devoid of significance. With this opportune moment at hand, their once cherished lives seemed less valuable, and even in the face of certain death, they chose to take the gamble. Just as Long Chen was leading everyone forward, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and turned back toward a mass of rising devil chi. A group of the devil race's experts were rushing toward them. Just as he noticed them, he also sensed several other experts appear from other directions. They had actually surrounded Long Chen and the others. "Are you the human race's sage king? Your life ends here," a sinister voice echoed, accompanied by the eruption of Doyen power. Bai Shishi and the others' expressions shifted, as they sensed that the speaker's aura rivaled that of the terrifying Lifehunter expert. A blood-colored spear tore through the world, heading straight toward Long Chen. Chapter 4503 Good Timing. A terrifying divine weapon filled with Doyen power shot through the air, locking Long Chen with its terrifying aura. The owner of this blood-colored spear was a long-haired man with overflowing devil chi. His Doyen manifestation was present, and there were 5 stars vaguely visible inside of it. Long Chen instantly thought of the stars on the heavenly Doyen fruits when he saw the 5 stars. It seemed that the tears of Doyens could be seen even through their manifestations. This meant that the devil expert was on the same level as the Lifehunter expert. Yet, during Long Chen's confrontation with the Lifehunter expert, the latter's manifestation lacked these stars. Clearly, this devil expert was a bit stronger than that Lifehunter expert. "You also want to enter the pathway to the 9th heaven. Keep dreaming. Instead of dying there, you can die at my hands now," shouted that devil expert as he thrust his spear toward Long Chen. "Children of the devil race, I don't even know how many of you that I've killed. You think you are qualified to shout in front of me?" Long Chen sneered, and in front of countless shocked gazes, he extended his hand and effortlessly seized the incoming spear. Stars flowed on top of his hand, causing his arm to look as if it was made of stars. Simultaneously, his divine ring manifested, and his starry sea radiated a brilliant light. A cascade of starlight then descended, enveloping Long Chen and turning him into the battle god of the starry sky. Before this, Long Chen wouldn't have dared to block a saint weapon with his bare hands, especially when wielded by a 5-star heavenly Doyen. However, having advanced to the peak of the 12th heaven stage of the World King realm and undergone 2 major transformations, Long Chen had reached such heights that even he was uncertain of the level of his strength. "Courting death," roared the devil race's Doyen in fury, and his Doyen manifestation quivered. The spear in his grasp radiated intense light as his Doyen power erupted like a volcanic explosion. The spear quivered, and both Long Chen and the devil expert were forcibly pushed backward. Neither could maintain their grip on the weapon. However, Long Chen seemed to have expected this. Long Chen's other hand snaked out and grabbed the spear. After that, he thrust it toward the devil expert. The devil expert seethed with anger. He had barely launched his spear, and now Long Chen snatched it away. What an absolute humiliation. However, he was profoundly aware of how terrifying this spear was. Being not a saint, he could not fully unleash the power of this saint weapon, so he had only relied on his soul and Doyen power to control it. The devil expert recognized that unless he ignited his core energy, he couldn't harness even a fraction of the spear's power. However, such an act came at a terrifying cost. Initially, when he attacked, he didn't regard Long Chen highly, assuming he could defeat Long Chen in just a few moves. Hence, he naturally wouldn't ignite his core energy as he had to keep some power in reserve for his enemies in the pathway to the ninth heaven. In his carelessness, Long Chen snatched his divine weapon. Seeing it being thrust toward him, the devil expert roared. A giant blood-colored shield appeared in his hand, its aura somewhat identical to the blood-colored spear. It seemed that they were a set. Long Chen snorted, a shield against a spear. Then let's see which one is stronger. As Long Chen's 7 stars revolved behind him, he forcibly injected his astral energy into the spear. As a result, the spear rumbled explosively as if resisting Long Chen's power. But in front of Long Chen's astral energy, it didn't have much ability to resist. Employing the same method as when he used Split the Heavens, Long Chen infused the spear with his entire power. Ignoring its resistance, he forcefully thrust it forward. In retaliation, the devil expert also set his Doyan stars in motion, and devil chi erupted from his shield. All of his power was concentrated within it. Before countless shocked onlookers, both the shield and spear crumbled, unleashing a tumultuous explosion and wreaking havoc. Long Chen grunted and retreated a few steps. His internal organs shook, and he almost spat out blood. The explosion of saint weapons was absolutely terrifying. As for the devil expert, blood sprayed from his mouth, and the arm holding his shield was missing. He was clearly at a disadvantage. These two divine weapons originated from the same source. Hence, when they clashed, they destroyed each other. Unfortunately for him, this set was a priceless treasure of his race, and he was only temporarily given the privilege of holding them because he was entering the pathway to the ninth heaven. After that, he was supposed to return them. Now that these priceless saint weapons were no more, the experts of the devil race were incensed. Just as he hesitated about whether he should order the rest of his people to attack or if he should retreat, a pretty figure emerged behind him, and a violet sword pierced through the back of his head. It was Lei Linger. She had emerged like a phantom, striking without anyone noticing. Previously, when Lei Linger launched an attack, the aura of heavenly tribulation would erupt. However, her current control was exceptionally terrifying. She retained her aura perfectly concealed. As a result, when she materialized, she caught the devil expert completely off guard before swiftly dispatching him. "Kill them all, especially those Doyans," shouted Long Chen. Brandishing a 7-color sword, Long Chen shot after the devil experts led by the dead Doyan. They had planned to wipe out the Dragonblood Legion, but their leader's death came too quickly. He fell almost the instant he confronted Long Chen, which left the remaining devil experts dumbfounded. Wherever Long Chen's sword fell, the devil experts collapsed rapidly. The Dragonblood Legion also attacked them, picking out those Doyans. Deprived of their leader, the devil experts were reduced to disarray. Yu Zifeng and the others swiftly cut them down. Disciples from the Academy and the Battle God Palace also participated in the onslaught. However, these devil experts numbered in the millions. As the Dragonblood Legion could not surround them in time, the majority of them managed to escape in the end. In just this one clash, hundreds of thousands of their elites met their demise, including over 10,000 heavenly Doyans. This clash was witnessed by many experts, but they all ignored it. Even other branches of the devil race didn't come to assist them, prioritizing to rush toward the vortex. For them, entering the vortex was more important than anything else. Good timing. Long Chen and the others didn't pursue them. After cleaning up the battlefield, Long Chen handed Guo Ran a spatial ring. When the latter checked it, he instantly understood. The inside of the ring was filled with heavenly Doyan fruits. Long Chen was telling Guo Ran to secretly distribute them to the Dragonblood warriors. This way, all the Dragonblood warriors could immediately consume them after entering the pathway to the ninth heaven. Then, their overall power would once more rise, and since they would be inside the pathway to the ninth heaven, it wouldn't cause too much of a disturbance. Guo Ran silently distributed them. By the time he was done, they had gotten right next to the vortex. The closer they got to it, the more experts appeared around them. Once they got to a certain distance from the vortex, they would instantly vanish, most likely sucked by the spatial energy. Just as Long Chen and the others were about to enter, Long Chen suddenly sensed something. A flame lotus then shot in front of him, and he shouted to Guo Ran, "The rest of you enter first." As the flame lotus exploded, the void collapsed, revealing a translucent figure that shot away. When they saw that figure, their hearts turned cold. Chapter 4504 Peerless Assassin. The translucent figure emanated an icy presence, causing everyone to feel as if they had been thrust into an icehouse, freezing their very souls. Even their minds grew sluggish. Luo Bing and Luo Ning, in particular, were profoundly affected. It seemed as if their blood had stopped flowing. Not bad, no wonder Di Qing died. But your bloodline sets your fate in stone, said the translucent figure before completely vanishing. You must be Ying Tian. If you possess the ability, I'd like you to see my fate. Long Chen snorted and suddenly twisted through the air, just in time to dodge a strange sword that sliced through the air. It looked identical to the previous Lifehunter expert's sword. However, this sword's aura was countless times stronger. The moment the sword cleaved through the air, it tore the very void and disrupted the heavenly Dao runes around it, revealing a giant tear that could hardly be mended by the heavenly Daos. This sword possessed terrifying destructive power that surpassed the scope of an ordinary saint weapon. Even just a simple slice from it unleashed such devastation. You are fast, but can you dodge the next one? Long Chen's seven-color sword shot out, piercing the void. However, it missed the target. Within that broken space, a blurry figure could vaguely be seen. Long Chen's attack was actually off, startling him. This fellow was far stronger than the one that Long Chen had slain, and he was almost impossible to sense. Even the 9-star hegemon body art senses faltered in gauging his presence. Previously, back in the High Firmament Academy, Long Chen could pinpoint the Lifehunter expert's location due to the blood staining the Lifehunter expert's sword. However, facing this terrifying assassin, Long Chen didn't dare to let that sword get close to him, understanding the peril it posed to his life. The two had not really exchanged blows. However, this fellow sent shivers down Long Chen's spine. Long Chen launched a series of relentless attacks, causing the void to repeatedly erupt. However, the majority of his strikes failed to find their mark. In fleeting moments amidst the destroyed space, he could only see some blurry figures. You're too slow, and your perception isn't sharp enough. It seems that I overestimated you, sneered that figure. Hearing this, Long Chen maintained an unwavering expression, but his gaze grew sharper. He knew that his opponent was trying to provoke him and make him lose his cool. In battles against assassins, maintaining a calm demeanor was crucial, akin to a strategic game of chess. One wrong move and there would be no way to turn the tables. Power only mattered if you could execute your moves well. On the other hand, a sharp mind, accurate judgment, unwavering resolve, and calm demeanor held greater importance in this case. Although the old man did say that schemes were useless in front of absolute power, if the power levels were on par, the assaults of an assassin became nearly unstoppable. After all, assassins possessed the innate ability to discern weaknesses in their opponent's moves, and the truly outstanding ones could even create some openings out of nothing. Long Chen had asked whether or not this person was Ying Tian, but the latter didn't reply. This deliberate non-response was also a form of mental attack, and whoever could apply greater pressure to the other side held the upper hand. Since this person didn't admit to being Ying Tian, Long Chen also couldn't be certain. In the absence of a clear identity, an ordinary expert might inadvertently be careless and reveal an opening. A sharp sword silently thrust toward Long Chen's back, but Long Chen ignored it and swung the 7-peak sword in front of him. Amidst the eruption of the void, another sword materialized in front of Long Chen. The attack from behind him was actually a feint, and the real decisive blow came from the front. The feint convincingly mimicked the characteristics of a real strike, capturing the right aura, pressure, and resonant sound. It was so well made that it could deceive anyone. Within the Dragonblood Legion, other than Long Chen and Yu Zifeng, everyone else had fallen for it. Long Chen's slash destroyed the space in front of him, causing that translucent figure to retreat. He was as quick as lightning, giving no time for Long Chen to launch consecutive attacks. The most frightening thing about assassins was that they wouldn't let you unleash your full power. Many powerful experts had met their end at the hands of assassins with ostensibly weaker strength. Everyone knew that assassins were capable of killing people across realms. That was because they would always grasp their target's weaknesses first. Once identified, the battle would essentially be over. Despite his attacks not landing at all, Long Chen was still calm, devoid of any trace of panic. Only by maintaining his calm could he prevent his opponent from finding an opening. Otherwise, once his heart fell into disorder, his senses would no longer be as sharp. Faced with his opponent's peerless assassination arts, such a lapse could spell the end of everything. Just then, a sword materialized on Long Chen's left, accompanied by another one on his right. The dual assault approached from distinct angles, both striking with almost identical speeds. When these two swords emerged, Long Chen's seven-peak sword vanished. In its place, a flame lotus manifested in his left hand, while a lightning sphere crackled to life in his right. "This is what I was waiting for," Long Chen exclaimed. Simultaneously, flames and lightning erupted. Two translucent figures materialized this time, surprising onlookers with the realization that these two attacks originated from two different individuals. It wasn't a matter of one being fake and the other real. Had Long Chen attempted to block them as before, it could have proven fatal. Lightning and flames mixed, turning this world into a flame. See Heavenly Tribulation Domain. Now, those two figures had nowhere to go. Lightning and flame runes were glued to those two figures, leaving them with nowhere to hide. The runes seemed to embed themselves in the translucent forms, as if they had taken root within the very essence of the figures. Just then, two pretty maidens charged out of the lightning and flames, attacking both of those figures. As for Long Chen, he shot toward Huo Linger's side. Forming quick hand seals, he ignited his seven-color supreme blood, and millions of seven-peak swords appeared behind him. "Now where are you going to run?" Supreme blood ignition, 10,000 swords fly. Long Chen roared. In response, millions of swords coalesced into an unending sea of blades, engulfing his targets and leaving them with no opportunity to retaliate. Chapter 4505 You're really ugly. Surrounded by the flames and lightning, the translucent figure lost his ability to conceal himself. Within this domain, his abilities were greatly limited. Finally, Long Chen managed to lock onto his target with spiritual strength, a task that proved exceedingly challenging to do. This expert had first used an illusory clone to trick Long Chen, followed by a solid clone on the second occasion. In essence, both figures were manifestations of the same individual. Having forced his opponent to split his essence, chi, and spirit equally, Long Chen took this chance to counterattack. As long as Long Chen didn't give his opponent time to recall his clone, he could potentially kill the clone or even his opponent. Lei Linger and Huo Linger attacked together. Between them, Lei Linger was slightly stronger, so Long Chen chose to work together with Huo Linger rather than having them both work together. As the sea of swords tore through the heavens, Huo Linger's white flame lotus spread, completely sealing their target's path. In front of this combined attack, the translucent figure snorted and put away his sword, replacing it with a flag. The emergence of this flag shattered Long Chen's composure, disrupting his ability to remain calm. A surge of killing intent erupted in his eyes. This flag bore an image of auspicious clouds, yet they deviated from the typical white hue, instead emanating a violet glow with a sacred aura. Long Chen and Huo Linger's attacks simply disappeared within the violet light, effortlessly consumed by its radiant presence. Long Chen was shocked and enraged. The flag contained the power of violet blood and possessed an ancient, desolate aura. The unimaginable quantity of violet blood essence gathered within it left Long Chen astounded. It could be considered a bit similar to the Nether Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest, as it had accumulated endless energy over the years. In comparison, an individual's power seemed so minuscule. "Don't you think your violet blood race's power is very amazing?" taunted that figure. Although no one could see his face, everyone could imagine that his expression was one of disdain right now. Long Chen's head buzzed with disbelief. This fellow was actually using the power of violet blood against him, a descendant of the violet blood race. Nothing could be more contemptuous than this. This flag had condensed the blood of countless experts of the violet blood race, and Long Chen sensed auras even stronger than saints from it. However, these auras carried an overwhelming sense of sorrow and grief. To have their essence blood used by their enemies and turned into a weapon was an indescribable insult. At this moment, Long Chen's fury exploded. "Die!" Long Chen roared. Covered in starlight, he charged toward the translucent figure. Huo Linger also started to chant, and the world trembled as her sacred scripture echoed through the surroundings. At first, Long Chen had thought that their immediate attack would be able to restrain his opponent, but this person actually had a weapon that could directly nullify their attacks. Having lost the initiative, they could only attempt to use their full force. Hence, they were now truly going all out. Long Chen's fist was covered in the stars of the sky as it smashed toward his opponent, while Huo Linger's divine flames condensed into a snow-white blade that made people's souls almost freeze. "You're full of openings. I can kill you like slaughtering a chicken," exclaimed that person as he swung the violet flag at Huo Linger. Huo Linger's blade collided with the violet flag, causing violet chi and white flames to erupt, filling the sky with their brilliance. In the end, Huo Linger was sent flying by the impact, but her attack left the violet flag covered in frost and engulfed by burning white flames. That figure was also knocked back several steps, surprised by Huo Linger's terrifying power. Even with this powerful divine weapon, he wasn't able to fully block it. At this time, Long Chen arrived, not giving him a break. Long Chen was clenching his teeth furiously, seemingly on the brink of losing his rationality. When Long Chen reached him, that figure smiled sinisterly. "It's over." Suddenly, that figure split into four, all holding a violet flag each. As Long Chen charged toward that figure, all four flags wrapped around him, instantly enveloping him. This technique caught everyone off guard. Furthermore, the four flags were not mere illusions but four equally terrifying divine weapons. In the distance, Yu Qingxian screamed. They had been following Long Chen's orders and going toward the vortex all this time. Hence, they were now too far and unable to help him even if they wanted to. Suddenly, that figure let out a startled cry as the four flags binding Long Chen inflated. In the end, the four flags binding Long Chen became covered in cracks, almost breaking apart. Because of the backlash, the four figures all coughed up blood and hastily retreated. When the four flags opened their encirclement, a bronze cauldron could be seen where Long Chen was. The moment those flags bound him, Long Chen summoned the earth cauldron. However, he couldn't help sighing inside. Unfortunately, these flags were not a typical hard weapon. If they were a typical saber, spear, sword, or halberd-type weapon, they would have instantly turned to dust upon striking the earth cauldron. That figure stared at Long Chen furiously, realizing that Long Chen had duped him by intentionally showing fake anger. He had long since heard that Long Chen had a terrifying bronze cauldron that was likely the legendary Heaven-Earth Cauldron. However, it didn't seem as if Long Chen could use it to attack. In his mind, as long as he didn't strike it, he would be fine. That was why he had been on guard against it at first, but then, Long Chen went crazy upon seeing the violet flag. His spiritual strength fluctuations were chaotic, and his killing intent was blazing, which were signs that he had entered a berserk state. That was why this assassin had thought that he had grasped a chance to kill Long Chen. But now, he found that this chance was a fake. If he hadn't noticed something off and pulled back his violet flags before they tightened, they would have shattered. This violet flag was a supreme treasure of the Lifehunter race, something passed down from their ancestors. If it was destroyed, there would be no chance to recreate it. Just then, Long Chen was charging toward one of his clones, with 7 stars flickering behind him. His killing intent had locked his opponent down firmly. In response, the other clones attacked Long Chen as well, trying to save that one clone. Just as they moved, Huo Linger formed hand seals, and multiple layers of flame pillars soared into the heavens, blocking them. Wielding the violet flags, the three figures attacked the flame pillars, destroying them one after another. However, there were just too many of them. There was no getting by them. At this time, there was a huge explosion. Long Chen's fist landed solidly on the violet flag, triggering an explosion of starlight that bathed the sky in violet brilliance. The figure wielding the flag coughed up blood, and his previously translucent form materialized, exposing a pair of scarlet eyes. He was a brown-haired man whose face was so lean that it was almost skeletal. "You're really ugly." Long Chen's foot slammed toward that person's ugly face. Chapter 4506 Weakness. Just as Long Chen's foot slammed down, the ugly man swayed once to the left and right, leaving behind a mass of afterimages, causing Long Chen's kick to mysteriously miss its target. Just as he was about to launch a counterattack with his flag, Long Chen's hand viciously struck his face. The ugly man could dodge Long Chen's foot but not his bizarre yet powerful face slap. As a result, the ugly man's head exploded. Long Chen's slap was unprecedentedly powerful, possessing the force to instantly crush a mountain. However, what astonished Long Chen was that even after losing the head, the ugly man's body exhibited no signs of hesitation or pause. His headless body still controlled the violet flag to wrap around himself, and the two vanished. The moment he vanished, the other three clones clearly strengthened slightly. Seeing this scene, Long Chen sighed inside. Even with this kind of attack, he was unable to eliminate one of the ugly man's clones. The three clones that Huo Linger was blocking suddenly enveloped themselves with the violet flags as well. In an instant, Their auras vanished, and they were able to ignore Huo Linger's flame barrier. On the other side, Lei Linger engaged in a frenetic battle with the initial clone. Berserk lightning created destructive ripples, and a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, shrouding the sky. Long Chen and Huo Linger immediately rushed over. The ugly man had recalled all of his clones, consolidating his scattered power. It was evident that he intended to kill Lei Linger. Fortunately, Lei Linger still remembered Long Chen's words. If she wasn't confident in being able to eliminate her target, she had to hold back a bit, waiting to deliver a decisive blow to her target. When the ugly man tried to kill Lei Linger, she finally had to risk it all and unleash all her power in a wild explosion. The ugly man had long since realized that Lei Linger was a lightning spirit, not a human. However, he hadn't expected her intelligence to be so high that she could hide her true power adeptly. Just when he believed he had unraveled her actual strength and was about to deliver a fatal strike, he realized he had just kicked an iron board. Lei Linger's lightning sword clashed with his weapon, triggering two powerful bursts of energy that shattered the world around them. The ugly man coughed up blood and was propelled backward. He was shocked to realize that he had been deceived by a spiritual body. He was at a disadvantage in that clash. Furthermore, now Long Chen and Huo Linger rushed toward him. Not bad, but I won't be accompanying you any longer. I'll take your head in the pathway to the ninth heaven. Long Chen, Huo Linger, and Lei Linger attacked the ugly man from all sides, but with a quiver of the violet flag, the void twisted, and he vanished. Their attacks collided with each other, leaving all three stunned as the ugly man successfully evaded their onslaught. Long Chen's expression darkened with frustration. How can this be? Space was in chaos. How can he teleport? Lei Linger gritted her teeth. In that clash, she had clearly injured the ugly man, but the latter could still escape. Lei Linger and Huo Linger were both depressed, especially Huo Linger. The ugly man was as slippery as a mudfish. Huo Linger wanted to fight him directly, but the latter didn't give her the chance. Having all that power and being unable to use it made her go crazy. That violet flag has accumulated generations of the violet blood race's essence blood, so it contains their divine abilities all the way back to the immemorial era. We don't know many of them. At the very least, we know that your ice soul energy can restrain it. Next time, he won't be so lucky, comforted Long Chen. Although that was what he said, in truth, he was also extremely unhappy. If he didn't need to comfort them, he'd have long since started cursing. The ugly man's most despicable aspect was that he used the power of violet blood against descendants of the violet blood race, making Long Chen grind his teeth. At the same time, Long Chen felt like when it came to the violet blood race's terrifying abilities, he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. That flag had just absorbed some violet blood yet was already such a terrifying weapon. This raised the question, what kind of power did a genuine expert of the violet blood race possess? In front of this violet flag, Long Chen's violet blood grew agitated, disrupting his concentration. It definitely affected him. Long Chen knew this as a result of a bloodline resonance. It gave him the urge to immediately destroy the flag and free the sealed power of the violet blood inside. This was a weapon made specifically to use against members of the violet blood race, just like that strange sword. They both disturbed Long Chen, making him unable to bring out his full abilities against the Life Hunter experts. I need to learn how to seal my violet blood temporarily. Otherwise, if it gets chaotic, it will affect me. Long Chen couldn't find any effective means of countering this aspect. Hence, Long Chen had to seal his violet blood, or he would always be at a disadvantage whenever he fought the Life Hunter experts. The ugly man was far stronger than the previous expert of the Life Hunter race. The two were simply not on the same level. Most importantly, he was even craftier and was an even greater assassin. From the start, he had not unleashed his true Doyan power. In other words, it was just a probing attack this time. Furthermore, although the ugly man was at a disadvantage against Lei Linger, it didn't really affect him in the end. His injuries were minor, and instead of utilizing heavenly Tao energy for healing, he opted to flee. This demonstrated his prudence and marked him as the epitome of an assassin. He was unfathomably powerful and skilled, not letting anyone grasp his weaknesses definitely a source of frustration for Long Chen. From the start of his attack until his retreat, he had not admitted that he was the Heavenly Province's #1 expert, Ying Tian. This aimed to intentionally apply psychological pressure on Long Chen. Despite this, Long Chen was sure that the ugly man was the Heavenly Province's #1 expert. His certainty stemmed from his intuition as a peak expert. However, the ugly man's Doyan level remained a mystery because he had never used his Doyan power. Not only did the ugly man keep his Doyan power concealed, but he also refrained from exposing the top assassination arts of the Lifehunter race. While Long Chen managed to discern certain weaknesses in his cloning technique, it was only a partial understanding. Long Chen didn't dare to even say if those weaknesses that he had grasped were real or mere bait set by his opponent. To sum it up, the ugly man was terrifying. After he left, Long Chen looked up at the sky, and his expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, Long Chen shot upward toward the sky, akin to a shooting star. Chapter 4507 Great Desolate Beast. At some point, that giant vortex had shrunk. If it closed, Long Chen wouldn't even have a place to cry. During Long Chen's confrontation with the ugly assassin, the vortex started to contract. However, engrossed in the battle, he didn't notice the change in the vortex. By now, all the junior experts from Darklight Heaven had entered, leaving Long Chen as the sole individual yet to pass through. Hence, he pushed his Kunpeng wings to the limit as he rushed toward the vortex. The opening was now only a few miles wide and was on the verge of closing. Fortunately, Long Chen was fast enough, and just as it was about to close, Long Chen charged in and vanished. A powerful suction force drew Long Chen into a spatial channel, and Long Chen saw an endless starry sea before him. Streaks of starlight flew by him. Long Chen felt like he had entered a spacetime channel. However, he also felt a terrifying pressure crash down on him from every direction. How hateful! Long Chen felt squeezed, his bones creaking. The spacetime energy pressing on him was so intense that blood started to ooze from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Long Chen instantly thought of that assassin. He suspected that the assassin knew the secret of this channel and had intentionally stalled Long Chen to make him suffer this terrifying pressure. Bastard! Long Chen roared. The terrifying spatial energy was so powerful that he felt like he would explode. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he resisted it. In the end, Long Chen found himself ensnared in the schemes of the ugly man. Shocked and incensed, he wondered if the cunning man had truly orchestrated the entire scenario. If he really had planned all of this, he was truly terrifying. It suggested that he might not have even unleashed half of his true power, and he was inclined toward using intelligence to beat his opponents. From the moment he attacked, he had set up a plan to place himself in an unbeatable position. His scheming skill ran quite deep. I can't. Under this pressure, Long Chen's skin became red, and his golden scales and astral runes appeared around him. His violet blood, dragon blood, and seven-color supreme blood automatically surged to life, instinctively activating to shield him. Clearly, Long Chen was already on the brink of death, and his instinctual response was to resist with every ounce of his power. Just as Long Chen felt like he couldn't endure any longer, the spacetime channel exploded. After that, the terrifying pressure vanished. As countless fragments of spacetime flew about, Long Chen shot out like a shooting star, entering a new world. Long Chen collided with a mountain, causing it to tremble as dust and dirt scattered through the air. Long Chen was embedded into a cliff made of blood-colored stones. Even once he smashed into it, the rock remained intact after the impact. Long Chen, however, spat out blood, bearing the toll of the forceful collision. This cliff was incomparably tough. The impact against it shook Long Chen's organs, and stars spun in his eyes. Long Chen was shocked. Just what kind of cliffside was so strong? Just as Long Chen was still dizzy, a heaven-shaking roar rang out, and Long Chen saw a giant black ape in front of him. This devil beast wasn't particularly large, only a few dozen meters tall. However, its berserk aura sent shivers down Long Chen's spine. A brutal killing intent exploded out of it as it lunged toward Long Chen, its feet unleashing ear-piercing explosive sounds as it stepped across the void. Fuck, how can I be this unlucky? Long Chen was going to cough up blood from rage at this rate. Having just entered this world and still heavily wounded, he now found himself facing a saint-level black ape. This black ape's blood chi contained desolate chi, indicating that it was an ancient great desolate species. Even with all of Long Chen's learning, he was unable to recognize what exactly it was. However, its terrifying blood chi was many times stronger than that of an average saint. As Long Chen had almost been killed by the pressure of the spatial channel, he didn't dare to fight it now. Even in his top condition, he wouldn't dare to fight such a powerful saint-level desolate beast, let alone when he was injured so heavily. His Kunpeng wings spread, and he shot away like a shooting star. Long Chen had just fled when that black ape smashed into the cliff, blasting it apart. Countless rays of divine light shot out of the cliff like a firework. Seeing this scene, Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It is a saint-level immortal metal deposit. No wonder the cliff was so tough, it harbored a deposit of saint-level ores within. While Long Chen lacked the knowledge to distinguish various ores, the aura alone suggested that it was a priceless treasure. At this time, the black ape opened its mouth. The world darkened as a blood-colored sphere appeared in its mouth. When that sphere was pointed at Long Chen, he suddenly found that he couldn't move. The entire world seemed to freeze around him. The black ape was so powerful that it could control this entire space. Here, Long Chen became nothing more than a live target. The blood-colored sphere shot toward Long Chen. With nowhere for him to run, he could only face it head-on. However, if he were to block the attack of a saint-level desolate beast, it would be no different than courting death. Long Chen was about to summon the Earth Cauldron. While the Earth Cauldron was invincible against physical attacks, against divine abilities, its effect was not that good. Long Chen didn't know if he could block this attack. Unexpectedly, Lei Linger flew out of the primal chaos space and summoned a lightning sea around her. "Big brother Long Chen, leave this to me." Suddenly, Long Chen switched places with Lei Linger. "Lei Linger!" Long Chen cried out. Just then, Lei Linger was blasted to bits by that sphere. Even someone as powerful as Lei Linger was unable to endure the attack of a saint-level desolate beast. "Don't worry, I won't die." Within the sea of lightning, Lei Linger's figure recondensed. It went without saying that she was truly powerful. She was safe and sound. "Let's run." Huo Linger also appeared. Along with Long Chen, they were staring nervously at that black ape. "We can't run. It's already locked onto me. All we can do is kill it." Long Chen gritted his teeth, and a ruthless light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 4508 Taking Turns. Wielding a lightning sword, Lei Linger repeatedly slashed the black ape, forcing it back. This lightning sword was made of her essence runes. After all, the wild blade that she obtained back then couldn't keep up with her strength. Lei Linger's power was absolutely terrifying. Even against a saint-level devil beast, she could still put up a fight. Unlike the encounter with the Life Hunter expert, this battle was a straightforward exchange of power. There would be no awkward situations hindering Lei Linger from unleashing her full strength against her opponent. Hiding behind a mountain, Long Chen observed Lei Linger in combat, gauging the black ape's strength. "It's clearly just a devil beast. How can it be so powerful?" muttered Long Chen. This was Lei Linger's seventh clash against the black ape. She and Huo Linger were taking turns against it to buy time for Long Chen to heal. Huo Linger was slightly weaker than Lei Linger. However, the black ape seemed restrained by her flames, so she had quite the upper hand. Lei Linger and Huo Linger would switch out after fighting it for the burn time of an incense stick. The black ape saw that Long Chen was playing tricks and tried to attack him several times, but it was always stopped by Lei Linger and Huo Linger. It was unable to harm Long Chen in the slightest. What left the black ape most helpless was that it could only keep fighting like this. 8 hours had passed, yet its aura showed no signs of weakening. Long Chen was astonished. This black ape was a devil beast, the lowest tier of existence in the immortal world. However, it was able to grow to such a terrifying level in this place. Fortunately, despite being powerful, its intelligence was still very low. This was why Long Chen didn't run but chose to fight instead. This was a mysterious world, and no one knew just how many dangers awaited him. If he just ran around randomly, he could encounter an even stronger beast. However, if he could kill this beast, he would be in control of its land. Then he would be temporarily safe. At this time, Huo Linger came forward, and Lei Linger retreated. Flame's sword, accompanied by sacred chants, as Huo Linger and the black ape engaged in an evenly matched battle. Long Chen felt relief knowing that both Lei Linger and Huo Linger possessed the strength to contend with saints. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous for him. Against that black ape, he didn't have the slightest confidence to win. However, Long Chen was curious that even though the black ape was fighting Huo Linger and Lei Linger, its killing intent was firmly locked onto him. He didn't know how it was doing that. According to reason, no matter how powerful this devil beast was, its intelligence would still be limited. It couldn't so accurately place a mental or spiritual lock. However, this impossibility had occurred to him. Is it a bloodline lock? Does it sense the dragon blood in my body? Long Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. After he thought of this, his heart shook. If that really was the case, it was troublesome. As the emperor of all beasts, when the dragon was strong, all beasts submitted to it, not daring to disobey. However, when the dragon was weak, it was like a walking spirit pill, a potent medicine for increasing one's power. That was especially true when it came to these devil beasts and demonic beasts. A single drop of true dragon essence blood could potentially induce mutation, transforming them into an unprecedented and powerful species. In this world, numerous species owed their existence to the dragon race. However, only half of these were the outcome of mating between the dragon race and other races. The other half were mutated species who had devoured the essence blood of the dragon race, becoming an entirely new species. For example, the earth dragon races. They were mostly the result of a species consuming some dragon essence blood and mutating. If Long Chen's assumption was correct, then the reason that the black ape had locked onto him was that it thirsted for his essence blood, wanting to devour his dragon blood and mutate. After reaching this point in his thoughts, Long Chen was frightened. It really was fortunate that he hadn't run around randomly after being attacked. Otherwise, he would be like a firefly in the darkness. Who knew how many terrifying devil beasts would attack him then? Lei Linger and Huo Linger continued to fight the black ape in turns, causing a huge disturbance, but no other devil beasts appeared in the surroundings. This place had to be the ape's territory, so other devil beasts would not approach it for nothing. A saint-level devil beast was in existence that had lived for countless years. Hence, the surrounding beasts were well acquainted with their territories and wouldn't enter the domain of another saint-level devil beast lightly. Stepping into someone else's territory was equivalent to a declaration of war. These devil beasts were extremely violent, and once a fight started, there was no stop until one was dead. The majority of them fought to the death rather than run. This was why people labeled devil beasts as having low intelligence. Indeed, they were not known for their cleverness. Once their minds were set, they rarely altered their course of action. Thus, as long as Long Chen didn't leave this black ape's territory, he would be safe. A full day and night passed. As Huo Linger and Lei Linger took turns fighting, the black ape's aura finally started to drop. Lei Linger and Huo Linger took constant breaks in the primal chaos space. Hence, even after all this time, by constantly resting, they were still in their peak condition. However, the weakened black ape didn't show any fear. It only grew more violent, roaring repeatedly. This was a characteristic of devil beasts. When they sensed danger, they would go berserk, and their attacks grew even more powerful. When it sensed a danger to its life, it would overdraft all of its power in order to drag down its opponent with it. Once the devil beast started getting violent, Long Chen finally took action. He had long since recovered to his peak condition. The minute he stepped forward, the black ape roared and charged toward him, ignoring Huo Linger and Lei Linger. Long Chen unleashed a punch, and the starry sea behind him revolved. This one punch contained his full power. However, when the black ape turned his attention to him, one blow was enough to send Long Chen flying. He almost spat out blood. This was Long Chen's first time truly fighting against a saint-level expert. As a result, he instantly sensed just how huge the difference between them was. In terms of pure power, he was not a match for Huo Linger and Lei Linger. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from the black ape. The black ape roared and charged after Long Chen, but Lei Linger and Huo Linger blocked it. A net of lightning and flames twisted in front of it, but it continued to charge forward recklessly. Just as Long Chen predicted, in the black ape's eyes, he was the only enemy. Just then, Lei Linger and Huo Linger's nets creaked and cracked, causing their expressions to change. The black ape's power had grown as it entered a berserk state. Once it went berserk, its power would erupt in a final burst. At that time, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with it. Long Chen flicked his finger, and a ray of golden light shot into its mouth. When this golden light entered its mouth, its whole body shuddered. Following that, a strange mark appeared on its forehead, and Long Chen slammed on that mark with his palm. Chapter 4509 Miraculous Use of Violet Blood. When Long Chen's hand slammed onto the black ape's forehead, it went crazy. The black fur covering it actually turned dark red, and its aura intensified, causing the earth to shudder and explode. Its eyes were scarlet, and it swung its head, flailing as it went completely berserk. Long Chen kept his hand tightly pressed against its head, unleashing the power of his dragon blood as he exerted effort to inscribe a slave seal. The light he injected into its mouth was a medicinal pill, specifically a soul-suppressing pill often used to subdue housepets. For this opening of the pathway to the ninth heaven, Long Chen had prepared countless types of medicinal pills, healing pills, antidote pills, barrier-breaking pills, spirit-controlling pills, and even various kinds of poison pills. This soul-suppressing pill was a special pill used to calm the soul of a housepet and facilitate the placement of a slave seal. While the medicinal pill did not reach the peerless grade, it was a top-grade golden pill. Moreover, as it was refined by the earth cauldron, it was potent enough to be effective even against a saint-level devil beast. As the black ape started to weaken, Long Chen seized the opportunity, unleashing the power of his dragon blood. However, he found that the ape had entered a berserk state as it resisted. If this continued, it would expend all its strength in a fight to the death. Even if it didn't die, it would be crippled and unable to be a housepet. Considering the dangers in this unfamiliar environment, having a saint-level devil beast could serve as another life-saving card. Hence, Long Chen channeled all of his power to complete the placement of the slave seal. However, the black ape refused to submit, enraging Long Chen. According to reason, an ordinary devil beast would definitely submit to a slave seal infused with dragon blood. After all, this was true dragon essence blood, something that completely suppressed them. To submit to the dragon race wasn't something embarrassing either. No good, I can't use the dragon blood to seal it. It's going to die. Long Chen's expression changed. However, opting for spiritual strength over dragon blood would be even more draining. Furthermore, he would have to constantly control it with his spiritual strength to prevent it from rebelling. Such an action would severely affect his combat power. I'll try with my violet blood then. Violet chi surged behind Long Chen, causing the golden seal on his palm to transform into a violet hue. Unexpectedly, something completely unforeseen occurred. The berserk black ape actually calmed down in an instant. No longer fiercely resisting, it now trembled, yet its movements were no longer erratic. The violet seal gradually penetrated its head, diffusing through its bloodline. Once that violet seal fully set in, the black ape gradually became gentle and actually knelt on the ground. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was shocked and delighted. He hadn't expected his violet blood to simplify the process of placing a slave seal. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so much unnecessary effort. Huo Linger and Lei Linger withdrew their energies, silently observing the devil beast they had battled tirelessly for a full day and night suddenly becoming docile. Anyway, it had long since lost its mighty appearance as its shiny fur had been charred badly by Huo Linger. Moreover, it had countless wounds on it, and some were still bleeding. Inside these wounds flowed lightning runes, hindering its ability to heal. It went without saying that this black ape was incredibly powerful, as even the full-powered assaults from Lei Linger and Huo Linger failed to inflict deep wounds. Long Chen instructed Lei Linger and Huo Linger to pull back their energies from it. After that, Long Chen fed it a few medicinal pills to help it recover. However, this black ape had already entered its berserk state just now, overdrafting its power. Recovery from such a state couldn't be achieved within a mere day or two. Long Chen chose to remain in this area during this period, allowing Lei Linger and Huo Linger to rest as well. After all, they were also fatigued from the prolonged battle. The regretful thing was that this slave seal was created using Long Chen's violet blood, not his spiritual strength. That meant that he couldn't access the black ape's memories. Long Chen constantly fed it medicinal pills, including a sacred light snow lotus pill. 3 days later, it had recovered to approximately 70 to 80% of its former strength. During this period, Long Chen excavated the immortal metal ore deposit and also found several extinct types of medicinal ingredients in the surroundings. After confirming that he hadn't overlooked anything, he got on the black ape's shoulder and started to explore the surroundings. Although this black ape was now his housepet, he didn't dare to be careless because just a moment ago, the black ape paused at a certain area and pointed ahead fearfully. Long Chen instantly realized that this was the domain of another terrifying devil beast. From its fearful expression, the master of this domain was not an existence that it could challenge. Long Chen could only nod and send it in another direction. The black ape was extremely fast, not much slower than Long Chen's top speed. However, it was running and jumping, making the ride very bumpy. This was a foreign world, and Long Chen could only learn about the surroundings by having the black ape run around randomly. Right now, Long Chen was hoping to encounter the stone lifeform he had encountered back then through the esoteric spirit eye. If he could communicate with it, he could quickly gain an understanding of this world. Suddenly, the black ape slowed down, and its gaze grew serious. When it let out a low roar, its fur started to stand on end. Just then, a furious roar came from the distance, its voice similar to that of this black ape. Then Long Chen saw another black ape appear, its appearance similar to the one he had just tamed. As soon as this new black ape appeared, the one beneath Long Chen's feet also roared and charged forward. "Fuck, you brought me here to get revenge on an old opponent." Long Chen was dumbfounded. These two black apes clearly knew each other, and the one Long Chen had just tamed had guided him straight into its old opponent's territory. The two apes collided, their colossal fists meeting in a series of impactful blows. The surrounding mountain ranges erupted, and shockwaves of chi surged skyward. "You're a scammer," Long Chen cursed. However, these two apes were already fighting, and Long Chen's ape had not fully recovered, so it was clearly at a disadvantage. "Come out." Long Chen helplessly summoned Lei Linger and Huo Linger to his side. With the four of them joining forces, they instantly gained the upper hand. Taking advantage of the moment, Lei Linger thrust her lightning sword through the eye of the black ape. The creature toppled to the ground and lay motionless. In a hurry, Long Chen rushed to its side and formed hand seals, as his spiritual strength spread toward it. Chapter 4510 Jade Bone Violet Heart Bamboo. Long Chen sighed, and the black ape's head went limp. "Fuck, what a messy head," cursed Long Chen as he wiped off some sweat from his forehead. Long Chen had done a soul search of its memories, only to find that they were completely worthless. It was mostly some scenes of bloody fights it had experienced, as well as a bit about its growth. Devil beasts really are devil beasts. They don't remember much of anything. Long Chen was speechless. It took him a great deal of effort to conduct this soul search, but it ended up being worthless. The memory capability of devil beasts was very limited. Within those memories, Long Chen did spot the black ape that he had subdued. Based on its memories, they were actually brothers. However, after maturing, they went off on their own. Among devil beasts, familial bonds were non-existent, as their mother only gave birth to them due to instincts. Even siblings engaged in fierce competition over territories, and their clashes had been so severe that they had nearly killed each other multiple times. Hatred was the only emotion that existed between them. Although Long Chen didn't gain much of anything from this soul search, he did at least find what its territory looked like. "Let's go." Riding the black ape, Long Chen pointed in a certain direction, and they swiftly reached an immortal lake enveloped in rising mist. At the center of the lake, an island emerged, faintly visible and resembling a mystical paradise. The black ape cried out excitedly upon spotting the lake. It was the reason for the conflict between the ape brothers. Back when they left their mother, they found this place and realized that the immortal lake was beneficial to their cultivation. Although devil beasts were not intelligent, they had a remarkable knack for locating valuable natural treasures. As a result, powerful devil beasts would always occupy lands of great feng shui. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother claiming a territory and guarding it to the death. The devil beast subdued by Long Chen had lost to its brother, leading to it finding that vein of ores. The spiritual chi from that deposit also aided in its cultivation. However, that deposit paled in comparison to this immortal lake. Despite numerous attempts to seize the immortal lake, Long Chen's black ape consistently fell short of defeating its brother. That was why it was excited to return here again. What a dense medicinal fragrance. Long Chen's heart started to pound harder as he got closer. Long Chen slowly approached the lake. Stretching across a few hundred miles, the lake hosted numerous small islands scattered throughout its waters. The black ape immediately squatted down and started drinking the water. It seemed that the water had a great appeal to it. Long Chen ignored it, letting it drink the water. He then went to one of the islands and was shocked to find countless precious medicinal ingredients growing there. Is this the legendary Jade Bone Violet Heart Bamboo? Long Chen looked at the 3-foot-tall stalk of bamboo before him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The bamboo was as thick as a thumb, resembling jade with a violet thread at its core. This was one of the main ingredients of the Nirvanic Charge Pill. Long Chen himself had never read about it or seen it. However, when he saw several stalks of this legendary plant here, he couldn't help but blurt its name out. The leaves were emerald and covered in crystalline dew, emitting a reinvigorating scent of bamboo. "This is a priceless treasure with soul-nourishing properties," exclaimed Long Chen as he immediately took out a jade shovel. With utmost care, he dug out a stalk of the bamboo and transplanted it into the primal chaos space. Although he didn't know anything about the Jade Bone Violet Heart Bamboo, a simple examination provided him with a broad understanding of its effects. When it entered the primal chaos space, it immediately started to spread its enormous root system. As Long Chen had tossed the other black ape's corpse into the black soil, the primal chaos space brimmed with life energy, and the jade bone violet heart bamboo immediately absorbed it. Even though the bamboo stalk didn't get taller or wider, the violet thread inside of it grew denser. At the same time, its root system expanded rapidly. Successive stalks of bamboo emerged from the ground, each as thick as a forearm. In a matter of moments, a small bamboo forest had sprouted, creating a lush and vibrant scene. Furthermore, as more of them burst out of the ground, the new ones became thicker than the ones before. Long Chen was overjoyed at this sight, so he continued to explore the surroundings. He stumbled upon several unfamiliar medicinal ingredients, but based on his years of experience, he could accurately judge their value. Wanting to preserve the environment of this island, Long Chen harvested only a single specimen of each medicinal ingredient. Moving from one island to the next, Long Chen went through hundreds of them and gathered thousands of new medicinal ingredients. Finally, he approached the largest island, the central hub surrounded by other islands like planets in orbit. When Long Chen got closer to the central island, he saw large footprints on it. He knew that these were left behind by the slain black ape. Based on its memories, this was where it cultivated. However, it only roved around the perimeter of this island, and there was a stone bed where it rested. Right above that spot was an overhanging cliff with a stalactite hanging from it. Just as Long Chen walked in, a drop of liquid from the stalactite fell to the stone below. In that specific area, a hole with a blood-red hue was evident, as if numerous drops had pooled there. Long Chen sniffed it and didn't smell anything. He stuck a finger inside and found that the liquid was sticky like blood, coating his finger. Inside the liquid, he observed two distinct types of energies. One was soft, while the other was hard. The two energies intertwined, creating strange fluctuations that Long Chen could sense through his skin. Astonishingly, the liquid seemed to nourish him through his skin. This revelation startled Long Chen. Just how powerful was his physical body? For this drop to be able to so easily penetrate the defenses of his skin was shocking. Fortunately, this thing wasn't poisonous, otherwise, he would have been poisoned right now. It seems that the reason the black ape surpassed its brother is due to this liquid. Long Chen took that single drop of the liquid and swallowed it. Immediately, a fierce and gentle burst of energy coursed through him, activating his essence, qi, and spirit. What is this? A natural spirit pill. Feeling shocked, Long Chen flew up to the stalactite. As he examined it more closely, his eyes widened almost to the point of popping out of their sockets. Chapter 4511 Heaven Earth Blood Spirit Mushroom. He jumped onto the cliff, which was the mountain peak of this little island. There, a black light and white light revolved around each other like two fish. At the center of these two lights was a 3-foot-tall blood-colored spirit mushroom. The divine lights flowed around it in a harmonious dance, resembling the interaction of the sun and moon, their rhythm seemingly influencing the cadence of heaven and earth. Seeing that mushroom, Long Chen felt his head buzzing, and his mind went momentarily blank. Heaven Earth Blood Spirit Mushroom. Long Chen, you've struck gold. The Earth Cauldron's voice rang out, its voice laced with astonishment. Even in its seclusion in Long Chen's mind, the Earth Cauldron couldn't help but feel shaken. Am I dreaming? Can I really be this lucky? Long Chen hesitated to move, afraid of waking up from this seemingly wonderful dream. Don't worry, you aren't dreaming. This is the Heaven Earth Blood Spirit Mushroom, a saint medicinal ingredient that ranks among the absolute top grade. Its tier far surpasses the 1,000-leaf sacred light snow lotus, assured the Earth Cauldron. Is it the new year? Do I also get some good fortune? Long Chen exclaimed, his emotion overcoming him. After being bound by bad luck for so long, he almost didn't know how to handle such a fortuitous encounter. The Heaven Earth Blood Spirit Mushroom was one of the most important ingredients for the Nirvanic Charge Pill, so Long Chen couldn't believe he would directly encounter it upon his arrival in this world. It holds the power to twist heaven and earth. Ranked top grade among saint medicinal ingredients, the Heaven Earth Blood Spirit Mushroom has exceedingly high requirements for its environment, and its growth rate is exceptionally slow. It has 3 leaves, which means that it has lived for 300 million years. As a fully matured one has 9 leaves, this Heaven Earth Blood Spirit Mushroom is still in its infancy. Of course, that's not an issue for you. Your primal chaos space can let it rapidly grow, explained the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen was overjoyed to hear that. However, just as he took out his jade shovel, the earth cauldron stopped him. If you touch it like that, it will immediately die. What? Long Chen was so startled that he almost dropped the shovel. The heaven earth blood spirit mushroom can only be absorbed using the universal power of heaven and earth. If any other power extracts it, it will instantly lose its balance and die. As a result, many people don't even dare to touch it if they find it, opting instead to absorb its universe divine extract. That's a priceless treasure coveted by countless people, explained the earth cauldron. Universal power of heaven and earth. What is that? Asked Long Chen. He had never heard of such a thing. It's not possible to explain it in just a few words. You won't understand. Putting it simply, it is a merger of soft and hard energy. I am the earth cauldron, and I can teach you a way to use this power. Just channel your energy, and leave the control to me, said the earth cauldron. New information flooded Long Chen's mind, and he hastily focused on absorbing this information. As Long Chen merged with this information, his whole power instantly ignited. The earth cauldron had said that the method of using this energy was challenging to grasp. However, Long Chen mastered it instantly, so he thought that the earth cauldron had helped him somehow. Little did he know, the earth cauldron hadn't played any part in it. Long Chen sensed his body temperature rising, as if he had been tossed into a pool of lava. However, he felt full of power. This power was of the supreme yang type, possessing explosive and unyielding characteristics. Long Chen had never experienced this kind of power before. It felt like this power contained a will to destroy all things, a domineeringness that said, "Follow me and prosper, defy me and die." Long Chen trembled, his body seemingly beyond his control as an ancient rune manifested on his right hand. This rune was one of the runes on the earth cauldron, but it had been dormant until this very moment. As the rune on Long Chen's hand lit up, in a distant world, amid endless darkness, another bronze cauldron that looked identical to the earth cauldron quivered ever so slightly. This bronze cauldron exuded an aura completely different from that of the earth cauldron. It was wild, domineering, and cold-blooded. Every rune on it resembled ferocious beasts thirsting for the nourishment of fresh blood, an embodiment of a fiend from hell. Instinctual cravings for killing and slaughter emanated from it. If Long Chen saw it, he would definitely cry out in shock. He had previously sold this exact cauldron, the heaven cauldron. "I've waited trillions of years. You've finally appeared." The bronze cauldron's voice rang out in the distance, each word dripping with bloodthirst and every syllable resembling the overture of slaughter. The will to destroy heaven and earth overflowed in its utterances. Long Chen didn't know that another bronze cauldron had sensed him when that rune appeared on his palm. All he knew was that the rune triggered the ignition of all his power, causing his heart to pound wildly. The realization that this rune could ignite his full power was beyond anything he had ever dreamed of. It had to be known that up to this point, Long Chen didn't have something that could channel all his different powers into one. Whether it was his astral energy, his dragon blood energy, his violet blood energy, his seven-color supreme blood energy, or even his flame energy or thunder force, they needed to be unleashed with their own techniques. For example, Long Chen could unleash his dragon blood power through dragon roars at the nine heavens, divine dragon tail pendulum, and the cloud dragon immolation claw, but even after using all three, his dragon blood energy wouldn't be fully exhausted. Long Chen's power had gotten to the point where he could engage in prolonged battles. Yet, this strength also harbored a fatal weakness: he couldn't unleash his full power all at once. His strongest move now would have to be the 9 forms of split the heavens. Only this technique could instantly unleash the full power of his stars in one move. However, the condition to execute such a move was to possess a weapon capable of withstanding that torrent of power. Until now, he had not come across a weapon capable of meeting this requirement. Even a saint weapon might prove insufficient for the task. Therefore, this single rune brought a shocking revelation to Long Chen. It could transcend the limits among different energies, merging all his powers into one, including his unique astral energy. In other words, all his power could be unleashed through this one rune. The prospect left Long Chen on the verge of exclaiming in amazement. If he could unleash all of his power at once, the resulting attack. Concentrate. The earth cauldron's voice interrupted his wild thoughts, prompting Long Chen to hastily focus on the rune on his palm. Suddenly, a rune on the earth cauldron also lit up. As this rune glowed, the rune in Long Chen's hand responded to the summons, causing 2 streams of energy to merge into one. This is Earth Energy. Chapter 4512, Earth Energy. Although the earth cauldron taught Long Chen a simple technique, just condensing this rune took all of his power. This was the epitome of complexity returning to simplicity. The more profound the technique, the more simple it was. When the rune on Long Chen's palm merged with the one on the earth cauldron, it formed an endless cycle of energy. Seeing this scene, how could Long Chen not understand? This was the earth cauldron, one half of the heaven-earth cauldron that represented the softer aspect, while the heaven cauldron embodied the supreme yang existence. At this moment, the rune on Long Chen's arm controlled all of his wild and explosive power. This power encompassed his bloodline power, the astral energy of the 9-star hegemon body art, and even the core energies of Huo Linger and Lei Linger. All these powers could be considered supreme yang energies, and this rune had the ability to draw all of them out. If he could detonate all of them at once, the resulting force could directly slay saints. Thinking of this, Long Chen saw a new world before him. However, the rune on Long Chen's hand was not under his control, as if there was a mysterious energy communing with it. Long Chen thought that the earth cauldron was controlling it, so he didn't really take note of this. Little did he know that another kind of energy was silently awakening inside of him. When this supreme yang power erupted from Long Chen, the earth cauldron's supreme yin energy merged with it to form a powerful spatial domain. As this domain enveloped the blood-colored spirit mushroom, Long Chen shook as he actually felt a resonance with the mushroom. No wonder it is called the heaven-earth blood spirit mushroom. It is a priceless treasure. Through it, one can fathom the universal power of heaven and earth, remarked Long Chen. Endless runes surrounded the heaven-earth blood spirit mushroom, embodying the connection between yin and yang, gentleness and hardness. It was a manifestation of a grand Tao. If someone grasped its profundities, they could turn into an unimaginable existence. These profundities were of paramount importance not only in cultivation but also in all other aspects of life, whether it was refining pills or forging items. Under the earth cauldron's control, the heaven-earth blood spirit mushroom slowly rose. Long Chen was shocked to see that despite being 3 feet tall, it had 2 roots that extended for hundreds of miles. Those 2 roots also bore countless root branches, thinner than hair. Seeing this, Long Chen blessed his fortune that the earth cauldron was here. Had he dug it out with a shovel, it would have instantly died. Long Chen carefully sent it into the primal chaos space. When it left the soil, its blood color rapidly faded, causing Long Chen to jump. Don't worry, it is still young and will die as soon as it leaves its spirit land. But we have enough time before that happens, said the earth cauldron. Long Chen didn't dare to tarry and hastily found an empty place for it in the primal chaos space. After digging a deep hole, he carefully placed the heaven-earth blood spirit mushroom inside. Once it took root in the primal chaos space's soil, its blood color quickly returned, and the heaven-earth chi around it also came back. Actually, its aura was even stronger than before, proving that this place was even more suitable for it. Long Chen finally sighed with relief. He found that at some point, his back had started sweating. Is there a need to be so nervous? Asked the earth cauldron with a teasing tone. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Senior, you don't know this thing about me. Ever since I set foot into the cultivation world, I've been bound by terrible luck. I'm not afraid of using power to win things, but to use luck to fight over them, I really have no confidence in that regard. Long Chen sighed inside as he had faced all kinds of trouble and misfortune. After entering the immortal world, his terrible luck had improved quite a bit thanks to his status as the Sage King. Before that though, if he wanted to obtain such a priceless treasure, he would have to snatch it from someone else who had stumbled upon it by chance. There was no way for him to run into it himself. Thus, even with the earth cauldron's help, Long Chen still felt nervous about gathering the heaven-earth blood spirit mushroom. He thought that perhaps the heavens would give him a devastating blow at any moment, so failing at a critical moment wouldn't be strange. Actually, having bad luck isn't necessarily bad. At the very least, it has tempered your confidence. If you instead relied on luck for everything, you would be entrusting your future to luck. Such a person cannot go far. The heavens are no longer the original heavens, what it bestows can be taken away at any time. Luck can vanish with a single breath, but power is constant. Even the heavens cannot take it away. If one wants to go far in the future, they cannot depend on luck, explained the earth cauldron. Long Chen nodded. He had long since experienced what the earth cauldron was saying. Although he did occasionally grumble about his bad luck, deep inside, he vaguely felt that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Those who thought they were the favored sons of the heavens often fell because of their overconfidence. They thought that the heavens would always look after them. If they hadn't had such blind confidence, perhaps they wouldn't have died. Relying on luck was essentially gambling with life. In any case, Long Chen was used to his bad luck after dealing with it for so many years. If he couldn't find something through luck, he could buy it. If he couldn't buy it, he could scam it. If he couldn't scam it, he could seize it through force. As long as he was strong enough, he didn't think that luck was that important. For example, this time, he was lucky enough to find the jade bone violet heart bamboo and the heaven earth blood spirit mushroom. However, had he not been strong enough to place the slave mark on the black ape, it would have been impossible for him to come here. Without absolute power, he would only be able to stare at the treasure or face the wrath of the other black ape. Thus, while it appeared as if he was lucky this time, it was also a manifestation of his power. After taking the heaven earth blood spirit mushroom, Long Chen saw a hole in the ground below it. More heaven earth chi came from below, so Long Chen couldn't help but take a peek. He found that there was a spirit pool deep below, and it had 2 openings. This is the heaven earth spirit spring. It is extremely rare, and its existence is what allowed the birth of the heaven earth blood spirit mushroom, said the earth cauldron. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh in awe at the marvels of the world. While tempted to collect some of the liquid for further study, the earth cauldron cautioned against it. If you touch the water, it will lose its balance and instantly dry up. It will never appear here again. You've already obtained a priceless treasure, so by no means should you destroy the precious land that produced it. Otherwise, karma will take its toll. Those who commit such acts are far from fortune and close to calamity, said the earth cauldron. Long Chen nodded. He had just been curious. He then continued on and plucked a few more rare medicinal ingredients. After that, he left with the black ape. They traveled for several hours before the black ape suddenly stopped. Long Chen knew that this was the territory of another terrifying devil beast. Hence, he hastily concealed his aura and snuck his way over. Chapter 4513 Terrifying Discovery. To conceal the presence of the black ape, Long Chen didn't just feed it an aura-concealing pill but also rubbed medicinal powders on it to mask its scent. The reason Long Chen did this was to sneak attack the other devil beasts. After all, this place was filled with them. If he had to go around every time he encountered one, it would significantly delay his progress in leaving the region. Thankfully, the black ape had powerful senses, and the surrounding devil beasts routinely marked the boundaries of their territories with excrement and aura as a warning to others. Thus, the black ape would immediately alert Long Chen once it sensed that they were on the border of another devil beast's land. Although Long Chen couldn't directly communicate with it, based on the black ape's spiritual fluctuations, he could judge the strength of the devil beast in a territory. If the devil beast was stronger than the black ape, the latter would become nervous upon nearing its territory, and if the devil beast was much stronger, the black ape would be afraid. At this point, the black ape was simply cautious, which meant that the devil beast was on par with it. If it was just on par with the black ape, Long Chen didn't feel afraid. The black ape led the way, while Long Chen stayed behind it. If a devil beast attacked them, Long Chen would call out Huo Linger and Lei Linger, and the 3 of them would surround and slay the devil beast. At the same time, Long Chen thought of the earth energy and the rune he had just condensed. If he had a chance, he would test out its power. However, when Long Chen tried to condense the rune again, he found that he had completely forgotten that feeling. "Senior, did you erase my memories?" asked Long Chen. The earth cauldron's answer was simple and direct, as if it already knew that Long Chen would ask. "But, how did I forget how to use it? Can I only use it with your help? Then what's going on?" This time, the earth cauldron didn't reply. Long Chen waited for a long time, but it seemed like the earth cauldron had fallen asleep. "How can this be? What is going on?" wondered Long Chen. The earth cauldron had taught him how to harness the earth energy, and condensing that rune had felt so simple under its guidance. However, Long Chen was completely at a loss now. This feeling of bewilderment was something he had never experienced before. "Senior, senior," Long Chen persistently called it, although he knew that the earth cauldron didn't want to disclose it. However, he truly couldn't accept this, so he kept asking. "That was the earth rune, and it can only be condensed in a state of supreme yang." "That's all that I can say," replied the earth cauldron before falling silent once more. No matter how Long Chen called out afterward, the earth cauldron remained unresponsive. Long Chen couldn't help but wonder. How could this suddenly happen? Did it not imply that he had recently been in a state of supreme yang? Yet, only a short while had passed since then. At this moment, a waft of a bloody scent reached his nose. Long Chen hastily paused and stopped his questioning, realizing the gravity of the situation. The aura of a saint's essence blood, was there a battle here? Long Chen was startled as he didn't see any signs of a battle around. Long Chen ordered the black ape to retreat cautiously as he stealthily approached the source of the scent. Soon, he discovered a stone wasteland. In the heart of this rocky terrain lay a cluster of fractured stones, and amidst them, Long Chen spotted a peculiar sight. A wolf with fur resembling that of a hedgehog lay motionless, measuring about 30 meters in length, slightly larger than the black ape. Despite its formidable saint pressure, its spiritual aura was gone. Is it dead? Long Chen was taken aback but didn't dare to make any rash moves. Instead, he opted to wait patiently, extending his senses to observe the surroundings. Detecting no imminent threat, he then cautiously emerged from his hiding spot, but he had the black ape follow close behind him, ready to fight at any time. When Long Chen arrived at the wolf's side, he saw a gruesome scene. The creature's head had been cut open, its crystal core removed, and its essence blood extracted. The evidence was clear this was the result of a human attack, not the work of another devil beast. Most shocking of all, the wolf had been dispatched in a single, stealthy strike. There were no signs of struggle or any indication that it had sensed the impending danger. Ying Tian. After Long Chen saw how clean the wound was, Ying Tian's ugly face appeared in his mind. Long Chen carefully examined the wound. The cut was remarkably thin, cleanly slicing through bone with a precision that left the surface as smooth as a mirror, clearly done by an incomparably sharp sword. Long Chen instantly thought of the thin and long sword that was like a viper's tongue. Long Chen's expression was grave. He hadn't expected Ying Tian to be in the vicinity. As an assassin with unparalleled skill in concealing himself, Ying Tian was like a tiger with wings here. He could even kill saint-level devil beasts in one blow if they gave him the chance. On the other hand, Long Chen was like a firefly in the darkness, so he couldn't do such a thing. Even if he used medicinal pills to conceal his aura, the devil beasts would still be able to sense him if he got too close. Long Chen felt a cold chill on his back. The fortunate thing was that he had noticed this corpse first, otherwise, it would have been trouble. Long Chen then looked around. There was a cave behind this crushed stone, so he carefully crept over and saw a set of footprints walking in and walking out. Seeing that, he relaxed slightly. For Ying Tian to have left, footprints meant that he had relaxed his vigilance after killing the wolf. In other words, he didn't know that Long Chen was nearby. Venturing into the cave, Long Chen directed his gaze toward the wall. 7 egg-shaped hollows were embedded in the rocky surface, surrounded by lingering earth qi. It was apparent that the hollows once cradled earth element treasures. However, Ying Tian had taken them all. Long Chen then retreated from the cave and took the corpse of the wolf. Although the precious crystal core and essence blood had been extracted, this corpse was still a treasure to Long Chen. Ying Tian should still be nearby. Based on the bloodstains, this happened around 4 hours ago. If he notices the black ape's land, I'll be in trouble, so I should think of a way to con him while he still hasn't noticed me. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Long Chen's face, and he silently slipped out along with the black ape. Chapter 4514 Setting Up a Trap. Seal. Long Chen shouted. Violet qi then swirled around him and slowly condensed into a rune on his forehead. Success. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen was excited to have mastered a sealing technique from the Earth Cauldron. This time, it was really simple. This is a seal of the Pill Dao, not a bloodline seal, so it cannot stay in effect for long. You will need to redo the seal every 3 days. Furthermore, you cannot use the slightest bit of your bloodline power, or the seal will immediately shatter, warned the Earth Cauldron. Since Long Chen asked, the Earth Cauldron transmitted him this technique. However, this technique was primarily designed for sealing medicinal pills. While it also had an effect on sealing bloodlines, it just wasn't as effective. It could not compare to how Sha Chen had made a talisman for himself to seal his Doyan aura. However, this was enough for Long Chen. As long as he could seal his violet blood, Ying Tian shouldn't be able to sense his aura. Then they would be on the same starting line for their fight. After dealing with this, Long Chen consumed a few medicinal pills to completely conceal his aura. Now, even his spiritual fluctuations were stagnant. Due to this, his reaction speed was dozens of times slower than normal. That was a dangerous state to be in. However, Long Chen was prepared. Suddenly, a powerful roar shook the land, and Long Chen carefully crept forward. After finding a hidden place, he consumed another medicinal pill. In an instant, he entered a state of slumber, and in his dream, he heard a roar that sounded like a tsunami. He felt the land shaking. Long Chen was in a semi-unconscious state now. In this state, he was unable to pose any threat to anyone. Thus, even an assassin with the sharpest of senses couldn't sense him. Not far from him, a black ape was fighting a violent bear. The impact of their powerful clashes reverberated through the surroundings, shaking the world and sending debris flying, puncturing many mountains. A thick cloud of dust rose into the sky. As long as Ying Tian was nearby, the noises here would draw his attention. In essence, Long Chen had intentionally placed himself in a precarious situation, risking his life to attract Ying Tian. In order to trick Ying Tian's senses, he had to be in this state. The black ape roared crazily, and the bear also shouted. Their voices shook the heavens. In his semi-unconscious state, Long Chen patiently waited. Eventually, he sensed the slightest ripple, and his clouded mind started to focus. As his senses sharpened, he swiftly discerned a shadowy figure lying prone atop a cliff. That was the optimal spot to watch the ape and bear fight. Long Chen's calculations were on target. When Ying Tian arrived, he indeed chose to watch from there. A subtle smile crept across Long Chen's face as he lay concealed in the grass. Peering through his cover, he maintained a clear view of the entire cliff. This was the only way to prevent himself from being sensed. Finally, the bear's superior strength prevailed, toppling the ape to the ground. Injured and triggered into a berserk state, the black ape retaliated ferociously, tearing at the bear with unrestrained fury. The bear was quickly injured and entered a berserk state as well. Two saint-level devil beasts locked in a fierce, life-and-death struggle, unleashing chaos with blood and flesh scattering in every direction. Atop the cliff, the translucent figure remained motionless, and Long Chen also didn't dare to move. He simply observed the brutal confrontation unfolding below. Finally, the black ape was unable to hold on anymore and was brought to the ground. Its chest tore open, and its insides spilled out. The berserk state came to an abrupt halt, leaving the black ape gasping for its last breaths. The victorious bear, driven into a bloody frenzy, roared triumphantly and ruthlessly tore at the black ape's throat, disregarding its final struggles. As this horrifying scene unfolded, the translucent figure vanished. Seizing this opportune moment, Long Chen also disappeared, leaving no trace behind. A slender and long sword stabbed the back of the bear's head with precision. This attack was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Following the precise strike, a beam of sword chi shot forth, piercing through the bear's head. It was a perfect execution, so precise that it sparked disbelief. The translucent figure easily took the bear's life, and it simply stiffened and fell to the ground. Retrieving his sword from the bear's head, the translucent figure then walked toward the black ape. The black ape was already on death's door, but it still roared unwillingly with its final dregs of power. The translucent figure's sword slowly rose, aiming at the ape's head. Even if left alive, this ape wouldn't live for long, as it was virtually incapacitated. Just as the sword was about to pierce the ape's head, two rays of divine light shot out of its mouth. Berserk lightning and flames instantly enveloped the translucent figure. This sudden change left the figure in shock. Millions of lightning and flame runes stuck to him like glue. Following that, he felt a gust of wind behind him, and a hand covered in tiny stars smashed into his back. The starry hand directly pierced his back. Long Chen's attack was unstoppable. However, just as Long Chen prepared to deliver a devastating blow, 8 figures materialized in front of him. Each of these figures bore a bloody hole in their chest. Long Chen's expression changed as he realized that his killing blow had been jointly endured by these 8 clones. By dividing the impact among them, Long Chen's attack was no longer fatal. Cloud Dragon Immolation Claw. Long Chen roared with his palm still in Ying Tian's chest. The figure bound by Lei Linger and Huo Linger exploded into a mass of flesh and blood, and the other 8 figures coughed out blood. Forming hand seals, they absorbed the blood mist in the sky. Long Chen, count yourself vicious this time. I, Ying Tian, will remember you. These 8 figures shouted furiously, the absolute calm in Ying Tian's voice now replaced with anger. Remember me. It's too early to say that. A lightning sphere and flame lotus merged, swiftly engulfing the world, including those 8 figures and Long Chen. A powerful explosion reverberated, shaking the world. The void collapsed, and countless grand Dao runes scattered. Lightning and flames voraciously devoured the heavens and the earth. Chapter 4515 Leaving the Desolation. Amidst the swirling grand Dao runes, Long Chen put away the earth cauldron, which had been hovering over his head. Its protective shield was what allowed Long Chen to unleash Huo Linger and Lei Linger's full power right beside him. "Did we get him?" asked Huo Linger. 3 of his clones were killed. The other 5 ran away. Long Chen shook his head. "What is going on? I certainly killed the true body. How can his clones survive?" asked Lei Linger. She and Huo Linger had sealed their power inside the black ape's mouth, using its aura to cover their own. Only then had they managed to trick Ying Tian. Everything had gone smoothly. Just as Ying Tian was about to slay the black ape, the two unleashed their attack, and Long Chen attacked from behind him. During their previous fight, Long Chen had found that Ying Tian's head was not his vital point, which was why Long Chen aimed for his heart this time. According to reason, the destruction of Ying Tian's true body should be the end of it. However, his clones somehow survived. "Perhaps he doesn't have clones, and they are all his true bodies," said Long Chen solemnly. Regardless of the type of clone, there typically exists a true body. However, it seemed that Ying Tian's clones defied this concept, and all 9 were his true bodies. Long Chen had never heard of such a technique before. However, considering that the Life Hunter race dared to challenge the Violet Blood race, they had to have their own strengths. It wasn't unthinkable for them to have a unique technique like this. "How hateful, we couldn't even kill him after all this," grumbled Huo Linger. "Even though we didn't kill him, we took half his life. Our attack was so flawless that he didn't even have a chance to use his violet flag. After losing so many bodies this time, he probably won't dare to face us temporarily," comforted Long Chen. Although Long Chen didn't understand this secret art, he knew that Ying Tian had suffered a serious blow this time. The latter would definitely run as far as he could. Thus, Long Chen's trap couldn't count as a failure. At the very least, he was temporarily safe from Ying Tian, so he felt much better. Ying Tian was truly terrifying, possessing all kinds of unimaginable techniques. Had it been someone else caught by this trap, they would have died 100 times over. "What a crafty fellow, I don't know if he'll fall for it next time," said Lei Linger. Long Chen reached out and rubbed her violet hair. "Next time, we won't need to set up anything. We'll drown him with our power. Yes, we'll use real power to smash him flat." Lei Linger and Huo Linger both smiled. There were countless saint-level devil beasts here. With a sufficient supply of corpses, their power would steadily increase each day. Anyway, Ying Tian was severely wounded, and he would take some time to recover. Now, time was their greatest ally, so they were happy to hear Long Chen's reassuring words. Long Chen then tossed the 2 corpses into the primal chaos space. Although he had lost a saint-level housepit, he didn't mind. After all, the black ape was too foolish, and he couldn't work together with it, finding it taxing just to direct it. Using it as bait to wound Ying Tian was definitely worth it. When Long Chen tossed the 2 corpses into the primal chaos space, he checked on the Heaven-Earth Blood Spirit mushroom and found that its 4th leaf had appeared. According to what the Earth Cauldron said, once it had 9 leaves, it would be fully mature, and its medicinal effect would reach its peak. It had only been a few hours, and it had produced its 4th leaf. Hence, Long Chen thought that it would soon have 9 leaves as long as he supplied the black soil with enough devil beast corpses. After checking the battlefield, Long Chen found a spirit pool in the bear's cave. However, this time, his luck wasn't so good. The pool was already somewhat dry at the edges, and there wasn't anything valuable. Most likely, once the spirit pool completely dried up, the bear would also leave to find a new home. However, it was unlucky enough to encounter Long Chen. Long Chen felt much more relaxed over the next few days. Inspired by Ying Tian, Long Chen set up traps to deal with the devil beasts. Due to their low intelligence, it was very easy to bait the devil beasts. In order to obtain their corpses, Long Chen didn't even care about his pride and started to refine all kinds of shameless medicinal pills. He created all kinds of poison pills, laxatives, and even aphrodisiac pills, using whatever methods to trick the devil beasts into eating them. A pill master wasn't to be feared, but a scoundrel pill master was a different story. Once these devil beasts consumed his pills, they ultimately died at Long Chen, Huo Linger, and Lei Linger's hands. Long Chen's method was even more effective than Ying Tian's. Ying Tian needed to wait for opportunities, while Long Chen created his own. He would get 3 to 5 saint-level corpses every day. After 10 days, there were so many corpses that the black soil couldn't keep up anymore. Now, over 20 corpses lay on top of it in a pile, waiting to be devoured. During this period, Long Chen had captured a decent devil beast, a snow eagle. Compared to other devil beasts, its intelligence wasn't bad. At the very least, it understood Long Chen's commands. With the snow eagle, Long Chen started to fly in one direction. It was extremely fast and powerful. When it flew over the territory of other devil beasts, they merely warned it with a roar but didn't dare to take the initiative to attack, let alone chase it. On the way, if Long Chen encountered weaker devil beasts, he would order the snow eagle to kill them. Killing the devil beasts was now very simple and quick. With the addition of the snow eagle, Long Chen didn't even need to set up traps and make the devil beasts eat his pills. He could easily gain over 10 corpses in a day. Aside from the corpses, Long Chen also acquired the natural treasures in their lands. There were ores, precious plants, as well as some things that Long Chen didn't recognize. No matter what it was, he would take it. After all, to leave behind treasures wasn't Long Chen's style. However, he also encountered some terrifying existences on the way, like a berserker sparrow hawk. It chased them down, and even with all 4 of them joining forces, they weren't a match for it. Fortunately, they were quite fast, and it stopped chasing them after they left its territory. In the end, devil beasts were just devil beasts. They mostly fought using their physical strength as they didn't have that many divine abilities. Otherwise, Long Chen really would have been in trouble. Luckily, there weren't that many devil beasts stronger than Long Chen's snow eagle. Long Chen flew in one direction for a full month before the aura of the land started to change. The wild air gradually weakened. Long Chen was relieved to sense this. After all, the domain of devil beasts wasn't suitable for human habitation. For the aura of this place to weaken meant that they had finally escaped this desolate land. After another day, Long Chen no longer saw any powerful devil beasts. Furthermore, his snow eagle got more agitated, and Long Chen started to lose control of it. The air here was not suitable for it. After thinking for a bit, Long Chen helplessly released it from its slave mark. Fortunately, it was a bit smarter than other devil beasts. After its seal was undone, it didn't attack Long Chen. Otherwise, it would die right there and then. After releasing the snow eagle, Long Chen continued onward and suddenly saw an arrow soar through the sky along with a sharp whistling sound. A whistling arrow. It should be a distress signal. I'll go take a look. Long Chen spread his kunpeng wings and turned into a flash of golden light shooting toward the source of that arrow. Chapter 4516 Corrupt Path reappears. The whistling arrow relied on sound to alert others, so it rapidly tore through the air, unleashing a screeching sound that spread far into the distance. This kind of whistling arrow would unleash a soundwave that roared like a tsunami. Even if you couldn't see it, you could easily tell where it was coming from. It was different from those cloud-piercing or explosive arrows. A whistling arrow was much more practical in a complicated terrain. Long Chen was a great distance away when he first heard it. As he rushed closer, he quickly saw another arrow tearing through the sky. This time, he saw the arrow's appearance. After that, he started to hear the sounds of intense clashes, and chi waves buffeted him, indicating that someone was fighting. Furthermore, it seemed to be an intense fight. Die, you damn invaders! A furious roar echoed through the air as a group of black-robed experts, bearing strange marks on their sleeves and collars, were attacking 2 people. To Long Chen's surprise, these 2 people turned out to be powerful doyens. Under the assault of these black-robed experts, they were doing their best to escape, leaving the ground stained crimson with blood. It's the blood race. Long Chen sensed a powerful bloodline power from these 2 people. Its aura was dislikable, and he was all too familiar with it. Seeing that they were from the blood race, Long Chen had no desire to interfere. After all, the blood race was the human race's mortal enemy, and Long Chen himself had a deep enmity with them. He had killed so many of them that they had long since reached the point of being like water and fire. These 2 doyens were very powerful, matching Netherdragon Tianzhao's strength from back then. Surrounded by these black-robed experts, they charged left and right, trying to break free. The ground bore witness to the aftermath, strewn with the lifeless bodies of their enemies. However, these black-robed experts were not weak either. Although none of them could match the 2 of them, they had a numbers advantage. The duo found themselves ensnared, unable to break free. Adding to their predicament, a barrage of whistling arrows was launched, and more black-robed experts emerged from every direction. At first, they were only in the hundreds, but their ranks swiftly swelled to thousands. As more of them gathered here, the two doyens quickly reached their limits, engaged in a desperate battle for survival with their backs pressed against each other. They were already powerless to escape their blockade. It was merely a matter of time before they succumbed. "Bastards, we didn't have any problem with you. Why are you doing this?" roared one of the two. "No enmity. You are invaders. You've come to the world of the ninth heaven to take our resources. You are thieves, beggars," cursed one of the black-robed experts. Hidden in the dark, Long Chen was struck by a sudden sense of familiarity. This expert's voice carried a distinctive aura, sinister in both tone and pitch. Long Chen felt an unsettling déjà vu, as if he had encountered this sensation before, yet struggled to place it immediately. It seemed that they were the natives of this world, and they disliked outsiders like Long Chen and the two doyens. They viewed them as invaders who had come to take their resources. "Stop resisting. We will leave you to the sect master to deal with. Whether you live or die will be up to your luck. But if you're just going to be stubborn, death is all that awaits you." This person was quite strong amongst the black-robed experts. He was only a level weaker than these two blood race experts and seemed to possess a high status here. He had been directing the battle from the start. Hearing that there was a chance at survival, the two of them were enticed. Although the two of them had killed quite a few of the natives, if they submitted, perhaps the other side would draw them into their camp due to their immense potential. Even if they had to become slaves, that was better than dying right here and now. "Of course, my heavenly corrupt sect always keeps its word," said that black-robed expert arrogantly. Hearing this, Long Chen was taken aback and instantly realized why he found them familiar. Countless scenes flashed in his mind. Heavenly corrupt sect, so they're all from the corrupt path, and they all have the corrupt god's aura on them. No wonder Long Chen struggled to pinpoint where he had previously sensed this aura. These individuals were practitioners of the corrupt path, mortal enemies from his days on the martial heaven continent. However, since entering the immortal world, he had never encountered any of them. He had assumed that the corrupt god's legacy was limited to the mortal world. Yet, now he encountered the corrupt god's legacy in this place. Furthermore, he also felt like he had heard the name of the heavenly corrupt sect. In other words, the heavenly corrupt sect was not such a simple sect. Long Chen couldn't help but wonder if a more formidable corrupt god lurked within the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The revelation stirred a profound unease within his heart. All right, just as the blood race's experts submitted, that corrupt expert suddenly unleashed a ray of black light from his hand that stabbed the head of one of the blood race experts. It was a black claw the size of a chicken egg. When it pierced that person's head, he screamed in immense pain. "You don't keep your word," the other blood expert shouted, but without his comrade's support, he succumbed in just a few moves. One sword severed his head from his body, while another razor-sharp blade penetrated his skull. Even after all of this, they didn't immediately die. They kept screaming as if enduring unimaginable pain. The same methods and the same flavor. Long Chen sneered. The corrupt path's people always used these despicable methods. They would torture people until they could refine their souls into berserk resentful spirits. After that, they would seal those resentful spirits in their weapons, enhancing their weapons. Furthermore, the lingering resentment within the weapons would affect their opponent's minds during combat. If struck by one of those weapons, even if it was just a graze, their opponent would be infected by the resentment. This poison had almost no cure. Once struck by such a weapon, the consequences were dire, and death was an inevitable outcome. "I curse you, you won't have a good life." When the two heads started to wither, the corrupt weapons shone with a strange light. They were like fiends eating their fill. "Bastards, it's been a month since you entered, but we only found your tracks now. Alert the sect master. If the invaders have been here for so long, it means that the void spirit world is about to open. Our heavenly corrupt sect must seize this chance." The corrupt leader pulled out the black claw. Clearly, he had done a soul search and gained access to the knowledge of the two blood experts. "I trust that other powers have long since started hunting for the invaders. However, they are too crafty and didn't leak any information. Since we learned of their existence too late, we'll have to hurry up," conveyed another expert of the heavenly corrupt sect. "Even if you hurry, it's already too late." Just then a voice rang out, causing the expressions of the heavenly corrupt sect's people to change. They searched for the source of the sound, only to find a man clad in black robes. He wore a warm smile and greeted them with a friendly wave. Chapter 4517 Heavenly Corrupt Sect Master. Before any of the corrupt experts could move, a lightning sword pierced through their leader's head. Long Chen's spiritual strength erupted, and right in front of all of these experts, he brazenly examined their leader's memories. The rest of the Heavenly Corrupt Sect's disciples were shocked and enraged. However, before they could do anything, two pretty figures appeared before them, followed by a sea of lightning and fire. The surroundings were obliterated in an instant, to the point where even the ground ceased to exist. Just like that, all the corrupt experts were gone without a trace. Huo Linger and Lei Linger, now wielding even greater strength than when they had sneak attacked Ying Tian, effortlessly destroyed these doyens with a wave of their hands. After all, it had been over a month since the black soil started devouring so many saint-level devil beast corpses. With all the life energy, the moon trees and Fusong trees were growing crazily, boosting Huo Linger's power. The thunder force of those bodies also stimulated Lei Linger's growth to the point that even Long Chen had to look up to her. All of a sudden, the body Long Chen was soul-searching through exploded. Following that, the void quivered. An enormous hand appeared out of space and slammed down toward Long Chen. To dare offend my heavenly corrupt sect, you must be tired of living. At this moment, heaven and earth changed color. While going through that person's memories, Long Chen had triggered a taboo seal, bringing forth the attack of a terrifying expert. Long Chen's figure swayed, and he vanished from his original location. The very spot that Long Chen had been in was obliterated. The void quivered, revealing a gloomy-faced elder with a crown on his head. His expression was extremely unsightly as his attack had actually missed. Suddenly, he raised his head and let out a roar, sending sound waves in every direction. Space collapsed around him as the epicenter. However, his attack was too late. Long Chen had long since escaped, and the elder didn't even manage to grasp Long Chen's shadow. At this time, dozens of other elders arrived as well. If Long Chen were present, he would definitely be surprised. All of those black-robed elders were actually saints. "Sect Master, what happened?" asked one of them respectfully. This crowned elder was precisely the sect master of the Heavenly Corrupt Sect. When Long Chen started going through one of his disciples' memories, he immediately sensed it and rushed over. All the disciples of the Heavenly Corrupt Sect had seals on their souls to thwart any attempts by enemies to conduct soul searches and learn their sect's secrets. Furthermore, the expert Long Chen had soul searched on held a special status within the Heavenly Corrupt Sect. As a result, the sect master had personally placed the seal on him, which allowed him to immediately sense Long Chen's intrusion. Unfortunately for him, Long Chen was just too fast. As the elder's attack had come through space, it had been unable to lock Long Chen down. "Tell everyone in the sect that if you encounter this person, you are to immediately ring the alarm and summon our full force to kill him," shouted the sect master. He waved his hand, and an image of the black-robed Long Chen appeared in midair. Long Chen flew at top speed for over 2 hours. Seeing that the sect master wasn't chasing him, he finally relaxed. Damn, that sect master is actually in existence above a saint. Long Chen's heart pounded. It was fortunate that he had run quickly. "Big brother Long Chen, why didn't we stay and fight? We might not necessarily lose against him," protested Lei Linger. Long Chen was speechless. In the end, she was a lightning spirit, and her senses weren't as sharp. She didn't even realize just how terrifying that sect master was. Lei Linger and Huo Linger had grown explosively during this month, but it also fueled their arrogance. In this case, Long Chen could only comfort them. If he said that the three of them combined couldn't beat that elder, they would definitely get even more stubborn. After sending these two sisters back to the primal chaos space, Long Chen started to study the memories he had gained. Although he hadn't managed to gain the core secrets, he had gotten quite a bit of useful information. Only now did Long Chen realize that the place he had landed in was called the Devil Beast Demon Forest. It was such a vast land that almost no one had ever managed to traverse it. From the rumors, deep within the depths of the forest lurked terrifying existences. They were formidable enough to pose a threat even to figures like the sect master who surpassed the saint realm. Hence, despite the abundance of treasures inside the Devil Beast Demon Forest, only a handful of people dared to venture into it. The place Long Chen had rushed through could only be considered the outermost border of the forest. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been transported straight to the depths of the forest, he would have never been able to leave in this lifetime. This time, luck was on his side. Furthermore, the direction he picked was also right. Picking the opposite direction would have led him deeper into the forest, sealing his fate. The place Long Chen emerged from was precisely the territory of the Heavenly Corrupt Sect. Through this soul search, he learned that the Heavenly Corrupt Sect was a terrifying force, the most daunting power he had ever encountered thus far. They had millions of doyens and 100 elderly saints, and their sect master was in existence above the saint realm. The sheer vastness of their territory meant that, despite Long Chen's speed, traversing it would require him to fly at top speed for several days. What disturbed Long Chen even more was the realization that this incredibly powerful force was nothing special in this world. Many factions just as strong as the Heavenly Corrupt Sect existed within this realm. The Heavenly Corrupt Sect was one of this place's natives and referred to this realm as the world of the ninth heaven. From their perspective, this place represented the peak of the nine heavens, and people like Long Chen were mere invaders. The natives of this world were extremely xenophobic. When they saw invaders, they would immediately attack to kill, showing no mercy. Even sharing the same race and branch meant nothing to them. However, much of the information that Long Chen sought remained securely sealed away. For example, he didn't gain anything about the corrupt god's inheritance. Based on his calculations, those memories were entrenched so deeply within the seal that only someone of exceptional skill, like Meng Qi, would possess the ability to breach it. While Long Chen was thinking, explosive sounds rang out through the sky, causing Long Chen to hastily hide himself. A group of figures flew by his side, led by two saints guiding numerous disciples from the Heavenly Corrupt Sect. Each of them exuded a stronger aura than those Long Chen had slain. Observing their intense killing intent and noting the direction they headed, Long Chen murmured, "Interesting. It seems that they want to lock down this area. If I were to leave, I might have to fight them." A sly grin crept across his face. "If you're going to treat me so warmly, I guess I can stay behind for a few more days. It seems that your Heavenly Corrupt Sect has quite a few industries here." Chapter 4518 Asura Race. "You damn bastard, stop right there." As some buildings exploded, a figure came flying out of the rubble, soaring with kunpeng wings unfurled on its back. It was none other than Long Chen, and in his wake trailed three saints and a horde of enraged eternal experts. Their faces contorted with fury, as if Long Chen was the one who had slain their fathers. "Stop. Oh, after giving me so many treasures, are you inviting me to stay for a meal as well? Sorry, but I'm quite busy. You can all leave now. No need for further gifts." Long Chen bid them farewell with a warm wave. "Bastard, leave our things behind, otherwise." The three saints were so enraged that flames almost burst out of their eyes. This location served as a large weapon forging factory of the Heavenly Corrupt Sect, where they manufactured all the weapons for their disciples. Every material used in their weapon forging was centralized here, making it a crucial hub for the sect. As it was located on the border of their central land, the Heavenly Corrupt Sect had never faced a threat to this vital facility. Due to its seemingly strong defenses, no intruder had ever infiltrated this place. However, Long Chen did it so easily. Perhaps this place had been safe for too long, so they didn't even realize that Long Chen had raided their entire stock of materials. Long Chen had taken all the immortal materials and divine weapons stored in thousands of treasuries, yet the alarm still hadn't sounded. However, Boss Long San couldn't just leave without making a ruckus. That wasn't his style. Having no other choice, he went to their weapon forging divine hall, and the craftsmen there let out panicked shouts when they saw him. Long Chen was content with their reaction, so he unleashed the prepared world extermination flame lotus upon them. Just like that, all the craftsmen and their handiwork met their demise, and the grand formations of this area lay in ruins. Seeing the devastation, all their experts went crazy. They then came to send Long Chen off, and also bless 18 generations of his ancestors. Even while pursued and cursed, Long Chen felt an undeniable sense of delight. As expected, doing bad things was really delightful. Long Chen started to understand why Mo Nian was always such a wretch. There was a certain joy in provoking others and then basking in the knowledge that they couldn't retaliate. As Long Chen flew through the air, he glanced at the primal chaos space. As he saw the piles of treasures inside, his smile was ear to ear. Within the primal chaos space lay an abundance of immortal metals, not only in their raw ore form but also in the purified essence extracted from them. After all, the higher the purity of the immortal metal, the greater the produced weapon would be. Due to their limited abilities, Sha Chen and Guo Ran found it exceptionally challenging to refine saint-level materials to a high purity. They couldn't guarantee the quality, and the process would result in substantial waste. However, these immortal metals were already incredibly pure. If Sha Chen and Guo Ran were to see them, they would definitely go crazy. All of Long Chen's snatched immortal metals exuded strong fluctuations. In other words, they should be on the level of saint materials. Other than the immortal metals, he also pilfered piles of weapons. However, the majority of these weapons were still in their embryonic stages, with some lacking even the basic runes carved onto them. A few of the weapons had runes inscribed on them, but they lacked spiritual essence, making them essentially half-finished. Sha Chen and Guo Ran could just inscribe runes onto them to turn them into saint items. Most importantly, among the loot were over 10 saint-grade items with runes already inscribed on them. They would become powerful corrupt weapons as soon as they started absorbing resentful spirits. The heavenly corrupt sect employed a straightforward method to awaken spirituality in their weapons. Practitioners of the corrupt path cultivated numerous resentful spirits, nurturing them like poison bugs. The spirits would then consume each other until a powerful leader emerged, akin to a king. After that, a group of kings were piled together, and they were set to devour each other again. The process was repeated over and over again until it produced a terrifying resentful spirit capable of controlling a saint weapon. The resulting weapon would exude a chilling bloodthirst. However, a resentful spirit would grow berserk if it didn't get to kill someone after a while. There was a risk that it might turn on its master and devour them at any moment. As a result, the divine weapons of the corrupt path could not be left unused for an extended duration. What delighted Long Chen the most was the discovery of a blood-colored saber amongst the saint weapon embryos. The saber measured 9 feet in length, with countless fiendish faces carved into its surface. The blade itself was serrated, resembling the teeth of a fiend, and it emitted an icy sharpness capable of freezing one's soul. At the bottom of the hilt was a fist-sized golden human skull, with 2 black gemstones embedded into its eye sockets. These gemstones resembled a pair of deep, sinister eyes watching the world. This weapon's form was a bit similar to the Blooddrinker saber that Long Chen had obtained in the Julie secret realm. Its body was red like fresh blood, exuding a terrifying pressure. Also, even though it was just the embryonic form of a saint weapon, its aura was even more terrifying than an ordinary saint weapon. What thrilled Long Chen the most was the weight of the saber. It felt as if each of the fiendish faces carved into it carried the weight of a star. Even with Long Chen's formidable strength, wielding this saber proved to be quite challenging. This made Long Chen wonder, was there some titanic person in the heavenly corrupt sect? Who else could use such a heavy saber? Stop, return that saber, we made that for someone else. Do you know who its master is? Cried out one of the 3 saints in a panic. Hearing that, Long Chen was startled. So the heavenly corrupt sect refined weapons for others as well. It seemed that their weapon forging business was quite successful. If they weren't, no one would come to them for weapons. Who cares who it is? As long as it enters Boss Long San's pocket, it's Boss Long San's. Even the king of the heavens can't take it back, sneered Long Chen as he ran. This saint had to be out of his mind. He wanted to threaten Long Chen. Why would Long Chen feel concerned about such a thing? If you take that weapon, the Asura race will hunt you down to the end of the world. You will suffer for eternity, roared that saint. The Asura race, never heard of them, snorted Long Chen. That just means that you're ignorant. If you knew of them, you wouldn't have dared to touch that sword. Is there anything in this world that Boss Long San doesn't dare to do? You're the real ignorant one, replied Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen was flying at full speed, maintaining a set distance from those saints. As their attacks were unable to reach him, he was completely safe. Idiot, leave behind that saber. Otherwise, no need to keep sending me off. We're here, everyone, let us meet again. Long Chen suddenly stopped on top of a mountain, where a several-foot-wide formation disk illuminated the rocky surface. Seeing that formation disk, the 3 saints roared with fury and launched their attacks. The mountain was instantly crushed, and fragments of the formation disk flew through the air. Yet, Long Chen had vanished, his timing impeccable. The 3 saints bellowed in fury, but Long Chen was already too distant to hear their enraged cries. Chapter 4519 Heavenly Corrupt Medicinal Field. Asura Race. Why does it sound a bit familiar? A formation disk illuminated another mountain, revealing Long Chen's figure. He rubbed his chin, deep in contemplation. That's right, the 9 underworld Luaka mentioned having a trace of the Asura race's bloodline. TCH, who cares? No one can stop Boss Long San from getting rich. Whatever falls into my hands is rightfully mine. Long Chen shook his head and took out that saber again. As he gripped it, his hand sank, and the mountain beneath his feet trembled as if struggling under the weight it bore. Hee, only something as heavy as this is interesting enough. Haha, what if I returned this saber to them in exchange for them creating a Dragonbone Evilmoon for me? Would they agree? Long Chen laughed, knowing that the idea wasn't very practical. Ignoring whether or not they would agree, just how many years would it take them to create such a divine weapon? He couldn't wait that long. Well, I'll just use this saber. It should be able to endure my astral energy. Ying Tian, just you wait. I'll cut you down this time. Long Chen swung the saber a few times. It really was too heavy for him, so he wasn't able to wield it perfectly. But then, he hadn't used a heavy weapon in a long time, so perhaps his wrist control had weakened slightly. A spider-like entity suddenly appeared behind Long Chen, and its legs wrapped around him. At the center of its 8 legs was a rectangular form. Long Chen then directed the saber behind him, and it seamlessly slid into that rectangular form. It fit perfectly, creating a perfect sheath. Seeing this discovery, Long Chen was extremely satisfied. The only regretful thing was that despite being a domineering weapon, it was different from Dragonbone Evilmoon's innate ruler Qi. Long Chen had been in the immortal world for quite some time now, having fought countless battles and seen countless divine weapons. However, he had never seen another weapon like Dragonbone Evilmoon. This was why after the Minghong saber was destroyed, he never felt like getting another saber. Those sabers were just far too weak compared to Dragonbone Evilmoon, and Long Chen was extremely picky. Up to now, aside from the Minghong saber, this blood-colored saber was the only one he deemed worthy. After placing this blood-colored saber on his back, Long Chen adjusted the formation disc beneath his feet. It lit up, and once again, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he found himself enveloped in a mist saturated with immortal spiritual qi. Mountains lay hidden within the mist, barely visible and resembling a mirage. This was the medicinal field of the heavenly corrupt sect. Over tens of millions of years, they had invested significant time and resources to transform this treasured land into a holy land. Through the last soul search, Long Chen had obtained quite a bit of information about the heavenly corrupt sect. Although he didn't know the sect's innermost secrets, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of its general structure. As a result, Long Chen had strategically placed backup plans throughout the sect's territory. Regardless of his entry point, he could always escape, and even if he failed, he also had other plans. Long Chen knew he couldn't rely on his luck, so he depended on his power. Having obtained some of their divine materials, Long Chen now came for their medicinal field. He estimated that news of his previous sneak attack would be swiftly relayed to their headquarters. Their elders would very likely decide to send pursuers in the direction he supposedly fled. The notion that he hadn't fled but returned for more would probably not cross their old minds. Even if they did consider this possibility, it would take some time for them to arrange their defenses. Long Chen had more than enough time to make his move. While this medicinal field was just one among the hundreds owned by the heavenly corrupt sect, it was the finest. Naturally, Long Chen would pick the best for himself. Although the heavenly corrupt sect was part of the corrupt path, it didn't imply that all their treasures possessed an evil attribute. Both the divine materials and precious medicinal ingredients they owned could be utilized by both the righteous and corrupt paths. Only once their weapons were injected with resentful spirits did they truly become evil. Similarly, only when these ingredients were refined into evil pills would they possess evil nature. Before undergoing these processes, they were all normal. Long Chen saw that there were more guards here than in the previous location. However, their role wasn't to thwart potential attacks but rather to prevent accidental harm to the medicinal ingredients caused by some ignorant workers. After all, the rarer the medicinal ingredient, the pickier it was. Some were so sensitive that even the slightest touch could lead to their demise. These medicinal ingredients were incomparably precious, and many of them had signs beside them with the names of their caretakers. If any harm befell the medicinal ingredients, the caretakers would be held responsible. So, if a precious medicinal ingredient died, that person would probably accompany it. Thus, all of these people were vigilant in their duties. Stop, you! With a single finger, Long Chen killed a guard but didn't do a soul search for fear that he would trigger another seal. He could only check some of their spiritual fragments. Fortunately, the fragments did contain what he wanted. Very quickly, Long Chen found the diagram of the medicinal field's tiers and stealthily went around to the highest tier. Damn, there are saints personally standing guard here. When he reached the place with the highest tier medicinal ingredients, he saw a saint conducting an inspection there. Long Chen instantly went still. While he wasn't afraid of a single saint, fighting here could ruin all these precious medicinal ingredients, which would hurt him instead. In his view, these ingredients were already his, so he wouldn't let anyone ruin them. After going through this field, the saint summoned a dozen eternal experts working in the area and scolded them. He basically rebuked them for not paying enough attention to the finer details, stating things like, people who neglect their work will be punished. Those eternal experts repeatedly shook their heads like chickens bobbing for rice, not daring to argue. They were already used to this. Whether or not there was a problem, this saint would always scold them. Actually, this was a good thing. It suggested that there were no real problems. The real concern would be if he didn't scold them. The saint sent spittle flying for 2 hours, during which Long Chen felt the increasing urge to silence him forever. Long Chen didn't even know what this saint was trying to express with his rant. Eventually, whether out of fatigue or running out of curses, he swung his sleeve and walked away. Once he left, those eternal experts relaxed but continued to stand there for a while, only fully relaxing and laughing once they were certain the saint was gone. However, halfway through their laughter, they froze as that saint actually returned. Chapter 4520 Absorbing Blood, Awakening Spirituality. Get over here, barked the saint in a stern tone as he walked away from the medicinal field. The eternal experts immediately trembled, regretting their earlier laughter. What had been a collective sigh of relief had turned into a provocation, as the saint had heard it. Too fearful to lift their heads, these eternal experts kept their mouths shut, fixating their gaze on their own footsteps as they walked out of the medicinal field. All of them were on edge. With many years of experience working in this region, they were profoundly aware of the saint's volatile temper. Perhaps one of them would meet an unfortunate end here, and their fate would be up to luck now. As soon as they left the medicinal field, a blood-colored saber slashed through the air, beheading them all. The saint was, in fact, Long Chen in disguise. If they had looked at him more closely, they would have easily noticed the imperfections in his disguise. However, their fear rendered them unable to look at Long Chen directly. Exploiting this psychological pressure, Long Chen successfully played his gamble against them, and it really worked. Long Chen had a specific reason for luring them out of the medicinal field before attacking. If a fight had broken out, they would have ruined the medicinal field. Also, even if they didn't resist, just the smell of their blood could harm many of the delicate plants here. If the latter were badly startled, some of them could even die. In the end, Long Chen's plan didn't unfold as he intended. As he slew the eternal experts, the saber in his hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light, exuding a ferocious aura. Long Chen's expression changed. He hadn't expected the saber to directly absorb the blood-soul power of the slain eternal experts. This ferocious weapon seemed like a bloodthirsty fiend awoken from slumber. It actually achieved spiritual awakening at this moment. The primary issue wasn't the weapon attaining spiritual awakening, rather, it was the sudden eruption of its aura in every direction. Long Chen let out a startled cry and hastily charged into the medicinal field. He had thought that he would be able to calmly gather the plants, but the disturbance had undoubtedly alarmed the surrounding experts. Long Chen panicked. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have used this saber. These medicinal ingredients were all extremely precious, and he had to gather them carefully. Long Chen also needed to study the methods of harvesting some of them without causing any damage, as some would perish instantly if touched incorrectly. This medicinal field housed the highest tier ingredients, including the ones comparable to the 1,000-leaf sacred light snow lotus and the jade bone violet heart bamboo. Collecting them required meticulous care, as if they died in the outside world, the primal chaos space wouldn't necessarily be able to revive them. However, Long Chen had no other means now. He could only seize as many as possible, risking the possibility of damaging the entire medicinal field due to time constraints. The thought of such destruction caused his heart to drip with blood. "Don't move, you'll damage it." Just as Long Chen was about to grab one saint medicinal plant, the earth cauldron's voice rang out. "Leave this to me." Long Chen was taken aback. The earth cauldron suddenly appeared and cast forth a gentle sacred light that enveloped the entire medicinal field. "Go block that saint. Buy some time for me," commanded the earth cauldron. Long Chen then sensed a terrifying aura and rushed toward it. "You brazen thief! You must be tired of living since you've come to my territory." Countless alarms blared, accompanied by a resounding roar from above. It was the saint who had spent 2 hours chiding the others. "Hey, don't misunderstand, I'm on your side," cried out Long Chen. The saint paused for the briefest of moments before detecting that Long Chen's aura was completely amiss. "Invader, who do you think you're trying to trick? Speak, who are you? You don't recognize me, I'm your daddy." Long Chen stared at the saint in disbelief. "Die," the saint roared furiously. Suspicious of the situation, he had extended his divine sense while speaking. Discovering that Long Chen was alone yet still dared to jest, he was infuriated. The saint's hand reached toward Long Chen, causing space to twist. An enormous hand then appeared in front of Long Chen. The saint was enraged, but he refrained from using his full power. He wanted to capture Long Chen alive and save the medicinal field at the same time. After all, if the medicinal field was ruined, not even he would survive. Long Chen raised the blood-colored saber. After that, specks of starlight covered the blade, and a howling saber wind erupted. The hand was cut in two, while the saber wind continued to strike the elder's actual palm. Due to the impact, the elder grunted and fell back, blood spraying out of his half-destroyed hand. "It really is different when you have a good weapon." Long Chen was startled by this result as well. He wasn't in his full power state and had simply used the energy of the Star Sea in his dantian. However, this simple attack was enough to injure a saint. Although Long Chen knew that the saint hadn't used his full power either, Long Chen realized that he could now fight a saint on equal footing. Most importantly, when his astral energy entered the saber, he experienced a sensation akin to a raging flood finally finding an outlet. Even his split the heavens had changed. Previously, without a decent weapon, Long Chen had to diffuse the power of split the heavens throughout the entire saber. It was actually more like smashing than slashing. Now, armed with a strong weapon, Long Chen could channel his power to the edge of the blade. Even with the same amount of energy, the destructive might was many times greater. "Hey, stop, I'm telling the truth, I'm really your daddy." After taking the upper hand, Long Chen didn't immediately charge over. Instead, he waved his hands frantically. "Wait. Where did you get that weapon?" exclaimed the saint. His expression completely changed when he looked more closely at Long Chen's saber. Hearing that, Long Chen immediately replied, "I'm from the Asura race. I was given the mission of coming for what you forged for." "Bullshit. Die." The saint stamped on the air, and countless afterimages of him appeared throughout heaven and earth. Suddenly, a fist appeared behind Long Chen. Seeing this, he snorted and raised his saber to block it. Sparks erupted as Long Chen recoiled and propelled backward. As he glanced back at the fist, his pupils contracted ever so slightly. Chapter 4521 I'm Your Daddy. Something resembling a boxing glove covered the saint's hand, featuring longan-sized human skulls on its joints. This strange weapon emitted terrifying auras from the 5 skulls. When Long Chen's saber collided with the glove, a vision of countless ghouls wailing for their lives flooded his mind. Given the robustness of Long Chen's spiritual strength, it was clear that this corrupt weapon had accumulated countless resentful spirits to produce such an effect on him. Wearing the strange glove, the saint unleashed a furious tempest of attacks, and in response, Long Chen repeatedly swung his blood-colored saber. However, the saint managed to drive him backward. Long Chen knew that the saint was trying to force him away from the medicinal field. In this location, the saint exercised restraint to avoid damaging the precious plants. However, Long Chen had the same objective in mind. He already considered this medicinal field his own, and if he could just delay the saint, the earth cauldron could proceed to gather the medicinal plants. Long Chen continued to retreat, caving in under the sharpness of the saint's attacks and his explosive pressure. At a certain distance, a barrier that covered the medicinal field suddenly appeared. At this time, the saint roared, "Damn thief, hand over your life." Having forced Long Chen out of the barrier, the saint no longer held back. When his manifestation materialized, a sinister air swirled around him, causing him to look like he was possessed by a devil. When he unleashed his fist this time, its force was 100 times greater than before. 7-star battle armor. Long Chen let out a roar, causing his divine ring to quiver. At the same time, 7 stars illuminated the world, gradually turning the stars in the sky more distinct. In just a moment, the world beneath transformed into an expanse covered in a starry sky. Long Chen's saber cleaved into the saint's glove, unleashing an immense power that reverberated through the world. It was a clash of sheer force. The saint was sent reeling back, his expression marked by disbelief, and his arm rendered numb from the impact. "Just who are you?" roared the saint. "I'm your daddy," responded Long Chen. He then raised his saber toward the sky. Stars swirled in the manifestation behind Long Chen. His arm looked as if it were made of stars, and starlight slowly flowed into his saber. The stars in the sky started to flicker rapidly as starlight descended, converging onto the saber. Long Chen's saber seemed to serve as a link between his manifestation and the astral energy above the 9 heavens, constantly accumulating more power. The saint's expression underwent a complete transformation, shifting from astonishment to sheer disbelief. Although Long Chen's saber was still gathering power, its aura already conveyed the scent of death. Heavenly corrupt grand formation, corrupt blood heavenly ignition. The saint suddenly spat blood onto his glove, causing the 5 skulls to shriek mournfully. It resembled the sound of millions of resentful spirits being unleashed. 5 rays of evil light coalesced from his glove, causing the very fabric of heaven and earth to tremble. The saint was using his own essence blood to unleash the full power of his saint weapon. Long Chen's expression was solemn. At this moment, he sensed another aspect of the 9-star hegemon body art. It was a mysterious feeling that he couldn't completely grasp, and for some reason, he kept feeling like he was lacking a certain power. Is this saber not strong enough? Is it because it can't contain more power? Just then, the saint's attack came, so Long Chen had no time to ponder anymore. He swung his saber down, unleashing all his accumulated astral energy. It was like the very cosmos had exploded. Long Chen heard a miserable scream from the saint and saw half of his body obliterated. Long Chen's attack was absolutely terrifying, almost killing the saint in a slash. At this moment, Long Chen's saber transformed into a streak of light that accurately pierced the saint's head. After that, the saber rumbled again, and the marks of the fiendish faces on it lit up. Its aura once more grew explosively. Long Chen's heart shook. This weapon might only be half complete, but it already had a sinister power to devour souls. When it devoured the souls of those eternal experts, its aura was activated, but it didn't undergo too much of a change. However, absorbing the saint's soul actually caused one of the fiend faces on it to light up. These fiend faces were intricately inscribed all over the saber. Some were near the edge of the blade, and the saw-toothed edge resembled their teeth. Long Chen looked at it more closely. There were 999 faces on it, and killing one saint caused one to light up. Did that mean that he needed to kill 999 saints to light them all up? This is a divine weapon of the Asura race, so the method for controlling it definitely lies in their hands, murmured Long Chen. However, the Asura race definitely wouldn't divulge these secrets to outsiders. In any case, this weapon was capable of unleashing Long Chen's astral energy without exploding, and that already satisfied him. With this weapon, he could fully unleash his power. Without it, defeating a saint would be much more difficult, and killing them would be next to impossible. After all, a saint was not a devil beast. If they couldn't win, they'd run. At this time, a bronze cauldron pierced through the barrier and appeared in front of Long Chen. "I'm done. Let's go," exclaimed the earth cauldron. Hearing this, Long Chen was delighted with its speed. He had even been thinking about how to draw everyone's attention onto him instead of the medicinal field. Just then, the land trembled, and multiple terrifying auras rose. "They have saints in seclusion." Long Chen immediately spread his kunpeng wings and shot away. 6 terrifying auras came over as they attacked Long Chen at the same time. However, Long Chen had made the first move, so even these saints couldn't catch him for a while. When he reached the formation disk he had set up, he instantly activated it. Their 6 attacks shattered the mountain, but Long Chen had disappeared. When those saints returned to the medicinal field, they found that all the precious plants had vanished and not even a single one remained. Immediately, all of them coughed up blood from rage. Reporting, the sect sent word that the invader Long Chen has just launched an attack on the Saint Item Palace. The sect master implores you to be careful. A messenger brought a missive from the sect. However, he noticed everyone's grim expressions halfway through his report, and his heart sank. Chapter 4522 Every grain counts. Wow, Senior, you're amazing. Not only did you raid the kitchen, but you also managed to snatch their pots and even the stove," exclaimed Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes widened as he beheld a vast new medicinal field stretching tens of thousands of miles. To his amazement, the earth cauldron had claimed the entire medicinal field. "Every grain counts. Nothing should go to waste," remarked the earth cauldron lightly. Despite its composed tone, Long Chen could hear a trace of pride in its words. The earth cauldron had stripped away an entire layer of the medicinal field, uprooting all the plants. This audacious act left the 6 saints fuming with rage, even to the point of coughing up blood. Originally, due to time constraints, Long Chen had only been planning on taking the saint-level plants. However, the earth cauldron spared nothing, leaving not a single trace of the heavenly corrupt sect's vegetation. Overwhelmed by the earth cauldron's prowess, Long Chen felt an impulse to bow in reverence. In response, the earth cauldron said, "Gathering these plants depleted quite a bit of my energy. When you have time, we should refine more pills so that I can recover." Long Chen knew that the earth cauldron helped him because it also needed to recover. The only shortcut to its recovery was to refine pills. This was why it had taken the initiative to help him gather these medicinal ingredients. It seemed that they were also very important to it. The earth cauldron said, "This time, the harvest wasn't bad. There were over 30 saint medicinal ingredients, with several of them being top grade. Now, I can refine a dozen kinds of saint pills with them, and they'll be greatly beneficial to both of us. Refining the pills won't be difficult, but I have to leave the heavenly corrupt sect's territory first. The disturbance caused by these pills will undoubtedly attract them, especially their terrifying sect master." "Senior, do you know what realm he's in?" asked Long Chen. "He's in the same realm as you." "What? He's a world king? I don't believe it," exclaimed Long Chen. "Not that realm, another realm. Don't you have another title?" replied the earth cauldron. "A title? Sage King?" Long Chen was befuddled. "Yes, he is in the highest of the 3 realms of eternity, the Sage King realm." "Sage King is a realm? I thought it was just a title for a genius," said Long Chen in disbelief. "It is a title but also a realm. Those who obtain the title of Sage King will definitely be able to reach the Sage King realm. To put it frankly, it is just an early access ticket to the Sage King realm. In truth, this title has saved your life once. Otherwise, you would have died when you tried to do that soul search," explained the earth cauldron. "When you did your soul search, you triggered a Sage King seal, which was supposed to transform into a curse to kill the person doing the soul search. However, this Sage King curse is only effective against people with a lower realm. Since you are also a Sage King, the curse did not manifest," answered the earth cauldron. Hearing its explanation, Long Chen was taken aback. It seemed that the karmic luck of his title had inadvertently saved his life again. "Recall that moment, when that corrupt expert died, you immediately sensed danger and fled. Theoretically, under the suppression of the sect master's Sage King realm, escaping in time should have been impossible. Typically, one wouldn't have a chance to react before succumbing to the attack. Yet, you managed to evade it. That was also due to your status as Sage King. Therefore, you shouldn't complain. The title of Sage King is actually very important to you. Some matters can't be judged simply by looking at the surface. Often, unseen factors silently shape the course of your destiny," explained the earth cauldron. Despite Long Chen having the title of Sage King, the heavenly Taos continued to target him. This constant struggle frustrated Long Chen, leading him to complain several times about how the title of Sage King was a joke. However, with the earth cauldron's insightful explanation, Long Chen realized he might have been too hasty in his judgment. After hastily thanking the earth cauldron, Long Chen felt like most of his resentment had vanished. Next, Long Chen set his gaze onto one of the heavenly corrupt sect's mining operations, a spirit stone mine. The primal chaos spirit stones found in the 9th world differed significantly from those in the outside world, mainly due to the thousands of times denser primal chaos chi in this realm. Thus, the spirit stones here weren't categorized into low grade, middle grade, and top grade. Instead, all of them were top grade. If the natives found any low grade or middle grade spirit stone deposits, they wouldn't start the excavation. They would wait until they matured into top grade spirit stones before excavating them. Furthermore, amongst these primal chaos spirit stones, there were unique specimens that harbored distinct elemental attributes. For example, some of them contained metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, and various other elements. These particular spirit stones were unprecedented in both the Darklight Heaven and the Nirvana Overflow Heaven. Their existence had never been witnessed or even heard of before. When Long Chen discovered these special spirit stones, he found himself irresistibly drawn to them, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Long Chen felt like he had been a frog at the bottom of a well now the entire time. There were many good things here. As a result, Long Chen stealthily slipped toward their spirit stone mine. However, this time, the heavenly corrupt sect had learned their lesson and were on high guard. With dozens of saints patrolling the surroundings, Long Chen had no opportunity to sneak in like before. Long Chen wasn't afraid of these saints as he had the new saber. Even if he couldn't beat them, he felt like he could always run away. Long Chen was just worried that he would encounter their sect master, knowing it was his luck that allowed him to escape last time. However, if this spirit stone mine had a trap set up inside of it, well, the sect master was no fool. He would definitely not allow Long Chen to escape again. Long Chen examined their operation for a full day and then intentionally made an opening for them to notice him. He immediately fled, but just before leaving, he sensed an aura that shook his heart. As expected, there was a trap. As soon as he tested it, they exposed themselves. Although the sect master did not appear, Long Chen already sensed him. TCH, they want to play hide and seek with me. I'll play you to death. Thus, Long Chen started to run around the heavenly corrupt sect's territory randomly, causing trouble everywhere. He didn't go to places with high security and just specifically targeted places without much importance. There was no way to be on guard against bandits forever, there was only a forever bandit. The heavenly corrupt sect had many businesses, so there were too many places for them to defend. Long Chen was like a ghost flitting around the place. The heavenly corrupt sect was unable to tolerate things any longer, but they also couldn't do much. Several days later, Long Chen sensed something wrong. The heavenly corrupt sect had started shifting their manpower and directly threw away some veins of ore. Even the guards were pulled away. Long Chen's guard went up as he noticed their experts gathering. Just as he thought that they were about to move against him in full force, he realized that they were all going in the same direction. Long Chen tailed them and quickly saw a shocking scene. Chapter 4523 Red-Haired Man. The heavenly corrupt sect's millions and millions of experts were gathering, and their weakest experts were those in the World King realm. Damn, what are they doing? Long Chen was startled by this disturbance. He wanted to grab one of them and do a soul search, but he was afraid of being noticed. It seems they're about to go to war. Is that why they can't deal with me? Although Long Chen didn't know what the heavenly corrupt sect was doing, for them to gather so many experts, they were very likely going to war. That was the only reason why they wouldn't spend more time searching for him. Based on the information Long Chen had gained, he discerned the path he had taken led to the heavenly corrupt sect's administrative section. According to reason, this was Long Chen's best chance to either escape or sneak attack the heavenly corrupt sect. However, Long Chen didn't do so and chose to follow this army. Long Chen had countless medicinal pills on him, and some were for concealing his aura. These medicinal pills had even deceived a terrifying assassin like Ying Tian, so tricking the likes of these people was simple. On the second day, following behind this army, Long Chen saw a shocking scene. The huge army actually merged with another. The two armies started, with equal numbers. After assembling, they underwent a brief reorganization before advancing once again. Then came a third merge, followed by a fourth. Long Chen found himself in disbelief. By the fifth merge, their forces had expanded significantly, finally joining the main army, which was thousands of times larger. They were like streams gradually converging into a mighty river. How can the heavenly corrupt sect's foundation be so terrifying? Although Long Chen had done multiple soul searches, it seemed that many of the heavenly corrupt sect's disciples didn't actually know the full extent of the heavenly corrupt sect's power. Furthermore, Long Chen sensed a squad of supreme experts numbering over 100,000 world kings. However, all the other experts of the heavenly corrupt sect treated them reverently, including the saints. There's a doyen with an even more terrifying aura than Ying Tian. Long Chen sucked in a cold gasp of air when he spotted their leader. It was a fair-faced, red-haired man with a skinny and lanky build. He had a crown on his head identical to the sect master's crown and carried a giant scythe on his back. It seemed that this man was the future heir to the heavenly corrupt sect's throne. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to wear that crown. That was why even saints had to respectfully bow to him when they saw him. Although this man didn't intentionally release his aura, endless heavenly Tao runes flowed around him as if prostrating at his very existence. This was something that hadn't occurred even with Ying Tian. While Long Chen had exchanged blows with Ying Tian twice, he knew that Ying Tian had not revealed his full power. However, just based on their Doyan aura, this person exceeded Ying Tian. Of course, this didn't mean that he was definitely stronger. After all, Ying Tian was an assassin, whose specialty was in concealing their power. As long as Ying Tian didn't reveal his full power, no one would know for sure. However, as Long Chen possessed the 9-star hegemon body art, his senses were extremely sharp. Even at this immense distance, Long Chen felt like this person was definitely on the same level as Ying Tian or perhaps slightly stronger. I wonder what kind of heavenly Doyan fruit will I get when he dies? Long Chen suddenly stared at this Doyan like he was a beautiful heavenly Doyan fruit. Long Chen almost started to drool. Last time, Sha Chen had absorbed Long Chen's most powerful heavenly Doyan fruit. After that, according to Sha Chen's words, his power was at least 10 times greater. So, despite being in the Dragonblood Legion for the shortest time and always spending time with an undependable fellow like Guo Ran, Sha Chen himself was very dependable. When Guo Ran spoke, you had to question whether or not he was just bragging. However, when it came to Sha Chen, you had to wonder if he was severely underestimating his own abilities. If this fellow said that he was 10 times stronger, then it probably wasn't just 10 times. Thus, when Long Chen saw terrifying experts these days, all he could think of was how adorable they would be after becoming heavenly Doyan fruits. Gulping his saliva, Long Chen continued to carefully follow them. As for the scythe-wielding man, he never had dreamed that another man would be drooling over him. 3 days later, the heavenly corrupt sect's army arrived at a mountain valley, and in front of them was an endless wasteland. The army stopped at the border. At this moment, space twisted, revealing the sect master. Damn, the heavenly corrupt sect's territory is so huge, but he can simply appear wherever he wants according to his will. Long Chen was stunned to see the sect master. Wait, no, that can't be right. If he had that ability, how could he let me off? Long Chen quickly realized that he was wrong. All of a sudden, he looked down and saw a blood-colored totem beneath the sect master's feet, so he immediately rolled his eyes. It seemed that it was simply a spatial transportation formation. Long Chen simply didn't notice someone had tossed out this totem. All the heavenly corrupt sect's disciples knelt toward their sect master, and only the scythe-wielding man continued to stand. The sect master didn't even look at these disciples. Instead, he went to the scythe-wielding man and offered a bow. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was left agape in astonishment. However, when Long Chen looked at the disciples' expressions, it seemed that this was a normal occurrence. With a solemn expression, the sect master started speaking to the scythe-wielding man. Unfortunately, the distance was too far for Long Chen to hear anything. After talking for a while, the scythe-wielding man shook his head, as if not approving of the sect master's words. The sect master helplessly continued to advise him. Long Chen somehow sensed that the sect master was talking about him. However, that young man was just sneering and waved his hand. After that, the enormous scythe appeared in his hand, and he pointed it forward. Seeing this, the sect master could only sigh helplessly. He shouted, "All sons of our God have their destiny. Unleash your power to slaughter the mixed beast race. Offer them as sacrifices, destroy their divine lamp, and have the corrupt god's light ignite their divine pool." In response to the sect master's fervent exhortation, a rune suddenly manifested on the scythe-wielding man's forehead. After that, an ancient and sinister aura emanated from him. As the scythe-wielding man chanted strange syllables, his intonations seemed to blend between a prayer and an ancestral sacrifice. The eerie combination sent shivers down Long Chen's spine. Observing the heavenly corrupt sect experts, Long Chen noticed a bizarre transformation taking place. Their eyes turned a vivid scarlet, resembling a descent into a state of madness. From top to bottom, including the sect master himself, everyone roared and charged toward the wasteland. The moment they charged forward, roars also came from the depths of the wasteland. It felt like monstrous beasts from the desolate era were awakening, erupting with an instant explosion of killing intent. Chapter 4524 Mixed Beast Race. The experts of the heavenly corrupt sect unleashed thunderous roars, their eyes ablaze with scarlet intensity as a sinister aura erupted from within them. It felt like they were possessed by some strange power. Their fear was no more, replaced by a berserk and unbridled desire to kill. This should be a utilization of faith energy. That red-haired man really isn't ordinary, murmured Long Chen. Even the sect master was polite and careful when speaking to him, so his status had to be extraordinary. Although Long Chen didn't hear what they were talking about, based on their expressions, it was most likely about how this red-haired man would be leading the heavenly corrupt sect's army against this opposing force. The sect master seemed more conservative. With a troublemaker like Long Chen in their territory, he didn't think it was a good idea to make a bold move at this time. However, the red-haired man had acted first, summoning the army of the heavenly corrupt sect without hesitation. The sect master wanted to change his mind, but the red-haired man's stubbornness left the sect master with no means to dissuade him. The red-haired man's aura was truly astonishing, giving Long Chen a sense of immense pressure. It was as if a formidable beast lay dormant within the red-haired man. Their army was endless, but only the sect master and the red-haired man possessed the ability to instill a genuine sense of mortal peril in Long Chen. Seeing this huge army, Long Chen had the urge to mix in with them. However, all of them had a layer of faith energy around them. So, if he were to sneak his way into the midst, he'd be instantly exposed. The wasteland in front of them quickly changed, becoming red with a discernible scent of blood permeating the air. It seemed that they had been fighting each other for a long time, turning this area into their repeated battleground where resentment had accumulated. Long Chen followed from the rear, suppressing his aura. He only came to watch, and it would be over for him if he was exposed. In truth, Long Chen felt very conflicted at the moment. The heavenly corrupt sect was fighting one of their mortal enemies, presenting an exceptionally rare chance for Long Chen to conduct some robbery. Yet, Long Chen harbored skepticism that it would be as straightforward as it seemed. What he could think of, the heavenly corrupt sect could likely anticipate as well. They had probably hidden their treasures, and he wouldn't necessarily be able to find them in time. Even if he found them, there would be layers of mechanisms protecting them. Without Sha Chen and Guo Ran by his side, he didn't have a chance to plunder them. Killing some little fish and picking up some leftovers. He wasn't interested in that. In the end, he chose to grit his teeth and follow behind them. Distant roars echoed, their origins sounding neither human nor beast. These eerie voices were extremely strange and possessed boundless killing intent. As the heavenly corrupt sect's army advanced, dust flew into the air from their opposing side, covering the sky. One figure after another appeared within that dust. When Long Chen saw those figures, he jumped in shock. These beings were hybrids, half-beast lifeforms. Some featured beast heads atop human bodies, while others displayed human heads atop beast bodies. There were those split between their upper and lower halves, and even others with human features on one side and beastly attributes on the other. Among the beings, some were in human forms but bore strange beast marks on their foreheads. Additionally, there were others with beastly bodies that featured a human form on their foreheads, resembling the merged appearance of Baishala and Little Nine. Damn corrupt seeds, you've repeatedly provoked us. Do you think that the mixed beast race is easy to bully? Today, there shall be no more running. We will fight to the death. A mighty roar came from the other side. Their leader, a berserk Vajra ape wielding a bone club, stood an imposing 300 meters tall. Its entire golden body radiated strength, and on its forehead, a white-haired elder with a furious expression could be seen, though the voice emanated from the ape's mouth. Another sage king. This berserk Vajra ape seemed to be a pureblood immemorial demonic beast. Long Chen's heart quivered. This elder wasn't simple at all. Even the demonic beast he had merged with was a terrifying sage king. Those who don't believe in the corrupt god are fated to be executed. You'll be able to sleep soundly soon. Let us fight to the death. As the sect master shouted, an enormous statue appeared behind him. Long Chen's heart shook once again. It bore a striking resemblance to the statue worshipped by the corrupt path in the martial heaven continent. Good, then we will settle things once and for all today, roared the mixed beast race's elder. The berserk Vajra ape beneath his feet then raised its head and roared as well, beating its chest with its fists. Its drumming was like a heavenly drum that unleashed thunder and shook the world. With every beat, its aura grew. The sect master seemed familiar with its technique. Without further delay, he swiftly formed hand seals, causing the head of the corrupt god statue to illuminate. In an instant, the sect master and the berserk Vajra ape vanished from this battlefield. Although the two strongest combatants had left, the heavenly corrupt sect or the mixed beast race seemed indifferent to this development and continued to charge forward crazily. Long Chen knew that they were old opponents. This was a battle of soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Hence, the two sage kings had switched locations to not affect the others. After all, once the battle was over, the winner still had to continue surviving. If two sage kings were to fight on this battlefield, all that would remain in the end would be the two sage kings. Even if a clear victor emerged between them, he would have lost everything, and both sides would be losers in the end. Thus, in many battles, the most powerful experts chose to fight away from the main forces. The two armies finally clashed, resonating with furious roars that shook the heavens. A chaotic battle ensued, marked by ruthless and deadly exchanges on both sides. Flesh and blood flew through the air, driving everyone into a frenzy. After all, the scent of blood triggered their most primitive and primal desires. A giant scythe swept through the air, resembling a crescent moon that ruthlessly bisected all the mixed beast experts caught within its path. It left an arc etched into the ground. The red-haired man finally made his move. This seemingly simple move annihilated hundreds of the mixed beast race's doyens, and these were no ordinary doyens, they were elite members among their ranks. That scythe is really strange. Long Chen had been keeping a constant eye on this man, scrutinizing every single one of his movements. The moment the scythe swung through the air, a blood-colored light appeared on its edge. The light was not from the red-haired man's power but from the scythe itself. Amongst all the experts vanquished by the red-haired man, one doyen proved to be as strong as the life hunter expert Long Chen had previously slain. However, to Long Chen's surprise, when this scythe struck, that powerful doyen quivered and went stiff. He found himself unable to dodge that attack and could only watch as it severed him in two. This attack was truly bizarre, so bizarre that it sent shivers down Long Chen's back. Other than the red-haired man and the doyens he had just slain, no one else knew what had just happened. Just then, the red-haired man raised his scythe once more. The void exploded, and a black spear thrust toward his head. The mixed beast race's young king has also appeared, murmured Long Chen. Chapter 4525 Blonde Feng Yu. As flames raged on top of the spear, a phoenix cry resounded throughout the sky. This spear seemed to be on the verge of igniting heaven and earth. This time, I'll make sure to kill you. Hearing this, the red-haired man smiled sinisterly and blocked the attack with his scythe. The moment these two divine weapons clashed, the world was illuminated by a beautiful blood-colored divine light. Long Chen finally saw the master of this spear. It was a robust yet slender woman with sharply defined cheeks. Her eyes were profound, resembling a cold forest, emanating an air of aloof arrogance. Tall and standing half a head above Long Chen, she possessed a large and muscular physique, yet her proportions were remarkably beautiful. Her shoulders were broader than the average woman's, and her arms, though powerful, retained a slender grace. Thick, blonde hair was gathered into a ponytail, with a few loose strands adding a wild touch to her appearance. She was also a powerful doyen. Based on her aura, she was on par with this red-haired man. However, when their divine weapons clashed, she grunted and fell back a few steps. There was a twinge of shock in her eyes. Today is the day of your mixed beast race's destruction. Face your death, declared the red-haired man with laughter. That blood-colored divine light once more appeared on his scythe's edge, and he swung it toward her, leaving her with no room to breathe. His movements were lightning quick. As expected, the scythe poses a real threat. Long Chen had never witnessed such speed before. It was as if the red-haired man had sliced through space-time, granting no time for anyone to react. This woman didn't have time to raise her spear for a block, but a golden shield bearing a phoenix mark materialized in her left hand, forcefully intercepting the scythe. The impact reverberated across the entire battlefield, causing it to sink. At the same time, a vortex unfurled, sending countless experts flying, some meeting their demise directly. The red-haired man gripped his scythe with both hands, unleashing a surge of blood chi. An enormous figure appeared behind him. The enormous figure was the corrupt god himself, wielding a scythe identical to the one held by the red-haired man. As the red-haired man swung his scythe downward, the figure of the corrupt god mirrored the action. This attack sent shockwaves through the world, infusing it with the divine power of a god. In the face of this overwhelming force, even Long Chen sensed his soul quivering. In response, a resplendent phoenix cry rang out, accompanied by a red flame. After that, a pair of red wings materialized behind the blonde woman's back, making her look like the flame reincarnation of a phoenix. Divine light flowed out of her shield, bringing life to the phoenix mark. With it, she forcibly blocked that attack. Two divine weapons clashed again, causing the void to collapse and countless cracks to spread in every direction. The world looked like it was about to shatter. Ah, I want to fight too. Long Chen sensed his blood heating up, his own battle will surging within him. The power emanating from the clash shook him, and he found himself unable to suppress his own fighting spirit. Long Chen was also a battle addict inside. Both of his fights with Ying Tian had ended with the latter slinking away like a mudfish. In the end, he was unable to bring out any of his true power, which left him with a terrible feeling. On the other hand, the red-haired man and the blonde woman were different. Their fighting styles revolved around direct clashes of power, precisely what Long Chen craved. The blonde woman was sent tumbling back again, leaving a long ditch in the ground as she struggled to regain her footing. In a full power clash, she was at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, I was right, wasn't I? Your mixed beast race will be destroyed this time. Do you still doubt me? Sneered the red-haired man. Hearing that, Long Chen felt the urge to slap him. Was he an idiot? From the start, this woman hadn't said anything. Was talking to himself really so interesting? You're just relying on your inheritance. So what, do you think that I, Feng Yu, am afraid of you, a defeated general? The blonde woman finally spoke. HMPH, victory and defeat are part of life. The one laughing at the end is the ultimate victor. But you won't be laughing in your grave. The red-haired man sneered and stepped through the void, followed by the corrupt god's figure. His scythe once more slashed toward her. She raised her shield once more and blocked. However, every single one of the red-haired man's attacks contained the corrupt god's power, so it forced her back repeatedly. The red-haired man's assaults were relentless, delivered in rapid succession without giving her any chance to breathe, let alone counterattack. His intent was clear: to defeat her through the simplest and most brutal means. Each of his strikes ruptured the void, unleashing surging waves of qi. It was a power that not even saints would dare to block. The mixed beast race's saints wanted to save her but couldn't even approach their battlefield. To complicate matters, the saints from the heavenly corrupt sect had also joined the fray. Gritting her teeth, the blonde woman seethed with resentment. In the previous two fights between them, she had been the winner. However, now that the red-haired man wielded this mysterious scythe, he was overwhelming her. She could only defend now, unable to even bring out her true power. If she wanted to counterattack, she would need an opportunity. If someone could intercept that scythe even just once, she would have a chance to recover, turning the tide of the battle. However, right now, she could only grit her teeth and keep blocking. If this continued, she would run out of gas soon, as she was expanding more energy in defense. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. As I said, whoever laughs last is the ultimate victor. Do you want to counterattack? Even if I gave you the chance, it would be futile. I am far stronger than you now, laughed the red-haired man. With an absolute advantage in this battle, his arrogance had grown even more pronounced. Yet, he showed no mercy, persisting in his unrelenting attacks and denying her any opportunity for a counterattack. Clearly, after engaging in battle twice before, these two combatants had developed a profound understanding of each other. For experts of their caliber, once a weakness was identified, they would exploit it relentlessly until the opposing party succumbed. Continuing his unrelenting assault, the red-haired man relentlessly pushed the blonde woman further and further back. Simultaneously, the mixed beast race's army found themselves steadily retreating. They were starting to panic. They wanted to save her, but they couldn't even approach that battlefield. The saints and top geniuses of the mixed beast race, who possessed the ability to get close, found themselves under relentless attack from their enemies. As a result, the battle lines were continuously being pushed backward. After enduring a series of ferocious attacks, the blonde woman finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. The red-haired man sent her shield flying and turned her hand into a bloody pulp. It's over. The red-haired man sneered sinisterly, and his scythe swung toward her again. Horrified screams came from the mixed beast race's experts. The sage king of their race also returned, but some kind of divine light bound him. Keep dreaming. The sect master's sinister laughter rang out. In their perspective, the battle would essentially be over once this woman was defeated. Am I going to die just like this? The blonde woman watched as the scythe got closer, her eyes brimming with hatred and resentment. However, another object appeared in her field of vision, rapidly expanding. It was a bronze cauldron. With an explosive sound, the scythe solidly struck that bronze cauldron. Ah, my scythe, A mournful wail rang out. Chapter 4526. Who let you be disobedient? The red-haired man's scythe was now missing half of its blade, and his face twisted with fury. Meanwhile, the blonde woman stared in disbelief as a bronze cauldron materialized out of nowhere. She felt like she was dreaming. Are you not going to keep messing around? Just as everyone was stunned, they saw a black-robed man standing beside the cauldron. He was wearing a smile that needed a spanking. This person was Long Chen. At the critical moment, he didn't do anything except place the earth cauldron there, letting the scythe strike it. As a result, the earth cauldron really didn't disappoint him. The only unexpected thing was that the scythe only broke a bit and didn't instantly turn to dust. As expected, this scythe was definitely extraordinary. Die! The red-haired man roared. His left hand stretched toward Long Chen like a bolt of lightning, and his sharp nails tore through the void. Although it was a hasty blow, its terrifying power shook the world. At this close distance, his nails almost touched Long Chen's throat the moment he attacked. Hey, I was just joking. What are you so angry about? Shouted Long Chen. With a panicked expression, he retreated, pushing the earth cauldron forward. When the red-haired man's claws struck the earth cauldron, he screamed. His fingernails cracked, and blood sprayed out of his fingertips. Hey, give me some face. Let's stop fighting. How about we trade away our weapons for gifts of jade and silk? Long Chen smiled brightly at the red-haired man from behind the earth cauldron. His expression was intentionally infuriating, lacking any semblance of someone trying to mediate a quarrel. Seeing it, the red-haired man lost his composure and swung his scythe toward Long Chen. Despite having only half of its blade remaining, the pressure it exuded was still shocking. Divine Son, he's the one we're hunting, shouted a saint from the heavenly corrupt sect. So it's you. Then you can die, the red-haired man roared. Following that, he swayed, transforming into countless afterimages. The scythe seemed to attack Long Chen from every direction. Long Chen held the earth cauldron, dodging left and right, refusing to face him head-on. He let out a panicked shout. Hey, I came to mediate things. The heavens are kind and don't like to see violence, especially against such a delightful spirit like this young lady. How can you bear to harm her? The red-haired man was so enraged that his hair was standing on end, looking like an angry lion. However, having learned his lesson, he didn't dare to use his weapon to strike the bronze cauldron. Long Chen showed openings all around him, looking to be in a state of panic, as if the attack would strike and end him at any moment. However, the red-haired man didn't dare to strike the cauldron again, so Long Chen managed to evade all his attacks. Long Chen seemed surrounded by danger, relying entirely on a broken-down cauldron to survive. Just as Long Chen was in crisis, a golden spear tore through the air, exuding a blazing heat. It accurately shot right past Long Chen's cheek and thrust toward the red-haired man. The blonde woman had finally gained a chance to recover. Seeing Long Chen in danger, she immediately launched a support attack. The spear sent the red-haired man flying back, interrupting his tempest of attacks. Many thanks for your aid. I, Feng Yu, will remember this favor. This place is dangerous, so you should leave, shouted that woman. Although Long Chen had used the earth cauldron to crack the red-haired man's scythe, from his panicked movements, the blonde woman felt that Long Chen wasn't very powerful and simply relied on that strange cauldron to crack the scythe. Hence, she didn't even hesitate to help Long Chen without healing her wounds first. After all, he had saved her life, and she couldn't just watch while he was in danger. Long Chen was impressed. This girl's heart was surprisingly good. Since that was the case, he didn't mind saving her. Originally, Long Chen had been more than happy to just buy her some time to recover and then leave. After all, they were neither friends nor foes. Long Chen was simply happy to see the mixed beast race and the heavenly corrupt sect wear each other down. However, if she was going to act so righteously, Long Chen wasn't shameless enough to just leave her be. The enemy of your enemy might not be your friend, but helping them wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Hey, let's stop fighting. Hey, red-haired fellow, the one that looks like a donkey, I can see that you are not a good person. It would be a shame to cut you down right here and now. Long Chen dove into the battlefield with the earth cauldron. Leave, you're gonna die. Seeing Long Chen charge in like an idiot, filled with 1,000 openings, the blonde woman screamed in vexation. There was no way the red-haired man would let him off this time. Don't worry, this bronze cauldron of mine is very tough. He can't do anything to me, Iya. Long Chen suddenly let out a startled cry, as the red-haired man appeared behind him from an extremely bizarre angle. By the time Long Chen reacted, the red-haired man's claws already touched the back of his robes. After that, an even more bizarre scene occurred. The earth cauldron spun like a top, and with Long Chen gripping it, it pulled him away from the red-haired man's attack. Seeing this scene, the red-haired man was taken aback. This attack was one of his killing blows, which was meticulously executed in terms of timing, angle, and power. Yet, such a flawless attack somehow missed its mark. "Be careful," shouted the blonde woman as the red-haired man launched his attack. Her spear then thrust forward at full power, aiming to force the red-haired man to defend instead of attacking. However, she was just a bit too slow to stop him. Yet, in this moment of apparent mistiming, it turned out to be the perfect opportunity to strike him. An opening that hadn't existed before suddenly appeared the moment his claw missed, and her spear struck the red-haired man head-on. It seemed as if the red-haired man had intentionally created an opening for her to exploit. Both the blonde woman and the red-haired man stood stunned. The spear drove into his chest, shattering the divine light protecting him along with his robes. Beneath the robes, there was armor, but it couldn't thwart the spear's advance. In the end, the tip of the spear plunged deeply into his chest. "You bad egg, one who let you be disobedient." Just as the blonde woman's attack connected, Long Chen spun back with the earth cauldron and ruthlessly slapped the red-haired man's face. 1. Widened Chinese, Why Dan equals a wicked person. Literally a bad egg. Chapter 4527 Treat me like the sole of a shoe. The blonde woman was stunned, not expecting her attack to strike the red-haired man so perfectly. After all, despite their numerous battles, this was her first time dealing such a serious wound to the red-haired man. The fact that this seemingly random attack had inflicted such a devastating blow left her befuddled, but the red-haired man was even more dumbfounded than her. When Long Chen's hand slapped his face, its immense power broke his bones, causing half of his face to cave in. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was sent flying. When he landed on the ground, everyone could see a giant hole in his chest and his half-crushed face, a scene that stunned the heavenly corrupt sect and the mixed beast race's experts. "How many times have I told you that violence isn't good? Listen to my advice, and you'll live a long life. I asked you to give me face, but you treat me like the sole of a shoe." Long Chen scolded him with profound disappointment. Although Long Chen's accurate calculations managed to con the red-haired man, he was also stunned. To his surprise, the blonde woman's attack couldn't shake the red-haired man's golden fate lines. In other words, although she was capable of defeating him, no one could kill him at this moment. He had to have some life-saving trump cards up his sleeve. Originally, Long Chen had been confident that he would be able to launch a follow-up attack and end the red-haired man's life. However, the moment the blonde woman's attack landed, Long Chen's thoughts changed. If they couldn't slay the red-haired man now, he shouldn't expose his cards. Doing so would only make the next attempt even more challenging. Thus, he had changed his slash into a slap. While a face slap lacked killing power, it inflicted a more profound pain than the blow to the chest. After all, mental damage was the most unbearable thing, particularly for someone extremely arrogant like the red-haired man. They would rather be stabbed 100 times than be slapped in the face. When the slap landed, all the experts on the battlefield were fully stunned, including the blonde woman. She had never imagined that she would see someone slap the powerful red-haired man in the face. "Bastard! Die! Corrupt god possession! 9 revolution heavenly soul!" As expected, the red-haired man went crazy. After all, he didn't even give face to his sect master, so how could he tolerate a slap in the face? His roar resonated, shaking the heavens, and his face contorted into a sinister expression. At the same time, the corrupt god's figure behind him stirred, as if billions of resentful spirits were bulging within it. In an instant, his aura surged to an unprecedented level. "Hey, brother, calm down. Don't be so emotional. We can always talk things out. I really am trying to help you." Long Chen immediately cowered back upon seeing the red-haired man go insane, putting on a kind, saint-like appearance. "Dodge!" shouted the blonde woman. Seeing Long Chen trying to reason with the red-haired man in his berserk state, the blonde woman cursed inside. Did this person have something wrong with his head? Despite her complaint, she didn't dare to tarry. A pair of wings spread behind her, accompanied by a phoenix cry and the manifestation of an enormous sea of flames. Her spear then resonated with a rumble as it thrust toward the red-haired man. The blonde woman and the red-haired man were old opponents. Seeing the other side going all out, she didn't dare to hold back anymore and clashed with him at full power. Their spear and scythe repeatedly clashed, unleashing terrifying ripples that tore through the very void, revealing fragments of spacetime. The impact sent Long Chen flying and shook him. In the midst of his panicked retreat, he lost his grip on the cauldron in his hand, and coincidentally, it flew out and silently struck the head of a saint from the heavenly corrupt sect. Engaged in combat with a saint from the mixed beast race, the heavenly corrupt sect saint was taken completely by surprise. Stars spun in his eyes, and in that vulnerable state, his opponent seized the opportunity to smash his head, causing a flower of blood to bloom. "Little fellow, good job." The saint from the mixed beast race gave Long Chen a thumbs up. After all, eliminating an enemy saint was a huge deal for him. What happened? Ah, did I just beat a saint? Long Chen acted delighted and laughed, taking all the credit for the victory. The saint from the mixed beast race didn't mind at all, he wasn't concerned about who received the credit. After all, if it weren't for Long Chen, he wouldn't have had a chance to kill his enemy. After slaying his opponent, the saint immediately went to reinforce his people. When Long Chen wanted to grab the earth cauldron, it vanished, returning to his spiritual space on its own. After that, he heard a furious roar in his mind. "How many times have I told you not to use me as a weapon to attack others? I can only passively defend." "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot." Long Chen hastily apologized. The earth cauldron had repeatedly warned him. About this it couldn't help him kill people. It would have been fine before, but ever since the rust on it fell and its runes appeared, it could no longer see any blood. Long Chen had been only thinking about conning these people, and so he had forgotten about this. Seeing that the earth cauldron was truly enraged, he hastily apologized. The earth cauldron only fell silent after Long Chen apologized, and Long Chen was just hovering in the air foolishly with his cauldron gone. "Damn bastard, you ruined things for my heavenly corrupt sect." Just then, countless disciples of the heavenly corrupt sect charged at Long Chen. "Hey, don't mess around. Every one of us has two shoulders and one head. Why do we kill each other?" Long Chen hastily waved his hands. One of those disciples sent a blood-red flying shuttle his way. He was a terrifying Doyen whose aura was only the slightest bit weaker than the Doyen of the Lifehunter race. Along with him, dozens of other experts surrounded Long Chen, attacking him with such intensity as if he had just killed their fathers. "Hey, if you have to fight, at least fight one against one. Don't use numbers to bully people. Aya, you're immoral." Long Chen dodged left and right, not wanting to expose his true power. He managed to kill two corrupt experts who had advanced too far, but now that he was surrounded, he was barely hanging on. "Hold on, I will save you soon," shouted the blonde woman as she exchanged full-power blows with the red-haired man. "Ugh, give up, you can't kill him, so don't waste the effort." Long Chen sighed inside. If that wasn't the case, he'd have long since helped her kill him. Seeing that Long Chen was in danger, the mixed beast race started to move to his side, wanting to help him escape. All of a sudden, Long Chen felt a chill and swiftly retrieved a black formation disc in his hand. Just then, a giant hand appeared in the air. The space around Long Chen was instantly crushed, and all lifeforms caught within it were obliterated. Chapter 4528 You Little Trash. The enormous hand slammed down, crushing all the experts within its range into smithereens, including friends and foes. It was inescapable, unavoidable. Long Chen's figure reappeared, but the black formation disc in his hand had shattered. It was an incomparably precious life-saving treasure made by Sha Chen from saint-level materials, and it could conduct a short-range instant teleportation without being bound by spatial limitations. Due to the special materials required to make this item, Sha Chen had only managed to create a few, with one given to Long Chen. "You little trash, you dare to launch a sneak attack. Completely immoral." Long Chen pointed at the heavenly corrupt sect master after dodging that hand. It was his sneak attack that had forced him to use this treasure. The sect master seethed with anger as Long Chen pointed and cursed at him. As a prominent figure, attempting a sneak attack on a world king was humiliating enough, and the added disgrace was that the attempt had failed. At this moment, the mixed beast race's sage king felt a burning sensation on his face. He was supposed to fight the sect master, but he had let the sect master launch a sneak attack on Long Chen. Moreover, when he had wanted to assist Feng Yu, the sect master had obstructed him. He truly felt worthless right now. "Shameless fellow, you have thrown the face of your corrupt god. If you have the guts, let's fight to the death right here," shouted the mixed beast race's Sage King as he launched a furious assault. However, as soon as he did, his expression suddenly changed, and he charged toward Feng Yu's battlefield. "Feng Yu, watch out." This Sage King was shocked to realize that, after failing to sneak attack Long Chen, the sect master had left a clone behind to divert his attention while the sect master approached Feng Yu unnoticed. This Sage King had unwittingly fallen for the ploy. On her battlefield, Feng Yu was fighting fiercely with her spear and shield combination, while the red-haired man could only hang on, unable to launch any counterattacks. He looked as if he would be slain at any moment. All of a sudden, her hair stood on end, and an intense sensation of crisis descended upon her. At the same time, she heard the warning from her Sage King, so she decisively chose to flee. However, she was shocked to find two enormous hands had silently condensed around her. She now found herself trapped within the center of those colossal palms. This is the corrupt god's soul extinguishing hand. It's over. Feng Yu's heart sank as she recognized this move. The heavenly corrupt sect master was truly a schemer. He had first sneak attacked Long Chen to draw their Sage King's attention, while his ultimate target was actually Feng Yu. By the time she understood his intentions, it was too late. The corrupt god's soul extinguishing hand was one of the sect master's strongest techniques composed of the corrupt god's will. Once caught inside, a person's soul would definitely dissipate. Feng Yu was filled with resentment. How could she not? She was so unlucky to be schemed by a Sage King. Worst of all, she had only been one step away from killing the red-haired man. Victory was just one step away, yet she was going to die soon. "You shameless old ghost." Just as Feng Yu closed her eyes in anticipation of death, an arrogant voice rang out. For some reason, this voice ignited endless hope within her. She then looked toward the source of the voice and saw a bizarre scene. In a surprising turn, Long Chen had appeared before the red-haired man, stepping on the latter's neck with his hands hooked into the latter's mouth. It seemed like Long Chen intended to tear apart the red-haired man's head. After all, Long Chen had used up his life-saving trump card from Sha Chen to dodge the sect master's sneak attack, which enraged him. Just as he was cursing the sect master, he realized that the sect master's lock on him had vanished. At that moment, he knew that the sect master had set his sights on Feng Yu. However, just knowing was useless. There was no way for him to fight a Sage King with his power. Unable to contend with the sect master, Long Chen found another convenient target in the severely wounded red-haired man. When Long Chen turned his attention to the red-haired man, he suddenly realized something, and a confident smile graced his face. He stealthily crept on the red-haired man just as the sect master attacked Feng Yu. Even the mixed beast race's Sage King had fallen for the sect master's ploy and couldn't save Feng Yu in time. Filled with shame and hatred, the Sage King could only watch as Feng Yu was about to meet her demise. However, just as the Sage King thought that the sect master had taken control over the whole battlefield, Long Chen stretched the red-haired man's mouth wide like a washbowl. Seeing this scene, the sect master was shocked and enraged. After all, the red-haired man's status was extremely special, to the extent that even the sect master didn't dare to cause any harm to him. The next moment, the irresistible lock on Feng Yu vanished, and those hands suddenly turned toward Long Chen. "I knew you wouldn't dare to take the risk," Long Chen snickered, showing no fear while facing this attack. From his expression, it seemed that everything was under his control. Long Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to kill the red-haired man with the sect master here. If he couldn't, then humiliating the latter was good as well. Thus, Long Chen's actions looked like he was putting on a comedy act instead of killing. The red-haired man had been recovering from Feng Yu's attacks when Long Chen suddenly attacked, catching him off guard. Seeing the sect master's attack coming this way, the red-haired man also attacked, his sharp claws reaching for Long Chen's knees. However, he missed as Long Chen was no longer on him. The next moment, a foot slammed into his back. The red-haired man grunted. Like a shooting star, he shot toward those two hands. Long Chen's timing was perfect as he used offense as defense. Unless the sect master was willing to kill the red-haired man, this terrifying full-power attack of a Sage King wouldn't do shit to Long Chen. As expected, those hands hastily stopped. In truth, the hands had looked like they were crashing toward Long Chen, but they were still holding back. Hence, as soon as Long Chen kicked the red-haired man over, they stopped. The red-haired man crashed into the hands, which went soft like cotton and caught him easily. At this moment, the mixed beast race's Sage King let out a roar and attacked, his aura even more terrifying than before. Clearly, he had enough of being schemed over and over again. "Retreat," the sect master shouted. He then grabbed the red-haired man, and space twisted around them. Just as the mixed beast race's Sage King arrived, the sect master already reappeared thousands of miles away. Following his order, the heavenly corrupt sect's army retreated like the tide. "You damn brat, just you wait. I, Xie Fei, will definitely make you regret coming to this world," shouted the red-haired man while glaring at Long Chen, his eyes full of rancor. "Brother, does your face not hurt?" Facing the red-haired man's threat, Long Chen looked at him with concern instead. Just like that, blood sprayed out of the red-haired man's mouth. He almost fainted out of anger. Chapter 4529 Anger to Death. "Stop that, you'll hurt your mouth even more." Seeing the red-haired man who called himself Xie Fei cough up blood, Long Chen hastily spoke up out of concern. Long Chen had torn Xie Fei's mouth as he had pulled it from both sides. After all, Xie Fei's arrogant mouth was truly dislikable. However, his mouth was unexpectedly sturdy. Long Chen had stretched it wide in an attempt to break it, but it didn't give way completely, showing only some small tears. Xie Fei was so enraged that he coughed up blood, some of which originated from his wounds, giving the appearance as if his cheeks were oozing blood. After that, the droplets of blood were like glue, creating a shocking yet comical scene. Onlookers couldn't help but stare at it, and one heavenly genius stared too long at Xie Fei's face, causing Xie Fei to kill him due to his fury and embarrassment. "Brat, report your name," roared Xie Fei. Long Chen smiled, flicking some dust off his robes. He said, "I bear the surname Long, with the name Chen. Among my friends, I'm Boss Long San. When Boss Long San appears, the earth roars and the heavens howl. When Boss Long San leaves, ghosts sob and gods weep. Child, it's not good to be so arrogant at such a young age." Of course, being arrogant isn't wrong, but surpassing Boss Long San in arrogance is impossible because the ceiling for arrogance is precisely Boss Long San. Just take a look at what happened when you tried to cross that ceiling. I'm sure it doesn't feel good being slapped in the face. Xie Fei gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Never in his life had he suffered such embarrassment. Right now, his eyes burned with a scarlet intensity, and he was on the brink of insanity. On the other hand, seeing Long Chen drive Xie Fei to the point of insanity, the mixed beast race's people felt a deep satisfaction. After all, their enmities toward the corrupt path ran deep, carved deep into their very bones. "Don't be like that. If you have guts, let's fight one-on-one right now. I won't bully you. How about I only use one arm?" suggested Long Chen, putting one hand behind his back. Hearing this, Xie Fei felt even more incensed. He was still covered in wounds from his fight against Feng Yu. How could this shameless fellow challenge him now? "If you feel like it's unfair, I'll also bind my mouth," provoked Long Chen. Xie Fei felt so much rage that he started to shake. Long Chen's provoking art had practically reached the pinnacle of this world. He made Xie Fei feel like he was going crazy, but there was nothing he could do. "You damn ant, once I recover my full strength, I'll crush you with a single hand," roared Xie Fei. In Xie Fei's eyes, although Long Chen was strong, Long Chen was not even close to a match for him. If it weren't for that strange bronze cauldron, Xie Fei was confident in slaying him in just 3 moves. "TCH, who doesn't know how to talk big? Based on what you said, I'll hereby declare that I am still hiding my true power, and if I were to stop holding back, I could choke you to death with my piss." "Do you believe what I said?" exclaimed Long Chen disdainfully. A burst of laughter erupted from the mixed beast race's experts. Part of it was in response to Long Chen's words, but another part was their desire to enrage Xie Fei further. Hopefully, they could make him simply die from anger. Xie Fei shook violently and clenched his fists tightly. Seeing this, the heavenly corrupt sect master hastily sneered, "Brat, you're too ignorant. Do you know the consequences of provoking my heavenly corrupt sect? Old fogey, you're too stupid. Do you know what kind of retribution awaits you after enraging Boss Long San?" Long Chen returned the sect master's words with his own twist. This time, even Feng Yu couldn't help but laugh. She had never seen such an interesting person before. In her mind, despite not being that powerful, Long Chen consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to evade danger at the right moments. Furthermore, his words cut through the air like sharp blades, so she felt incredibly satisfied hearing him curse her mortal enemies. She had never seen anyone like Long Chen who would tear someone's mouth and slap them in the face. Let alone seeing such a thing, she had never even heard of it before. Her eyes had been opened to the world today. The sect master's expression darkened. Now, he knew that there was no use talking with this brat. Turning to his Sage King opponent, he coldly remarked, "I didn't expect the prideful mixed beast race to beg an invader for help." Hee, how interesting. The mixed beast race's Sage King was enraged to hear that, but the corrupt sect master already led his people away, not giving him any chance to respond. Hey, that brother called Xie Fei, once you go back, make sure to properly recover and take care of your skin. That way, it will feel a bit better the next time I slap it. Shouted Long Chen. You fucking. The next master of the heavenly corrupt sect was hurling out curses like a vixen on the streets. Having been pushed to the brink by Long Chen, he didn't even care about his face anymore. If he didn't curse, he felt like he would explode. At first, the mixed beast race's people were stunned by this, but they directly burst into laughter. To be able to anger the heavenly corrupt sect's peak genius into this state was quite a great feat. The sect master hastily dragged Xie Fei away, leading the rest of his troops in a hasty retreat. As the dust settled on the battlefield, it revealed a somber scene, with corpses littered across the ground. After a brief pause, the mixed beast race's experts started to go through the battlefield. They gathered their own people's corpses but left the corpses of their enemies untouched. Little brother, thank you for helping. If it weren't for you, my mixed beast race might have faced complete extinction. The mixed beast race's Sage King expressed his gratitude as he approached Long Chen. Truly, many thanks. I would have died at that bastard's hands without you, thanked Feng Yu as she also came over. At this moment, the rest of the mixed beast race's higher-ups and core elite disciples also came over to express their gratitude toward Long Chen. All of you are too courteous. I come from the outside world, and it just so happens that I was transported to the heavenly corrupt sect's territory. HMPH, instead of greeting me nicely, they started hunting me down and shouting that they would torture me. Naturally, I'm not going to let them off so easily. Helping you was also helping myself, replied Long Chen. You're from the outside world. Feng Yu was shocked. Hearing this, the others also shot over some strange looks. What? Don't tell me you're going to attack me for being an outsider. Sensing their sudden mood change, Long Chen looked at them vigilantly. No, our mixed beast race doesn't reject outsiders. After all, the arrival of the outsiders signifies that a great era is about to come, explained the Sage King. Oh, that's good. Hearing that, Long Chen relaxed. It would be exhausting if, after getting help from him, they not only failed to express their gratitude but also wanted to harm him. That's right, just now, the heavenly corrupt sect has clearly lost. Why did you just let them leave instead of pursuing them to the end? Asked Long Chen. The Sage King sighed, as if not knowing how exactly to respond. Feng Yu then said, it's a long story. Why don't you come to our territory for a while to chat? Long Chen nodded. Just like that, he followed Feng Yu and the others away. Chapter 4530 Corrupt God Bone. I didn't expect the heavenly corrupt sect's foundation to be so terrifying. Within a majestic and grand palace, Long Chen couldn't help but suck in a cold gasp of air. There were only a few dozen people inside this hall, and they all treated Long Chen as an important guest. Other than the Sage King, the others were all higher-ups of the mixed beast race. Through their explanation, Long Chen finally learned why they hadn't pursued the heavenly corrupt sect after taking the upper hand. The heavenly corrupt sect was just a portion of the corrupt god's legacy that was scattered throughout the world of the ninth heaven. To make things worse, they had a piece of the corrupt god's bone inside their main altar. It was the original corrupt god's true bone, and it possessed unimaginable power. So, if the mixed beast race's people were to launch an assault on their headquarters, the corrupt sect master could simply use that bone to end the mixed beast race's Sage King in a blow. As a result, the mixed beast race could only adopt a passive defense and had to drive off the heavenly corrupt sect each time they attacked. After all, the corrupt god's legacy extended beyond the heavenly corrupt sect. If the heavenly corrupt sect truly felt threatened, they would ask for aid from the other heirs to the corrupt god's legacy. Thus, even if the mixed beast race were 100 times stronger than they were now, they wouldn't dare to push the heavenly corrupt sect too much. After learning this, Long Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected the corrupt god's legacy to be so terrifying. That's why despite having the upper hand, we can't kill Xie Fei. At the critical moment, the sect master can use the corrupt god's bone through space to save him, as he is the divine son of the corrupt god. Thus, today's battle result is basically the best we can ask for, sighed the Sage King. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh as well. No wonder his intuition had told him that he wouldn't be able to kill Xie Fei. It seemed that the sect master still had a terrifying trump card up his sleeves. I never expected to encounter another divine son here. At this moment, a strange expression appeared on Long Chen's face. In the mortal world, those so-called divine legacies had produced quite a few divine sons and divine daughters, but Long Chen had essentially slain all of them. What's so amazing about being a divine son? I'll kill him sooner or later, snorted Feng Yu from the side. Clearly, she still didn't want to accept her defeat. If Long Chen hadn't intervened, she would be dead by now. However, for someone as prideful as her, such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. If it weren't for his weapon receiving the blessing of the corrupt god's bone, I wouldn't be afraid of him at all. He's basically cheating. The Sage King shook his head in disappointment. Child, a battle is not a game. You must use any means necessary to kill your opponent, so there's no such thing as cheating, nor are there so many ifs. Unfortunately, my head isn't very agile, and you're not much better off in that regard. How am I supposed to pass down the position of race leader to you like this? The Sage King shook his head and sighed helplessly. After all, the mixed beast race was not a race with a pure bloodline inheritance, they could be likened to an alliance. All these beast art cultivators had bonded as a family although they had no bloodline relations between them. After all, in order to survive and strive for more resources, they had to band together, pooling their strengths for greater power. This unity shielded them from being devoured individually. Among their ranks were humans who had formed bonds with the demonic beast race through mating, while some of them had close connections with the demonic beast race and could call them for aid if required. Some of them had simply absorbed a strong demonic beast's blood, hoping to produce a monstrous offspring with the talents of both races. The outcome of such unions varied, as different individuals and demonic beasts produced diverse kinds of offspring. While some could revert to their original form after the merger, others were permanently transformed. As a result, the mixed beast race was regarded as mutants by both the human race and the demonic beast race, often being overlooked and ignored. The merger of two bloodlines and souls resulted in the mixed beast race having a relatively lower level of intellect. They tended to be quite naive, and their cognitive abilities were not particularly sharp. Individuals who had merged with demonic beasts possessing low intelligence ended up with absolute garbage IQ. As a consequence, there weren't many smart experts throughout the entire mixed beast race. Despite having hundreds of saints, they had only employed a few dozen of them in this battle because the rest lacked the necessary intelligence. Their brains seemed to be made of muscle rather than actual brains. Like ducks startled by thunder, they proved challenging to command, so the higher-ups didn't include them in the battle. However, one good aspect of the mixed beast was that they were very united. As long as their leaders gave the order, no one would question it. Especially in battle, the mixed beast race's warriors were unafraid of death. Hence, even though their heads weren't too bright, their advantages made up for this. As long as they had a comparatively smart leader, no one would dare to provoke them. The Sage King of the mixed beast race had been their pillar all this time. However, he had grown old, so he wanted to raise a new leader to lead them. Endowed with the ancient phoenix's bloodline, Feng Yu stood out as the strongest and most talented expert among the mixed beast race's junior generation. Not only was she strong, but she also exhibited intelligence and the qualities of a natural leader. Because of this, the Sage King had always wanted to groom her as his successor. So, for his successor to say something so childish disappointed him. This time, it was my fault. The heavenly corrupt sect's master out-schemed my foolish head. However, Feng Yu, your intelligence is not inferior to Xie Fei's. You win some and you lose some, and to be able to accept defeat is the path of the king. You can't make excuses for the sake of our race's future, explained the Sage King solemnly. I understand. Feng Yu lowered her head. Observing her calm expression, the Sage King didn't press the point any further. He then shifted his attention back to Long Chen. For you to aid us in our time of need, my mixed beast race will carve this gratitude into our hearts. However, there are some words I want to express that may be offensive. Please, instruct me, Senior, Long Chen hastily replied. Although your power is impressive, the reason you could make Xie Fei suffer is that you relied on that mysterious cauldron. Xie Fei will learn from his mistakes this time and won't make the same mistake. You relied entirely on luck this time. So, in the future, you should avoid fighting Xie Fei, advised the Sage King carefully. Long Chen laughed inside. This elder's heart was good. He thought that Long Chen was too weak to fight Xie Fei, which proved that Long Chen's acting skills were good enough to be able to trick this Sage King. Is Senior warning me that my only ability is sneak attacking and exploiting other people's ignorance? I already know that. I don't dare to face that fellow directly, Long Chen chuckled in response. No, you really are powerful. Youngsters shouldn't be unduly humble, the elder said, laughing when he saw that Long Chen wasn't angry. Long Chen, don't worry. You saved me this time, so this big sister will protect you for a lifetime. Feng Yu exclaimed, throwing an arm around Long Chen's shoulder and laughing cheerfully. Hee, then many thanks. Long Chen laughed. This girl was going to protect him. Interesting. At this moment, a furious roar echoed from the distance, forcing Feng Yu's expression to shift drastically. Everyone then immediately rushed out of the palace. Chapter 4531 Desolate Beast Race. The damn Desolate Beast Race really knows how to pick the right timing. Mixed Beast Race, hear my orders. Give up the outer defense line and retreat to the inner ring. Shrink the battle lines and focus on defense. When Long Chen followed Feng Yu and the others out of the palace, they saw a chaotic scene all around them. It's another one of our enemies. The Desolate Beast Race has launched an attack as well. They must know about our recent clash with the Heavenly Corrupt Sect and are seizing the opportunity, thinking we're still recovering, explained Feng Yu with irritation. The void split apart in the distance, revealing two enormous figures that charged into the sky. Due to how fast they were, Long Chen couldn't see their appearances clearly. However, based on their auras, Long Chen knew that two Sage Kings were clashing, and one of them was the Mixed Beast Race's Sage King. Long Chen, I'm going to deal with the Desolate Beast Race's main force here. I might not have the power to protect you, so you can either stay here or participate in the battle. Just make sure that you're safe, said Feng Yu. I'll be fine, just do what you have to do. I'll watch from over here, answered Long Chen. Feng Yu nodded. With a fierce shout, she dashed forward, displaying a pair of blood-red fiery wings on her back. With her leading the way, the Mixed Beast Race's experts launched their counterattack. As their leader of the junior generation made her move, everyone else did as well. Long Chen followed from the rear and saw the fringes of the battlefield. Following Feng Yu's orders, a large batch of the Mixed Beast Race's experts fell back and shrank the battle lines. Very quickly, Long Chen saw the Desolate Beast Race. Their auras were a bit similar to those of the Mixed Beast Race, but they possessed a strange desolate chi, a sign that they were all extremely ancient species. The Desolate Beast Race consisted of all kinds of existences. Some flew in the sky, others ran on the ground, swam in the water, and even climbed on the cliffs. Every conceivable form of existence seemed to be present. They were massive, and their sheer numbers were staggering as they crashed down upon the defenses of the Mixed Beast Race. Due to the fact that the Mixed Beast Race had just undergone a bloody battle, they found themselves at an instant disadvantage and were forced to retreat further and further. When one of them fell in battle, the desolate beasts would directly devour their body. The scene was incredibly bloody. Seeing her people being slain like this, Feng Yu was incensed. With her golden spear, she tore open a hole in their line of offense. Damn, this girl's pretty violent. From the rear, Long Chen saw it clearly. That one attack from her had wiped out many enemies, including dozens of eternal experts and even one saint. Fall back, leave this area to me, shouted Feng Yu. Just as she said this, two golden figures shot toward her, smashing bone clubs at her. Long Chen jumped in shock. The two creatures were monkeys with golden fur, standing at less than 5 feet tall and appearing extremely skinny. They didn't seem threatening at all. However, the world was enveloped in powerful Doyan energy upon their arrival. How can these two monkeys be so powerful? Long Chen exclaimed in astonishment. When their demonic chi erupted, their auras were only the slightest bit weaker than Xie Fei's. However, when the two of them joined forces, their attacks were incomparably sharp. The two monkeys and Feng Yu exchanged blows, producing golden divine light that blinded people. As their vision cleared, they witnessed the three combatants engaging in a fierce battle. Two bone clubs and a golden spear collided repeatedly, causing the world to flicker with each clash. I really was a frog at the bottom of a well before. Such small monkeys are actually capable of unleashing such immense power. The two monkeys looked so weak that a single slap could kill them, but their power was actually so monstrous. Furthermore, their bone clubs didn't seem to be natural objects. They were pure white like jade, but due to the golden runes covering them, they looked like gold inlaid jade, and their auras were actually greater than those of an ordinary saint item. On the battlefield, the two monkeys could cooperate perfectly, while Feng Yu seemed to be very familiar with them. As a result, both sides were evenly matched. At this moment, the rest of the mixed beast race's experts let out a furious cry and surged forward. In response, an endless tide of golden monkeys surged from behind the two monkeys. These golden monkeys were different from the rest of the desolate beasts, as they held weapons in their hands and possessed immense power. The moment they clashed with the mixed beast race's experts, an intense, bloody battle erupted. In this chaotic battle, experts constantly fell on both sides, soaking the ground with their blood. These golden monkeys have an ancient bloodline and can actually direct this group of desolate beasts. In order to end this battle, they have to deal with those monkeys first. Long Chen quickly realized that the golden monkeys were leading the desolate beasts. Long Chen realized that their origins were somewhat special, but he couldn't place where they came from. Clearly, their origins surpassed the scope of his knowledge. While Long Chen was studying the golden monkeys, a saint-level spotted tiger turned its attention to him. It was an enormous entity. It then opened its mouth and inhaled, sucking Long Chen into its mouth. Just as Long Chen approached, he thrust the blood-colored saber to the top of the tiger's mouth. Initially, Long Chen thought that this attack would pierce straight through its head and destroy its crystal core, killing it. To his surprise, an unknown force somehow stopped his saber from penetrating any deeper after it pierced the tiger's flesh, causing Long Chen to jump in fright. If he failed to kill it now, it would devour him, and then it would really be dangerous. However, an even more stunning development unfolded. His saber quivered, and the spotted tiger let out a crazed roar, desperately struggling to shake off the saber as if its life depended on it. Nevertheless, despite all its efforts, the saber didn't budge. Long Chen was shocked to find the flesh around the saber starting to wither. Following that, the enormous spotted tiger quickly transformed into a desiccated corpse. Only after draining every drop of its blood did the saber leave its lifeless body. Another sinister rune then lit up on the saber's blade, and it let out a heaven-shaking saber cry. Damn, it can actually absorb blood like this as well. Gazing at the blood-stained saber, Long Chen couldn't help but inhale sharply, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chapter 4532. Am I panicking? After the blood-colored saber absorbed the desolate beast's essence blood, it behaved like a starving wild beast that had finally obtained a bite of meat. Its aura intensified, becoming even more bloodthirsty. The saber's reaction after slaying the saint-level desolate beast surpassed its reaction after killing that previous saint. Looking at the desiccated corpse, Long Chen was stunned. This saint weapon of the Asura race was truly terrifying. Just then, a ray of divine light shot over, and a powerful aura shook Long Chen. Another saint-level desolate beast was attacking Long Chen with its full power. If he wanted to block it head-on, he would have to use his full power. However, he didn't want to expose himself yet. The next moment, Long Chen dove into the spotted tiger's mouth again, and that attack struck the spotted tiger's corpse, causing it to flip through the air, but Long Chen was safe. This corpse really isn't ordinary, exclaimed Long Chen as he came out of its mouth. Since the tiger's corpse could withstand the blow of a saint, it had to be even stronger than an average saint when it was alive. Unfortunately, the blood-colored saber had stabbed it somewhere vulnerable, leaving it unable to unleash any of its impressive power before it died. After coming out, Long Chen put its corpse away and turned toward the beast that had just attacked him. From this simple test, he had a general understanding of this desolate beast's power. He was certain that even without unleashing his full power, he could fight it. Brother Long, don't panic. We will assist you. Just then, two of the mixed beast race's junior experts came charging over and immediately attacked the horned eagle that had attacked Long Chen, forcing it back. Am I panicking? Long Chen almost laughed. How did they come to that conclusion? However, their immediate assistance, when they saw him in danger, showed that they already considered him an ally, which moved Long Chen quite a bit. When Long Chen thought about it, he knew it wasn't a simple thing for them to risk their lives to save him. After all, other races often perceived the mixed beast race as mutants, so it must be hard for them to trust others. However, those two experts might have been talking a bit too big for their britches. After a brief advantage, they quickly started to be suppressed by that horned eagle. Suddenly, a golden-colored streak of light shot through the air, and the horned eagle let out a mournful bird cry. One of those two experts had stabbed its eye with his spear, piercing deep into its head. It then quivered a few times and fell from the sky. It died. After killing that saint-level existence, this expert looked at his own hands in disbelief. "Look at its butt," shouted the other expert while pointing at it. They saw a giant shining arrow stuck to the area below its stomach, so they hastily looked toward Long Chen. As expected, a giant golden crossbow had appeared in Long Chen's hands at some point. The arrow it held measured several meters in length, and Long Chen had fired it. "Damn, Guo Ran's wares really are top grade. Even the trash he's discarded is still badass." Long Chen nodded in admiration. This was a gift from Guo Ran to Long Chen. Having obtained many saint-level materials, Guo Ran had upgraded his own equipment, adding an even more terrifying crossbow for himself. However, unwilling to simply throw away his old crossbow, he gave it to Long Chen. Considering its weight and power, not many people could effectively wield this crossbow. All of those capable of lifting it were specialists in close-range combat, and even if Guo Ran were to give it to them, they wouldn't be able to use it. Thus, Guo Ran entrusted the crossbow to Long Chen, knowing that he could use all kinds of weapons. At first, Long Chen didn't really care about it. He just didn't dare to reject the gift, considering that Guo Ran considered it as a treasure. To Long Chen's surprise, however, the crossbow wielded such a formidable impact once he started using it. The golden exploding arrow instantly detonated after piercing its target. In truth, if it had simply struck it, the arrow would have been unable to pierce its defenses, but Long Chen was quite shameless, and his target was the channel from which the horned eagle expelled waste. There were no defenses to speak of there. Furthermore, the eagle had been focusing on the two of them, and it hadn't expected someone to launch a sneak attack there. As a result, one attack was all it took to blast its ass off. When this exploding arrow detonated, the intense pain rendered the eagle immobile, resulting in it being slain in one move. "Brother Long, did you do this?" asked one of them in surprise and delight. "Shush," Long Chen gestured to be quiet. "Keep drawing the attention of the saint-level desolate beasts. Let's work together." Feeling delighted, the two of them charged out. At the same time, Long Chen climbed onto the back of a half-horse half-man expert of the mixed beast race. "Brother, can we work together? You can be in charge of running, and I'll be in charge of shooting," asked Long Chen politely. "Working together is no problem, but first, you have to open your eyes." "I'm not your brother, I'm your big sis," replied that half-horse expert. "Oh, sorry." Only then did Long Chen realize that she was a woman. He had misjudged her because of her tall and muscular build, along with her suntan face. The half-horse half-woman warrior's hooves produced ripples as she ran through the void. Remarkably fast and capable of swift turns, she exhibited exceptional agility. Others struggled to keep up with her as she rushed to assist wherever trouble arose. Long Chen had chosen her precisely because he had noticed this point. "Steady," shouted Long Chen suddenly. Hearing this, she immediately lowered her speed and did her best to stabilize herself, giving Long Chen the optimal condition to shoot. Long Chen's golden crossbow then quivered, and another golden arrow shot out, accurately piercing another desolate beast right where it hurt. That desolate beast let out a shriek before being slain by the mixed beast race experts. It appeared that the experts from the mixed beast race or the desolate beast race had never encountered a crossbow before, let alone someone who would attack them so shamelessly. Now, the mixed beast race's side was delighted, while the desolate beast race's side started to panic. They still hadn't noticed Long Chen a tiny target in this chaotic battlefield. Toward the end, Long Chen adjusted his shooting technique and used shadowless arrows. Although their killing power was not as great, they moved without making a sound during both the shot and flight. This quality made them even more effective at catching people off guard. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The desolate beast race had lost over 10 saints and hundreds of their top experts, so they started to sense something off. After that, the two golden monkeys suddenly let out a burst of squeaks, commanding countless golden monkeys to charge toward Long Chen. "Have I been noticed?" Long Chen was startled. Chapter 4533 Turning the Tides. Protect Long Chen. When the golden monkeys charged toward Long Chen, Feng Yu shouted her orders. At the same time, countless other desolate beasts also concentrated on Long Chen's side. Even though the desolate beasts weren't very bright, these monkeys managed to notice Long Chen, so they immediately gave the order to eliminate him. Whether it was the desolate beast race or the mixed beast race, they started to gather around Long Chen. The surroundings grew even more chaotic. "TCH, so what if you notice me?" Long Chen curled his lips and launched another arrow. After that, Long Chen's arrow missed and struck the buttocks of a saint, causing it to shout. However, it wasn't fatal. "It's a pity I don't have Guo Ran's skill. Otherwise, they'd be wailing in anguish while holding their butt." Long Chen sighed to himself. Although Long Chen had played with bows and crossbows before, he had never spent that much time on them. As a result, his shooting technique was rather simple. Moreover, he couldn't lock onto them because they would sense it and be able to dodge it. Long Chen's ability to hit those targets before wasn't solely due to his exceptional archery skills but rather because the targets were relatively large, and they were caught off guard. That was why he had an almost 100% hit rate. Now that they had noticed him and were on guard, Long Chen found it challenging to strike them. Despite making multiple attempts, he either missed his target or the enemies managed to evade his arrows. "If hidden arrows don't work, we'll do it openly," Long Chen shouted angrily. The crossbow in his hands suddenly shook, becoming hundreds of meters long, resembling a mountain. This was the original form of this crossbow and also its strongest state. At the start of the combat, Guo Ran would usually use it to pick out and kill the strongest opponents. However, in this state, Guo Ran couldn't move it because of its immense weight. He had to construct a platform first before he could use it. Fortunately, this weight was not an issue for Long Chen, but he still needed to use two hands to maintain its stability. An arrow, 3 times thicker than a human waist, shot through the air and gave rise to a tornado. With an ear-piercing whistle, it barely left the crossbow and already collided with a huge desolate beast, triggering a powerful explosion. The immense power of the arrow directly blasted the desolate beast's mouth apart, causing flesh and blood to fly through the air. As the desolate beast was in immense pain, a saint from the mixed beast grasped the opportunity to kill it. Long Chen repeatedly shot arrows, and every time, his arms would almost go numb from the impact. This weapon wasn't designed for such use, and even Guo Ran needed a platform to deploy it effectively. Despite the substantial backlash, the killing power was remarkable. The ear-piercing whistle that was unleashed when it left the crossbow was especially invigorating and satisfying. Even with his average archery skills, Long Chen couldn't miss as the desolate beasts were so huge. Even if he didn't strike it in a vital part, it was enough. After all, the mixed beast race's experts were on his side, so every arrow he shot would create an opportunity for them to slay another target. Just like that, they forced the desolate beasts further and further back. This battle started to develop with Long Chen at the center, and they slew the desolate beast race's top experts one by one. Because of him, the mixed beast race quickly took an absolute upper hand. Long Chen also noticed that despite attacking with a huge number, the desolate beast race's experts were a far cry from the heavenly corrupt sect's experts in terms of individual power. The mixed beast race had only been at a disadvantage due to being caught off guard and not fully recovered from their last battle. However, by relying on this giant crossbow, Long Chen directly reversed the tides. Even though weariness crept in on the mixed beast race's side, their fighting spirit still burned strongly. So, in no time, the ground was littered with the corpses of desolate beasts. "Careful," shouted a mixed beast race expert who had been cooperating with Long Chen. Amid Long Chen's joyful shooting, a monkey cry suddenly echoed behind him, and a 3-foot-tall creature covered in golden fur lunged toward him with a foot-long bone blade. The monkey's scarlet eyes, exposed canine teeth, and sinisterly twisted face created an eerie sight as the bone blade effortlessly knocked aside all obstacles between it and Long Chen. To Long Chen's surprise, this seemingly unremarkable monkey had an exceptionally powerful aura. It was most likely the strongest existence of their junior generation aside from the 2 monkeys next to Feng Yu. Seeing some runes flowing like dripping poison from the bone blade, Long Chen knew that it was anything but ordinary. In a swift move, Long Chen dodged backward, using his crossbow to parry the attack. But unexpectedly, the bone blade actually broke off a piece of the crossbow. This blade was, in fact, on par with saint items in terms of sharpness. After missing its first attack, the small monkey rolled through the air, nimbly avoiding the crossbow. It then repositioned itself and thrust its blade toward Long Chen's throat with extreme speed. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't even look at its second attack after dodging the first one. He simply threw some red powder at the monkey's eyes. As the powder covered its eyes, the monkey screamed. Clenching its eyes, it randomly swung the bone blade around. Following that, the mixed beast race's experts who rushed over to save Long Chen immediately underwent coughing fits. A piercing stench assaulted their senses, accompanied by a sharp pain in their noses, akin to millions of ants crawling inside. It was both painful and itchy, so they hastily retreated. TCH, I actually thought they were strong. But one handful of spicy flower powder was enough to repel them, sneered Long Chen. This powder was actually a saint medicinal ingredient harvested from the heavenly corrupt sect's territory. Its pollen was exceptionally spicy and had the capability to corrode anyone made of flesh and blood, even igniting grass and wood. Most terrifying of all, it wasn't poison, making it not easily detectable. The monkey was so close to Long Chen that the pollen directly hit its eyes, causing so much pain that it almost collapsed. The agony it experienced was even more excruciating than being struck by millions of blades. Long Chen grabbed the crossbow and swung it at the blinded golden monkey. With its spiritual perception in chaos, it couldn't dodge and was launched into the midst of the mixed beast race, where countless blades instantly devoured it. Chapter 4534 Changes in the Primal Chaos Space. In an instant, the relentless onslaught of blades shredded the golden monkey into pieces. It was quite a grisly sight. Upon its demise, a frenzied wave of monkeys charged toward Long Chen in vengeance. This was a sign that the fallen monkey held an extremely high position amongst its kind. However, the mixed beast race had seized the advantage, and their rash assault broke their enemy's formation, leaving many of the desolate beasts stranded and vulnerable. In the ensuing chaos, the golden monkeys were swiftly and mercilessly cut down. Seeing how chaotic the scene was, Long Chen stealthily slipped to the rear with the protection of the half-horse woman. Simultaneously, his golden crossbow returned to its original size. Now, Long Chen focused his attention on the two monkeys engaged in combat with Feng Yu. His expression turned serious. This time, he aimed to eliminate one of them. However, Long Chen knew that launching a sneak attack on these two monkeys would be extremely challenging. If he were to aim at them too much, they would directly sense him. To make things worse, he was far away, which made his target quite tiny. Without Guo Ran's 100% hit rate, Long Chen could only bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment. To draw people's attention, Long Chen told one expert of the mixed beast race to disguise themselves as him and sat on the half-horse woman, running around randomly. Amidst the chaos, the enemies couldn't exactly discern the rider of the half-horse woman, but each of them thought that it was Long Chen. After all, unlike the heavenly corrupt sect, the desolate beast race was so dumb that such a simple diversion could screw their minds. In the outer region, Long Chen had been aiming with his crossbow for a long time, so when he saw a chance, he swiftly launched a silent arrow. The arrow's target was around 3 meters behind the golden monkey that was exchanging blows with Feng Yu. The next moment, she somehow knocked the monkey back, sending its butt perfectly toward the arrow. In a heartbeat, blood sprayed through the air, resonating with the agonizing shriek of the golden monkey. The arrow had blasted its butt so badly that even its intestines flew out of the wound. Long Chen clenched his fist in triumph. Despite his average archery skills, he had executed that last arrow perfectly. He knew that even true archers like Guo Ran and Mo Nian might not be able to pull something like this off. Long Chen had perfectly grasped the timing of its movements and its clash with Feng Yu. While luck played a role here, there was no denying that this shot was truly exquisite. As for that monkey, its face contorted with pain as it rolled on the ground. In an instant, it spotted the celebrating Long Chen. Despite the pain, it astonishingly charged toward Long Chen, with its intestines still trailing behind. Its fearsome visage seemed like it was ready to confront Long Chen at the cost of its own life. Chance. Long Chen suddenly saw the monkey's golden fate lines rattling, which meant that if he unleashed his full power, he could kill it, and no one could hinder him from doing so. Just as Long Chen was pondering whether or not to reveal his true power, the other golden monkey caught the livid monkey. At that moment, Feng Yu's spear struck. The two monkeys attempted to block it together, but the force was too much, causing both to cough up blood and sustain some injuries. After stabilizing themselves, they pointed at Long Chen and exchanged incoherent babble. While he didn't know what they were saying, it was clearly nothing good. The void then quivered, revealing a bloodied golden figure, a monkey sage king. As soon as it appeared, it swiped through the air and grabbed numerous monkeys in its grasp before whistling away. As it fled, the rest of the desolate beasts also stopped fighting and started to retreat. This battle had clearly ended in their defeat. Not only did their junior generation suffer, but even in the clash of sage kings, they were at a disadvantage. The only viable option left for them was to retreat. At this moment, the mixed beast race's sage king also emerged. Though covered in wounds, he assured them that they were nothing serious. Seeing the desolate beast race flee, the mixed beast race's experts cheered. Long Chen, this victory is really thanks to you. Without you, we would have paid quite a price to survive, expressed Feng Yu gratefully. Hee, it was a minor effort, nothing worth mentioning, replied Long Chen with a smile. Despite talking humbly, he was quite proud of himself. After that, he started to go through the battlefield with the others, tossing the corpses of the desolate beasts into the primal chaos space. What do you want with their corpses? Asked Feng Yu curiously. My body's been weak lately. This will make for some good nourishment in the soup, Long Chen quipped. Feng Yu and the others were well aware that he wasn't telling the truth, but they chose not to press him on the matter. In any case, they didn't care about the corpses. Since Long Chen wanted them, they helped him gather some and emptied the battlefield quickly. Just like that, Long Chen's primal chaos space was full of corpses again. Having consumed the 10,000 dragon nest, the black soil now resembled a hungry mouth, digesting these new corpses. With each terrifying existence it devoured, its ability to consume expanded. Now, it could even devour saint corpses within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. However, before tossing them into the black soil, Long Chen used the blood-colored saber to stab them and let it absorb their blood. After it absorbed the essence blood of dozens of saints, dozens of sinister runes lit up on its blade, and its aura grew increasingly frightening. As the saber continued to strengthen, the life energy within the primal chaos space grew denser, prompting rampant growth among all the vegetation. All the saint medicinal ingredients were thriving. The heaven-earth blood spirit mushroom had expanded to its 7th cap, and the 8th was on the verge of appearing. The moon trees and fusong trees were growing increasingly formidable, with their leaves emanating auras comparable to eternal weapons. As for their main trunks, countless runes flowed over them, resembling dragon scales. Even eternal weapons would have difficulty slicing through their outermost bark. After breaking off a branch with the thickness of an arm, Long Chen felt that it was heavy and tough like metal, but it was also flexible. When he brandished it, it unleashed powerful gusts and even a wave of fire. Damn, this is essentially a natural eternal divine weapon. Long Chen was shocked by their growth. Furthermore, their core flame also grew more concentrated, prompting Huo Linger's growth as well. When Long Chen looked up, he could see endless tribulation clouds in the sky, with rainbow lightning weaving through them. Within these clouds, a giant dragon was taking a relaxing bath. Lei Linger emitted an absolutely terrifying aura now. As she breathed, lightning formed a whirlpool around her. Gazing at that vortex, Long Chen felt a chill. Long Chen, I think it's time for us to leave. Long Chen was standing still in his original location, his mind entirely engrossed in the primal chaos space until Feng Yu's voice resonated near his ear. Chapter 4535 Fantasy Spirit World. Void Spirit World. When Long Chen's mind retreated from the primal chaos space, he saw Feng Yu and the others staring at the sky. Only then did he realize that at some point, slow-moving clouds had covered the sky, and they all headed in one direction. The Fantasy Spirit World and the Void Spirit World are about to open. Didn't all of you enter the world of the 9th heaven for this? Feng Yu looked at Long Chen curiously. The Fantasy Spirit World, the Void Spirit World, what are they? Long Chen was baffled. He had no idea what she was talking about. You came from the outside world. Did your people not tell you anything? Feng Yu stared at him in disbelief. They really didn't. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. All right, let's talk on the way. Feng Yu bade her farewell to the leader of the mixed beast race. Their language was extremely odd, and Long Chen didn't understand it. However, from the race leader's solemn expression, he seemed to be imploring Feng Yu about something. He also pointed at Long Chen, as if telling her to learn from him. Hearing it, Feng Yu didn't seem too happy about it. After he finished talking to Feng Yu, he called Long Chen to his side. Friend from the human race, our relationship with the human race is actually extremely bad. However, we know that you are a good person. That is why we are willing to call you our friend. Usually, outsiders and native experts will enter different worlds, but the direction is the same. It will also be beneficial for you to come with us until you arrive. Your power is average, but you are very intelligent. On the other hand, our mixed best race is strong but lacks brains. It just so happens that we can support each other on the way. At this point, the race leader intentionally lowered his voice. This child Feng Yu is very stubborn. I'm worried about her. When the time comes, I hope you can help remind her of my words. Long Chen smiled. It seemed that these words had made Feng Yu unhappy. After all, she was the leader of their junior generation. To have her listen to an outsider's words, she naturally felt unhappy. No wonder this elder said that his head wasn't very sharp. For him to say such a thing so bluntly, he was definitely lacking intelligence. There were plenty of better ways to get the same point across. Senior, what are you talking about? Feng Yu is the youngest queen of the mixed beast race. She is both powerful and intelligent. I'm the one who is hoping to learn something from her. After all, I was only able to help the mixed beast race twice due to luck and some shameless methods. If I were to rely on real power, I would be a far cry from Feng Yu. Hopefully, this beauty can protect me on this journey. Don't worry, I promise to listen to her on the way, exclaimed Long Chen, intentionally speaking loud enough for Feng Yu to hear. As expected, Feng Yu's displeased expression transformed into a smile after she heard that. The elder didn't quite understand at first, but with Long Chen repeatedly winking at him, he finally got it. He just smiled and nodded. Feng Yu was in a good mood upon hearing Long Chen's praise. She then walked over and grabbed Long Chen's hand, waving goodbye to the race leader. In truth, Feng Yu's heart was very simple, but she had her own pride. Long Chen had overshadowed her twice, and while she was deeply grateful to him, her stubborn nature persisted. Long Chen's appearance made her feel threatened, especially when the junior disciples of the mixed beast race praised him. She felt a bit lost when that happened, and that was why she felt displeased when the race leader instructed her to listen to Long Chen on the way. But just who was Long Chen? How could he not see through her emotions? In just a few words, he had won over the simple Feng Yu, and now, she treated him as her best comrade. Can you let go of my hand? I'm not used to walking around like this, said Long Chen awkwardly. Although Feng Yu could be considered a big beauty, she was a bit too big for him, exactly a full head taller than him. He felt unnatural having her hold his hand and lead the way. As Feng Yu was in an excellent mood, she didn't mind and just let go while still smiling happily. It seemed that Long Chen's words left her in a really good mood. Feng Yu then led the mixed beast race's elites, which numbered only a few 100,000 people now. However, they were all experts amongst experts, as even ordinary doyens were deemed unqualified to participate. Feng Yu, are you not worried about the heavenly corrupt sect or the desolate beast race launching a sneak attack while we're gone? Asked Long Chen to get rid of any remaining awkwardness. Just by hearing him say, "we," Feng Yu smiled. The power of that one word was just that potent, letting her feel much closer to Long Chen. Feng Yu replied, "There's nothing to worry about. The heavenly corrupt sect and the desolate beast race have suffered great losses this time. But even without that, we wouldn't be afraid of them. We have our own trump cards to protect ourselves. Although it's not as strong as the heavenly corrupt sect's trump card, if we really can't beat them, we can always flee." Throughout history, our mixed beast race has undergone countless battles and has migrated constantly. If we didn't have the power to protect ourselves, we would have long since been wiped out. We are simply defending this land because there aren't that many places for us to live in this world. If we find a suitable location, we have to defend it. However, when she recounted the countless battles they had fought, sadness briefly flickered in her eyes. There was an undercurrent of sorrow and helplessness. After all, the mixed beast race could only survive in the cracks between other people's existences. It was truly difficult. Long Chen asked about their origins and found that they truly were an extremely special existence. The earliest members of their race were marginalized humans and demonic beasts who mated with each other. Both the humans and the demonic beasts had carried out atrocities like wiping out their respective branches to the last. It was only when they had no other choice that they ultimately formed agreements and started to merge. It could be said that the mixed beast race was a breed essentially compelled into existence by the looming threat of extinction. As they first appeared, more humans and demonic beasts started to form agreements. Some demonic beasts with noble bloodlines could take human form and would even choose to mate with humans, giving rise to more hybrids. Feng Yu was precisely such an existence, possessing both the phoenix bloodline and the human race's bloodline. Within the mixed beast race, these bloodlines neither enjoyed favor nor faced disdain. After all, they always struggled on the brink of death, a reality that had persisted for countless years. Both the human and the demonic beast race viewed them as an inferior species, while the other races also viewed them as mutants, resulting in not many races willing to conduct business with them. The mixed beast race also held onto their own pride. They refused to accept charity from others, relying entirely on their own bravery and stubbornness to carve out an existence in this harsh world. As of today, the mixed beast race might not be considered an overwhelmingly powerful force, but within the realm of the ninth heaven, an average existence would not be willing to provoke them. They were known for settling their scores, ensuring that they always repaid their grievances. Ha ha ha, is this the noble mixed beast race? What a coincidence. At this time, a sinister voice rang out. A group of people then emerged and blocked their path. Chapter 4536 Black Rock 9 Underworld Python. The speaker was a bald, dark-faced man with dense scales covering his facial skin. His pupils were vertical just like a crocodile's, looking rather scary. Most frightening of all though was his violent blood chi, which resembled a volcano on the verge of erupting. As he blocked Feng Yu and her people's path, the space behind him twisted, revealing one figure after another. After they all emerged, Long Chen saw that they also numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Black Rock 9 Underworld Pythons. Feng Yu's pupils shrank. In an instant, the mixed beast race's experts turned serious, ready for combat at any moment. What are those? Asked Long Chen. Our luck really isn't good to encounter an old enemy as soon as we come out. You should get back. If a fight starts, you won't have time to get away, whispered Feng Yu. In Feng Yu's eyes, although Long Chen had managed to turn the tides twice in their past battles, he had always relied on some small tricks, such as blasting people's butts or using medicinal powder to blind them. She believed that in terms of true combat power, Long Chen could only be considered a first-rate expert, not a peak one. He couldn't rely on luck for too long, as someone could just land a lucky blow on him and kill him accidentally without giving him the chance to use his little tricks. Long Chen very obediently went to the back and asked one of the mixed beast race's experts some questions, but that person just pointed at Feng Yu. Seeing that person's gesture, Long Chen instantly understood. Who is he? Asked the bald, dark-faced man. When Long Chen retreated, the leader of the pythons immediately noticed him. After all, he was the only one to move upon seeing them. None of your business. Rock Underworld Pythons, since you're blocking our path, do you wish to fight? Demanded Feng Yu. I asked you who he is. Shouted the bald man, his gaze becoming sharp. Just now, Long Chen had been standing behind Feng Yu. However, when the bald man appeared, Feng Yu directly lowered her head to speak to Long Chen, prompting his retreat. The bald man witnessed everything, and it fueled his anger. In truth, this man was the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python's #1 young expert, and he had exchanged blows with Feng Yu multiple times. Despite these clashes, a clear victor had never emerged due to them holding back. And ever since then, this man developed a deep infatuation with Feng Yu. He even sent emissaries to the mixed beast race to propose marriage multiple times. However, Feng Yu felt an intense dislike for him, so she didn't even let these emissaries pass the entrance. Unfortunately, this person didn't know when to give up, and they actually encountered each other here. Feng Yu loathed him, but she couldn't just offend the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race, as the latter was a powerful force. While the mixed beast race wasn't afraid of them, in the end, it was not a good thing to have mortal enemies all around them. Thus, despite her hatred for this bald man, she didn't know how to get rid of him. She was about to shout back at this rude interrogation when Long Chen answered for her. I'm your daddy. What nonsense. My father is in my race's headquarters. You dare to pretend to be him? Courting death, roared that bald man. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. Even though he considered himself eloquent, he had no idea how to respond to such a thing. Feng Yu glared at Long Chen before turning back to the bald man. Yan Baichen, don't create trouble where none exists. My mixed beast race has no business with your Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race, and we are not afraid of anyone. So you've already found a partner? The bald man shouted furiously, pointing at Long Chen. What's with that look? What kind of trash is he? He isn't even worth dirtying my hand. How can he be a match for you? Seeing this comedy in person, Long Chen felt insulted but also couldn't hold back his laughter. This fellow's head really was interesting. After all, Long Chen wasn't using medicinal pills to cover his aura, so anyone with eyes could tell that he was an outsider. So, this fellow had failed to pursue Feng Yu multiple times and was now laying the blame on Long Chen. Did he not realize that the timing didn't match? For the bald man to accuse Long Chen of impersonating his father, it seemed that he really lacked the ability to think far ahead. Long Chen could only shake his head in disbelief. It was a pity that beneath the exterior of his oversized bald head, there was a noticeable absence of brain matter. In response to Yan Baichen's accusation, Feng Yu simply smiled. That's right, I've long since found a partner. So you should just give up on that thought. It seemed that even Feng Yu had learned how to scheme. She thought by saying Long Chen was her partner, Yan Baichen would give up on her. She could get rid of him this way. However, to her surprise, Yan Baichen quivered with rage and then pointed at Long Chen. Brat, get out here, we'll fight, and the loser has to leave Feng Yu. Hearing this, Long Chen almost lost it and burst into laughter. Just how childish was this fellow? If he could say such a thing, how could Long Chen possibly bear to attack him? Get out here, I'll even give you one arm, you gutless coward. Yan Baichen repeatedly roared. Long Chen just stood there silently. He had long since stopped playing such childish games. This kind of provocation was meaningless against him. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "Child, listen to this uncle's advice. Go be stupid somewhere else. I won't fight you." Courting death. First, you pretended to be my father, and now you think that you can trick me into thinking that you're my uncle. Come out, I'll beat you to death, roared Yan Baichen. His roar was incredibly loud, but interestingly enough, he kept his aura suppressed to conceal his true power. Despite this, Long Chen already had a general estimate of his power. For him to control his aura at this time only made Long Chen feel like he was an idiot. After all of his angry shouts, Yan Baichen still refrained from making a move. No one knew if he was worried about not being able to beat Feng Yu or maybe he didn't want to worsen his image in front of her. Unable to hold back her frustration any longer, Feng Yu screamed at him directly. Yan Baichen, just what do you think you're doing? If you really want to, I don't mind exchanging a few blows with you. Finally, Feng Yu's expression was icy cold, but Yan Baichen kept glaring at Long Chen, even as she pointed her golden spear at him. He threatened, "Brat, just you wait. Don't give me a chance, or I'll flay your skin." Long Chen had been smiling while observing the entire time, but this guy was just too much. He had given this guy too much face, wasn't he? Feng Yu, I've known you for so long but haven't given you any gifts. Would you like it if I gave you a snakeskin armor set? Asked Long Chen. Feng Yu was startled but quickly understood what he meant. Perhaps Yan Baichen also had a stroke of brilliance, or he simply was so sensitive to the word snakeskin that he instantly grasped what Long Chen meant. Yan Baichen's figure suddenly vanished, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. Chapter 4537 Yan Baichen. When Yan Baichen vanished, Long Chen jumped as he lost track of his aura. Just then, Feng Yu's golden spear struck the ground beneath Long Chen's feet, crushing the ground and forcing out a sneaky figure. Earth energy. Seeing this scene, Long Chen instantly understood. No wonder he suddenly lost track of Yan Baichen. The latter seemed to have merged with the earth, covering his powerful blood qi with the energy of the earth. It seemed that he was not a complete fool, as he could catch Long Chen off guard. Long Chen had anticipated that Yan Baichen would come at him from above, but to his surprise, the latter launched an attack from underground. If it weren't for Feng Yu's intervention, Long Chen would probably have found himself in a precarious situation due to this unexpected assault. This fellow could actually act like a pig to eat the tiger, and his performance was very convincing. When Feng Yu forced Yan Baichen out of the ground, all the mixed beast races experts entered the combat state. As long as Feng Yu gave the order, they would attack. It went without saying that their reaction speed had been tempered through fighting off various powerful enemies over the years, and their ability to ignite fighting spirit in an instant was something extremely rare. Other than the Dragonblood Legion, this was perhaps the army with the greatest killing power that Long Chen had ever seen. Yan Baichen, as long as I'm here, I won't let you touch a single hair on Long Chen's head. Decide whether you want to fight or not. Feng Yu stood in front of Long Chen, his blonde hair billowing with the wind. She appeared heroic and valiant, exuding indescribable elegance. Looking at her back, Long Chen smiled. It actually felt quite good to be protected by a woman. Seeing Yan Baichen's enraged expression, he also felt a wonderful feeling. From behind Feng Yu, Long Chen stealthily flashed his middle finger toward Yan Baichen, and his expression was so provoking that it needed a beating. Yan Baichen quivered with rage, but Feng Yu was in the way. If he wanted to kill Long Chen, he had to defeat her first. Against Feng Yu, Yan Baichen felt helpless. Besides, he didn't dare to rashly start a war here. If they were to fight here, they would just take huge losses and wouldn't get anything. After all, the fantasy spirit world and the void spirit world were about to open. Everyone wanted to be in their best state before they opened. Alright, then we'll see. Yan Baichen pointed at Long Chen, his finger quivering with rage. In the end, he clenched his teeth and brought his people away. Watching as they left, Feng Yu sighed with relief. In truth, she also didn't want to fight with this idiot. After all, they had been fighting too much lately. While they were all the elites of the mixed beast race, they were also extremely weary. What they needed the most was a break. On the other hand, the Black Rock 9 underworld pythons seemed to be in their peak condition. If both sides really were to fight, the mixed beast race would definitely be at a disadvantage. Let's go slower, suggested Long Chen. Feng Yu nodded. By going a bit slower, their odds of running into others would drop, and they could avoid another headache like running into another enemy. In the end, they found a comparatively hidden place to rest, and Long Chen used this chance to refine some medicinal powders with the earth cauldron. Seeing the earth cauldron again, Feng Yu asked, "You know alchemy?" "It's just me messing around, dabbling around in various things. After all, the more you know, the more life-saving trump cards you can obtain," answered Long Chen with a smile, trying to act low-key. In any case, Feng Yu and the others knew nothing about alchemy. He could just randomly make something up to prevent them from interrogating him. Long Chen's primal chaos space was now filled with fully matured medicinal plants. While he couldn't really refine pills right now, stocking the powders in advance was not a bad idea. Long Chen didn't need to refine ordinary medicinal ingredients by himself, Huolinger and the Earth Cauldron could handle that for him. However, when it came to saint-level ingredients, he had to assist in the refinement process. At first, the mixed beast race's experts just watched with interest as Long Chen started his refinement. However, when they saw him refine a bunch of powders over and over again, they quickly found it to be boring. Long Chen was not planning on revealing his skill in alchemy to them. This display would make Feng Yu think that he was a jack of all trades but a master of none. In their minds, Long Chen might not be very powerful, but he had plenty of tricks, and he could rely on those tricks to squeeze into the ranks of experts. Feng Yu was already linking this activity to how Long Chen had sneakily used medicinal powder to blind the monkey. Although this kind of trick could not be considered proper, it could sometimes have a marvelous effect. Just like this, they started to take breaks as they traveled, and each time, Long Chen would refine various medicinal powders in preparation for refining saint pills. 3 days later, they had to quicken their pace, and on the 5th day, they encountered another squad of the mixed beast race. Only then did Long Chen realize that the mixed beast race resembled a crafty rabbit with more than one burrow. It turned out that the mixed beast race had multiple hidden nests. However, Feng Yu was definitely the leader of their junior generation. Even in that group with quite a few heavenly geniuses, they were all very respectful toward Feng Yu. As expected though, some of them were not so friendly toward Long Chen. While they couldn't be considered hostile, they still acted coldly toward him. Moreover, when they saw Long Chen and Feng Yu walking so close, there was a kind of jealousy in their eyes. Long Chen naturally wouldn't say anything about those gazes. He had seen such a thing plenty of times. The reason he was sticking around here was for convenience. It would be much more troublesome for him to fly around randomly like a housefly. Meanwhile, Feng Yu was quite dense and didn't seem to sense anything. She continued to talk and laugh with Long Chen. Occasionally, she would ask him about things outside this world, and Long Chen would pick some interesting stories to tell her. She felt them to be very novel. As they traveled further, more and more experts appeared, causing the mixed beast race to gradually grow tense. They knew that a fight could break out at any moment. Long Chen saw a group of humans, and they also saw him. However, they didn't look friendly, and Long Chen only saw iciness in their eyes. One of them even made a throat-cutting gesture toward him, threatening the mixed beast race to drive Long Chen away as he was an invader. However, Feng Yu was stubborn, and in front of their threats, she told them that if they wanted to die, they could just come over and try. In comparison, although some of the mixed beast race's people disliked Long Chen, they never said anything about driving him away, which made Long Chen feel a bit moved. As more and more experts emerged, an increasing number of groups started harassing the mixed beast race, with some even silently colluding to join forces for an attack. Just as Feng Yu was about to slaughter a few people to put them in their place, a sinister gust of wind blew by, and the experts blocking their way fled like they had just seen a ghost. When Long Chen looked back, he felt a chill and cold sweat instantly drip down his back. Feng Yu's expression also changed, and she hastily dragged Long Chen away. Chapter 4538 Brazen Idea. The sunny sky was covered by clouds, growing darker and darker with every second. At the same time, dark gusts of wind blew, sending chills straight down people's souls. Long Chen was extremely familiar with this feeling. In the immortal world's ghost ship, he had seen sinister weapons with precisely this aura, and he had even grabbed one of those weapons and given it to Bai Shishi. Long Chen now felt the same sensation, but this time, it was far more intense than before. As Feng Yu pulled Long Chen away, his gaze fixated into the distance. "Don't look," shouted Feng Yu. "I'm not looking, just staring in the general direction," replied Long Chen. "Stop messing around, you'll go blind," exclaimed Feng Yu worriedly. She didn't even dare to look that way. At this moment, rumbling sounds rang out, and the mountains in the surroundings broke down, as if some kind of power was crushing them. But strangely, the ground wasn't shaking at all. The broken bits of the mountains didn't even make a sound as they collapsed. Instead, they turned to powder before they even got to the ground. Long Chen jumped in shock when he saw this scene. What kind of power could instantly pulverize mountains? It looked almost as if the mountains decayed, and the wind blew them away. At this moment, black spots started to manifest on the ground, resembling the spread of an infectious disease. The vegetation surrounding the area wilted and withered rapidly. "This is the law of time." Long Chen let out a startled cry. It was not poison or some kind of disease, rather, the time around this place was accelerating, resulting in these things unable to remain in existence. If a cultivator were to be there, they would instantly lose their longevity. It was no wonder these people were so afraid of it. "I told you not to look. You'll get killed by karma," shouted Feng Yu. "I've seen it before, so the karma is already on me." "You shouldn't look though," replied Long Chen. He hadn't just looked at it but had even taken its treasure. As the karma had long since bound him inextricably, not looking now meant nothing. Just then, strange sounds rang out, and Long Chen saw countless lifeforms wearing rusty armor and weapons. Feng Yu and the others had fled far away from the source of this strange activity and now hid behind a mountain. The other races, experts were also hiding on that side, so things were rather tight there. Despite having no personal space, no one dared to make a sound. Countless people were covering their ears, their faces pale as if they were in a nightmare. Long Chen simply crept up the mountain and continued to stare. While Feng Yu didn't dare to look, she didn't stop pulling Long Chen down. "Hey, stop pulling me. I want to see better," grumbled Long Chen. At this moment, many lifeforms glared at him furiously. None of them dared to make a sound to avoid drawing the attention of the strange soldiers. If they came over, all these lifeforms would be doomed. "What are you doing?" Long Chen suddenly found that Feng Yu was no longer pulling him and also crawled up. "If I die, I die. I might as well look, right?" said Feng Yu, clenching her teeth. Long Chen covered her eyes with his hand. It would be troublesome if she couldn't endure this karma. Just then, a scream rang out in the distance, but it stopped halfway, more like it was stopped halfway as someone slew the screamer. This unlucky bastard refused to believe the stories and took a look. As a result, his eyes instantly corroded, and he screamed in pain. To not draw the attention of the Yin soldiers, someone immediately killed him. "Don't look, I'll share my vision with you." Long Chen pressed a finger on Feng Yu's head and sent his spiritual strength into her mind. Feng Yu didn't resist. As Long Chen's spiritual strength entered her mind, what he saw also appeared in her mind. When she saw this scene, she clenched Long Chen tightly. Only after that did she realize how intimate this action was, especially in front of all these experts of the mixed beast race, so she immediately blushed. Long Chen was also embarrassed. Fortunately, their souls were already connected, so Long Chen didn't need to hold her. To prevent her from opening her eyes, Long Chen took out a black cloth and tied it around her eyes. After that, Long Chen continued watching. They heard eerie sounds as the Yin soldiers moved like a black dragon slithering through the land, transforming the world into a hellish landscape. Black dust then billowed into the air, and the stench of death and decay filled their nostrils. Yin soldiers through the Tao, existences that made even the heavenly Taos quiver. When they emerged, even the laws of the heavenly Taos avoided them. Wherever they went, life in the world ceased to exist. Long Chen looked at the Yin soldiers closely. Their armor and weapons had long since corroded, leaving only skeletal remains underneath. Yet, within the hollow sockets of their eye cavities, peculiar specks of light glimmered like pupils. As Long Chen focused on the soldiers, he felt a tightening grip on his hand. Startled, he realized that Feng Yu was holding onto it tightly. She was rather nervous. Long Chen smiled. It seemed that the guts of this mighty and beautiful woman weren't that big. Long Chen continued staring. Despite the slow pace of their footsteps, the rate of their advancement was shocking. Their slow footsteps seemed to be crossing thousands of miles a step, as if each of their steps contracted the land. Long Chen, have you seen them before? Whispered Feng Yu as she squatted beside Long Chen. Yes, in truth, they're very friendly. They even gave me a treasure back then, answered Long Chen. They gave you a treasure? Can I see it? Asked Feng Yu doubtfully. I gave it to someone else, said Long Chen. Although Feng Yu didn't possess a schemer's mind, seeing that Long Chen's smile was rather deceitful, she didn't believe him. Where did you see them before? Inquired Feng Yu. On a completely broken down ship, answered Long Chen. Feng Yu had never heard of a ghost ship, so when Long Chen said this, she was even more sure that he was just being a braggart. However, just as he answered, her jaw dropped in disbelief. A ghost ship? Long Chen was also surprised. A giant ghost ship had appeared in the air above the Yin soldiers, slowly flying above them. Feng Yu was even more taken aback as she had never seen a ghost ship before. She had never even heard of such a thing. I have a brazen idea. Do you want to go together? Asked Long Chen suddenly. 1. From Chapter 3256. Chapter 4539 Feng Yu's ancestor. What do you want to do? Feng Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Long Chen pointed at the giant ghost ship. I want to go up on that ship and see what's on it. Do you want to come? Are you crazy? Demanded Feng Yu. Alright, then you can wait here. I'll look alone, said Long Chen. He started walking away, but Feng Yu kept holding him. Feng Yu had a conflicted expression. After all, she was a woman, and all women were particularly curious about unknown things. The more frightening it was, the more she wanted to take a look. If Long Chen wasn't here, then even if she did have that idea, she wouldn't dare to do so. But with a brazen fellow like Long Chen leading the way, she was immediately enticed. Looking at her conflicted appearance, Long Chen couldn't help laughing. Have them leave first. I have a few things for you. Long Chen stealthily handed a few things to Feng Yu. When Feng Yu saw what they were, she immediately handed them to some experts of the mixed beast race and gave them orders. In an instant, those experts' expressions changed. However, after Feng Yu gave them orders, they gritted their teeth and brought the rest of the mixed beast race away. Watching them leave under this terrifying pressure, Feng Yu finally sighed with relief. Long Chen dragged her in a run toward the giant ghost ship. Long Chen and Feng Yu's actions stunned countless people. They thought that their action was the pinnacle of foolishness. When they saw Long Chen bounding toward the giant ghost ship while holding Feng Yu's hands, all of them jumped in fright. Long Chen ignored their gazes. He realized that Feng Yu's hand was wet with sweat, yet she had an excited expression. All of a sudden, the void quivered, and Long Chen noticed a giant chain hanging down the ghost ship. He wasn't sure if that was its anchor, as there was no actual anchor around the ship. As Feng Yu got closer to the Yin soldiers, she started to quiver. Long Chen wasn't sure whether her reaction stemmed from nerves or excitement. Don't worry, I often do things like this. Once you experience it yourself, you won't feel like it's too dangerous, comforted Long Chen. Feng Yu obediently nodded. This large beauty had tossed aside her pride, listening to Long Chen very obediently. When Long Chen was merely a few miles from the Yin soldiers, as expected, they still didn't react and continued to march forward. At this distance, Long Chen slowed down as he wanted to sense the flow of time here. If the flow of time really did change, he would have to immediately retreat. Otherwise, he and Feng Yu would instantly die of old age. The reason he dared to get close to them was because he had his experience from the last ghost ship. At the same time, he didn't sense any fatal danger, which was why he dared to take this risk. When Long Chen set foot onto the decaying land, he found that as long as he enveloped himself with his blood qi, he wouldn't be affected by it. In other words, While the power of time in this place looked terrifying, it did not affect bodies of flesh and blood. It was just like when he set foot onto the ghost ship last time. Long Chen then told Feng Yu to wrap herself with her blood qi. Otherwise, her clothes would decay. After giving her this warning, Long Chen directly felt a bit regretful. Looking at this large beauty, he hastily erased those perverted thoughts that had snuck their way into his creative mind. The Yin soldiers were still advancing like the tide. Wherever they passed, the air of death enveloped the area. After a while, the giant chain dragging across the ground quickly arrived in front of Long Chen. "Jump!" Long Chen shouted and leapt along with Feng Yu. The enormous chain was rusty like usual, so Long Chen told Feng Yu to be careful about the rust. If it got to her skin, it would be troublesome. Long Chen and Feng Yu were like ants on top of the chain. They then rushed up the chain, taking the time it took for an incense stick to burn to reach the deck. When the two of them arrived, they carefully stuck their heads over. Seeing the situation on the deck, Feng Yu almost cried out. Fortunately, Long Chen reacted faster and already covered her mouth. That's my ancestor, a phoenix," Feng Yu exclaimed, pointing to a winged figure clad in armor and holding a spear. The figure appeared almost skeletal in its state of decay. "Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. We have to be clear of the situation first," Long Chen urged, gently guiding Feng Yu forward. They needed to proceed cautiously, as they had no idea what awaited them aboard the ghost ship. "Long Chen, I'm begging you. You must help me get that spear." Feng Yu pointed at the spear with such excitement and anxiety as though she couldn't wait another second. "Don't worry, I'll help you get it," promised Long Chen. As long as she didn't get too emotional, he would get her the whole ship if he could. Long Chen silently observed the ship. This area was the bow of the ship, and there were countless Yin soldiers in battle formations here. The figure to which Feng Yu pointed stood at the very front of the Yin soldiers and seemed to be their leader. Looking at it, Long Chen couldn't help but think of the master of Bai Shishi's sword. The resemblance of both scenes was uncanny. After observing for a bit, Long Chen found that the arrangement here wasn't the same as the previous ghost ship. Not sensing any danger, he pulled Feng Yu forward. The bow of the ship consisted of rotten wood, which caused it to creak with a sound that made them wince with each step they took upon it. Long Chen was on full guard as he slowly got closer to the winged figure. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was even bigger than he had initially perceived. Its eye cavities were blank, and there was no aura coming from it. However, the spear in its hand exuded apocalyptical power. This was an extremely terrifying divine weapon. Based on its general outline, this huge and well-built figure was male. Despite being dead, it still gave off an undeniable might just by standing there. Feng Yu quivered as she approached it. This was her ancestor who had passed away countless years ago. Upon seeing it, she instantly felt a bloodline resonance, but despite her efforts, she was unable to establish a connection with it. Suddenly, Feng Yu knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times toward it. "Ancestor, forgive Feng Yu for being disrespectful." After saying that, Feng Yu rose and touched the spear, causing a change to occur. As the spear trembled, blood sprayed out of Feng Yu's mouth, landing all over the corpse. Feng Yu then started to wither. Horrified, Long Chen quickly grabbed her and pulled back. With a swift motion, his blood-colored saber flashed like lightning as it swung at the figure. "Stop!" The figure suddenly spoke. Chapter 45-40 Seeing a 9-star air again. In the midst of his slashing motion, Long Chen was scared shitless by the talking skeleton. He then swiftly twisted his saber, causing it to narrowly miss the lifeform's head and instead strike the bow of the ship, leaving a gaping hole there. Long Chen nearly twisted his waist as he adjusted the trajectory of his saber. With shock etched on his face, he observed a faint red light emanating from the lifeform's eyes. That light came from the blood that Feng Yu had just coughed out. In other words, Feng Yu's blood had awakened it. "Out of the way," said the lifeform coldly, its voice impolite. Long Chen clenched his saber and was about to say something when the lifeform continued, "I don't have much time. I have to pass down my inheritance." Long Chen only moved aside when he heard that. The lifeform raised its withered hand, and Feng Yu quivered, waking up from her unconscious state. After waking up, she was delighted to find that she had formed a bloodline connection with this lifeform. The lifeform didn't speak and just pressed a withered finger on her forehead. Feng Yu then trembled, and her essence blood flowed into that finger. Long Chen was shocked, thinking that this corpse was absorbing her essence blood. Just as he was about to stop it, a rune on the corpse's hand slowly merged into her head. Long Chen realized that it was borrowing the power of Feng Yu's essence blood to activate its own runes. That was the only way to transfer his inheritance to Feng Yu. The inheritance methods of demonic beasts and divine beasts differed significantly from those of the human race. Their legacies were primarily transmitted through bloodlines, relying on bloodline power as the conduit to pass down their teachings and abilities. Observing Feng Yu's joy, Long Chen felt a sense of relief. He then surveyed their surroundings before striding confidently toward the heart of the ghost ship. When examining the ghost ship, he had noticed an altar-like thing at the heart of the ship. That was his goal. Since Feng Yu was in no danger and time was pressing, he immediately went for it. This ghost ship was enormous, and its bow was full of standing Yin soldiers. Not daring to disturb them, Long Chen carefully crept past them. After the span of an incense stick burning, he saw the giant altar again. The square-shaped altar was 300 meters tall and covered in flowery marks that emitted a sinister aura. Long Chen slowly climbed up, discovering that it had 9 levels in total. At the highest level rested a coffin. This coffin was inscribed with various fiendish faces that were incomparably frightening. Long Chen couldn't help but shiver when he approached, knowing that whatever lay inside was an unimaginable existence. However, when he reached the 9th level and could see the coffin's full appearance, he was stunned. It was actually half open. Has someone already come here? Long Chen almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. No wonder he had sensed something off upon reaching the summit. Looking inside the coffin, he gasped to see 2 corpses inside. One lay at the bottom, while the other was squatting on top of it. It was such an intimate scene that, at first glance, it seemed almost inappropriate, as if it needed censoring. However, there was no hint of intimacy or mating between them. Instead, both of their palms pierced into each other's bodies, suggesting that they had killed each other. Long Chen clenched his saber. After observing for a long time and detecting no danger, he used his saber to touch the squatting corpse. As the tip of the saber made contact with the arm, it emitted a strange metallic sound, catching Long Chen off guard once again. How could it be so incredibly hard? Summoning his courage, Long Chen decided to take a closer look and climbed into the coffin. Despite its seemingly small exterior, the interior of the coffin was surprisingly spacious, resembling its own world. Even after entering, Long Chen found himself not at all squeezed for space. Long Chen let out a startled cry once he was inside. This corpse had specks of starlight on it, indicating that it had transformed into stars, a feat achievable only by cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art to a certain realm. Long Chen had never dreamed that he would encounter a 9-star heir here, and one of such terrifying caliber at that. Although he was already dead, based on how his body had turned astral, his realm had probably reached the Sage King realm. Upon closer examination, Long Chen saw that the corpse lying on the bottom also had traces of those stars as well. Seeing this, Long Chen was dumbfounded. That corpse had withered to the point where its appearance was indiscernible, but based on how its canine teeth were sticking out of its mouth, it wasn't human. Perhaps this 9-star heir came onto the ghost ship to eliminate this life form inside of the coffin. Long Chen came up with a hypothesis from what he saw. However, what baffled him was why someone as immensely powerful as this 9-star heir would choose to sacrifice himself for this cause. Long Chen bowed slightly to the 9-star heir and carefully lifted his corpse from the grasp of the life form. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen noticed that the 9-star heir's hands were pitch black, while the opposing lifeform's claws had transformed entirely into stars. Unexpectedly, the 9-star heir's corpse was as heavy as a mountain, requiring considerable effort for Long Chen to move it. Despite remaining intact without decay after all this time, the 9-star heir's soul was completely gone. Long Chen tried to form a spiritual connection with it, but there was no reaction. Long Chen helplessly placed his corpse in the primal chaos space. When he had a chance, he would bury it in a suitable place. Long Chen then examined the corpse of this lifeform. Its hands and feet were long, and it also had a tail, resembling that of an ape. With this dense death aura and given that it was slumbering on this ghost ship, this lifeform is very likely connected to the ghost sovereign. The 9-star heir was willing to sacrifice himself to kill it, so there must be some story behind it, sighed Long Chen. Long Chen had the ghost sovereign's mark on him, and back then, the Sweeping Elder had told him some details about the ghost sovereign, but the Sweeping Elder didn't seem to find this mark to be anything terrible. Hence, Long Chen hadn't bothered with it that much. However, After seeing this dead 9-star heir, Long Chen thought of how the Yin soldiers were the Ghost Sovereign's troops, and he couldn't help but feel that the Ghost Sovereign's mark appearing on him was not a coincidence. Long Chen picked up that life form, only to find 8 tentacle-like entities at the bottom of the coffin tightly binding the corpse to the coffin. However, once Long Chen pulled hard, the 8 tentacles snapped at once. Specks of starlight then flickered inside them, causing Long Chen's heart to leap. So this is a divine fetus. Seeing the 8 tentacles, Long Chen instantly thought of other divine fetuses that he had seen. Only astral energy was capable of fully killing this divine fetus, and that 9-star heir was also capable of destroying the entire ghost ship's formations. No wonder the Yin soldiers on it are so sluggish. Just then, the entire ghost ship startled rumbling. Long Chen jumped and immediately flew out of the coffin. Chapter 4541. When it rains, it pours. When Long Chen flew out of the coffin, he found that the intense rumbling came from the bow of the ship. Worried about Feng Yu, he didn't bother with the life form in the coffin anymore and immediately rushed off. When he got there, he saw Feng Yu surrounded by golden light, akin to flames burning around her. As for the corpse that Feng Yu called ancestor, it had turned into a pile of dust. The pile of dust still had specks of divine light within it. It then condensed into runes and flew toward her. All of a sudden, Feng Yu spat out blood, and a crack appeared on her forehead. Not good. Long Chen rushed forward and pressed a hand on her back. His own blood qi erupted as he helped her restrain and absorb those runes. Feng Yu's ancestor had too many powerful runes in its corpse. Long Chen didn't know whether it had gone dumb after not using its head for a while or if it simply didn't care about Feng Yu's survival, but it had fully stuffed all of those runes into Feng Yu. They were more than enough to kill her. Perhaps having been dead for too long, Feng Yu's ancestor didn't possess the ability to think of such a thing. It only instinctively transmitted its full legacy to Feng Yu. Millions of volcanoes seemed to explode inside Feng Yu. If it weren't for Long Chen's dragon blood power suppressing it, she would have turned to dust. Her ancestors' runes were not something she could digest yet, so she could only seal them for now and comprehend them at a later date. Unfortunately, she had lost consciousness, so Long Chen had to help her absorb all the runes. By the time Long Chen secured the final rune, he was drenched in sweat, having overdrafted his dragon blood power to wrestle control over those runes. After resting for a bit, Long Chen carried Feng Yu and jumped off the ghost ship. Those Yin soldiers were still woodenly advancing, completely ignoring them. When they descended the ghost ship, the surroundings had changed. They found themselves in a wasteland, where sand and dust billowed with every step the Yin soldiers took, casting a hazy atmosphere over the area. Long Chen immediately distanced himself from the Yin soldiers. Although he wasn't afraid of their aura of decay, it still made him uncomfortable. It was like being underwater. Eventually, someone would drown, so they had to leave the water in order to breathe. Just as Long Chen escaped the haze created by the Yin soldiers, a cold shout echoed, and Long Chen sensed a silent arrow hurtling toward his back. The shout originated from the front, but the arrow came from the rear. So, if the shout drew Long Chen's attention, he wouldn't be able to dodge the arrow. The impact sent sparks flying around, accompanied by an explosion that caused Long Chen to stagger forward, nearly falling to the ground. Long Chen was enraged. He hadn't expected someone to sneak attack him here. It seemed that being on the ghost ship for too long had dulled his senses, causing him to react too late. Fortunately, the arrow had struck the blood-colored saber behind him. The silent arrow was powerful. Without the saber's protection, it would have pierced Long Chen's powerful physical body. As Long Chen assessed the situation, he spotted a winged man wielding a white bone bow. The arrow had indeed come from him, and the individual appeared equally shocked by the turn of events. As an expert amongst experts, this winged man knew that his arrow should have been lethal. Even if Long Chen had a divine weapon that could block it, the sheer impact alone should have shattered his insides. Feather Race 1. Seeing those wings and sensing the familiar aura, along with the ephemeral archery techniques, Long Chen instantly recognized this person's background, and killing intent erupted within his eyes. "Stop right there, or I'll kill you," the Feather Race expert shouted, and at the same time, one figure after another came flying out of the dust storm. To Long Chen's surprise, millions of the Feather Race's experts had gathered here. All of them were pointing their arrows at Long Chen, waiting for that person's order to turn Long Chen into a pincushion. Fuck, what kind of bad luck is this? Long Chen was enraged. It was evident that they had been hiding from the Yin soldiers the entire time, but he just had to run into them like this. Likewise, they could also tell that Long Chen had come from the ghost ship, so they wanted to stop him. "If you don't want to die, then scram," roared Long Chen. Their leader was enraged as no one had ever dared to speak to him this way. The next moment, an arrow came flying off of his bow. He was incredibly fast to the point that it was almost impossible to see how he knocked his arrow before it was already right in front of Long Chen. This time, Long Chen was prepared. Holding Feng Yu in one hand, he swung his saber with the other. Long Chen's arm shuddered, and blood dripped down it. He couldn't help being startled. "My powers dropped too much. It's definitely related to the ghost ship." To his surprise, something had silently stripped his power away without him even being aware of it. In his embrace, Feng Yu spat out blood, and it stuck to his chest and neck. In her incredibly weak state, the previous blow had partially reached her, and even though it was only the tiniest bit, it still injured her. "Surrender and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for being ruthless," shouted the feather expert. He was in no rush to keep attacking and would rather capture both of them alive. "Don't fight with them, I can help you block one attack. Just run." At this moment, Feng Yu woke up, and even in her weak state, she still offered to help Long Chen. Long Chen's fury ignited like a blazing inferno. If he didn't have to look after Feng Yu, even in his current state, he would have unleashed a slaughter. At the very least, he would have taken down half of them to send a clear message that Boss Long San was not to be trifled with. However, with Feng Yu injured and unable to fight, Long Chen restrained himself. Looking at their leader, he said, "Little bird, just you wait. If I don't break your legs and stick them up your butt, I won't be Boss Long San." Suddenly, Long Chen's kunpeng wings appeared on his back, and he shot out like a streak of lightning. Courting death, that feather expert was enraged. How dared someone run in front of him? They were simply asking for it. With a swift motion, he unleashed another arrow. This time, the arrow soared through the air in a peculiar arc, disappearing into the void. In response, Long Chen spun in a strange manner, and that arrow narrowly missed him, flying past by his side. The feather expert was taken aback, not knowing that Long Chen also knew archery techniques. While Long Chen couldn't use many high-level techniques, it didn't mean he didn't know how to dodge them. Long Chen was simply too fast, not allowing him to shoot a second arrow. Following his order, a torrent of arrows shot out. However, at this time, a golden shield materialized, adorned with an ancient phoenix design that came to life. The phoenix spread its wings and soared off the shield. The golden phoenix exploded in a burst of divine light, illuminating the surroundings. By the time the feather race's experts rushed to the scene, Long Chen and Feng Yu had vanished without a trace. 1. The immortal world's feather race is similar to the martial heaven continent's ancient races. The feather race are the descendants of the flying bird races and the human race, from Chapter 3315, Kun Wu and Kun Pengxi's people. Chapter 4542 Fatal. The void twisted, revealing Long Chen and Feng Yu. Right now, Long Chen was covered in blood, but it was mostly Feng Yu's. Feng Yu had fallen unconscious again after blocking those arrows. Luckily, Long Chen had grasped that brief opening to carry out a spatial transportation and escape. Having escaped that wasteland, they were now above a lake. There was mist curling around the surface of the lake, limiting their sight. Long Chen immediately went still after arriving here. The surface of the water was frighteningly calm, so calm that there was very likely some terrifying existence down below. If he were to make any rash movements, he could draw out some monster. If he were alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. However, he had to carry an injured woman, so he had to be cautious. Sitting in midair, Long Chen held Feng Yu as she lay on him, her face contorted with pain. Long Chen knew that her condition was due to absorbing too many of those inheritance runes. They posed a heavy burden both to her body and soul. After thinking about it, Long Chen searched through his stock of medicinal pills and picked out his gentlest healing pill. As Feng Yu wasn't human, Long Chen was worried about her body's reaction to medicinal pills, so he didn't dare to pick out just any random one. Luckily, after he fed her this pill, her pale face quickly regained some color, and her condition stabilized, showing no signs of rejection. Long Chen observed for a while before he fed her another pill. Soon after, her aura started to rapidly recover, and her blood qi fluctuations strengthened as well. Since she has never consumed any pills before, they're many times more effective on her, sighed Long Chen. Constant consumption of medicinal pills could lead to the development of a powerful resistance, reducing the effectiveness of the pills. However, since Feng Yu had never consumed any pills before, there was no resistance to speak of, and the effects were remarkable. Long Chen observed as her breathing relaxed, and she gradually fell into a deep slumber. Her recovery rate was nothing short of astonishing. Feng Yu slept in Long Chen's embrace, her hair resembling strands of golden silk. Despite her sharp features exuding a heroic aura, they did not diminish her beauty. Holding this sleeping beauty, Long Chen couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. After all, the curves of her body possessed a fatal attraction that would captivate any man. Long Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath, controlling his emotions and preventing any of those thoughts from appearing in his mind. In fact, the best way he found to calm himself down was to think of Ying Tian's ugly face. As soon as Long Chen thought of Ying Tian, he calmed down. Ying Tian was absolutely terrifying. Even now, Long Chen had not managed to find out his true depth. With unfathomable power and the cunning of a fox, Ying Tian would flee at the first sign of danger. For Long Chen, an opponent with great strength wasn't the most daunting existence, it was someone who wielded both great power and patience that truly instilled fear in him. Suddenly, Feng Yu quivered and her body heated up. Following that, one rune after another appeared from beneath her skin and ignited, unleashing flames all around her. Damn it, Long Chen knew that the runes within her just started to awaken, igniting her core flame. During normal times, it would not have been an issue. However, in her slumber, Feng Yu was unable to control the flames. Though they wouldn't harm her, there was no way for her to protect her clothes. This really is fatal, Long Chen exclaimed as Feng Yu's clothes quickly incinerated, fluttering away in the wind like butterflies. Her pale skin was fully exposed, along with areas that were normally concealed. Long Chen felt his head buzz instantly, his blood rushing to his head. He felt a nosebleed coming on. Fatal, absolutely fatal, Long Chen cursed. In an instant, the image of intimacy with Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu appeared in his mind. After tasting that flare, he knew he wouldn't be able to forget it. In truth, there were several occasions when he couldn't resist the temptation while he was with his women, but they all fled in embarrassment. They had agreed to wait until they were all together and married to him before sharing a room with Long Chen, otherwise, it would be unfair to the others. Thus, up until now, even though he had many wives-to-be, the only ones to have done it with him were Leng Yuyan and Ming Kangyu. Normally, he would suppress his desires and wouldn't even dare to think about the two of them, because they would dredge up his most primitive desire. However, it was super awkward now. He was holding a large, naked beauty, and he felt like his heart would leap out of his chest. Ying Tian, Ying Tian, Ying Tian. Come, big brother likes you. Ugh. As Long Chen forced himself to think about Ying Tian instead, he almost vomited. However, he instantly felt much better. If Ying Tian knew that someone was thinking about him, the #1 assassin of the Heavenly Province, an existence that caused countless experts to quiver in fear to discuss themselves, he would perhaps lose his mind. With time, more and more runes appeared on Feng Yu, and the flames grew so intense that Long Chen had to summon his own flames to protect himself. If his own clothes were burned away, then his dry firewood would ignite again. Alright, I'll give her some firepower. Long Chen took out another pill. However, as he didn't even dare to look at her or use his divine sense, he blindly fed her. Fortunately, he didn't feed the wrong spot. This pill was a sacred light snow lotus pill. When Feng Yu consumed it, her aura erupted, projecting a terrifying pillar of flames into the sky. As a result of this eruption, a sea of flames appeared over the lake, and a huge vortex formed in the water. At the same time, a frightening aura rose from below, indicating that there was something beneath the surface of the water. Suddenly, the surface of the lake rose, revealing an enormous head emerging from the water. It was an enormous python, and Long Chen jumped in shock at the sight. The python's head was triangular, with two sides raised high, and its eyes were pitch black. Long Chen couldn't help but shiver when he saw it. A poison python. Long Chen had seen many pythons in his life, but it was his first time seeing one of these. It was the most terrifying existence among pythons. Holding Feng Yu, he directly flew away using his kunpeng wings. Although the python was a saint-level creature, its threat level to Long Chen was comparable to that of a sage king. As Long Chen made his move, the python opened its mouth, and a black mist instantly spewed out, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Long Chen and Feng Yu then found themselves enveloped in the black mist. Crap, Long Chen exclaimed in alarm. He realized that the mist contained spatial laws. Just as he was about to act, a gentle hand reached out and grabbed him. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chapter 4543 Unlucky Child. The one to hold Long Chen was Feng Yu. Blood-colored flames now burned in her eyes as a pair of wings spread behind her, casting divine light across the sky. In her hand, a golden spear materialized once more, and a resplendent phoenix cry echoed through the air. Runes illuminated all over her body, pulsating with power. Her spear shot out and blasted apart the python's poison domain, while her terrifying flames incinerated the mist. With a forceful strike, the spear slammed into the python's head, causing it to explode and release black liquid, which turned into black smoke upon contact with Feng Yu's flames. The air was now filled with poison smoke, but it was unable to penetrate Feng Yu's flame domain. Long Chen was stunned. After Feng Yu woke up, her power had multiplied, allowing her to kill this terrifying python in one blow. The python's corpse crashed into the lake, unleashing a huge wave. Long Chen almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. After all, Feng Yu's power had risen far too quickly. Feng Yu slowly flew toward Long Chen. In an instant, Long Chen felt his blood heat up, and he turned his face away. Feng Yu was enveloped in flames, with countless runes flowing around her, accentuating her beautiful figure. As Long Chen blushed and turned away, she smiled slightly at his reaction. Am I beautiful? Asked Feng Yu, her voice containing a touch of shyness as well as a teasing note. Long Chen kept his head turned away and closed his eyes, obediently telling the truth. Feng Yu suddenly sighed. Why are you sorry? Asked Long Chen in confusion, still not daring to open his eyes. I like you, but I can't give myself to you. For the next generation, my child must have a powerful father, and you. Feng Yu awkwardly sighed. You've saved me several times now. Under your human race's customs, the best way for me to repay you is with my body, but I'm sorry, I can't do that. Feng Yu was a member of the mixed beast race. According to their mating customs, to have better offspring, they always picked out the strongest mates they could. However, it seemed that Long Chen wasn't a suitable candidate in Feng Yu's eyes. Hearing that, Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This large beauty was actually apologizing to him over this. Long Chen, I really do like you. How about, after I have a child with someone strong, I will go with you? Asked Feng Yu. Long Chen almost passed out. How could that be all right? Let's not talk about it for now. You should put on some clothes first. Feng Yu blushed. By the time Long Chen opened his eyes again, he found her dressed in her normal clothes. However, Long Chen's heart was still pounding hard from the earlier good show. Long Chen, thank you. I know that you fed me precious medicinal pills. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to awaken dozens of my ancestors' runes at once. Feng Yu looked at Long Chen gratefully. Previously, she lacked a powerful divine ability to unleash her full power. As a result, she possessed immense endurance and toughness but lacked explosive might. However, with the inheritance of her ancestor and the assistance of Long Chen's pills, she managed to absorb dozens of runes, providing her with a method to unleash her full power in a single blow. It was like someone who had been fighting barehanded suddenly wielded a warhammer. Finally, she could unleash her full power and even slay that python in one blow. Filled with gratitude toward Long Chen and eager to repay him, Feng Yu saw the primal desire in Long Chen's eyes. However, she was unable to repay him that way, which filled her with guilt. After all, her status was not ordinary, her child had to carry the fate of the mixed beast race. Thus, she couldn't afford to be willful. This realization weighed heavily upon her. She felt like Long Chen had done so much for her, but she was unable to repay him. Dozens of runes, they're that strong. Long Chen was startled. It had to be known that her ancestor had given at least hundreds of runes to her. If her power could grow so much just by absorbing a small portion of the runes, just how powerful would she be once she managed to absorb all of them? That's why I said that I really have to thank you. I don't dare to promise you anything, but I guarantee that as long as I'm here, no one in this world will be able to bully you. Feng Yu patted her chest confidently. Just then, the void quivered. They're coming, said Long Chen. It was the sign of a spatial transportation. Before going to the ghost ship, Long Chen had given the mixed beast race's experts a formation disc and taught them how to use it. It was a fixed spatial transportation formation disc. Once it sensed Long Chen's existence, they could use it to come to him. A spatial gate appeared, revealing one figure after another. However, Long Chen and Feng Yu were startled to see many of them had blood on their bodies. What happened? Demanded Feng Yu angrily. That bastard Yan Baichen had his subordinates attack us. Fortunately, they didn't know that you weren't among us, so it was just a probing clash. After that, we seized the chance to escape and come here, replied one of the mixed beast race's experts. Had Yan Baichen been aware of Feng Yu's absence, perhaps he would have launched a full-scale attack against them. While he wouldn't kill them all, he would capture and use them against Feng Yu. That bastard really is courting death. We're going back. I'll personally skin him. Feng Yu was enraged to hear that Yan Baichen had dared to attack her people. She was no longer the same person he used to be. Now, she was sure that she could make him pay dearly for his reckless actions. Long Chen waved his hand and collected the python's corpse. He lightly said, "There's no need for us to go after him. They're coming here." Following that, the distant void rumbled, and countless experts came flying over, led by Yan Baichen. In an instant, Feng Yu's gaze became icily sharp. As for Long Chen, a smile crept across his face. "You unlucky child, no one can save you now." Chapter 4544 Phoenix Might, Slaughter. When Yan Baichen led his people away last time, he was enraged but not thinking of declaring war against the mixed beast race. After probing Feng Yu several times, he felt like he might be a bit stronger than her. So, if he wanted to best her in combat, he would have to give his all. After all, killing her was out of the question as he wanted to win her over. Just like Feng Yu, he wanted a powerful companion to mate with, and he found Feng Yu's lineage, with its ancient phoenix blood, incredibly enticing. Because of that, Long Chen's appearance enraged him. He was unable to figure out why Feng Yu had fallen for such a weak fellow. After leading his people away, they had ended up far ahead of the mixed beast race. But coincidentally, the mixed beast race arrived right by their side through a transportation formation. This was part of a transportation formation set that Long Chen had given the mixed beast race. The good thing about it was that it could transport them through long distances, but the bad thing was that it needed to be carried out in segments. It just so happened that after locking down Feng Yu's location, the mixed beast race's experts used the formation to bring them there, but the third transportation brought them right next to Yan Baichen and the others. When the mixed beast race appeared, the resting Black Rock 9 underworld python race jumped in shock, and without any hesitation, they immediately launched an attack. In response, the mixed beast race shouted that it was a misunderstanding and retreated. Upon realizing that it was the mixed beast race, the Black Rock 9 underworld python race also stopped their assault and fell back. At that time, Yan Baichen didn't understand what the mixed beast race was doing, so he demanded Feng Yu to come out and speak with him. However, the vice leader of the mixed beast race just hemmed and hawed, refusing to disclose Feng Yu's whereabouts. From this, it was evident that the mixed beast race's people were just a bunch of bad liars. Unable to sense Feng Yu and Long Chen's presence, Yan Baichen was incensed and instantly assumed the worst. After he looked at his subordinates, they immediately surrounded the mixed beast race's experts, saying that the latter had offended them and had to kneel and apologize. The mixed beast race's side naturally would not comply. When had the mixed beast race been bullied to this extent? Even without Feng Yu present, they had other experts, so both sides immediately started fighting. However, Yan Baichen didn't participate to leave himself some leeway. If Feng Yu were to appear, he would say that his subordinates wanted to fight, not him. Also, even without Yan Baichen, the Black Rock 9 underworld python's experts outnumbered Feng Yu's people. Relying on that number advantage, they started to suppress the mixed beast race. The vice leader of the mixed beast race realized that if Yan Baichen discovered Feng Yu's absence, he would not hesitate to act and capture them, using them as leverage against Feng Yu. After reaching this conclusion, the vice leader secretly communicated with the strongest experts among their ranks. With no further reservation, they instantly unleashed their full power to break through this encirclement. Just as he predicted, the Black Rock 9 underworld python race had not reached the point of going all out to kill them, so quite a few of Yan Baichen's experts met a bloody end as the mixed beast race charged out of their encirclement. This scene fueled Yan Baichen's anger. He had only intended to surround the mixed beast race's experts, but they actually dared to kill his people. He then gave a secret order to eliminate half of the mixed beast race's experts blood for blood. Seeing the situation going awry, the mixed beast race used the transportation formation once again. Of course, Yan Baichen furiously tried to interrupt it, but he was one step too late. His attack only caused powerful fluctuations in the formation, resulting in many members of the mixed beast race coughing up blood from the spatial chaos. Yan Baichen could discern the general direction of their transportation. Since the disruption he caused had messed with their transportation, he thought that they couldn't have gone too far, so he immediately chased after them. As a result, he really managed to catch up because Long Chen's location wasn't that far from their position. However, the Black Rock 9 underworld python race didn't get to revel in the sight of the bloodied experts from the mixed beast race. Instead, they were met with an icy glare from Feng Yu, followed by her furious demeanor amidst a sea of flames. Alongside her, Long Chen cast a sympathetic gaze toward them. "Damn you, you'll pay the price for your foolishness." Feng Yu seethed with anger, having not expected Yan Baichen to be so brazen as to attack her people in her absence. With the golden spear in her hand and the flames erupting around her, she looked just like a fiery goddess. All of a sudden, she vanished. Yan Baichen's expression shifted drastically as he realized he had completely lost track of her. The ground exploded, revealing earth energy that condensed into a stone-like armor around Yan Baichen. This armor was as black as ink, exuding a heavy aura that seemed to absorb the energy of the entire earth in an instant. After that, a giant stone shield appeared in his hand, and he swung it to his left. "That's quite the accurate sensing," remarked Long Chen, quite surprised. Even Long Chen had to rely on his flame senses to tell Feng Yu's attack direction, but Yan Baichen could react even faster. This indicated that Yan Baichen possessed similar abilities, and his senses were sharper than Long Chen's. In truth, Long Chen just didn't know that Yan Baichen hadn't sensed anything. He had simply guessed right because he was very familiar with Feng Yu's attack pattern. Feng Yu's flaming spear crushed the black shield like a phoenix beak smashing a worm into pieces. "Not good," the Black Rock 9 underworld python race's experts cried out in terror. Once the shield exploded, countless fragments of it flew out like meteorites, wreaking havoc. Many of them died without even getting a chance to scream. Damn, Long Chen was startled by both Feng Yu and the Black Rock shield's strength. The explosion was practically on par with the detonation of a saint item. Yan Baichen indeed wasn't a weakling, but Feng Yu had completely transformed. Just then, a scream rang out. Feng Yu's spear had not just shattered the shield but also pierced Yan Baichen's chest. "Phoenix might slaughter." Feng Yu roared furiously, and her spear blazed as brightly as the sun. An immense explosion drained all color from heaven and earth. Chapter 4545 Complete Annihilation. Just like that, the incinerated remains of Yan Baichen soared into the sky. Feng Yu's assault was merciless, destroying not only Yan Baichen's body but also his Yuan spirit. In one fell swoop, she erased Yan Baichen's existence from this earth. Her attack then continued and swept up countless experts of the Black Rock 9 underworld python race, annihilating their elites. She was like an undefeatable war goddess now, wielding a golden spear that sent shivers down her enemies' spines. Single-handedly, she broke the experts of the Black Rock 9 underworld python race. With Yan Baichen slain and most of their elites wiped out in a single attack, the survivors couldn't mount a counterattack. Hence, they directly chose to flee, but it was too late as the mixed beast race's experts had surrounded them. "The tables have turned. You sowed this karma, so now you can reap it." The mixed beast race's experts launched a furious all-out assault. After all, Feng Yu had slain Yan Baichen, so both sides were truly mortal enemies now. If they succeeded in eliminating every expert from the Black Rock underworld python race, without any witnesses or evidence, the Black Rock 9 underworld python race would not know who did it. That would be the best-case scenario. Kill. The mixed beast race's experts roared and collapsed upon the broken Black Rock 9 underworld python race's experts. The latter could only flee desperately. Damn mixed beast race, just wait to experience the wrath of the Black Rock 9 underworld python race. Seeing no chance to escape, some of them started to shout furiously. "TCH, that's if they knew who slew you all, no?" sneered Long Chen. He then started to rain down a barrage of arrows, each arrow claiming one life. It just so happened that he could use the live targets to train his archery skills. He almost never missed, and sometimes, he would be able to kill two with one arrow. Seeing Long Chen aiming for the ones running the fastest, the mixed beast race's experts were delighted. There was no need for them to worry about any fish slipping through the net now, so they could fight freely. Feng Yu came to Long Chen's side after killing Yan Baichen. Seeing him slaying the fleeing experts like he was possessed by a god of archery, she couldn't help sighing inside. This fellow was truly skilled. Feng Yu refrained from launching another attack and just let her people finish the remnants of the enemies. While the battle was fierce and resulted in some casualties on both sides, such losses were inevitable. It was through such bloody conflicts that experts honed their skills and strengthened themselves. That was the only way they could survive in this cruel world. The mixed beast races experts were like a pack of hungry wolves devouring the Black Rock 9 underworld python races experts. In less than the span of an incense stick burning, the battlefield fell silent as the battle was over. The ground was littered with corpses covered in black rock scales. With the battle over, the mixed beast races experts started cleaning up the battlefield, gathering the equipment from the fallen. Feng Yu was planning on incinerating the corpses to clean up the crime scene, but how could Long Chen permit the destruction of such precious treasures? He directly took all the corpses, tossing them into the black soil. "What are you so excited about?" asked Feng Yu, noticing Long Chen's grin, which seemed like it could split his face. She couldn't help but smile as well. Long Chen naturally wouldn't tell her the truth. Just then, a 6-star heavenly doyen fruit appeared on the heavenly Dao tree. Now, Long Chen understood why that fellow was so strong. 6 stars, it seemed that Yan Baichen was even stronger than that life hunter expert. Furthermore, the color of this 6-star heavenly doyen fruit was different, as there were rock-like patterns on it. In other words, anyone who absorbed it would possess a similar power to Yan Baichen. Long Chen instantly thought of Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. They were both earth element experts, and if they could absorb it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Unfortunately, there was only one fruit, but there were 2 of them. Other than the 6-star heavenly doyen fruit, Long Chen had gotten countless others, 4 5-star fruit, thousands of 3-star fruit, and too many 2-star and 1-star fruits for him to count. Now, the heavenly Dao tree was covered in so many new fruits, with a pile accumulating beneath its crown. As the spaces on the tree were limited, the emergence of new fruit would cause the older ones to fall. Long Chen was overjoyed to see this pile. Seeing him smiling foolishly, Feng Yu nudged him. "I asked you what you're smiling about, all right." Only then did Long Chen cough and solemnly say, "I'm just happy for the mixed beast race. Their junior race leader has grown into such a godly existence. To be able to see you defeat that child Yan Baichen in one move, I'm almost moved to tears," replied Long Chen. While Long Chen's words were just nonsense, they resonated deeply with Feng Yu, touching her heart in a way that left her speechless. "Junior race leader, you really are amazing. How did you get so strong?" asked one of the mixed beast race's experts. He was the most outstanding heavenly genius of the mixed beast race other than Feng Yu, and he had been her proxy while she was gone. He had been vigilant toward Long Chen before this. As one of Feng Yu's worshippers and followers, although he knew that he wasn't qualified to be with Feng Yu, he didn't feel like Long Chen had the qualifications either. Feng Yu looked at Long Chen with immense gratitude. In truth, it was all thanks to. Haha, it was the heavens, will. Junior race leader Feng Yu suddenly awakened her bloodline. The heavens are looking after the mixed beast race. Under her lead, the mixed beast race is destined for greatness, replied Long Chen. Hearing this, the mixed beast race's experts shouted excitedly. Their heads were rather simple, so they didn't doubt his words at all. Long Chen. Feng Yu bit her lip, not knowing what to say. In all her years, she had never been treated so well by anyone. After all, this opportunity was all thanks to him. However, he was willing to give all the credit to her. It was all to secure her position as the junior race leader, making her people approve of her, worship her, and adore her. Long Chen naturally didn't want to claim a part of that glory or even do this to get their approval. This action moved the weakest part of Feng Yu's heart. "Let's go. If anyone bullies me, you can help me beat them up," said Long Chen with a smile. Feng Yu wiped away her tears and smiled as well. She then nodded and clenched her fist. "As long as I'm here, no one can bully you." Long Chen was now the most important existence in her heart. If anyone dared to bully him, she would go all out against them. Just like that, Feng Yu and Long Chen led the mixed beast race's experts forward gallantly. In just half a day, they sensed a powerful devil chi erupting from the area left to them. Long Chen's eyes caught sight of a group of devil experts. Chapter 4546 Entering the Battle Zone. When Long Chen saw those devil experts, his pupils shrank. What a terrifying force. They outnumbered the mixed beast race 10 to 1. What shocked him the most was that among them were 3 existences with auras on par with Yanbaichens. These devil experts differed from any Long Chen had encountered before. Towering in stature, they had bull horns atop their heads, and he could see flickering flames around them. It's the Flame Devil race, one of the largest and most powerful races in the world of the Ninth Heaven. But don't worry, I'm stronger now. I have the power to protect you, reassured Feng Yu upon seeing Long Chen's reaction. Long Chen had retreated behind her, and she just smiled warmly. She thought that protecting Long Chen was her greatest responsibility now. Little did she know that he was hiding because he had slain too many experts of the devil race. Whether it was on the martial heaven continent or the immortal world, he had slaughtered countless devils, so he was worried about them detecting him and implicating the mixed beast race. Feng Yu's words made him not know whether to laugh or cry, and he also felt a sense of warmth. The feeling of being protected was truly moving. What amused him the most was that both Feng Yu and the rest of the mixed beast race thought that he only had some rather odd techniques and wasn't actually that strong. Feng Yu, if we keep going forward, will we run into more outsiders from my world? Asked Long Chen. Feng Yu shook her head. It's unlikely. The paths for the void spirit world and the fantasy spirit world are different. It's rare to encounter outsiders on this path as they have their own path. Only at the entrance to both worlds will we run into each other, and a bloody battle will erupt then. It is said that when these 2 worlds open, rivers of blood will flow. In that battle, you have to protect yourself. I will be targeted and might not be able to protect you. Feng Yu's expression was serious. Every time the 2 worlds opened, there would be an immense battle. The native and the foreign experts were like fire and water. At the same time, some factions would join forces with those foreign experts to slaughter their enemies. After all, some powerful races didn't reject the outsiders and were willing to form alliances with them. As long as the relationship was mutually beneficial, they would accept it. Hearing this, Long Chen smiled. Once his status was exposed, he would probably be the main target. After all, Long Chen had enemies all over the world. Once he and Feng Yu reached the entrance to both worlds, all his enemies would just assault him. Even when he knew about the possibility, he didn't feel any fear, and his blood slowly heated up instead. Now that he had a suitable weapon and could fully unleash his astral energy, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Up ahead, the devil race's army was marching forward with their overwhelming devil chi. The mixed beast race's people slowed down to let them pass by first. Although Feng Yu's power had grown to the point that she didn't even fear the 3 existences on par with Yanbaichen, that didn't mean she could do whatever she wanted. If both sides really did clash, she would be able to kill her way out, but the rest of her people would probably die. Feng Yu instantly drew the devil race's attention. Standing at the very front, she gazed at them coldly and didn't bother hiding her aura. The 3 leaders of the devil race stared back at her, a hint of fear evident in their eyes. They chose to not provoke her and just continue onward. As fellow peak experts, the trio knew that Feng Yu wasn't a pushover. If they were to antagonize her, while they could annihilate her subordinates, her counterattack would definitely slay most of their people as well. Most importantly, her aura exuded heavy pressure on them, so they didn't dare to do anything to her lightly. Because of this, they didn't even look at Long Chen, which startled him but made him feel relieved as well. Interesting. They actually can't sense the resentment of their kin within me. Actually, it was all thanks to the presence of the earth cauldron in Long Chen's mind sea. Its existence could neutralize the spiritual enmities of the slain devils within him. Long Chen wasn't sure why this happened, but he did know that he could play around now. Without the need to feel so cautious, he stood together with Feng Yu, gazing at the devil experts. The devil experts also looked at him. When they saw him, although they felt like his face needed a beating, they didn't feel any particular hatred. They simply glared at him in a vain attempt to scare him. When those looks came out, Long Chen fully relaxed. He then smiled and waved at them warmly. At that time, the devil experts scoffed and didn't even look at him. Seeing Long Chen no longer afraid of them, Feng Yu smiled. She felt extremely protective over him and swore that she wouldn't let anyone hurt him. Once the devil race passed by, Feng Yu continued leading the way, holding Long Chen's hand happily. Immediately, Long Chen sensed a sisterly vibe from Feng Yu, as if she were an elder sister holding a younger brother's hand. This made him rather uncomfortable, and he wanted to pull his hand away several times. However, Feng Yu's pure smile dissuaded him from doing so. Perhaps in Feng Yu's heart, This gesture was merely a display of pure joy, devoid of any romantic connotations. Long Chen smiled mockingly at his own thoughts. Perhaps he had been overthinking it. Feng Yu was part of the mixed beast race, and she was as pure as a sheet of paper. This situation was just like two children holding hands, not something romantic. After thinking of that, Long Chen also felt more relaxed and began to crack some jokes that elicited laughter from Feng Yu. As they continued onward, they encountered more factions, some of which immediately surrounded the mixed beast race upon seeing them. However, as soon as they laid eyes on Feng Yu, their expressions completely changed. With a single shout from her, they fled right away. Those factions had some enmities with the mixed beast race. After all, the mixed beast race had faced so much discrimination and suffering from all sides. If it was up to Feng Yu, she would have just crushed them with her new power. However, the race leader had told her to be patient and consider the big picture, as an outstanding leader could not be willful. The number one thing in her heart had to be the lives of her people. Thus, Feng Yu endured it. As for the other side, Feng Yu's aura scared them away. Just as they thought that they had found a weak target to bully, they realized that they were unable to stomach this tough bone. Seeing them flee, the mixed beast race's experts cheered excitedly. They felt like they were venting years of frustration and felt even more worshipful toward Feng Yu. Suddenly, they heard explosive sounds in the distance, and Feng Yu's expression grew serious. Everyone, be on guard. We're about to enter the battle zone. Chapter 4547 Chaotic Battle of 10,000 Races. Powerful gusts and furious roars came from ahead, accompanied by the sound of slaughter and a bloody scent in the air. Long Chen knew that they had gotten close to the entrance of both worlds. According to Feng Yu, there were two worlds to enter, the Void Spirit World and the Fantasy Spirit World. Outsiders would go into the Void Spirit World, while the native experts would enter the Fantasy Spirit World. However, the Fantasy Spirit World had two entrances as well, which were the Fantasy Spirit entrance and the Esoteric Spirit entrance. Both entrances led to the same world, but due to different paths, they led to different regions. The mixed beast race was going to enter the Esoteric Spirit entrance. Since that was the case, Feng Yu was in the habit of calling it the Esoteric Spirit World, not the Fantasy Spirit World. Whether it was the Void Spirit World or the Fantasy Spirit World's entrance, they were all near each other. These entrances were also not fixed. Perhaps this entrance led to the Void Spirit World this time, but next time, it might not. Thus, whether it was the natives or the outsiders, they would rush to the area in front of the three entrances to occupy the best spots. The Void Spirit World, the Fantasy Spirit World, and even the branch known as the Esoteric Spirit World all were rumored to hold the treasures of an entire era within their depths. The legends had it that in ancient times, a cataclysmic battle among gods occurred, leading to the collapse of countless worlds. Through the power of reincarnation, these worlds merged together. As time passed, these buried worlds would occasionally open. Whenever they did, the buried worlds weren't the only places that became accessible. They also created a bridge, a channel to an unknown realm. This unknown realm was rumored to be the core of the cosmos. However, its exact nature and appearance remained shrouded in mystery, known to none. Yet, even without delving into that mysterious realm, just the Void Spirit World and Fantasy Spirit World held countless treasures within their domains. After all, the Void Spirit World and the Fantasy Spirit World hailed from ancient times, their depths holding untold numbers of divine weapons and secret tomes. Within their confines, there could also lie the remains of ancient divine beasts, treasures of incalculable value. For the experts of the beast race, the corpses of their ancestors might contain lost techniques just waiting to be resurrected. Thus, countless experts viewed the Void Spirit World and the Fantasy Spirit World as treasure troves. Despite knowing that they might lose their lives inside, the allure of treasures was irresistible. As soon as the gates to these worlds swung open, the first batch of entrants would be favored by the laws of the world and guided to the locations brimming with the most coveted treasures. Through countless tests, some self-proclaimed wise experts had essentially verified this rumor. The first batch of entrants always reaped plentiful gains. There was never a documented instance of them returning empty-handed. However, Long Chen scoffed at it. What dumbasses. Everyone in the first batch was a peak expert, so even if they couldn't find treasures, they could always take from others. Killing people was quite profitable after all. Why would such powerful experts return empty-handed? Long Chen didn't believe in luck, as only power reigned supreme. Also, he had thought it through. After he got in, he would be a bandit. In any case, he had enemies everywhere, and killing people for their treasures was one of the skills he excelled in. Unlike Long Chen, the other experts didn't think like this. Both the natives and outsiders were doing their best to get to the entrances so they could be the first batch of entrants. Long Chen and his companions advanced for another hour until they reached what could only be described as an immensely chaotic battlefield. Long Chen saw all kinds of races here: the devil race, human race, blood race, demonic beasts, devil beasts, the shadow race, and numerous others. Among them were even races unrecognizable to him. The battlefield was a scene of utter chaos, yet most combatants only fought to claim territories, so they only launched probing blows. When confronted with overwhelmingly superior opponents, the weaker factions would abandon their territories and look for another place. It was better than getting their asses kicked. Amid so many factions squeezing their way forward, the mixed beast race's arrival didn't draw any attention. Now, with many experts around the entrances, fiercer probing blows occasionally resulted in deaths. Probing blows were, after all, demonstrations of power. As a result, corpses littered the battlefield, soaking the ground with fresh blood. Puddles of blood had formed in the depressions, permeating the air with a pungent scent of iron. Yet, Long Chen found that the mixed beast race's experts didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Instead, their own fighting spirits surged, undeterred by the grisly scene before them. Long Chen nodded in understanding. The mixed beast race had endured years of suppression, unrecognized by the rest of the world. Yet, they had never relented. Even if they had to pay a bloody price in their pursuit of acknowledgement, they remained undeterred. Seeing their fervent determination, Long Chen felt like he was seeing the human race. However, there were differences. After the human race's glorious era, they could never climb back up. Looking at their blazing spirits, Long Chen couldn't suppress a sigh. If the human race possessed such fiery determination, perhaps they could have restored their former glory. Regretfully, once some humans knelt, their knees became rooted to the ground, and they could never stand again. With their intelligence, they chose not to think about getting stronger but instead how to scheme against their comrade, dragging down the progression of the entire human race. Instead of striving for strength, they resigned themselves to complacency. Fortunately, the humans also harbored true experts and warriors within its ranks, such as the sovereigns. These individuals provided a beacon of hope, demonstrating that the human race still possessed the potential for greatness. Filthy mixed beast race, scram. This place isn't for you. Once the mixed beast race got closer, a warning shout resounded from ahead, coming from a group of rogue experts. As a result, an arrow from Long Chen immediately pierced through the head of the one shouting. Blending seamlessly within their ranks, he went unnoticed, so his sneak attack struck his target with deadly accuracy. This is nice. Long Chen had always fought openly against his enemies. Now that he was doing such sneak attacks, he felt that such a shameless feeling was even more exciting than killing his opponent with a slash of his saber. Courting death. Kill them. The rogue experts immediately turned toward the mixed beast race. However, their leader only saw a golden spear before he arrived at the reincarnation river. The mixed beast race's peerless Feng Yu is present. If you don't want to die, then scram. Otherwise, please line up to die in an orderly fashion. Lord Feng Yu will send you on your way one by one. Thank you for your cooperation. Long Chen shouted loudly by Feng Yu's side. Originally, she had a heroic expression on her face to display her dignity, but Long Chen's antics were just too funny, so she burst out laughing. After that, the mixed beast race's experts roared as well and charged forward with their sharpest killing blows. Chapter 4548. Rest in peace. No longer holding back, Feng Yu spread her wings, and flames burst out of her. Even though a lot of experts filled the battlefield, Feng Yu was like a crane. Amongst chickens, standing out among all of them, the mixed beast race's experts were frightening to behold, so the people around them hastily fled, leaving them alone. As a result, the mixed beast race's experts passed through the crowd like a hot knife through butter. They all roared, their fighting spirits fully igniting. For countless years, the others had treated them like dirty mutants, rejecting their existence. So, as they scared away all of those powerful races, they felt like they were unleashing all the years of resentment. In truth, these factions were retreating mainly due to Feng Yu's frightening aura. They were unwilling to clash with such a terrifying expert right at the beginning, as they would just take hideous losses before things even started. After all, there was still quite some time until the gates opened. If they got gravely injured here, let alone being in the first batch of experts to enter, perhaps they would just meet their end on this chaotic battlefield. Now, the mixed beast race was in high spirits. Their warriors had arrived with the determination to fight to the death. Some had not come to enter the fantasy spirit world but to display their bravery in front of the countless races of the world, to demonstrate that the mixed beast race was not to be underestimated or bullied. As a result, all the races here knew that they weren't a good target to provoke. They had to think twice before provoking the mixed beast race. As the mixed beast race advanced, Long Chen sat on the back of the half-horse expert, holding his crossbow. Anytime one of their people was in danger, he would use a single arrow to resolve it. Long Chen was now manifesting Guo Ran's character. In any case, he felt some joy while doing so, especially when he killed the enemies without them knowing. Their lost and regretful gazes brought him a particular sense of accomplishment, the joy of conning people to death. To ascend to the heavens, one must have morals. How can you be willing to toss your comrades' corpses into the wilderness? Fine, dust to dust, earth to earth. It's up to me to be a good person and let them rest in peace. Long Chen sanctimoniously started to gather the corpses on the ground. Many people didn't even know if they would survive to leave this world, so they couldn't be bothered to take their people's corpses. In fact, some of them intentionally led Long Chen into their territory so that he could clean it up. As a result, Long Chen almost shouted with joy. Corpses of various races entered his pocket, and he didn't discriminate. They all landed on the primal chaos space's black soil. Long Chen's earth energy wasn't particularly strong, but he didn't have a problem gathering the corpses on the ground. The corpses rapidly vanished, devoured by the primal chaos space. The black soil had devoured countless bodies now, so its devouring ability had become truly terrifying. Also, these corpses were mostly world kings. Although some were powerful heavenly doyens, they were not taxing for the black soil to devour, nothing more than a snack for the primal chaos space. In a bit, life energy rapidly spread throughout the primal chaos space, prompting all the vegetation to grow crazily. Although these corpses were not from saints, those who could come here were elites amongst elites, so their bodies also unleashed a shocking amount of life energy. Long Chen was unable to contain his smile. Silently gaining wealth was truly amazing. The mixed beast race continued onward, but in 2 hours, their progress slowed down because the people ahead of them were getting stronger and stronger. At this time, Long Chen could vaguely see 2 giant gates. Although they were still far away, he could sense terrifying spatial fluctuations from them. It seems that those are the entrances to the fantasy spirit world and void spirit world. Long Chen's heart heated up. He knew that the Dragonblood warriors were advancing to the void spirit world. Long Chen wanted to fly out right now and gather with them. However, he didn't dare to do so, as even a sage king wouldn't dare to fly over the heads of so many powerful heavenly geniuses. Anyone who did so would become a live target, practically asking to be killed. In this chaotic battlefield, a single person's power was minuscule, so they had to rely on an army to survive. As the mixed beast race advanced, they reached a group of people wearing blood-colored robes. Their sleeves and collars had special marks on them to represent their sect. When these people appeared in front of the mixed beast race, they slowed down, and one of the experts of the mixed beast race called out, "Friends of the human race, can you?" He had yet to finish speaking when one of those experts swung his sword, almost beheading him. Fortunately, just as the sword slashed down, an arrow pierced that expert's chest, reducing most of his power. Otherwise, the person from the mixed beast race would have been cut in half. The mixed beast race's people seethed with anger. Due to being with Long Chen all this time, they had dropped their guard against the human race and would rather not barge through with brute force. At the very least, they had to give Long Chen some face. However, the other side didn't think that way. On the battlefield, other than yourself, everyone else is an enemy. If courtesy mattered, would the mixed beast race have fallen to this state? Shouted Long Chen. This shout was the warning they needed. Without any further misgivings, they roared and charged forward. Foolish mixed beast race, who gave you the guts to offend my blood god sect? Kill them all. After that, a sinister sneer rang out, and the crowd parted. Long Chen was slightly surprised to see 4 humans with auras on par with Yan Baichen. The 4 of them immediately targeted Feng Yu, as they thought that she was the only threat. Not caring about any rules, they swung their weapons toward her. Even 1 against 4, Feng Yu slammed her spear forward and forced all of them back. To their surprise, their combined attack was unable to injure Feng Yu. Capture the weakling, one of them shouted and actually abandoned Feng Yu to charge at Long Chen. Fuck, you dare to treat me like this? Long Chen. Feng Yu's expression changed. She immediately charged over to save him, but the remaining 3 experts blocked her together. At this time, the 4th expert reached Long Chen, but just as he raised his weapon, his vision darkened. A large hand slammed into his face, sending that person flying like a shooting star, with his blood flying everywhere. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent. Chapter 4549 Teaching Lei Linger Bad Habits. Although Feng Yu seemed like she could hold her own against 4 of them, their combined power had actually dealt her quite a blow, and she had secretly suffered in that clash. Seeing one of them go after Long Chen, she wanted to save him, but the other 3 just didn't allow her to. Just as Feng Yu was about to use a forbidden art to break free from the 3 of them, unexpectedly, the seemingly weak Long Chen slapped this expert in the face without giving him any chance to counterattack. Long Chen's slap didn't seem fast at all. In fact, everyone could see it clearly, and it should have been easy to dodge. However, it still struck that person's face. The slap was explosive, shattering half of that person's face. When his blood sprayed into the air, the sickening sound of bones breaking also made people wince. Did I give you too much? Face, do you really think that Boss Long San is easy to bully? Long Chen rolled up his sleeves, cursing the expert he had just slapped. Long Chen truly was incensed. He had hidden his aura and had so many powerful people around him. He wasn't even fighting at the moment, but this person had randomly chosen him to target. That was too unlucky, wasn't it? Unbeknownst to him, the Blood Gauze sect had taken note of Feng Yu from a distance. Seeing that Long Chen was very close to her and she seemed to be looking after him, they had assumed that he was someone important to her. Perhaps another race wouldn't think this way. After all, Long Chen's aura was too weak. However, the Blood Gauze sect was a human faction. Seeing that Long Chen was handsome and capable of walking alongside Feng Yu, they immediately tried targeting him. Seeing Feng Yu panic like that, they were sure that their guess was correct. However, to their surprise, Long Chen directly slapped their top expert cleanly in the face. This dumbfounded the Blood Gauze sect's experts and the mixed beast race. Long Chen had surprised them many times on the battlefield, and his accomplishments could not be looked down upon. However, he always relied on shameless techniques to do so, with the exception of this recent slap. It seemed to be backed by real power. Damn bastard, you'll pay the price for that. The slapped expert roared. However, given that half of his face was broken, he only had one way to shout. With dislocated jaws and blood oozing all over his face, he looked horrifying. In fact, the slapped expert had only probed Feng Yu. If Feng Yu hadn't reacted when he attacked Long Chen, he would have switched to a different target. Hence, his attention had been on Feng Yu and the rest of the mixed beast race the entire time. In fact, most of his attention was on the tempo of the entire battlefield, not Long Chen. Thus, Long Chen easily slapped him. Anyway, even if he hadn't been distracted, he wouldn't have been able to dodge this divine face-slapping art. The slapped expert didn't even know how he had been struck by this slap. Thinking that he had simply been too careless, he charged forward once more, swinging his sword at Long Chen with all his power. The mixed beast race's experts roared, and 9 of their top experts joined forces to protect him. The blow knocked all of them back, and one of them even vomited blood. When those 9 people appeared in front of him, Long Chen couldn't help but feel touched. That was because amongst the 9 of them, 3 of them normally would look at him with hostility, not liking how close he was to Feng Yu. However, when he was in danger, they didn't hesitate to protect him. This single act tugged at the deepest part of his heart. The mixed beast race's clear way of repaying gratitudes and grudges was admirable. The 9 of them had managed to block the slapped expert. At this moment, Long Chen appeared like a phantom before that expert and slapped the other side of his face. There was another explosive sound, but this slap was even more ruthless than the last. This time, a lightning rune flashed on Long Chen's palm, and he directly crushed that expert's head. He had practically slapped a peak expert to death, crushing the latter's head and Yuan spirit at the same time. Big brother Long Chen, what do you think? Am I amazing? Lei Linger's excited cry rang out in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen couldn't help being stunned. It seemed that Lei Linger had used her power in that slap. Lei Linger had grown to the point that even Long Chen didn't know just how strong she was. Hence, Her lightning rune instantly killed that person. In the past, Long Chen and Lei Linger had worked together like this. Long Chen was in charge of slapping, boasting an almost 100% hit rate. The only downside was that his face slapping technique lacked any killing power. If he added power to this slap, it would truly be a killing blow. However, his enemies would then sense the threat of death and be more likely to dodge. This was where Lei Linger really shone. She would unleash her power the moment Long Chen was about to slap his target, dealing a devastating blow. It was a flawless union. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh when he heard her naughty laughter. Learning good habits was hard, but bad habits were easy to pick up, even without anyone to teach them. Long Chen had just started to enjoy the delight of conning people when Lei Linger learned the same thing, conning a terrifying expert to death. After that expert fell, a new 6-star heavenly Doyan fruit appeared on the heavenly Dao tree. Seeing that fruit, Long Chen was instantly revitalized and pointed at the other 3 experts of the Blood Gauze sect, arrogantly shouting, "Little brats who don't know how high the heavens are, come over here. Boss Long San will kill each of you with a slap." Just like that, Long Chen brazenly swaggered toward them. Chapter 4550 Terrifying Power. "Come, Boss Long San will beat you 1 against 3. Long Chen swaggered over to them. He still wasn't releasing his aura, giving the impression that anyone who attacked him could easily overpower him. However, the shockwaves from when he killed that expert completely terrified the 3 of them. Feng Yu didn't slack off either. When she attacked, her golden spear emitted a brilliant phoenix cry, and half of the void collapsed around the 3 of them. As Long Chen had drawn their attention, Feng Yu's attack caught them off guard. With only 3 of them joining forces in a hasty attempt to block her attack, Feng Yu instantly blew them away. In a 4 against 1, their chances of victory were quite decent. However, they didn't want a direct clash because that would result in large casualties. This was why the mixed beast race could reach this spot without losing many experts. They weren't strong enough to crush all the people in front of them, these people just didn't want to clash with them so early. In the same vein, the Blood Gauze sect had occupied a territory and didn't want to fight the mixed beast race. They just wanted to take advantage of the mixed beast race's average intelligence to extort Feng Yu. If they had some hostages, they would have control over the battlefield. It was a nice idea, but their vision was truly lacking to choose Long Chen as their target. Just count it as their tragedy. Feng Yu sent 3 of their top experts flying, and one of them coincidentally flew toward Long Chen. That person screamed and slammed his weapon toward him. However, before his weapon could strike Long Chen already stepped to the side and landed a clean slap to his face. The moment Long Chen's palm touched the poor guy's cheek, a lightning rune flashed on his palm. When the lightning rune detonated, it blasted the poor guy's head into smithereens, but its wild power numbed Long Chen's palm as well. "Linger, you have to be gentler." While this attack indeed killed the poor guy in 1 move, the rune that Lei Linger used was too terrifying, many times stronger than the last one, leaving Long Chen's palm bloody. "Oh, sorry, it wasn't intentional. I was just testing the power of a saint rune." Lei Linger hastily apologized. During this time, Lei Linger had been absorbing the heavenly tribulation's thunder force from the saint corpses, and he had comprehended several runes from them. It had been a while since she had fought anyone, so she wanted to know just how strong these new runes were. After she tested it on Long Chen's opponent, she found that its power was absolutely terrifying, injuring even Long Chen. It was really out of expectation. After all, she had layered some defenses on Long Chen's palm before detonating the rune. According to her estimation, Long Chen would at most endure 10% of the impact, and 90% of it would blast their opponent. Even then, the recoil power still injured Long Chen's palm, no wonder it instantly crushed their opponent's head. While the stinging pain on his palm was unbearable, it was also a pleasant surprise for Long Chen, indicating that Lei Linger had grown to an unimaginable level. In the future, he would be able to run rampant with her by his side. How despicable, using hidden weapons to kill people. "He has something on his hand," shouted the other 2 top experts of the Blood Gauze sect. They hadn't seen it clearly before, but this time, they noticed something lit up on Long Chen's palm as he slapped their fellow clansmen. Assuming that Long Chen was using a mechanism, they directly cursed him. However, they didn't forget to flee while doing so. "If you have some guts, don't run," Long Chen shouted. At this moment, a fist-sized sphere appeared in his hand, and he tossed it into the ranks of the Blood Gauze sect's experts. The sphere exploded, instantly decimating countless disciples of the Blood Gauze sect in a large area. "You cowardly bastard, stop using hidden weapons and fight like a man," roared the two peak experts of the Blood Gauze sect. This sphere was a bomb crafted by Guo Ran for Long Chen using saint-level materials. After hearing them accuse him of using hidden mechanisms, Long Chen decided to play along. As a result, this explosion caught even Long Chen off guard. It had obliterated hundreds of thousands of experts in one go. "God damn, I didn't know that little crook was so powerful," exclaimed Long Chen. Usually, Long Chen would engage the strongest experts from the other side in combat, while Guo Ran would direct their comrades on the other battlefield. As a result, Long Chen had never taken note of the terrifying effect of Guo Ran's killing tool. Now that he had used one himself, he found it to be too terrifying. Seeing Long Chen use that bomb, the onlookers realized how he could slay top experts with a single slap. They also assumed that he had a hidden mechanism in his hand. "If you want to fight one-on-one, you can come at me," shouted Feng Yu as the other side cursed. She then appeared by Long Chen's side, pointing her spear at them. Seeing her, the two top experts of the Blood Gauze sect instantly shut their mouths. Even the four of them had been unable to beat her. So, now that half of them were dead, if they were to challenge her again, they would be courting death. Using hidden weapons to kill people is the mark of a shameless fellow. Just you wait, our Blood Gauze sect has an inheritance stretching back millions and millions of years. We have 72 branch sects. To dare kill our people, just wait for your retribution, roared one of them. This shout immediately triggered Long Chen's memories. The Blood Gauze sect, didn't it sound a bit familiar? Did he happen to hear it in the mortal world or maybe the immortal world? 1. If the Blood Gauze sect's inheritance really did stretch back as far as this person claimed, then it could be true. Furthermore, just one of their 72 branch sects already possessed this many powerful experts. How monstrous was the main sect? However, Long Chen scoffed at this person's threat. Who cares about the Blood Gauze sect? Can a group of ants challenge Boss Long San? TCH, you don't know whom you have provoked. Long Chen turned his nose up at those experts, appearing incredibly arrogant. Those experts then retreated. Further back, having lost two of their top experts, the Blood Gauze sect's people were unable to remain here. After all, they could only stay in a region if the surrounding factions didn't pose as much of a threat to them. The territory of the Blood Gauze sect was now under the control of the mixed beast race, so the latter felt incomparably excited. This was a level of glory they had never experienced before. They even felt like even if they fought to the death here, it would be worth it. Just as they were looking at Feng Yu and Long Chen worshipfully, several experts amongst them suddenly walked toward Long Chen. 1. Pizza Boy here, I tried to search but couldn't find anything in the past chapters. Chapter 4551. If you don't like it, fight. Big brother Long Chen, our eyes were blind before, and we deserve 1,000 deaths for offending you. Please forgive us for our ignorance. You are a true expert. After one of them spoke, all the top experts of the mixed beast race knelt on one knee toward Long Chen, their left hands over their chests. This was a custom reserved only for those whom the mixed beast race respected. What are you doing? Get up. Seeing this scene, Long Chen instantly felt embarrassed. When they looked at him with some disdain and even hostility, they were only concerned that some weak chicken was influencing Feng Yu. If Feng Yu got into a relationship with some weak-ass coward and a child was born between them, it could jeopardize the future of the mixed beast race. As they were all thinking about their race's future, Long Chen couldn't blame them. After all, he had experienced challenges hundreds of times worse than theirs. Furthermore, despite their cold treatment of him, when the battle commenced, especially when he appeared to be in danger, they risked their lives to protect him. This single gesture was enough for Long Chen to not harbor the slightest anger toward them. After they saw Long Chen kill two terrifying experts, although there were also tricks involved, it was enough to win them over. The mixed beast race's experts were comparatively simple. They respected the strong. As long as you were strong enough, they would respect you. We're all brothers fighting alongside each other on the battlefield. There's no need for propriety. Come, I have more of those explosives. Each person can get one. Long Chen actually started to hand out bombs like candies. Feng Yu was by Long Chen's side. Watching him distribute those bombs, she was also full of curiosity as to how something so small could have such power. Feng Yu picked up one of those bombs for herself. She then tapped it with a finger, and the runes on the bomb suddenly lit up. Long Chen instantly turned green and slapped Feng Yu's hand. The bomb then went flying out of her hand. The bomb obliterated the crowd beside them, emptying that large area and causing a rain of blood to fall. Feng Yu covered her mouth, full of shock. As for the mixed beast races experts who had just gotten a bomb, they were all pale with fright. It was fortunate that Long Chen had reacted fast enough, or the mixed beast race would have gone to their next reincarnation cycle. It would have been a freaking dumb way to die. Feng Yu awkwardly stuck her head out, shrugging apologetically. I'm sorry. Before Long Chen could even say anything, countless sharp gazes turned toward them, and icy killing intent locked onto them. Damn beast race, are you provoking the blood race? A large group of experts turned toward the mixed beast race, gritting their teeth furiously. The faction beside their territory was the blood race. During their fight, the blood race had simply watched, so they knew that the mixed beast race wasn't a pushover. When the mixed beast race took over the blood gauze sect's territory, the blood race intentionally pulled back a bit to show that they didn't want any trouble. The mixed beast race then entered a state of recuperation to show that they weren't planning on fighting either, which caused the blood race to relax. Unfortunately, in their relaxed state, Feng Yu's bomb produced a devastating result. Caught completely off guard, hundreds of thousands of their experts were blasted apart. Furthermore, numerous experts were left injured in the aftermath. Sorry, it was an. Feng Yu hastily apologized, but Long Chen suddenly stopped her. Pointing at the blood race's leader, he scolded, youngsters shouldn't be too arrogant. So what if we bombed you? If you don't like it, come fight. Long Chen took out even more bombs. Seeing that, the other members of the mixed beast race mimicked his throwing posture. However, even though they were in throwing postures, their expressions were even more nervous than those from the blood race. After all, they didn't know how to activate these bombs, so they just focused on them to throw them at a moment's notice. The blood race's experts seethed with anger. While they were stronger than the blood gauze sect and their top experts were unafraid of those bombs, that didn't mean that the rest weren't. Just 3 of those bombs could annihilate 99% of their people. In the end, only a few of them would remain. Furthermore, Feng Yu's terrifying combat power and Long Chen's strange techniques also frightened them. If they could, they didn't want to fight. Either fight or scram, your choice. Sneered Long Chen as he raised the bombs. You're going too far. Roared one of the blood race's top experts. So what, I like it when you look like you want to kill me but can't do shit to me. Long Chen looked like he really needed a beating, driving the blood race's experts almost insane. The blood race's experts quivered with rage, but they were also helpless. Seeing this scene, Feng Yu almost burst into laughter. She had never seen someone as interesting as Long Chen. Alright, count yourselves vicious. Just you wait, this debt will be settled later. After saying that, the leader of the blood race brought his people back. Hold it, shouted Long Chen. Are you stupid or deaf? Did you not understand? I told you to fight or scram. Scram, understand. Long Chen pointed to the rear. The blood race's experts were incensed. Now he wanted them to hand over their territory. Long Chen was being an intolerable bully. Oh, little nephews, do you know what these things in Uncle's hands are? Should I release 2 more so that you learn your lesson? Long Chen waved those bombs with a sinister smile. In front of countless stunned gazes, Long Chen simply took over the blood race's territory. They were now one step closer to the gate. Now, the mixed beast race's experts looked at him as if he were a god. He had taken over a territory so effortlessly, a feat they had never dared to dream of. Just then, a jade plate on Long Chen's waist started to flash, filling him with joy. Chapter 4552 Once more seeing the Golden Crow race. What is it? Seeing Long Chen's sudden joy, Feng Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. I can sense my brothers. They're in that direction. Long Chen pointed at the Void Spirit World's entrance. Although they had only been apart for a short while, Long Chen already missed them. After all, this world was far too dangerous. However, while he could sense them, based on the rate of flashing on his jade plate, they were still far away. Long Chen knew that he couldn't reach them with his transportation formation. Long Chen didn't know the situation on their side, but with Guo Ran and Sha Chen's power, gathering the Dragonblood Legion shouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, with Guo Ran's character, he wouldn't charge right to the front of the gate, as that would only turn them into everyone's target. He wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. Although Guo Ran liked to slack off at cultivation, When it came to directing the Dragonblood Legion, he was an outstanding leader. Since Long Chen's jade plate was blinking, Guo Ran had to be able to sense him as well. Although they were separated, they knew each other's general location, which provided both of them with comfort. Long Chen suppressed his excitement for now. He then taught everyone the proper way to use the bombs to prevent something unwanted from happening. Armed with those bombs, the mixed beast race's experts felt immense confidence. After all, these things were incredibly powerful. After taking over the blood race's territory, they saw a group of black-robed experts with golden flames around them. The Golden Crow race. Long Chen instantly recognized them after seeing the Golden Crow flame, a flame capable of giving rise to the sun flame. Though they only numbered a few 100,000 people, they occupied an extremely large area for themselves, and no one dared to approach them. Feng Yu's expression grew serious upon seeing them. She stealthily told Long Chen, "The Golden Crow race is extremely powerful. It's not a good idea to antagonize them, so how about we go around?" After obtaining her ancestors' inheritance, Feng Yu didn't fear anyone. However, she wasn't alone here. She had to lead the entire mixed beast race. Moreover, the Golden Crow race was always domineering and didn't submit to anyone. There was no way to obtain their territory without a direct clash. If they were to fight, ignoring whether or not they could win, the results of such a clash would wipe out at least half of the mixed beast race here, and that was a conservative estimate. Such a loss was unacceptable for Feng Yu. On the surface, everyone was competing for territory here. However, in truth, they were fighting over priority to enter the gate, so everyone wanted to get to the front. But they also wanted to do so without paying a heavy price. Everyone simply wanted to show off their power and make others afraid of them so that they would get out of the way. However, against the Golden Crow race, no way that would work. There were even stronger factions up ahead. If they were to fight the Golden Crow race, they wouldn't be able to accept the losses. But if they were to go around, it would impact the mixed beast race's morale. Feng Yu was unable to come up with any good ideas immediately. Observing the Golden Crow race, Long Chen had to admit that they were truly powerful. The Blood race and the Blood Gauze sect's people wouldn't be able to even shake them. Long Chen didn't know why enormous factions like the Blood race, Devil race, and Blood Gauze sect would stay separated. Why did they not gather all their forces so that they could occupy better territory? Long Chen suddenly had a thought. This was the principle of not placing all eggs in one basket. If that one basket dropped, all the eggs would shatter. They were afraid of engaging in a bloody clash with some supreme force. If things were to go south, they wouldn't be able to recover. Thus, all the top factions spread their forces so that losing one or two groups wouldn't affect their overall power. This was one of the secret conventions that the major factions abided by. Long Chen also realized at this point that the top experts of these factions were definitely leading squads on their own to enter the gate first. In other words, the top experts up ahead would be even stronger. Long Chen, what do we do? Say something. Feng Yu looked at Long Chen anxiously. Her head was completely blank, and she couldn't think of any idea. Ahead of the Golden Crow race is our old opponent, the Desolate Beast race. Their leaders are still that group of golden monkeys. Enemies really do meet often, said Long Chen as he looked further and saw a group of giant desolate beasts with small monkeys jumping around them. So then what? Are we going around? The Golden Fur Heaven merging monkey race has far too many experts. If we were to attack the Golden Crow race, they might take advantage of the situation and sneak attack us, said Feng Yu, startled. She hadn't realized that there were even more enemies in front of the Golden Crow race. Hence, she couldn't help being shocked when she saw the numbers of the Desolate Beast race. The Golden Fur Heaven merging monkey race was the king of the Desolate Beasts, having the ability to order all Desolate Beasts. Last time, the Desolate Beast race's sneak attack had been a hasty attack to wipe out the injured mixed beast race, which meant that they hadn't brought out their whole army. Their actual power was actually greater as they had many races amongst them. The proof was the Desolate Beasts here. They were all elites amongst elites with terrifying power, particularly the golden monkeys. Feng Yu was worried about her people. If all that remained of the mixed beast race was herself, that would be the worst-case scenario. If that were to happen, it would be meaningless even if she could kill more enemies. Long Chen looked at those resting desolate beasts and suddenly clapped, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Don't move. Leave things to me. Long Chen had everyone rest here and went toward the Golden Crow race alone. Feng Yu jumped in fright. Seeing him go toward the Golden Crow race so nonchalantly, she knew that a single attack would directly kill him. She wanted to follow him, but Long Chen just waved his hand, telling her not to. Feng Yu and the rest of the mixed beast races experts were extremely worried, staring at Long Chen's back anxiously. When Long Chen arrived at the Golden Crow race's territory, the Golden Crow race's experts instantly tensed, pointing their cold weapons at Long Chen. However, since Long Chen didn't release any aura, they didn't immediately attack. Someone then shouted at him to stop. However, Long Chen didn't reply and just tossed something at them. When that person caught it, his expression instantly changed, and he ran deeper into their camp. Very quickly, 7 experts of the Golden Crow race walked out. When those 7 experts appeared, the mixed beast race's experts were shocked as all 7 were on the same level as Feng Yu. The 7 of them exchanged some words with Long Chen. Very quickly, they turned toward Feng Yu and the others, nodding. Following that, Long Chen beckoned toward the mixed beast race. When they came over, amazingly, the Golden Crow race's camp actually split open, forming a path for them. Chapter 4553 Sneaky But Attack. Seeing Feng Yu and the others' vigilant expressions and disbelief, Long Chen had to walk over and led them through the Golden Crow race's camp. Long Chen, what did you do? Asked Feng Yu. The entire mixed beast race felt as if they were dreaming. The domineering and tyrannical Golden Crow race actually made a path for them. Even having personally witnessed it, they still didn't believe it. Hehe, Boss Long San has long since swept through the world, and they have always been looking up to me. Not wanting to fight, they naturally made a path for us, replied Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen had simply directly given them a leaf with flames burning on it. That leaf came from the primal chaos space's Fusong tree. The legend had it that the Golden Crow race's original abode was on the Fusong tree. As a result, their flames formed a resonance with the Fusong tree, and the two formed a symbiotic relationship. There was even a legend saying that when the Golden Crow race's experts grew to a certain level, they would give rise to a Fusong tree sapling in their own innate space, and it would grow alongside them. Those saplings were branches of the Fusong tree planted within those spaces. Hence, to the Golden Crow race, the Fusong tree was always viewed as a treasure as precious as their own life. Anyone who dared to damage it would be crushed with their full force. However, everyone in the outside world knew of the Fusong tree but had never seen it before. For Long Chen to toss out a leaf of the Fusong tree completely stunned the Golden Crow race. After that, their top experts immediately ran over to ask him where it came from. They were so taken aback because this single leaf's flame energy was even purer than that of their mother tree. It had to be known that they had been raising this mother tree for millions and millions of years, so this discovery was a major affair to them. Long Chen naturally didn't tell them that he had grown it himself. He came up with a story about how he had coincidentally run into a branch, and this leaf came from it. Hearing that Long Chen had a branch of the Fusong tree, their eyes turned green with greed. Long Chen had instantly had a bad feeling. These people wanted to kill him for that treasure. Without hesitation, he tossed out a 3-foot-long piece of the Fusong tree. He said that he had no use for it, but he wished to use it as a trade. He wanted a safe passage through the Golden Crow race for his people, and he expressed that his target was the group of desolate beasts. Hearing that he wanted to attack the desolate beasts, the Golden Crow race's experts jumped in shock. It had to be known that the desolate beasts numbered in the millions, and their leaders were the Golden Fur Heaven-merging monkeys. They were not pushovers. Even the Golden Crow race was hesitating about whether or not they should compete with them. On the other hand, the mixed beast race numbered only a few 100,000, and the majority of them didn't seem that strong. They wanted to attack the desolate beast race. The Golden Crow race was caught off guard by that statement. Opening a path would cost them nothing. After all, they had accepted a treasure from Long Chen, so they didn't feel good refusing. They could obtain a treasure and also get a show to watch, alright. Why would they refuse? They even had a certain thought. If Long Chen and the desolate beasts were to fight to the bitter end, wouldn't that give them the perfect opportunity to seize their territories as well? They could even wipe the two forces out. Thus, the domineering Golden Crow race did not reject Long Chen's proposal. They even cooperated with them nicely. Feng Yu and the others didn't know about this, so they couldn't believe their eyes. As for Long Chen, he didn't bother explaining. Just like that, he brought them through the Golden Crow race's territory. Just as they were passing through, Long Chen gave a certain look to everyone, and another bomb appeared in his hand. Everyone directly understood, and all the experts who had been given bombs prepared themselves. After that, Long Chen indicated their assault target. They would cover the desolate beast race with bombs. Under the cover of the Golden Crow race's flames, Long Chen tossed his bomb, and the others imitated him. Dozens of bombs accurately landed within the desolate beast race's camp. The desolate beast race was not on particularly high guard against the Golden Crow race. After all, even if they were to fight each other, it would be a probing blow first to see who was stronger. If there was a large power disparity, the stronger side would decide to attack in full power to wipe the weaker side out. If they were evenly matched, normally there wouldn't be a bloody battle because neither side was willing to accept the price of such a battle. It was due to this that the desolate beast race was resting here. While they were relaxed, dozens of bombs descended from the heavens, not triggering their alarm. After the bombs exploded, fragments of immortal metal flew through their ranks, tearing through their powerful physical bodies like paper. A single fragment would only exhaust its power after it had passed through several bodies. After that, the exhausted fragments would also explode and cause even more devastation. The exhausted fragments would always explode inside the desolate beasts they were embedded in, dealing a fatal blow. As a result, the detonation of dozens of bombs ravaged the desolate beast race. Even the stronger lifeforms that managed to survive were covered in wounds. As for the golden fur heaven-merging monkeys at the center, they were Long Chen's main targets. In truth, although he had taken out a single bomb, he actually tossed 5, and they exploded at different times. This bombardment caught them completely off guard. The majority of the desolate beasts were either killed or half-killed from this assault. Their leaders had taken the most wounds. In the end, only a few hundred of the golden fur heaven-merging monkeys survived. Their leader shouted as if giving orders. At this time, a golden spear sliced through the air, aimed directly at the leader. Feng Yu's decisive strike was unleashed. Adorned with a regal golden crown and wielding a black staff, the leader brimmed with power. As Feng Yu closed in for the attack, a surge of murderous intent emanated from the leader. Its fur bristled, and a primal blood chi surged forth, signaling the start of a fierce confrontation. The two divine weapons clashed, shaking the entire world, causing astral winds to unfurl. At this moment, two leading figures appeared amongst the ranks of the desolate beasts. Long Chen recognized them as the two monkeys who had sneak attacked the mixed beast race and fled alive. Long Chen immediately raised his golden crossbow and shot a golden streak of light. The next moment, one of the two monkeys howled and covered its golden bud with both hands, jumping into the sky. What a familiar sight, let's call it a hole-in-one bud assault. Long Chen smiled and waved his hand, leading the mixed beast race's experts forward. Chapter 4554 Routing with Violence. Brothers, don't be afraid. The survivors are all injured from the blast. We can crush them easily. The time of the mixed beast race has come, and every single one of you is a main character. Use the blood of your enemies to illuminate the glory of the mixed beast race. Use your bravery to carve the name of the mixed beast race into the depths of everyone's soul. In the future, the name of the mixed beast race will be synonymous with fearless heroes. Anyone who dares to be enemies with the mixed beast race will suffer an unbearable loss. Shouted Long Chen. When it came to raising morale, Long Chen was unparalleled. The mixed beast race had never heard such a passionate speech before. Even an ordinary person would feel their blood heating up after hearing such a speech. Yet, to the mixed beast race who constantly faced suppression and bullying, these words were like a potent elixir, igniting their souls. Their eyes instantly turned scarlet, burning with flames of emotions. In front of their old enemies, their most primal killing desire was fully unleashed. In their berserk state, the mixed beast race's experts launched furious attacks, displaying a combat power that sent shivers down the spectators' spines. Fighting their leader, Feng Yu unleashed a devastating blow that made it spit out blood and fly back. Long Chen was startled by this result. When he looked at Feng Yu, he saw that she was like a different person. Runes flowed all around her, and there was the image of an ancient phoenix on her forehead. Now, Feng Yu looked like an awakened ancient phoenix, her blazing blood chi filled the sky. Oh, Long Chen hadn't expected the one most affected by his little speech to be Feng Yu. When her essence blood ignited, even the Golden Crow race's expert whom they had passed by felt fear toward her. Feng Yu's spear pierced toward the leader. This golden fur heaven-merging monkey had been fighting evenly against her, but after Long Chen's speech, she went crazy, and every blow forced it back. At this moment, the void beside Long Chen twisted, revealing the but-assaulted golden monkey. No one knew what kind of divine ability it used, but it popped out like it had teleported. However, even before its emergence, Long Chen already swung his hand without so much as a glance. To everyone's surprise, Long Chen's hand seemed to intercept it before it even appeared. The timing was impeccable, the strike landing precisely as the monkey materialized. The monkey seemed to have teleported just to send its face to Long Chen's palm. When his palm struck its target, a violet lightning rune flashed on it. The golden monkey's head burst on the spot, but to Long Chen's surprise, it was still alive. "I should have put in some more energy," grumbled Lei Linger. "That's enough," Long Chen laughed. If Lei Linger had put in any more force, although that monkey would be dead, his own hand would have been injured. While the monkey survived now, it was spinning from being slapped so hard. Before it landed, the mixed beast race's experts had torn it to pieces. While Long Chen slew this golden monkey, on Feng Yu's side, she unleashed another strike that forced the monkey leader to spit out blood. All of a sudden, the monkey leader let out a few shrieks. It actually borrowed the force of Feng Yu's attack to flee. Once it fled, the rest of the desolate beasts fell into chaos and tried to run as well. However, the mixed beast race had surrounded them, not letting their old enemies off no matter what. As for Feng Yu, she didn't chase their leader and just went after another one of their top experts, killing her target in just a few moves. Another 6-star heavenly Doyan fruit appeared in Long Chen's primal chaos space, originating from the non-but-assaulted monkey. To be fair, the but-assaulted one also yielded a 6-star heavenly Doyan fruit, adding to Long Chen's impressive bounty. Other than the 6-star heavenly Doyan fruits, there were countless others, littering the ground beneath the heavenly Dao tree. They quickly covered up the tree. It seems that the one to flee was a 7-star heavenly Doyan on the same level as Feng Yu. Long Chen looked at these fruits curiously. Up until now, Feng Yu was the strongest Doyan he had ever encountered. She should be on par with that monkey leader and Ying Tian. However, Feng Yu wasn't that strong before. According to Long Chen's estimate, she had been a 6-star heavenly Doyan and had transformed after obtaining her ancestors' inheritance. In other words, the rankings of heavenly Doyans could change. He wondered if there were 8-star and 9-star Doyans as well. Just as Long Chen was wondering, the mixed beast race's roars brought him back to reality. The aftermath of the battle left the ground strewn with lifeless bodies. The sight of the golden monkey corpses, in particular, filled the mixed beast races. Experts with satisfaction. For so many years, the golden fur heaven merging monkeys had constantly tormented them, but now, their vendetta was finally settled. Feng Yu descended gracefully, her flames gradually subsiding. In the recent battles, she had vanquished numerous formidable foes. Aside from the 6-star heavenly Doyan, none could withstand a single strike from her. The mixed beast race had just gone through an intense battle, but all of their warriors were still in high spirits, appearing completely unstoppable. Taking advantage of them still in their peak condition, Long Chen went through the battlefield and gathered the corpses. Not resting at all, they continued onward. In front of them was a group of the devil race. When Feng Yu and Long Chen arrived, they didn't say anything and just opened a path for them. They could see that they couldn't stop the mixed beast race, knowing that anyone who fought them would suffer. However, this kind of state would not last for long. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be for them. Once they stopped advancing, there would be no going back. In the eyes of the devil race, the mixed beast race was extremely foolish. None of them wanted to fight these crazy people because they weren't idiots, so they directly opened a path for the crazies. Long Chen seemed to have long since expected this, so he directly led the mixed beast race forward. The disturbance of their battle had drawn the attention of countless individuals. Having seen the mixed beast race fighting like madmen, these people did not wish to antagonize them, so they all got out of the way. The further Long Chen and his companions went, the more experts they would see. If they were to encounter a faction that far surpassed them in power, they would be doomed. At this moment, the mixed beast race's people still seemed somewhat insane. Seeing these powerful factions opening a path for them, they felt an unprecedented excitement. Even if they couldn't enter the fantasy spirit world, they were already satisfied. Outsiders might struggle to comprehend the depth of their emotions, but after enduring years of neglect and relentless bullying, they felt this sense of existence more important than anything else. After passing by a dozen factions, Long Chen finally raised his hand to make them stop. Before them stood a group of experts cloaked in ominous black chi, emanating an aura of impending death that sent shivers down the spines of the mixed beast race's warriors. From among those experts, an extremely large bald man walked straight toward Long Chen. When he appeared, Feng Yu instantly clenched her spear. Chapter 4555 Underworld Race Experts. The Aura of the Netherworld. When Long Chen saw this bald man, his heart shook, and the image of Wu Tian appeared in his mind. What made Long Chen feel curious was that their auras were a bit similar, however, they were fundamentally different. That was because this person had the aura of the underworld race on him. Wu Tian was from the Nether race, the archenemy of the underworld race. If this person was from the same race as Wu Tian, he wouldn't possibly have the aura of the underworld race on him. The bald man was also looking at Long Chen. When their eyes met, Long Chen felt his chi flowing rapidly within him. This bald man was extremely dangerous, triggering Long Chen's sense of danger. If Long Chen let this baldy get any closer, his astral energy would automatically erupt, and there would be no concealing his true power at that point. Feng Yu stared at the bald man with vigilance and clenched her spear tightly. Her intuition was screaming at her that this baldy was dangerous. A human, why does your aura make me feel such dislike? The bald man stopped where he was and looked at Long Chen coldly. They were 300 meters apart. This was the limit. Any closer, and Long Chen's astral energy would erupt. Long Chen could tell that this baldy was masking his power as well, and if they got any closer, his power would erupt in the same way. It seemed that both parties were concealing their true strength. It's very simple. You dislike me because I have more hair on my head than you, replied Long Chen as he shrugged and smiled. Under normal circumstances, Feng Yu and the others might have burst into laughter at such a statement. But now, silence hung heavy in the air. Feng Yu felt a chill creeping over her soul as she instinctively summoned her golden shield. The bald man's gaze hardened, and the people around him mirrored his hostility, their weapons materializing in their grasp. Seeing this, the mixed beast race's experts readied themselves for combat. As the tension thickened, the surrounding factions pulled back, creating more space for them to fight. In truth, this place was no longer far from the gate, so those who could come here were essentially peak experts. A single gaze from them was enough to scare off others and let them go through. While scuffles were constant in the outer region, this place was much quieter. However, once a battle started in this place, it would definitely be a shocking battle. Thus, the surrounding experts quickly retreated. Long Chen, be careful. I'm not confident in defeating him, transmitted Feng Yu. Don't worry, I'm also not confident in beating you, said the bald man lightly. Feng Yu was shocked. This man actually heard her spiritual message as well. Furthermore, you have a sinister human with you. We should be the ones to worry, added the bald man. Hearing that, Feng Yu and the others were shocked. Why did this bald man have such a high opinion of Long Chen? However, Long Chen truly did have endless tricks up his sleeves, so the mixed beast race's experts thought that the bald man was scared of those tricks, unaware that the baldy was actually on guard against Long Chen's true power. A smart head really doesn't grow hair. The legends are true. I'm curious, are you from the Netherworld? Or are you a native expert? Asked Long Chen in a friendly manner. The bald man didn't reply and counter-asked instead, I don't like the human race but not to the point of feeling such loathing. Whenever I see you, I feel disgust deep in my soul. Can you tell me why that is? Didn't I tell you, our conflicts stem from the black and dense hair on my head? Long Chen pointed to his hair. The fact that Long Chen teased their leader twice caused the experts around the bald man to grow restless. Their killing intent was blazing. However, the bald man was quite calm, not revealing the slightest bit of anger. His eyes were locked onto Long Chen as if trying to pierce through his soul. Long Chen suddenly smiled. You're eager to uncover my secrets, just as I am to uncover yours. Yet, when I asked, you didn't answer. Similarly, I don't have the obligation to answer you either. How about we have a fair exchange? You can ask me a question, and I'll answer. Then I'll pose a question, and you do the same. Oh, it's not a bad idea, but the human race is treacherous. How do I know that you'll tell the truth? Asked the bald man. Long Chen's tone dropped in disdain. This just proves that you aren't on the same level as me. Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. But out of my way, we're moving forward. Feng Yu and the others jumped in fright. Long Chen intended to pass by this terrifying person. The bald man frowned. With a hint of reluctance, he said, fine, I'll trust you this once. I'll ask you first, Why do you have the aura of the Netherworld's god race on you? Because my woman comes from the Netherworld's god race, Long Chen answered directly. It's my turn. What relation do you have with the three-headed heaven-devouring beast race? Just who are you? The bald man's voice boomed, his calmness shattered. A surge of killing intent exploded out of him, causing his subordinates' auras to flare up. The mixed beast race's people involuntarily took a step back in the face of this overwhelming presence, not out of lack of courage, but driven by an instinctual fear that penetrated deep into their souls. Feng Yu stepped in front of Long Chen, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing this, Long Chen simply smiled and told her not to worry. Answer me, Long Chen said. Brat, you're courting death. You dare to repeatedly offend me, Wu Hun, threatened the bald man as he pointed his broadsword at Long Chen. Answer me, otherwise. Don't blame me for being ruthless, repeated Long Chen. Long Chen's smile suddenly vanished, replaced by an icy killing intent. The atmosphere grew so cold that it felt as though the world itself had been encased in ice, causing even the heavenly Taos to quiver. Upon hearing this person's name, Long Chen instantly understood. He was a traitor to the three-headed heaven-devouring beast race. Chapter 4556 Bloodline Heir. When Long Chen unleashed his killing intent, it felt like the world had dropped into the domain of death. Every person felt their soul shudder as if someone pressed an invisible blade against their throats. Feng Yu and the others were utterly stunned. Long Chen's killing intent possessed a physical force behind it, startling even the heavenly Taos. This showed that Long Chen had killed countless lifeforms. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to condense such a terrifying killing intent. Feng Yu found herself looking at Long Chen in a new light, her eyes wide with astonishment. She struggled to reconcile this terrifying presence with the image of someone who primarily relied on concealed weapons and cunning tricks. Glaring at this bald man called Wu Hun, Long Chen was overflowing with killing intent. However, he still hesitated on whether or not he should kill this traitor now. As Wu Tian's little brother, Long Chen had a responsibility to help him wipe out traitors. However, Long Chen also had something holding him back. He was not alone. The mixed beast race was here by his side. If a battle started now, it would definitely implicate the mixed beast race. Although he hadn't known them for long, he understood their characters. Once they started fighting, they wouldn't retreat. Even if they knew they would die, they would not turn their backs to their enemies. If Long Chen were to cause the deaths of the mixed beast race due to his own affairs, he wouldn't be at ease. Under these conflicted feelings, Long Chen chose to leave the decision to Wu Hun. If Wu Hun answered properly, Long Chen would accept it. If he didn't, Long Chen would unleash his full power and kill all of them in the fastest time possible to keep the casualties to a minimum. When Long Chen directed his threat toward Wu Hun, the latter's subordinates brimmed with indignation. Never before had they encountered such blatant disrespect. The weapons they held trembled in their hands, reflecting their simmering fury. Tension hung heavy in the air, suffocating any sound. Long Chen and Wu Hun locked eyes, their gazes icy and unwavering. I, Wu Hun, am a bloodline heir to the three-headed heaven-devouring beast, Wu Hun declared with a sneer. I am answering your question not out of fear, but because my pride doesn't permit me to lie. Feng Yu hadn't expected Wu Hun to really answer Long Chen's question. Although Wu Hun had said something arrogant in the end, Feng Yu could tell that Wu Hun was intimidated by Long Chen, a bloodline heir to the three-headed heaven-devouring beast. Long Chen's heart shook. Wu Hun was clearly dodging the important point with this answer. However, how could Long Chen not tell the truth? A bloodline heir, in other words, he wasn't really part of the three-headed heaven-devouring beast race. Long Chen now understood why Wu Hun only bore a slight resemblance to Wu Tian but was fundamentally different. In other words, Wu Hun only had a portion of the three-headed heaven-devouring beast race's bloodline. As for where that bloodline came from, it was probably an absolute secret. My turn. What relationship do you have with the three-headed heaven-devouring beast race? Asked Wu Hun coldly. His gaze turned sharp. Have you thought this through? If I answer this question, you'll need to answer another one of mine, asked Long Chen lightly. Immediately, Wu Hun's expression changed. He had wasted his first question to get an absolutely worthless response, but Long Chen's question had directly struck his secrets. If Long Chen's next question were to touch upon Wu Hun's core secrets, would he really answer? Fine, we'll stop here. Little fellow, I've remembered you. We'll settle our business in the future, replied Wu Hun gloomily. His meaning was clear. He was no longer willing to exchange questions with Long Chen, and he also didn't plan on fighting now. However, the next time they met, there would be no misgivings, they would have a real fight. If he won, all of Long Chen's secrets would be his. To put it frankly, he had the same worries as Long Chen. He wanted a simple one-on-one fight with Long Chen, but the circumstances did not allow it. Long Chen nodded. Hopefully, we will meet again soon. I'm also very interested in you. After saying that, Long Chen waved his hand. Get out of the way. The experts beside Wu Hun seethed with anger, but Wu Hun raised his hand, indicating for them to make a path for Long Chen and the mixed beast race's people. Let's go. Long Chen swaggered past Wu Hun and the others, ignoring their furious gazes. The mixed beast race felt the chills as they passed by. After all, Wu Hun's subordinates were extremely powerful, surpassing the quality of the mixed beast race's army by a lot. However, despite their unease, they put on a strong front. This was their best chance to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. With Long Chen leading the way, they walked past the camp of the underworld race, attracting the shocked stares of many experts in the surroundings. They all knew just how terrifying Wu Hun was. They were already prepared to get out of the way for him. Yet, as he showed no urgency to move forward, they just stood where they were. However, the moment Wu Hun's army sought to advance, they would promptly clear the path for him. Surprisingly, the terrifying Wu Hun actually got out of the way for Long Chen. When Long Chen passed through, the people in front didn't even wait for Long Chen to say anything and directly opened a path for him. What kind of joke was that? They couldn't possibly provoke an existence that intimidated Wu Hun. After passing through the third faction, Long Chen noticed that the factions in front no longer opened a path for them. However, Long Chen also decided to stop and have everyone rest there. At this time, the mixed beast race's experts were looking at him in a new light. Even the ones who liked to chat with Long Chen were now silent, nor daring to joke with him. They were no fools. Although Long Chen had not displayed any of his power just now, just from his conversation with Wu Hun, they knew that his true power was not what he had displayed to them. Long Chen, thank you. Feng Yu looked at him with a complicated expression and also a sense of loss. She now knew that Long Chen was a true expert. From her point of view, Long Chen's act of weakness was to look after her, helping her stand in the most glorious position in front of her people. Reflecting on her previous words and actions toward him, she was overwhelmed with shame. How could she walk proudly now? There's no need for thanks between us. Long Chen smiled and winked at her. He was really fond of this large beauty's pure and straightforward nature. He found her presence comforting, although this sentiment had no romantic connotations. While everyone rested here, Long Chen took out a formation disc, which revealed 7 glowing runes. When Long Chen saw them, his smile widened. Finally here, Chapter 4557 Heavenly Doyen Pill, Heavenly Doyen Flame. The formation disc had specific runes on it. When the first one lit up, Long Chen could sense the general direction of Sha Chen and the others, and when 7 runes lit up, they would be able to send messages to each other. The runes in the formation disc flickered in a special sequence, and Long Chen completely relaxed upon seeing it. Long Chen, what is this? Why are you so happy? Inquired Feng Yu as she looked curiously at the formation disc in his hand. It was her first time seeing him looking so happy. I've gotten in touch with my brothers. They're all doing well, replied Long Chen. The flashing pattern on the formation disc was a secret message only they knew of. Guo Ran had sent word that everything proceeded smoothly on their end. The Dragonblood Legion had assembled in full force, with not a single member missing. There was also some good news. On the way to the entrance to the Void Spirit World, they encountered some of their long-lost brothers and managed to reunite with them. Now, they were on the edge of the outer region and hesitated to go to the core region around the gate. It was because, throughout their journey, they had faced numerous battles, encountering several native factions who harbored animosity toward them. Hence, Guo Ran was very worried about being the main target of everyone once they got to the core region. However, if they didn't get to the core, even more of their brothers in the surroundings wouldn't know about their arrival, and they would miss this chance to reunite. Thus, Guo Ran felt very conflicted. Long Chen quickly sent a message back, telling them not to be rash and keep waiting. He also started to insert top-grade spirit stones into the formation disc. In just a bit, fluctuations came from the formation disc, and a fist-sized whirlpool appeared from it. This was a mini transportation formation. Due to the immense distance and chaotic spatial energy, this mini-gate could only allow small objects to pass through, not people. Long Chen quickly gathered the top-grade heavenly doyen fruits in the primal chaos space. Apart from the 3 6-star fruits, he also collected tens of 5-star fruits, with the remainder being 4-star. He packed over 10,000 of these fruits into a single worldstone and transmitted it through the mini-spatial gate. As the spatial gate quivered, the worldstone vanished. Seeing this scene, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief at the successful transportation. He knew that this method of transportation carried a high risk of failure, especially during the instantaneous transfer process. However, this time, he had succeeded. Suddenly, the formation disk cracked, its runes dimming abruptly. Long Chen had anticipated this outcome. Once the transportation was complete, the lifespan of the formation disk would expire. This formation disk was exceedingly precious. Sha Chen had only crafted 2 of them, specifically for long-distance communication and item transfer. Although Long Chen had lost his means to communicate with them, successfully sending so many heavenly doyen fruits over made it all worth it. After all, the Dragonblood Legion was in great need of them. Those newly found brothers in particular might not have had a good time since ascending. The heavenly doyen fruits would undoubtedly transform their lives for the better. Long Chen looked into the primal chaos space, where millions of excess heavenly doyen fruits remained. He couldn't help but grumble, what am I supposed to do with so many fruits? Juice them, they have a shocking use, but you still don't have the ability to use them. The Earth Cauldron's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. Senior, what am I missing? Asked Long Chen, feeling delighted to hear the Earth Cauldron. Once you become a Heaven Venerate and possess the power of the 3 talents, you will be able to refine these heavenly doyen fruits into pills, replied the Earth Cauldron. And what is that supposed to do? They already work when they're not refined into pills, inquired Long Chen. When I say, refine, I don't mean 1-to-1. You can use 99 heavenly doyen fruits of the same tier to refine a heavenly doyen pill of a higher tier, instructed the Earth Cauldron. Are you serious? Long Chen's jaw dropped as he heard this piece of information. Don't get too happy though. If you want to refine the heavenly doyen pill, you will truly be defying the heavens. Other than becoming a Heaven Venerate and mastering the 3 talents, you will need to condense the heavenly doyen flame first. After all, only the heavenly doyen flame can refine the heavenly doyen pill. Once it receives the recognition of the entire world, it will have the ability to defy the heavens and challenge fate, explained the Earth Cauldron. What is the heavenly doyen flame? Asked Long Chen. To condense the heavenly doyen flame, you will need to temper yourself in the primal chaos flame sea. Well, it's a long story. You should become a Heaven Venerate first. I'll tell you about it later, answered the Earth Cauldron. As Long Chen heard that, his newly ignited excitement waned. It seemed that accomplishing this task would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Yet, the fact that the Earth Cauldron mentioned it implied that it was possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bothered bringing it up. Suddenly, a rumble jolted Long Chen out of the primal chaos space. He was astonished to see the once clear sky now shrouded in darkness, and a colossal warhorse was approaching from the distance, soaring through the air. The warhorse was like an enormous mountain. Furthermore, its aura was absolutely shocking, rivaling that of a sage king. What truly stunned them was its skeletal form, devoid of flesh and blood, with the bridle and saddle on the brink of collapse. It emanated an aura akin to a warhorse from the depths of hell, each step causing the earth to tremble. That wasn't all. As it soared through the air, they saw it pulling a bronze war chariot over. The chariot was covered in patches of rust, lending it an ancient and weathered appearance. Its aura was nothing short of astonishing, causing a profound impact on everyone's souls, as if the chariot's passage wasn't through the air, but through their very souls. The white bone warhorse wasn't running, yet it was incredibly fast. Long Chen had barely seen it, and it was already hovering above his head. At this time, countless people were clutching their heads in agony as if their heads would explode. Normally, anyone flying over a group of people would provoke attacks from everyone. However, no one dared to make a sound in front of this warhorse and war chariot. They were all terrified. That human brat down below, why do you have the god race's aura on you? Just then, a sinister voice rang out from within the war chariot, causing heaven and earth to rumble in response. It was like the battle drums of gods shaking the world. Chapter 4558 Bone War Horse, Bronze War Chariot. The white bone war horse pulling the bronze chariot shook the entire world. It flew arrogantly above their heads, and no one dared to stop or even say anything about it. At this moment, the war chariot stopped above Long Chen and his companions. When the sinister voice rang out, all the hearts of the mixed beast races experts clenched. They looked toward Long Chen in shock. Just what kind of background did he have? Another terrifying expert had taken special note of him. First, it was the underworld race's Wuhan, and now it was this mysterious terrifying existence. Long Chen's good mood quickly soured, his expression darkening considerably. To borrow Boss Long San's words, other people could be arrogant, but none could surpass Boss Long San. Faced with this fellow who exuded arrogance akin to a god looking down on an ant, Long Chen's anger flared uncontrollably. Not wasting any time, Long Chen used only a single word to express his displeasure. Seeing this scene, numerous experts around them quivered with horror. Just what kind of background did Long Chen have to dare speak like this to this terrifying expert? It had to be known that even if they ignored whoever occupied the chariot, the mere presence of the horse alone was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of the top experts here. Feng Yu clenched her golden spear, ready to fight at any moment. She couldn't afford to freeze in fear anymore. "You ignorant fool, do you know who you're speaking to?" A voice filled with sinister killing intent came out of the war chariot. "You can be whoever you want. I don't like you, so scram. Otherwise, I'll break that tortoise shell of yours," replied Long Chen coldly. Although this chariot was terrifying, Long Chen believed that as long as he used the earth cauldron, he could smash it apart. However, he didn't know whether or not the earth cauldron would be willing to help him. Long Chen felt a surge of animosity toward the owner of the voice. Unbeknownst to him, this was somewhat similar to what Wu Hun felt toward him. After all, Long Chen only disliked Wu Hun because the latter was a traitor to the three-headed heaven-devouring beast race. As for this person, Long Chen didn't even know his identity or origin, yet his voice alone was enough to stoke the flames of anger within him. Long Chen even had the urge to charge out and kill him right now. It was like someone was mocking him from a luxurious carriage while he walked barefoot in torn clothes on the street. Long Chen found the feeling very displeasing. However, what Long Chen didn't realize was that this feeling stemmed not from envy, but from the depths of his soul. HMPH, ignorant people really are fearless. If I were to kill you personally, it would be giving you too much credit. However, provoking a god comes at a price, sneered that person. The war horse continued onward, dragging the chariot. He somehow ignored Long Chen. "You must have some mental illness. What kind of dogshit are you spouting? There's no logic behind it at all," cursed Long Chen. "Do you think an ant can understand a god's words? The karma has been set. You will die at my hands sooner or later. However, whether it is directly or indirectly will be up to your luck." That person's sneer came from a great distance away. Hearing this, Long Chen almost spat out blood from rage. He had seen arrogant people but never someone so arrogant. His eyes had been opened to a new level of arrogance in this world. Long Chen, who was he? Seeing him vanish into the distance, Feng Yu finally sighed with relief. He comes from the Netherworld's god race. The Netherworld's god race. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. The Netherworld had three major factions: the Underworld race, the Nether race, and the God race. The Nether and Underworld races were like fire and water, fighting to the death the moment they saw each other. Their enmity could not be described with simple words. As for the Netherworld's god race, they didn't participate in their battle. Neither of those two races wanted to gain another powerful enemy, so they had quite a good relationship with the god race. Although there were some small scuffles between them, large-scale wars were pretty much non-existent. Earlier, when Wu Hun asked Long Chen about his god race aura, Long Chen hadn't attached much significance to it. Moreover, Wu Hun's overwhelming arrogance prevented him from probing Long Chen even further. Now that Feng Yu inquired about the identity of that arrogant jackass, the realization struck Long Chen like lightning. This fellow was from the god race, much like Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu. The thought of them caused Long Chen's fury to dissipate, replaced instead by a sense of longing. I shouldn't have let my anger get the best of me. I could have gained some information about them or even Big Brother Wu Tian. Long Chen slapped his own leg in regret. Long Chen was unable to rest easy when he thought about Lang Yuan and Ming Kangyu. The two of them were alone in the dangerous Netherworld, with no one else to depend on. Other than that, the majority of the Netherworld's factions were under the command of the Underworld race. The Nether race had been teetering on the brink of collapse, and revitalizing them would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens for Wu Tian. Long Chen also missed this big brother of his, which was why he almost went berserk upon encountering a traitor from Wu Tian's bloodline. The Netherworld's god race. Then how can that person be so terrifying? You shouldn't have offended him, sighed Feng Yu. Long Chen smiled and patted her shoulder. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and most of those things won't just pass if you grit your teeth and suffer through them. If you endure them, others will press you for more until you are pushed to the limits. By then, it may be too late to fight back. Just like with that arrogant jackass, if you gave in once, he'd see you as an easy target to bully. Establishing authority from the start was crucial. Otherwise, he would have attacked immediately. If I were to concede just a bit, he would no longer fear me. Feng Yu nodded. You're so smart. He doesn't know how strong you are, so he doesn't dare to be rash. Correct. Long Chen nodded with a smile. But what if you couldn't scare him away? Asked Feng Yu. Long Chen simply smiled and didn't reply, thinking that if the arrogant jackass persisted, he would put him in his place and demonstrate that there was a hefty price for acting more arrogant than Boss Long San. Just then, the gate at the very front rumbled, causing Feng Yu and the others to tense up. The fantasy spirit world is about to open. Feng Yu's voice quivered. Chapter 4559 Changing Plans. Looking toward the gate, Long Chen saw the enormous spatial gate starting to quiver. Above it, a terrifying vortex was steadily growing in size. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Just then, a furious roar rang out, coming from a bald man who led countless experts charging forward. This baldy was none other than the underworld race's Wu Hun. The underworld race's experts had cast off their low-key robes to become a tyrannical force, and they would annihilate anyone who dared to block their path. In an instant, chaos erupted on the battlefield. Several nearby factions, who had been concealing their power, were charging forward just like Wu Huns. Long Chen, take advantage of this chaos to get to the void spirit world. Exclaimed Feng Yu with a hint of unwillingness. She knew that this was Long Chen's best chance to leave. Feng Yu had thought it through. Once Long Chen left, she would keep the mixed beast race here, and once the first wave of experts had passed, she would lead her people forward. As long as they avoided the strongest experts in the first batch, she should have the power to protect everyone and get them through the gate in one piece. As long as they all got in, it would be considered a victory. Long Chen was a bit worried about the mixed beast race, but just as Feng Yu said, leaving now really was the best option. Just as he was about to reply, the Earth Cauldron's voice rang out in his mind. There's no need for you to do such a thing. You might as well enter from the fantasy spirit world's entrance. Once you're inside, I can help you break the walls of that world, and you will be able to easily enter the void spirit world from there. Other than that, the fantasy spirit world's entrance is filled with native experts. These people are powerful, but they don't recognize many treasures, especially medicinal ingredients and ores. I am sure you understand what I mean. You really can break through the walls between worlds? Asked Long Chen. Of course, it's easy, replied the Earth Cauldron in such a light tone that it bordered on disdain. Such a task was nothing for it. Then doesn't that mean you would have been able to send me in even if it wasn't through the world of the ninth heaven? Asked Long Chen. Of course. However, walking that kind of shortcut would definitely invoke such karma that it could kill you. This place is different. This so-called world of the ninth heaven is fundamentally a passageway, so breaking through to a new world from here will not invoke karma. So that's the case. Long Chen was delighted to hear this. Since the Earth Cauldron was so sure of it, there should be no problem. Long Chen, hurry, it's going to be too late if you keep waiting here. Feng Yu grabbed Long Chen's hand and shook it worriedly. Seeing him not respond, she thought that he was hesitating about it. She did wish Long Chen could stay, but she wasn't so selfish. According to custom, the outside world's experts would only obtain the best opportunities if they entered the void spirit world. Seeing her reaction, Long Chen smiled and didn't reply. He just patted the blood-colored saber on his back, and it let out a cry as if smelling blood. Long Chen shouted, "Warriors of the mixed beast race, the fantasy spirit world's gate is right before us. Once we are past that gate, we will be able to change our fates and defy the heavens. The path of cultivation is fraught with bloodshed, and each of us must fight to cross it. Hence, no one can stay at the top forever. Your lives were bestowed upon you by your father and mother, but your destiny is forged by your own hands. With the chance to change your fate within reach, I ask you, do you have the guts to take this gamble with me?" Long Chen's voice was full of a wild domineeringness that fully ignited the blood of the mixed beast race's experts. Long Chen. Feng Yu covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. The mixed beast race erupted into thunderous roars that shook the heavens. There was no need for a verbal reply. The resounding roar that emanated from the depths of their hearts and souls was the most powerful response. Good. Since you're willing to gamble with me, let's go wild. I don't dare to say that you will definitely win, but I will not let you lose. Move out. Our target is the fantasy spirit world. If gods block us, slay gods. If devils block us, slay devils. No one can stop our march. With that, Long Chen started walking forward. If gods block us, slay gods. If devils block us, slay devils. Long Chen's domineeringness had infected the mixed beast race's experts. Hence, they just followed Long Chen, akin to a sharp blade piercing through, and Long Chen was the tip of that blade. Feng Yu followed close behind Long Chen. As she looked at his back, more tears streamed out of her eyes. She had never felt so moved in this lifetime. This back provided her with a sense of security. Even if she had to pass through a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, she wouldn't feel any fear with this back in front of her. Previously, Long Chen had been concealing his true power. However, if the earth cauldron could let him pass through worlds, there was no need for him to hold back. Just like that, he fully unleashed his undefeatable aura. Long Chen didn't need to attack. Feng Yu's spear danced with deadly precision, and anyone who dared to obstruct her path, regardless of their race, met a swift end. With Long Chen present, she could go completely wild. With the mixed beast race charging forward, they quickly ended up near the underworld race's army. Although the mixed beast race started a bit later, with Feng Yu charging forward at full power, their marching speed was unbelievable. Furthermore, as the underworld race was crushing and throwing all the formations ahead of them into chaos, the mixed beast race could relax quite a bit. The underworld race's experts were displeased to see the mixed beast race following them and using them as bodyguards. Suddenly, one of the underworld race's top experts vanished. This person was one of Wu Hun's strongest subordinates, akin to his right-hand man, and he was incredibly powerful. However, the moment he vanished, Wu Hun was startled and shouted. Unfortunately, his right-hand man was already in front of Feng Yu, thrusting a black bone sword toward her. The sword was 3 feet long and as thick as a forearm, adorned with countless barbs resembling sharp teeth. The strange weapon exuded a terrible aura that made others shiver. Seeing this person brazenly appear in front of her and launch a direct attack without any probing blows, Feng Yu was consumed by fury. It was as if this person really thought that he could kill her in one move. Reacting swiftly, she raised her golden shield while simultaneously launching a counterattack with her golden spear. However, to her astonishment, her shield blocked nothing, and her spear found no target. Wu Hun's right-hand man had mysteriously vanished. Long Chen, watch out! Feng Yu suddenly let out a startled cry. She was shocked to find that this person had bizarrely appeared right behind Long Chen, his bone weapon perilously close to Long Chen's head, mere inches away. Chapter 4560 Time to Honor a Promise. This underworld expert was extremely powerful. The moment he attacked Feng Yu, he also used one of the underworld race's divine abilities to blink somewhere, tricking even someone of Feng Yu's caliber. His blinking ability was incredibly bizarre, allowing him to seamlessly continue his attack unhindered. He swiftly redirected his target from Feng Yu to Long Chen's head. It all happened so fast that even an experienced expert like Feng Yu was unable to react in time. As for Long Chen, he was at the vanguard and still charging forward as if he didn't sense any danger. Feng Yu's heart clenched with worry. She rushed forward, but she knew that she couldn't make it in time. The underworld expert sneered disdainfully. It was as if he could already see his weapon stabbing through Long Chen's head. Just as his weapon was about to pierce Long Chen's head, a hand covered in starlight caught the tip of his weapon, causing the underworld expert to tremble. Following that, a streak of lightning arced across this expert, rendering him stiff. The starry hand then snapped his weapon, and Long Chen sent its tip stabbing through that expert's head, instantly extinguishing the fire of his soul. The stranger the weapon, the faster you die. Do you not understand that? Long Chen snorted. From the start, he hadn't even looked at this person. In Long Chen's view, this person was practically asking to die. He wanted to use a little trick to kill him. This unlucky bastard was far too naive. Not to mention Ying Tian's technique, this person's skill was even way below that of a second-rate assassin from the Lifehunter race. When this person died, another 6-star heavenly doyen fruit appeared in the primal chaos space. This person was actually a powerful 6-star heavenly doyen. However, thinking himself smart, he ended up dying effortlessly at Long Chen's hands. If he had chosen to fight directly, then Long Chen would have needed to put in some effort to kill him. To put it frankly, while this move might be effective against others, it was purely courting death when used against Long Chen. Just as Long Chen killed this person, Wu Hun appeared in front of Long Chen, wielding a black spear in his hand. The moment his subordinate moved, he already had a bad feeling. Although he had yet to exchange blows with Long Chen, based on his intuition, he knew that Long Chen was not an easy target to provoke. At the very least, his subordinate was not a match for him. Unable to stop his subordinate in time, Wu Hun immediately rushed over to save him. However, Long Chen was just too fast. Before Wu Hun could intervene in their fight, his subordinate was already dead. In front of Wu Hun, Long Chen told him to scram again. Wu Hun seethed with rage at the loss of his powerful subordinate. It felt like a humiliating slap in the face. However, the fantasy spirit world's gate was on the verge of opening. For Wu Hun, there were two important things at this point. One was to get near the gate, and the other was to conserve his power. If he were to start a fight with Long Chen, not only would it delay his progress, but it would also use up his precious energy. It was not an acceptable loss to him. Thus, despite his rage, he endured as it wasn't the time to get revenge for his subordinate yet. The mixed beast race's experts were all stunned as they saw Long Chen kill that powerful expert effortlessly. Only now did they realize how terrifying Long Chen really was. Thinking of how a peak expert like Long Chen had addressed them as brothers, a surge of emotion heated up within them. Their reverence and gratitude for Long Chen rose to a new level. Although Feng Yu had guessed that Long Chen had been holding back and was actually strong, she hadn't expected the extent of his power to be at this level. The mixed beast race is here. If you don't want to die, make a path. Otherwise, this spear of mine will show no mercy, shouted Feng Yu, emboldened by Long Chen's impressive demonstration of power. You should control your explosive power. From now on, you must exercise restraint, advised Long Chen. What? Feng Yu was startled. Long Chen then grabbed Feng Yu's spear and unleashed a stab with it, killing an enormous beast. Feng Yu was taken aback. She had thought that only her race's core flame could activate the power of this spear. Unbeknownst to her, Long Chen had Huolinger, a flame spirit that had devoured an unknown number of flames, so it was a trivial task for him to control this spear. Furthermore, if she had intended to slay that beast, she would have done so by exploding its head with sheer force. However, Long Chen simply poked its head, and the spear pierced through with ease. The seemingly effortless act left Feng Yu wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to comprehend it. When your power is limited, you have to learn how to wield it efficiently. Use the least energy to create the greatest killing prowess. Don't just randomly unleash your power. Try condensing your flame energy onto the tip of the spear, advised Long Chen. Feng Yu tried to heed Long Chen's advice and stabbed an expert who was blocking their way. To her astonishment, that expert still exploded. Don't panic. Just try it out slowly. Put your will into the tip of the spear before attacking, explained Long Chen. Feng Yu was talented, so she quickly mastered the method Long Chen had spoken of. In the end, she successfully reduced her energy expenditure and increased her killing prowess, a development that brought her great delight. Feng Yu was exceptionally talented, yet she lacked a true master within the mixed beast race and had to rely on herself to comprehend many things. After all, the mixed beast race was not a single race but rather a coalition of various races, each with its own distinct characteristics. Hence, their way of teaching wasn't that reliable. What Long Chen taught her was nothing more than the simplest method to control her energy, but it brought Feng Yu immense joy. Pressing onward, they encountered an even more chaotic battlefield ahead, with corpses littered all over the ground. Long Chen didn't forget to clean up as they advanced. As they progressed, even more powerful experts appeared. Relying on just a powerful aura to intimidate them was no longer possible. Long Chen and the others had to show what they were made of to compel them to yield. As the gate drew closer, the battles escalated as well. However, with Feng Yu present, Long Chen essentially didn't need to fight. Instead, he gave Feng Yu pointers as she fought. Enlightened by his pointers, her power continuously grew. Despite the ongoing skirmishes, she felt invigorated and not the slightest bit fatigued. Suddenly, the air twisted. Long Chen's hand swiftly darted out, revealing a cold arrow gripped firmly within his grasp. With a sinister smile on his lips, Long Chen looked ahead. Enemies truly do meet often. It's the time to honor a promise. Chapter 4561 Raging Flames. This arrow was a test shot, and despite its silence, it was shockingly powerful. Other than Long Chen and Feng Yu, anyone else struck by it would suffer severe wounds or even death. As Long Chen caught the arrow, a group of figures flashed into his mind. Glancing in the direction from which the arrow had come, he spotted them, winged experts armed with bows. His gaze instantly grew as sharp as a blade when he saw the leader of the group. Feng Yu led everyone forward. I'm going to fulfill a promise. After that, Long Chen's Kunpeng wings appeared, and he shot out like a bolt of lightning. With the gate to the fantasy spirit world now open, the entire battlefield was in chaos. Experts who had been concealing their power now fully revealed their strength as they tried to charge toward the gate. Meanwhile, those at the forefront had long since prepared themselves for this. They had dug themselves in, taking advantage of the terrain to fend off the onslaught. At the rear, some people pushed forward with all their might, while those at the front staunchly resisted, refusing to yield an inch. Countless experts then soared into the sky. From the earth and the sky, everything was in chaos. Just like that, blood and corpses rained from the sky, soaking the ground in blood. The lives of experts seemed to be as worthless as blades of grass. The world seemed to have gone insane. Long Chen took advantage of the chaos, using it as a cover to sneak up on the feather race. He noted that their numbers had significantly increased since his initial encounter with them. Perhaps they had joined with another one of their branches midway. In any case, their arrows were unstoppable. They were like a torrent, turning anyone blocking their way into pincushions. Back then, Long Chen had experienced their power firsthand, and he had no desire to become a pincushion for their arrows. However, just as he got close, the leader of the feather race wielding the white bone bow turned his attention toward Long Chen. Your sense of danger's quite good. But so what? Long Chen sneered disdainfully. Since they had noticed him, he would charge head-on. It's you. That expert's pupils contracted slightly as he laid eyes on Long Chen. He wasn't afraid of Long Chen, but the timing of Long Chen's arrival couldn't have been worse. The feather race's experts were fighting another powerful race and had just gained the upper hand. However, Long Chen's sudden arrival left them vulnerable. Now, two hostile factions were surrounding the feather race's experts. Leave this place to me. The rest of you, kill that fellow. End the battle quickly, shouted the leader. 8 of his powerful subordinates immediately abandoned their targets and flew toward Long Chen. The feather race swiftly split its forces, allocating a significant portion to deal with Long Chen. From 1,000,000 of them, half of them flew toward Long Chen. This meant that their leader didn't look down on Long Chen at all. Those 8 experts were among his most powerful subordinates, their power only slightly weaker than his own. In his opinion, just 4 of them would be enough to defeat Long Chen, but he sent all 8 to end the battle quickly and not affect their overall advancement. For hundreds of thousands of the feather race's experts to suddenly turn back, the onlookers were startled, especially the ones fighting the feather race. They didn't know what was going on. Seizing the opportunity presented by the distraction, the faction opposing the feather race immediately launched a fierce counterattack. They forced the feather race's leader to go all out, his bone bow constantly shooting out rays of divine light. Even without his 8 generals, he was still capable of holding the front line. Just then, a powerful explosion grabbed his attention, and he saw a giant flame lotus blooming, devouring many of the feather race's experts. This was a multicolored flame lotus of mixed energies that were extremely explosive. Yes, it was the World Extermination Flame Lotus, but this time, it had undergone some transformations. At first, it was only the size of a palm, shooting into the feather race's army like a meteorite. Long Chen had yet to reach the feather race's shooting range when the flame lotus detonated amongst them. Containing various types of chaotic flame energy, the lotus erupted into a devastating explosion the moment Huo Linger released her control. The flames within clashed and repelled one another, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the surrounding area. As a result, those unable to escape were obliterated without a trace. The feather race's leader let out a furious roar, his expression changing. He then spread his own wings to shield all the feather race's experts around him. As for the half of his army that had charged after Long Chen, he was powerless to protect them. A wave of fire crashed over them, resembling an exploding firework as millions of flames struck his barrier. The feather race's experts outside of the barrier weren't as lucky, they perished in the blast without even a chance to cry out. Meanwhile, the explosion ripped apart the wings of the 8 generals, causing them to cough up blood in agony. When the wave of fire reached the onlookers, their screams of pain filled the air as they fled into the distance. The range of this attack was absolutely astonishing, surpassing even Long Chen's understanding. However, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Huo Linger was unhappy that Lei Linger could show off lately, so she unleashed her own power to show that she couldn't be overlooked. This world extermination Flame Lotus had wiped out so many experts that numerous experts chose to cease their fights and observed the aftermath. A pair of wings slowly opened on top of the charred ground, revealing an untouched land. After that, hundreds of thousands of the feather race's experts looked out at the devastation in horror. "Oh, hello, you guys." Long Chen was standing right above them, smiling and waving at them in a friendly manner. Immediately, the surviving feather race experts trembled uncontrollably. Long Chen was holding another flame lotus in his hand. Their leader's expression changed, and he hastily folded his wings once more. However, that flame lotus had already fallen in front of him. The flame lotus exploded, giving him no time to react. Chapter 4562 Slaughtering the Feather Race. Wielding the white bone bow, the leader of the feather race roared furiously. But other than seething with anger and shouting, he couldn't do anything else. He could only watch as the flame lotus exploded in front of him. The engulfing flames devoured the space, roasting all members of the feather race to a crisp, save for the young leader and his 8 generals. In an instant, a nauseating scent of charred flesh permeated the air. The young leader, however, was truly resilient. He withstood Long Chen's attack head-on, sustaining minimal injuries aside from his wings turning a bit black. At this moment, a young maiden in a colorful dress appeared, brandishing a blood-red sword. In an instant, she slew the injured 8 generals of the feather race as well. Those 8 were the strongest subordinates of the feather race's young leader. While they had somehow survived the first world extermination Flame Lotus, their injuries were severe. Facing Huo Linger, they were horrified to find that they couldn't even move, unable to even flinch as the flame sword cleaved through their bodies. "You damn bastard, do you have any idea what you've done?" The feather race's young leader roared, pointing his bow at Long Chen, his face contorted with fury. To not avenge enmities is not a nobleman's style. Were you sleepwalking when you sneak attacked me? Why did you ask such a dumb question? Asked Long Chen lightly. Die. As the feather race's young leader roared, a white bone arrow suddenly appeared on his bowstring. When he knocked the arrow, the entire world seemed to collapse, as if the arrow had sucked the world's power dry. Unexpectedly, this peak expert of the feather race had done a blood sacrifice for the white bone bow to unleash its full power, holding nothing back in his anger. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding experts hastily fled, including the ones originally fighting the feather race. This fellow had gone crazy. In response, stars flowed along Long Chen's arm, and it slowly gripped the hilt of the saber on his back. All of a sudden, Long Chen and the feather race's young leader made a move at the same time. Both of them were as quick as lightning, and a blood-colored saber collided with a white bone arrow. A ripple of death erupted, causing the world to flash and twist as it knocked both Long Chen and the feather expert back. This ripple unleashed a wave of destruction. From within the wild wind and dust, a figure slowly appeared. Long Chen stood there like an undefeatable battle god, his blood-colored saber lazily resting on his shoulder. Despite taking that arrow head-on, he appeared unscathed, his black robe swirling around him. He looked down arrogantly at the feather race's young leader. "You lack power, so you rely entirely on your ancestors' power. I really don't know where you got the confidence to provoke everyone left and right. Is it so bad to live a good life? Must you constantly seek death? Die, you idiot human." The feather race's young leader roared. An explosive sound emanated from his back, and a pair of enormous wings emerged, exuding an ancient and desolate aura that filled the world. Following that, just as the onlookers were shocked by his growing aura, a streak of blood-colored lightning flashed, abruptly halting his rising power. He suddenly stiffened and stared in horror at Long Chen. Following that, a line of blood appeared from the center of his forehead, nose, jaw, throat, chest, and abdomen. Long Chen slowly returned the blood-colored saber back to its sheath. Suddenly, the bow ignited with a bright light, transforming into a streak of luminance. Astonishingly, this divine weapon was trying to flee. "You." The feather expert stared at Long Chen hatefully. "What? You're going to blame me for not giving you a chance to display your full power. Weren't you the same when you sneak attacked me? Go die in peace. In your next life, remember not to recklessly cause trouble without having the necessary power, said Long Chen indifferently. Just as he finished speaking, the body of the Feather Race's young leader split into two halves and fell to the ground. 1,000,000 experts of the Feather Race's army were obliterated by Long Chen alone, and not a single one managed to survive. All the experts around were fleeing for their lives, not daring to block Long Chen's path. As Feng Yu and the mixed beast race passed by, witnessing Long Chen's annihilation of the Feather Race, their jaws collectively dropped in awe. Let's go. Long Chen waved his hand and led them forward in a rush. The death of that young leader was rather unjust. He was actually extremely powerful, but his fatal weakness was that his power stemmed from his ancestors' bloodline. In order to summon the power of his ancestors, he needed time. But just who was Long Chen? Faced with such a clear opening, how could he not exploit it? In truth, the Dragonblood warriors' strength lay in their almost monstrous reaction speed. In this scenario, not only Long Chen but even an ordinary Dragonblood warrior would have seized that opening to strike and defeat the Feather Race's young leader. Oftentimes, in evenly matched battles, a person's combat experience and reaction speed were the deciding factors. The starlight around Long Chen seemed to harness the power of heaven and earth, making him resemble a giant ship parting the waves. Ripples continuously spread from Long Chen. Guided by Long Chen, the mixed beast felt minimal resistance, easily entering this space. This not only provided them with a chance to breathe but also afforded them some buffer room to acclimate to their surroundings. Like an arrow piercing through the battlefield, they were now only a few miles from the spatial gate. They could almost see every line on the spatial gate. The further they went, the stronger the experts around them were. Based on Long Chen's estimate, the weakest heavenly doyens here were at least 4-star. When Long Chen and the mixed beast race arrived, they were surprised to find that while everything behind them was a mass of chaos, the region right in front of the gate was peaceful. Feng Yu's instincts immediately kicked in, sending a shiver down her spine. All the experts in the vicinity abruptly directed their attention toward Long Chen and the others simultaneously. Standing at the very front of them was that white bone warhorse, its withered eyes locking onto them. Chapter 4563 Running neck and neck. Before Long Chen could do anything, the enormous spatial gate suddenly disintegrated, and a black lotus emerged from its depths. At the heart of this immense black lotus was a swirling vortex. As soon as it appeared, all the present experts sprang into action. The white bone horse let out a loud cry. Its skeletal body then blazed with light, and it charged into the black lotus with the bronze chariot trailing behind. The other experts also unleashed their battle cries and charged forward, seemingly driven to madness. They summoned their strongest defenses and forced their way into the vortex. Let's go, Long Chen shouted, surrounded by swirling starlight as he charged forward. With chaos unfolding ahead, he raised his saber high and brought it down with a mighty slash. Split the heavens four. While the other experts were squeezing forward with all their power, Long Chen was even more violent. He showed no mercy to anyone obstructing his path, swiftly dispatching them with his saber. Those experts at the front were furious. Having reached this point, these individuals were the apex geniuses of the world of the ninth heaven. All of them were so powerful that they all restrained themselves for fear of the consequences. Unless they had no other choice, they wouldn't go all out. Thus, they relied on their defensive capabilities to push forward, engaging in a silent competition of strength. However, Long Chen's saber shattered this unspoken agreement. Those in its path were sent flying, coughing up blood as a bloody path was cleaved open. Feng Yu and the others were stunned. Long Chen was actually this powerful. And he was fighting for them. Feng Yu and her companions believed that merely reaching this point was an unprecedented accomplishment for them. They had intended to wait for the first wave of the strongest experts to pass before entering as the second wave. Historically, the mixed beast race always entered as part of the final wave, so achieving this level of advancement was already a source of great pride and satisfaction for them. While they were satisfied, Long Chen wasn't. He directly opened a path through violence, diving into the path that he made. Seeing Long Chen charging forward, Feng Yu and the others clenched their teeth and followed, knowing they had no other choice. You damn human and inferior mixed beast race, just you wait. With the gate open, they had no time to spend on Long Chen, so they continued to charge in with all their power. Seeing them behaving so rudely, Long Chen started to repeatedly slash his saber. With each slash, his power accumulated, adding to the strength of the next. By the 5th slash, 5 forms merged into one. This time, the expressions of these experts truly changed. Their souls shuddered as the will to split the heavens emanated from Long Chen, causing the world to shiver in response. Courting death. The experts at the front roared furiously, but in front of this terrifying blow, they could only get out of the way. After all, if they were to block this attack, they would have to pay a painful price, and it would severely affect their ability to charge forward. Although these experts were enraged, they hastily dodged the slash. Some of the weaker experts were unable to dodge in time and disintegrated into a mist of blood. After all, this attack contained the power of 5 forms and possessed apocalyptic power, capable of ending even 5-star doyens. Borrowing this saber's power, Long Chen charged through their midst, quickly leading the mixed beast race to the forefront of the experts. Long Chen, watch out, it's Xie Fei. When they reached the front, Feng Yu spotted a figure with a giant scythe on his back. It was the Heavenly Corrupt Sect's junior sect master, Xie Fei. To her surprise, Xie Fei's aura was completely different from before, as if he had been possessed by God. Merely looking at him would make people's souls quiver. Moreover, Long Chen also saw Wu Hun, as well as some monkeys in golden fur. Amongst them was one who had exchanged blows with Long Chen before. Long Chen then noticed one monkey among the group whose aura was particularly terrifying. This monkey wore a golden crown and had demonic violet light in its eyes. Even from a distance, it exuded an immense pressure that unsettled Long Chen deeply. Other than that, Long Chen also saw experts from the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race. Just as Feng Yu said, they had many branches, and the one led by Yan Baichen was just one of those branches. The true experts of their race were here along with countless experts of the Devil race, Blood race, Demon race, and Beast race. Long Chen also noticed the existence of the experts of the Spirit race. However, in this situation, he had no way of greeting them. Although the Earth Spirit race's mother tree had once told Long Chen that he could seek the protection of the Spirit race, with Long Chen's pride, how could he possibly do that? There were far too many experts here. Just experts on the level of Xie Fei, Wu Hun, and the mysterious expert inside the bronze war chariot were too many to count. Long Chen also couldn't be bothered to care so much. Once an arrow was shot from a bow, there was no turning back. All he could do was continue charging forward. Long Chen was extremely fast, and he no longer needed to keep fighting. His mind, body, and spirit fully concentrated on his saber. Anyone who dared to block him would receive a thunderous blow. Long Chen quickly led the mixed beast race to the very front of this pack, running alongside the strongest experts of the world of the 9th heaven. All the mixed beast race's experts felt their blood boiling with excitement, and Feng Yu was no exception. Finally, they were experiencing the world from the perspective of the strongest factions. In ordinary circumstances, the mixed beast race could only look up to them. However, under Long Chen's guidance, they were now right alongside them. The sense of glory and pride they felt was indescribable. Hundreds of factions were running alongside each other. But curiously, everyone's speed was similar. No matter how much Long Chen tried, he was unable to shake off the others. It was the same for them as well. Long Chen then realized that this was one of the unbroken laws of this gate. Luckily, the various factions remained a certain distance from each other and minded their own business. However, the closer they got to the whirlpool at the center of the Black Lotus, the less space there was, forcing them to get closer gradually. Like thousands of boats on a narrowing river, they would crash into each other sooner or later if they didn't slow down. At this moment, several of those powerful factions started to draw closer to the mixed beast race. Seeing this scene, Feng Yu and the others tensed up. On the other hand, a ruthless expression appeared on Long Chen's face, and his saber rumbled. Suddenly, the void buzzed, revealing a scythe that sliced through the air and Xie Fei. Its cut displaced the space entirely, as if the very world had been cleaved apart. Time for you to face your death, you inferior human. Face the punishment of the corrupt god, shouted Xie Fei, his divine might causing heaven and earth to quiver. Surprisingly, he directly used one of his strongest killing blows. Long Chen let out a roar, and a wild aura erupted, akin to a volcano that had been accumulating power for millions and millions of years. Chapter 4564 Star Lines. Xie Fei seemed to have come prepared. Divine light flowed around the manifestation of a divine statue behind him, signifying that Xie Fei was at full power. Having previously fought Long Chen and suffered, he harbored a deep grudge, desiring nothing more than to tear Long Chen apart. While Long Chen had managed to trick the mixed beast race about his power, he couldn't deceive Xie Fei. The latter was well aware that Long Chen's true power was not what it had appeared to be. That was why Xie Fei had been holding back until Long Chen took off his mask. Long Chen also didn't dare to be reckless against such a powerful enemy. He directly activated his 7-star battle armor and divine ring, coating a layer of starlight on the blade of his saber. The collision of the two divine weapons unleashed shockwaves that rent the world asunder. At the same time, brilliant divine light exploded like a sun, blinding everyone and disrupting their spiritual perception. A giant vortex appeared in the ground, accompanied by a flurry of Grand Dao runes swirling outward in all directions. "Get behind me," Feng Yu shouted. Her golden spear grew and pierced the ground, shielding them like a giant pole in front of them. Feng Yu had barely erected her defense before a terrifying astral wind blasted them. She then spread her wings, causing a golden light of protection to flow around her. However, the terrifying force almost broke her wings. The astral wind was like blades cutting across her cheeks. The mixed beast race's experts just huddled tightly behind her, bitterly enduring thanks to Feng Yu's protection. Some factions were too slow to react on time, and the astral winds blew them back. They were unable to stabilize themselves in this space. Long Chen and Xie Fei clashed once again, their exchange resonating with a deafening boom. Their forces were even greater than before. As a result, another formidable shockwave ripped through the void, sending both Long Chen and Xie Fei staggering backward. Feng Yu could only stare at Long Chen in awe. It was only now that she truly grasped the terrifying extent of his power. "You damn human, so you have some ability, but I've gone through the corrupt god's baptism and have fully awakened my heavenly Doyan power. You are nothing but a slightly stronger ant in my presence." Divine light materialized on the back of Xie Fei's head, forming 7 stars that streaked like shooting stars, leaving long tails behind. As these stars flowed, the power of heaven and earth gathered, and the myriad Daos and laws converged. Xie Fei seemed to become the master of this world, where one thought from him could give rise to life or extinguish it. "How can this be?" exclaimed Feng Yu, staring at those stars behind Xie Fei's head. "Long Chen, watch out. He has awoken the Doyan stars. It's like he has awakened a portion of a divine venerate's power in advance. Foolish and filthy mixed beast woman, so you know about this. But so what, it will take a while for the gate to fully open. I have enough time to kill all of you," sneered Xie Fei, his scythe spinning through the air and pointing at Long Chen. His killing intent locked onto him. However, Long Chen showed no hint of panic at all. He simply rested his saber on his shoulder, coldly looking at Xie Fei. 7-star heavenly Doyan, gaining a portion of a divine venerate's power in advance. Then it seems I have to be a bit more serious. Foolish fellow, you still dare to talk big at this time. At this moment, Xie Fei's 7 stars twinkled, and he suddenly vanished. But to everyone's surprise, once he was gone, the corrupt god manifestation remained. In its original location, Long Chen simply swung his hand, exuding ripples that exploded midair and forced a figure flying back with a slap. When the surrounding experts saw who it was, startled cries rang out. It was Xie Fei. "Idiot, after leaving the range of your corrupt god statue, you cannot lock me down. I see that you have awakened your star lines in advance and have greater heavenly Doyan energy now, but the energy of the corrupt god affects this power. The power of a fish and a bear cannot mix. You've indeed gained more power but have to sacrifice other power to use it." Long Chen swung out his slightly numb hand indifferently. Even though Long Chen appeared calm, he was actually shocked. The power of this slap should have crushed half of Xie Fei's face. However, his power mysteriously vanished, as if blocked by some other power. It was as if the world's power helped Xie Fei to block this attack. Thus, even though the slap sent Xie Fei flying, he wasn't injured. This was what surprised Long Chen. After condensing these star lines, Xie Fei had become stronger. Although Xie Fei wasn't physically injured, Long Chen's slap had struck with the force of his astral energy, leaving Xie Fei's head buzzing and feeling as though stars were spinning around him. He staggered under the impact. By the time he recovered, he saw countless peak experts casting odd gazes his way, which instantly fueled his rage, causing his eyes to turn blood red. "I'll tear your corpse to pieces." Long Chen had slapped him in the face last time, which had left him so humiliated he wanted to die. However, this slap was even worse. Compared to the wound to the physical body, the damage to the mind was far worse. That was especially true this time since all the peak experts of their world were here. He would rather die than suffer this kind of humiliation, so he went insane. Once again, the manifestation of the corrupt god appeared behind him. With the star line swirling behind his head, Xie Fei launched another attack. This time, he locked on Long Chen once more. Long Chen realized that the source of this lock wasn't Xie Fei but rather the will of the corrupt god. So, he ignited his saber with starlight again. Let me see just how much skill you have. Long Chen and Xie Fei shot at each other at the same time, their weapons slashing in unison as if they were in a suicidal pact. These two divine weapons transformed into enormous heavenly images, crazily clashing with each other. Long Chen and Xie Fei then vanished from view, leaving behind only the echoing clash of their divine weapons and the frenzied howl of berserk killing intent. Just as they were fighting, a golden figure shot over like a shooting star. It was that golden monkey with violet pupils. Darn humans, this king doesn't have time for the two of you. Since you've offended the golden fur heaven merging monkey race, you should just hurry up and die. Feng Yu and the others were shocked to hear the violet pupil golden monkey speaking human language. Chapter 4565 Violent Rage. The golden monkey charged at Long Chen in the middle of his fight with Xie Fei. Demonic chi erupted from it, and ancient runes danced along the length of its staff. In the moment of its assault, its fur ignited, radiating a brilliance akin to a golden sun, engulfing the creature in a halo of light. Having just exchanged blows with Xie Fei, Long Chen then swung his saber at the golden monkey in an attempt to block its attack. However, he was shocked to find that its power was several times greater than that of Xie Fei. Long Chen had not expected this tiny little monkey to possess such terrifying power. With a grunt, he was sent flying, his arm almost numb. He almost lost hold of his saber. The golden fur heaven merging. Monkey race is an extremely ancient species. If you underestimate it, you will suffer, warned the earth cauldron. The monkey with violet pupils shot after Long Chen once more, and golden light continued to blaze out of it, turning this world into a golden sea. As Long Chen's tendons unleashed a rumbling sound, golden dragon scales automatically covered him, and a sacred dragon might erupted. The golden monkey's blood chi had triggered Long Chen's dragon blood. Resembling a sacred dragon that had been provoked, Long Chen's dragon blood unleashed its fury. So you're a descendant of the hateful dragon race. No wonder I already disliked you from the moment I saw you. Die right here and now. The golden monkey's eyes instantly grew bloodthirsty when it saw those dragon scales. It seemed as if it truly had a profound enmity with the dragon race. The golden monkey bared its fangs, channeling a primal rage akin to avenging its fallen kin. With explosive force, it surged forward, charging at Long Chen like a blazing sun on the horizon. In response, Long Chen raised his head and unleashed a resounding roar, infused with the primal fury of a dragon. The earth trembled under the weight of his power. As specks of golden light danced in Long Chen's eyes, his fury surged forth, enveloping him in the divine will of the dragon. In that moment, he transcended his humanity and embodied the essence of a dragon. The true dragon lineage reigned supreme among all beastkind. Devil beasts, demonic beasts, spirit beasts, divine beasts, sacred beasts. Any creature of the beast race instinctively bowed before the true dragons, compelled by an undeniable urge to submit. Provoked by the golden monkey, Long Chen's dragon blood stirred within him, unleashing his latent draconic power. The indomitable will of the true dragon filled his soul. A little monkey dares to challenge the might of the divine dragon. Long Chen roared, his voice resonating with a depth and majesty that echoed the authority of the dragon. The divine power of the dragon surged within him, raging against the audacity of the golden monkey. The dragon race has declined. Are you still lost in your past glory days? Your primal chaos dragon sovereign has been dead for countless years, and you think you still lead the beast world? It's time for you to wake up from your dream, sneered the crowned monkey, its staff smashing toward Long Chen with supreme divine might. In front of that attack, Long Chen's left hand turned into a claw, and a golden dragon claw stretched out of his divine ring at the same time. The immense dragon claw was so huge that the monkey couldn't dodge it, and it collided with the monkey head-on. However, to everyone's surprise, the massive dragon claw erupted into a burst of energy, proving unable to contain the agile monkey's movements. I already said that the true dragon race has declined. Your former grandeur is nothing but a memory. If you hadn't unleashed the power of your bloodline, I wouldn't have even sensed its feeble existence. It's high time for the dragon race to relinquish its claim as the emperor of all beasts, the monkey declared, its violet eyes flickering with a demonic light. Its voice resonated with arrogance and an overwhelming sense of dominance. Long Chen was shocked to see his divine ability shattered. This monkey was truly terrifying, and it was Long Chen's first time seeing an expert with such a terrifying bloodline. Long Chen's fury exploded in front of its taunting, and he sneered, even if the dragon race were to relinquish its throne, creatures like you have no place vying for such a position. Spare me your delusions. The human race has a saying, even if a monkey wears dragon robes, it won't look like a noble. Do you think putting on a garbage crown makes you a king? Do you think some monkeys can be the ruler of the mountain even if the tigers are gone? Your kin can't even beat the tiger race, and you want to contend with the dragon race. Don't make me laugh. Each of Long Chen's words was like a poison arrow stabbing the monkey's heart. It instantly went berserk. Just as Long Chen said, although the golden fur heaven-merging monkey race was shockingly powerful and ancient, with their lineage tracing back to the primal chaos era, they ranked surprisingly low among the divine beast races, not even placing within the top 30. That was because their power wasn't extremely high. Instead, their fame stemmed from their extraordinary reproductive capabilities. Aside from their sheer numbers, they relied on bloodline pressure to oversee those branches, resulting in them being extremely united. There had never been such a thing as a traitor in their ranks. Moreover, their bloodline bestowed upon them a remarkable talent, the ability to control desolate beasts with low intelligence. This conferred a significant advantage in large-scale group battles, establishing their dominance on the battlefield. However, they were ultimately unable to enter the top ranks of the beast race, so they were not qualified to fight for the position of emperor of the beast race. Long Chen had inadvertently stabbed the monkey right where it hurt. In its berserk state, it roared and smashed its staff at Long Chen once more. Divine Dragon Tail Pendulum. Long Chen shouted and unleashed a kick. At the same time, a golden dragon tail came out of his divine ring like a heavenly whip. Heaven-merging staff. The monkey roared, its fur exploding outward as a surge of explosive power coursed through its staff. The staff blasted Long Chen's divine dragon tail pendulum apart. Most terrifying of all, it continued toward Long Chen, seemingly not affected at all by his attack. The great golden fur heaven-merging monkey race isn't an existence a lowly ant like you can judge. The monkey let out a furious roar, its voice hoarse in its berserk state. Feng Yu was about to abandon all her enemies and rush over when a maiden in violet robes appeared in front of Long Chen. This young maiden held a violet sword in her hands and swung it at the monkey. She appeared silently, but when this sword fell, the entire world thundered, as if this world was instantly sucked into a heavenly tribulation. Chapter 4566 Lightning Storm. The young maiden in violet robes was Lei Linger, who looked like a lightning goddess descended from the very heavens. As the ruler of heavenly tribulation, her existence could shake the world, and the apocalyptic aura around her terrified all lifeforms. The appearance of Lei Linger caused that crowned golden monkey's pupils to contract. Her aura was so potent that it made even the monkey's soul tremble. Regardless of their nature or form, all lifeforms harbored an inherent fear of heavenly tribulation. No one could forget the terror of struggling for survival amid the merciless trials of heavenly tribulation. Summoning helpers is useless. It's your time to die. The crowned monkey roared. The monkey swung its immense staff at Lei Linger, and in response, Lei Linger expressionally brandished her lightning blade to intercept the attack. Just like that, golden divine radiance and violet lightning collided. Lei Linger's expression didn't even twitch, but the monkey grunted and shot back like a shooting star. Even this powerful existence was unable to block a single attack from Lei Linger. Shocked and enraged, the monkey's blood chi churned within its body, nearly causing it to cough up blood in frustration. I refuse to believe that someone can control the power of heavenly tribulation. Its fur bristled suddenly, appearing to expand by a full level in an instant. Its blood chi surged, and its already fierce aura multiplied exponentially, enveloping it in a wild and overwhelming presence. Feng Yu and the rest of the mixed beast race's experts often experienced trouble from the golden fur heaven-merging monkey race's branch. However, they had never seen one of the monkeys ignite their essence blood. In truth, this wasn't a technique that just any one of them could use. If their bloodline was not pure enough, although igniting their essence blood could temporarily boost their power, the price would be a permanent weakening of their bloodline. However, the golden fur heaven-merging monkey race cared a great deal about the purity of their bloodline. If its purity fell, their position would also fall. That wasn't even the most important thing to them. The most unacceptable thing was that lowering the purity of their bloodline would result in them never awakening any divine abilities. Even if they did manage to awaken those divine abilities in the future, their power would be sharply discounted. Hence, even though Feng Yu had fought the golden fur heaven-merging monkey race for many years, she had never seen any of them actually ignite their bloodline. However, this particular crowned monkey was different. It was from their king branch, and its bloodline was extremely pure. Even igniting its bloodline would not cause its bloodline to weaken, and it would only enter a weak state afterward. The recovery time would be quite brief as well. Golden flames started to swirl around the monkey, a manifestation of its ignited life flame fueled by its bloodline. Its staff also erupted in flames as it launched another assault. In front of this furious assault, Lei Linger snorted and raised her lightning blade. A sea of lightning then appeared in the sky, forming a vortex. Lightning storm. The lightning clouds transformed into a giant storm, with the eye of the storm being right above the golden monkey. Following Lei Linger's display, the lightning clouds quivered ominously, parting to reveal a colossal heavenly lightning blade hurtling downward with unstoppable force. The lightning blade pierced deep into the ground, like a knife through hot butter. Everything that it touched was wiped out of existence. Seeing this scene, even Long Chen was stunned. Lei Linger's power had surpassed his by a lot. In the end, a wretched figure appeared in the distance. It was the golden monkey, and it was hacking up blood. Just now, had it not retreated the moment this storm erupted, it would have been struck head-on. Fortunately for the monkey, it had only brushed against the edge of the lightning blade. Despite that, the last attack had a locking component and caused a significant injury to the monkey. It's only a lightning spirit. Is this the basis of your arrogance? I want to see just how strong this lightning spirit is. Just then, a cold snort rang out, coming from that bronze chariot. The white bone warhorse then let out a long neigh, and a snow-white horn appeared on the top of its head. The horn lit up. Following that, the power of time appeared, and a ray of divine light shot at Lei Linger. In response, Lei Linger summoned a lightning shield, accurately blocking that divine light. With a resounding explosion, the lightning shield exploded. This seemingly light attack actually possessed supreme power, and Lei Linger was unable to fully block it. Long Chen's heart shook. Lei Linger was stronger than he was now, but she was unable to block this horse's attack, which meant that its origins were definitely astonishing. Just as the white bone horse attacked Lei Linger, the golden monkey also took this chance to go around her and attack Long Chen. Aren't you the arrogant dragon race? You don't even dare to fight me with the pure power of your bloodlines. Has the former emperor race fallen so far? Shouted the monkey. Long Chen was about to send Huo Linger out to fight as he shouldn't show off all of his power, waiting for the final push to the gate. However, he had no choice but to admit that this crowned monkey was truly frightening. If he wanted to use his own power to beat it, it would take quite some effort. Long Chen was wary of revealing too much about himself, but the monkey's taunt struck a nerve, causing his blood qi to surge uncontrollably. Despite recognizing the taunt for what it was, Long Chen found himself unable to resist. As the monkey charged toward him, the sea of stars behind Long Chen suddenly ignited. 7 stars erupted like blazing suns. An enormous 7-star diagram materialized within his celestial sea, and a pillar of light surged from him, his power overflowing in a dazzling display. The dragon race's true power isn't something a monkey like you can speak of. Long Chen's roar echoed like the voice of a celestial god. Starlight flowed around him, pouring into his blood-colored saber. In an instant, the blade was covered in shimmering stars, emitting a thunderous resonance. A wild, uncontrollable power surged forth, threatening to burst at any moment. It seemed as though if this force was not unleashed, it would erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. With unwavering determination, the blood-colored saber descended upon the crowned monkey with unstoppable force. Chapter 4567 The World Gate Opens. Despite knowing that he shouldn't expose his power, after hearing the crowned monkey's provocation, Long Chen didn't care anymore. He fully unleashed the full power of his 7-star battle armor, causing stars to cascade behind him, their radiant light illuminating the heavens and earth. Long Chen stood there like a battle god of the starry sky, emanating an undefeatable will that caused the world to tremble before him. Covered in stars, his saber slashed onto the crowned monkey's staff. With a deafening explosion, the staff shattered into fragments that pierced the monkey, leaving it riddled with gaping holes. The monkey let out a miserable cry and tried to run, but Long Chen was not done yet. Blood then flew through the air. The monkey let out another scream as Long Chen cut one of its legs off. Just as Long Chen was about to unleash his astral energy once more, he suddenly realized that he was no longer able to inject it into this saber. At some point, tiny cracks started to spread across his saber. These cracks didn't result from clashes with the monkey's staff but from the forceful injection of astral energy. The saber cracked under the pressure of his wild power. In other words, even this saber couldn't withstand his astral energy. It had already formed a spirit, and the spirit instinctively protected its life by rejecting any further astral energy. Long Chen was both startled and enraged. He hadn't expected that even this powerful saber was unable to contain his full astral energy. Long Chen directly tossed it back and grabbed the bloody monkey leg, smacking the monkey's face with it. Long Chen was incredibly fast. In one seamless motion, he sheathed his saber, seized the monkey's leg, and swiftly wielded it as a weapon. With pinpoint accuracy, he struck the monkey in the face with its own limb. Its crown went flying, its mouth shattered, and blood spurted out not only from its face but also from its leg. "Damn brute," the monkey cursed Long Chen, its voice sharp like a ghost's wailing. Long Chen's actions had pushed it to the brink of fury. How could it not be enraged? To be slapped with his own leg was a humiliation beyond measure. It was practically a historical moment. Long Chen didn't reply and repeatedly attacked it with its severed leg. Every attack would cause that leg to break open even more, sending flesh and blood flying. Long Chen was in the strongest state of the 7-star battle armor. Since he was using someone else's leg, he naturally wouldn't hold back and freely injected his astral energy into it. It was evident that his astral energy was so strong that even that powerful saber couldn't contain it, let alone some leg. That was why each strike from the leg sent some more of the monkey's flesh flying. In any case, considering it was someone else's leg, Long Chen wasn't aggrieved about this loss. The golden monkey had lost its weapon and a leg. In this state, it couldn't turn the tables on Long Chen and was repeatedly sent flying, spitting out blood. Long Chen was like an unstoppable enraged lion and dumbfounded many experts, especially Feng Yu and the rest of the mixed beast race. After all, Long Chen's fierceness was on an entirely new level. They had never seen him in this state before. Curiously, Xie Fei and the mysterious expert in the carriage simply observed from the side. They all chose to be good spectators. Support our king. It was only at this time that the golden fur heaven-merging monkeys recovered and charged toward Long Chen. They finally realized that their undefeatable king had been defeated. Seeing the golden fur heaven-merging monkeys take action, Feng Yu immediately raised her arm. Warriors of the mixed beast race. However, before Feng Yu could complete her command, Long Chen's voice resounded in her mind. "Foolish girl, why are you fighting with these monkeys? Don't move." At this moment, Long Chen called Lei Linger back into the primal chaos space and hurled the severed leg back at the golden monkey. It was already down to its foot anyway. Long Chen declared, "I won't kill you this time. If I see you again, I'll relieve you of another part of your body." A group of monkeys want to call themselves king. How laughable. The golden monkey directly blasted the flying foot apart, causing blood to fill the air. Consumed by rage, the monkey king didn't even want its own foot anymore. Despite the leg being down to just a foot, extracting the essence blood inside of it would allow the monkey to rapidly recover some of its lost energy. However, it had completely lost its cool. Unable to contain its fury, it instinctively blasted apart its own foot, screaming in a fit of rage. Seeing that Long Chen was no longer attacking, the other golden fur heaven-merging monkeys surrounded their king, waiting for its orders. Just then, a loud sound drew everyone's attention. They saw that the vortex at the center had stopped moving. Numerous shouts rang out, and like madmen, countless experts charged for the vortex. Long Chen was amongst them, along with Feng Yu and her companions. They joined and charged for the vortex. "Whoever isn't afraid of dying, come now. Boss Long San will accompany you." Long Chen's saber materialized in his hand as he charged forward, shouting with determination. Once again, stars ignited upon the saber. After its brief rest, it had regained the capacity to absorb Long Chen's astral energy. While the saber looked frightening now, it couldn't actually endure more of Long Chen's energy. After all, it needed some time to heal from the last burst of wild astral energy. However, this was enough. Just the appearance of this saber covered in stars and the lingering impact of its devastating strikes against the Monkey King were enough to thoroughly intimidate these peak experts. Just now, Long Chen had indeed seemed like a madman. This was why even the likes of Xie Fei and the mysterious expert in the carriage hadn't joined in the fray. However, their hesitation didn't stem from fear of Long Chen but from their desire to reserve their energy for the imminent entry into the fantasy spirit world. With Long Chen brandishing his weapon at everyone as if telling them to hurry up and attack him, they remained silent, biding their time. Long Chen and Feng Yu were leading the mixed beast race right at the front, along with tens of thousands of powerful factions. Everyone squeezed together as they rushed toward the vortex. As they approached the vortex, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The spatial gate vanished, replaced by an immense jungle that sprawled before them. The trees here were thousands of miles tall, enveloping them in a dense canopy that obscured the sky. Lost within the confines of this jungle, an oppressive atmosphere weighed down on their souls, as if a heavy rock was crushing their hearts, suffocating them. Just as Long Chen and the others were startled by this sudden change, screams rang out from their midst. Following that, Long Chen's blood ran cold as he witnessed a chilling scene unfold before him. Chapter 4568 9 Death Channel. Long Chen found that they were now in the depths of a thick jungle. The trees were so thick and tall that they blocked the sunlight, turning the world dark. "There's mosquitoes!" Screams echoed through the air as Long Chen and the others found themselves surrounded by giant mosquitoes, each the size of a fist. These insects had an unsettling sheen to their mouthparts, sending shivers down the spines of those who saw them. What was most astonishing, however, was the presence of the strange runes on them and their ancient aura. With a single glance, it was clear that they belonged to a primordial species. Sensing impending danger, Long Chen led Feng Yu and the others in a mad dash forward. Without hesitation, they followed Long Chen's lead, racing forward in a frantic dash. However, these giant mosquitoes were as quick as lightning, swiftly closing the distance. Some among the group attempted to fend them off by slashing at the insects with their blades. These blades cut through them, slicing them apart. However, when the blades made contact with their mouthparts, a metallic ringing echoed out. One unfortunate expert was bitten on the neck and couldn't hold back a painful scream. However, his cries abruptly ceased as he started to wither rapidly. Once the mosquito had sucked up his blood, its translucent stomach displayed a sphere of blood within. As this blood circulated through the runes adorning its body, the insect's aura surged in intensity. "Long Chen, this is the 9 Death Channel. Once we're through, we'll be in the fantasy spirit world," explained Feng Yu. Although she knew of the 9 Death Channel and had heard tales of its horrors, witnessing it firsthand made her realize that the stories were quite tame in comparison. More screams pierced the air in the chaos. Whether human or beast, anyone bitten by these mosquitoes would swiftly succumb, their bodies rapidly withering into lifeless husks. Seeing this scene, the other experts rushed forward crazily. Unfortunately, there were just too many people here. With some people faster and others slower, things were extremely chaotic here. Furthermore, the buzzing sound from the mosquitoes came from every direction, akin to ghouls chasing after their lives. Such terror shook their souls badly. Within this dense jungle, there was only the tiniest bit of light up ahead, clearly marking the exit. All these experts were rushing toward it with all their power. Just then, a white bone horse pulled a bronze chariot ahead of everyone, trampling countless experts to death in their way. Those terrifying mosquitoes were helpless against that white bone horse. After all, it had no blood for them to suck. With the white bone horse at the very front, countless experts followed the wave that it created to charge forward. "Long Chen, should we follow them?" asked Feng Yu, her eyes gleaming as she observed the scene. "I don't think so," Long Chen responded. "That fellow in the carriage is very sinister. He definitely isn't going to let others benefit from him. We'll go our own way. You lead, and I'll watch our backs." After saying that, Long Chen summoned a sea of fire that enveloped everyone, but the mosquitoes still charged in, ignoring the sea of fire. Luckily, Feng Yu and the others could still handle them, slashing them apart as they approached. Long Chen switched through several flames and ultimately summoned his Ice Soul Divine Flame. This chilling flame was finally able to stop these mosquitoes and make them switch targets. Long Chen and the mixed beast races experts were not at the very front. Although Long Chen didn't know what this 9 Death Channel was, his intuition told him that running at the very front wasn't necessarily a good thing. Hence, Long Chen kept a certain distance between them and the vanguard. This was the optimal distance. If something unexpected happened, they would have the time to react. As Long Chen glanced back, he witnessed a constant stream of experts appearing in the jungle, only to be swiftly attacked by the mosquitoes before they even realized what was going on. Those mosquitoes seemed endless, gathering even more with time. Yet, an increasing number of individuals were also entering the channel, and everyone pressed forward with all their might. In this moment, survival depended not only on strength but also on sheer luck. Toward the end, there were no longer many peak experts, so it was difficult for them to form an effective defense against these mosquitoes. Perhaps by the final group of individuals, only 10% of them would survive the deadly onslaught of the mosquitoes. Screams and pleas for help continuously echoed out. However, the path of cultivation was simply that cruel. The mosquitoes were everywhere, so there was no way to kill them all. If you wanted to live, you had to hope for others to die for you so you could charge through. Suddenly, the tranquility of the jungle was shattered as the space ahead erupted into chaos. Countless vines from the trees lashed out, shooting toward everyone with deadly precision. At the same time, tree roots stretched out like tentacles, ensnaring their prey. The white bone horse at the very front was instantly enveloped by countless vines. With a loud neigh, the white bone horse blasted through its bindings. Countless runes illuminated it, enveloping it in a protective layer of divine light. Any vines that came into contact with this radiant aura instantly disintegrated into dust. With it taking the lead, the experts behind it continued to benefit from it. Due to following the bronze chariot, the pressure on them was much weaker than it should have been. However, these vines were extremely powerful, and others didn't have that protective divine light. Anyone bound by those vines would be drawn deep into the jungle. Some people hacked at the vines with their blades, only to find that the vines were both tough and firm. It was extremely hard to cut them. If they failed with the first slash, they wouldn't have a chance to try again. When the mixed beast race entered the area of the vine attacks, countless vines pierced through the wall of flames. While they were set ablaze, they continued to attack, trying to ensnare them. These vines were actually capable of resisting the Ice Soul Divine Flame. However, after passing through the flame, they became extremely brittle. A light touch would shatter them, so they weren't a threat any longer. At first, Feng Yu was extremely tense. Considering the mixed beast race's overall power, she knew that they were just a second-rate group here. Even with Feng Yu present, they weren't qualified to enter the ranks of the first-rate factions. However, Long Chen had brought them to stand amongst the most powerful factions in their world. Fortunately, they knew that they lacked power. Without Long Chen's protection, even if they were the first faction to reach this place, the mosquitoes and vines would have wiped them out. With Long Chen by their side, they felt secure and grateful for his protection, knowing he was their guardian on this perilous journey. Feng Yu looked around and found that the other factions had changed formations or had experts guarding the perimeter to drive off the vines. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream shattered the air, and a group of strange monsters emerged. They were not particularly large, resembling monkeys with their long limbs. However, they were hairless and had strange scales on them. Their featureless faces lacked eyes and only boasted a single large mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Sticky saliva dripped from their jaws, adding to their menacing appearance. Bone spurs were all over their limbs, and they also had sword-like bone protrusions coming out of their spine. It seemed that they had been waiting here a long time. When everyone arrived, they came out of the jungle and pounced. Suddenly, the white bone horse let out a neigh, and a shocking scene occurred. These monsters shuddered and actually made a path for it. Are they on the same side? Long Chen's heart shook. These monsters actually let the bone horse through. However, after letting it through, they collapsed on the experts behind the carriage. Fuck, I knew that he wouldn't be so nice. Now he's the first one in. Long Chen cursed. Feng Yu, hold the rear for me. Brothers of the mixed beast race, follow me. Long Chen shouted and charged forward. His blood-colored saber blazed with light once more. Chapter 4569 Skinner Fiends. When those monsters emerged, casualties also appeared amongst these experts. After all, the monsters' movements were as quick as lightning, and their bones were incredibly tough. An ordinary weapon would have difficulty cutting them. The scales covering these creatures also possessed a peculiar property that caused weapons to simply slide off them. Additionally, a mysterious energy surrounded them, disrupting others' ability to wield their power effectively. Their claws, feet, and teeth were all incomparably sharp. Once stabbed, some sticky venom would seep into the victim's body, rendering them unable to resist while enduring excruciating pain. These monsters might have led off the bronze chariot, but they blocked everyone else as if both sides were colluding with each other. Seeing the bronze chariot fly by, everyone else gritted their teeth with hatred. Clearly, the master of the chariot had known about these monsters from the start. That was why he had so arrogantly taken the front position. This was the only explanation for how these monsters could selectively allow only him to pass while blocking everyone else. Otherwise, he would have been blocked with everyone else, or others would have managed to escape with him. Stars ignited upon Long Chen's saber as he unleashed a devastating attack. A colossal saber image descended, cleaving through all the monsters caught in its path. As the vanguard, Long Chen led the way for his group. Only this kind of sharp attack was capable of letting them continue to advance. While Long Chen didn't want to be at the very front, they definitely couldn't fall behind. Once they did, the pressure on them would increase even more. Hence, they had to take advantage of the moment when other peak experts were in the surroundings. By using each other, they were all benefiting. This was the most optimal way to charge forward. The monsters attempting to sneak up on Long Chen's back were swiftly sliced apart before they could even approach him. With Long Chen's vigilance and swift reaction, they stood no chance. Now, the only monsters capable of reaching him were those attacking from the sides. However, they were mere remnants, their numbers insufficient to pose a threat to the mixed beast race. Feng Yu also watched over their formations and guarded the rear, preventing other treacherous experts from following them. After all, in this place, the mixed beast race had no allies. With enemies all around them, they had to be on guard against sneak attacks. Feng Yu was depending on Long Chen now. Previously, when she had just met him, she harbored a sense of vigilance toward him. After all, Long Chen had gained a certain amount of prestige in the mixed beast race right from the beginning, leading her to worry about him usurping her position. However, now she realized just how laughable that thought was. With Long Chen's power, the rest of them simply couldn't keep up. If Long Chen actually wanted to lead the mixed beast race now, Feng Yu would be overjoyed. However, she knew that it was impossible. Long Chen was wielding his saber at the front, neither attacking too quickly nor slowly. Hence, they advanced with ease. Those monsters were nothing in front of Long Chen when he wasn't concealing his power. However, while they might be nothing to Long Chen, they were a nightmare to others. Even the factions at the very front that boasted numerous peak experts were suffering constant casualties. This was largely due to their leaders only thinking about charging forward themselves, neglecting the safety of their subordinates. In fact, the likes of Long Chen and Feng Yu, who prioritized protecting their subordinates and opening a path for them, were viewed as anomalies in this treacherous place. In this realm, the law of the jungle prevailed, the weak became prey to the strong, and strength reigned supreme. This law had persisted since the dawn of the cultivation world. As cultivators, from the moment they were born, they had entered a cruel knockout competition. Every crisis was a trial where the weak washed out, and they couldn't say anything about it. Seeing Long Chen and Feng Yu protecting everyone as they advanced, many experts thought that they were a huge joke. They could not comprehend it. Of course, Long Chen didn't need them to understand. He just continued to lead the way and toss the dead bodies on the way into the primal chaos space. Later on, he found that while these monsters were powerful, the amount of life energy they released was extremely minuscule. Eventually, he stopped bothering to gather them. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated in the distance, drawing Long Chen's attention. To his surprise, the path ahead was no longer obstructed by the previous monsters. Instead, a horde of white skeletons armed with bone blades now stood in their way. These skeletal figures were small in stature, resembling dwarves, standing no taller than a normal person's waist. Their skeletal faces bore a haunting resemblance to children, with hair sprouting from their skulls. Eerie blue ghost flames flickered within their eye sockets. These are the fiends of the Skinner Purgatory. When Long Chen saw those small skeletons, he let out a startled cry as he recognized them. They were the Skinners of Purgatory. Although they weren't exactly like the Skinners he had seen before, there was no way he could be mistaken about their aura. As soon as the group of experts encountered the Skinners, someone instantly died. When the bone blades pierced their flesh, their skin peeled away from their bodies like a discarded garment, a horrifying sight that sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. The Skinners were relentless in their gruesome task, forcibly tearing the skin from their victims. The blood-drenched spectacle was enough to make even Long Chen feel a chill run down his spine. When the Skinners charged toward them, countless screams of terror echoed out. In that terror, countless people met their end. Even the strongest cultivators here couldn't deal with these skinners. Long Chen, what do we do? Should we change formation? Asked Feng Yu, a hint of panic in her tone. After all, the skinners were far more powerful than the weird scaled monsters from before. They weren't just faster. When they attacked, they seemed to chant some kind of curse that could affect their target's state of mind. No need. They won't dare to come over, replied Long Chen indifferently. As numerous skinners came charging over, Huo Linger appeared. When she erected a flame wall, those skinners instantly fled in terror. Feng Yu and the others were stunned by this spectacle. They didn't know that back then, Ming Kangyu had drawn Long Chen into her Nether God Palace, and Lang Yuyan had summoned karmic hell flames to bring Ming Kangyu down with her. Unable to bear it, Long Chen then saved them by diving into the sea of karmic hell flames, which triggered the Pill Sovereign's will that suppressed the karmic hell flames. Huo Linger had absorbed a bit of the flames back then. Capable of devouring all flames, she could summon their unique abilities as well. In an instant, the karmic hell flames that she summoned scared off the skinners. Is there anything after this? Asked Long Chen. According to the legends, this should have been the final trial, answered Feng Yu. Then let's go. Don't waste time on them. We'll go to the end of the path and see if we can catch that fellow. After saying that, Long Chen charged out with the karmic hell flames, leading the mixed beast race forward in a wild rush. Chapter 4572. As Long Chen started to get ahead of the pack, the other peak experts also went all out. After all, this was the final moment. Once they were out of this channel, they would be in the fantasy spirit world. According to legend, the first to enter would be transported to lands teeming with treasures, where riches overflowed to the point that one could merely reach out and have treasures fall into their grasp. The mysterious expert controlling the bone horse had disappeared long ago. People found it difficult to believe that he could navigate through this final trial on his own. However, they couldn't be sure. Who could guarantee that the mysterious expert didn't have any special means like before? Seeing that there wasn't much time left, rather than continuing to borrow everyone's power to conserve energy, they then went all out. With these powerful experts going all out, they revealed their sharpness, sending those skinners flying, painting the surroundings with flesh and blood. However, Long Chen's side wasn't so bloody. With the karmic hell flames around him, those skinners all fled as far as they could. Due to not having anyone blocking him, even as thousands of factions rushed with all their power, Long Chen still managed to get past them. Sometimes, someone would try to take advantage of him, starting to draw close to stick behind him. Within the karmic hell flames, a graceful figure elegantly waved her hand, conjuring a flame lotus that swiftly shot toward the approaching experts. The flame lotus exploded upon impact, engulfing them in flames. However, those in this group were all formidable figures, and while they emerged from the explosion covered in soot, they remained unscathed by the blast. Damn mixed beast race, you're courting death. Those experts cursed furiously, and their leader directly attacked Long Chen and the others. You're right, you're courting death. Huo Linger got angry with these people. Seeing that they actually ignored her warning, she started to form hand seals. One after another, flame lotuses soared through the air, each no larger than a palm. Despite their small size, their sheer numbers blotted out the sky, creating an overwhelming barrage. Tens of thousands of flame lotuses hurtled toward the approaching experts with relentless precision. Their leader was startled and hastily brandished his divine weapon. However, those flame lotuses were like naughty fish, slipping right past him to enter their midst. Those flame lotuses exploded one by one within their ranks, leaving giant holes in the void. The group of hundreds of thousands of experts was decimated, reduced to a mere tenth of their original numbers. Those who were unable to evade the onslaught were charred black and left in a wretched state, while others were incinerated on the spot. It had to be known that Huo Linger was constantly absorbing the moon flames and sun flames in the primal chaos space, so she was full of energy. While she might not match Lei Linger in terms of quality, she surpassed her in quantity. This time, she unleashed her power through sheer quantity, causing tens of thousands of flame lotuses to detonate simultaneously. The concentrated explosions unleashed by the flame lotuses were equivalent to facing tens of thousands of attacks simultaneously, rendering these elite experts unable to withstand the onslaught. After this round of attacks, 90% of them were dead. The few survivors were undeniably powerful, but even they bore terrible wounds. Their leader was left bewildered. He had not anticipated that what seemed like a rational decision would result in the near decimation of his entire army. Just you wait, he roared furiously. After that, he led the survivors back to the rear, as they had lost the ability to charge out alone. If they were to force it, they could be completely wiped out. At this time, the area ahead of them suddenly changed. Behind those skinners was a line of massive figures. They looked like gigantic statues, towering over 30 meters tall and covered in chains. Black chi swirled around them, as they emanated a cruel and tyrannical aura. One of those giant statues clashed with a peak expert, resulting in both parties being blown back. A ripple of impact radiated through the battlefield, affecting even the mixed beast races experts nearby. It felt as though a sharp blade had swept past them. "What is that?" asked Feng Yu, stunned. After all, the person fighting that statue didn't seem much weaker than herself but had only managed to draw against that statue. "They're loathers from purgatory," replied Long Chen. At the same time, the face of a woman appeared in his mind. She was xianxia. Back then, the two of them had entered purgatory and encountered these existences. Known as loathers, they hated heaven and earth for not having a handle. The meaning was that if heaven and earth had a handle, the loathers could wield them as weapons. That was the arrogant meaning behind their name, and Long Chen only recalled this saying now. These loathers were incredibly terrifying, far exceeding the ones Long Chen had encountered back then. However, these loathers were also afraid of the karmic hell flames and didn't dare to get close to him. Hence, he continued to advance easily, while the other experts were held back by the loathers' menacing presence. "Long Chen, take a look. There's a mass of loather corpses on the ground," pointed out Feng Yu. Long Chen also noticed them. The path ahead was littered with shattered fragments, indicating that someone had damaged some of the statue-like loathers. It was evident that someone had forcibly broken through their ranks with sheer brute force. "It was done by that fellow," Long Chen murmured, his heart shaking. Even this mysterious person had also started to go all out. At this moment, the space in the distance quivered, and countless statues flew through the air. "We should hurry." Long Chen knew that everyone was finally going all out. While these loathers might be strong, there was no way the loathers could stop all of the experts. At most, they would stall them a bit. Taking advantage of the loathers not attacking them, Long Chen led the mixed beast race forward. On the way, he saw quite a few broken corpses of loathers, a sign that someone had used the most direct violent way to crush them. The mysterious fellow was really powerful. "I see him." As the number of loathers in the vicinity started to diminish, Long Chen spotted a natural gate ahead. There, the white bone horse and bronze chariot stood paused, as if waiting for him. Long Chen increased his speed, rushing for that gate. Just as Long Chen approached, a sneer came from inside the chariot. "You're too late, ignorant fool, I'll take your life inside." The horse and chariot both entered the gate, vanishing just like that. "Fuck," Long Chen cursed under his breath. They had narrowly missed this chance. Just as he was about to charge through the gate, an elder appeared in the space where the white bone horse and bronze chariot had been moments ago. "Congratulations everyone, you are the second batch to arrive at the fantasy spirit world. Answer my question, and you may enter," stated the elder calmly. Upon seeing this elder, everyone, including Long Chen, was taken aback. Chapter 4571 Bring him back. The elder donned gray robes that seemed weathered yet perfectly clean. Despite his snowy white beard and hair, his face was still rosy like a child, and his eyes had divine light flowing within them, as if those eyes could see through all laws of the six Taoes. It felt as if no one could keep a secret in front of him. Long Chen couldn't discern the elder's cultivation base, but he didn't dare to underestimate him. Anyone who could appear here couldn't possibly be ordinary. "As long as we answer your question, we can pass through, right?" asked Long Chen. The elder smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, Feng Yu and the others gazed at him with confusion. Another trial. They had never heard of such a thing at the end of the Nine Death Channel. The sound of rumbling closed in from behind them and stopped. It seemed that the others wanted to charge in as well but were stopped by the elder. Feng Yu and the others tensed as they didn't know what kind of question this elder would ask. What would happen if they couldn't answer? Would they have come in vain? Long Chen took out a golden lotus seed and held it out in his hand to the elder. The elder's expression changed when he saw that lotus seed. He couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get this?" Realizing something, the elder was about to keep speaking when Long Chen quickly answered, "This is something Junior found in the heavenly flame world." "All right, I've answered your question. Please open the way, many thanks. Feng Yu and the others' jaws dropped. There was this method. They then looked at the elder. The elder just stared at Long Chen, and a small smile gradually appeared on his face. He let out a sigh. Sir really knows how to scheme. This old man has fallen for it. Hee hee, it's nothing more than a little trick. I'm sure Senior is laughing at me for it. However, the path of cultivation is filled with countless twists and turns, and everyone has their own path. I'm sure that you won't mind me choosing this path, said Long Chen with a smile. When this elder appeared, Long Chen knew that he was an exceedingly powerful existence, but Long Chen didn't feel any sense of pressure. In other words, this elder was not a threat. According to Long Chen, this elder was the overseer of the laws here, the final trial. If this elder was indeed the overseer, he wouldn't be biased toward anyone, abiding by the established laws of this place. With this assumption, Long Chen bet on this little trick. This was the golden lotus seed that Aunt Gong had given him. Its origins were mysterious, so Long Chen had hoped for this elder to ask what it was when he saw it. However, to his surprise, the elder instead asked about where he had gotten it. In other words, he knew what it was. This revelation startled Long Chen. Up to this point, he had yet to encounter anyone who knew this seed's origins. Hence, the fact that this elder not only recognized it but also posed a question about its source left Long Chen genuinely taken aback. However, now wasn't the time to ask about this question. He was in a rush to enter the fantasy spirit world. The elder nodded. Of course I do not mind. The first two factions to arrive here may proceed if they can answer my question. Following that, you may disclose your desires to me. As long as your wishes can be realized within the void spirit world, the fantasy spirit world, or the esoteric spirit world, I shall fulfill them for you. There's such a good thing, Long Chen exclaimed, feeling pleasantly surprised. Feng Yu and the others also shared in his joy. If it were up to them, they would definitely ask to be sent to the place with the most abundant treasures. Senior, before that, can you tell me what the fellow before me desired? Asked Long Chen. He is from the Netherworld's god race and wanted to be sent to the immemorial Nethergod's inheritance land. He is in the midst of the transportation and will soon arrive, answered the elder directly. So, the only ones who can ask for their desires to be fulfilled are myself and him, is that right? Asked Long Chen. Correct. The top 10 will be rewarded, but only the first and second will have their desires fulfilled. The later ones will have to answer questions as well and will be directed to treasure lands if they can answer. However, whether or not those treasures are suitable for them will be determined by their luck, replied the elder. Long Chen understood. After all, some treasures might be useless to certain people. It was much better to find a treasure that suited one's needs. Nevertheless, all the factions within the top 10 would be sent to someplace good. In this case, the legend held true. The later one arrived, the less fortunate their circumstances might be. All right, please state your desire, said the elder. Feng Yu and the others' hearts clenched. They also wanted to know what Long Chen would ask for. My desire is for you to bring back that fellow who came before us. What? Feng Yu and the others were stunned, unable to believe their ears. In a different world, the void exploded, revealing a white bone horse pulling a bronze chariot. As the horse stopped, a man in golden battle armor walked out of it. He cut an impressive figure, with a scarlet broadsword strapped to his back. Regrettably, his visage bore the marks of past scars. Before him stretched a desolate wasteland, where many shattered structures lay in ruin. Among the broken fragments of weapons and buildings, one particular structure stood out, defying the ravages of time. As his gaze fell upon the towering palace, the scarred man raised his head and unleashed a hearty laugh. The way his scars contorted with every laugh was rather frightening. Two prominent scars marred his visage, carving a diagonal X across his face. One stretched from the left side of his forehead to the right corner of his mouth, while its counterpart mirrored the pattern, crossing from the right side of his forehead to the left corner of his mouth. These scars ran deep, almost exposing the bone beneath. Ming Kangyu, Leng Yuyan, we cannot live beneath the same heavens. I've already arrived at the immemorial Nethergod's inheritance land. When I return to the Netherworld, I will make you two pay the price for disfiguring me. That scarred man's laughter suddenly changed into a ferocious roar dripping with bloodthirst. Indeed, his deep-seated animosity toward Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuyan explained why this man felt such a strong dislike toward Long Chen although they had never met each other before. The scarred man then went into his chariot again. With a wave of his hand, the bone horse started pulling the chariot straight toward that palace. However, a vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, its suction force engulfing the bone horse and bronze chariot. The scarred man was enraged. Countless runes illuminated the chariot, and the bone horse strained with all its might to break free from the vortex's grasp. However, he found that they couldn't resist this vortex and were sucked inside along with the chariot. As space twisted and turned, leaving him disoriented, he eventually came to a halt. By the time he stopped spinning, he saw a scene that stunned him. He was back at the Nine Death Channel. The gate stood and the elder were here as well, as if everything had just been a dream. The only difference was that Long Chen was standing in front of him as well, looking at him disdainfully. "You're too late, foolish child, you're still immature. You want to compete with me? TCH, the goal isn't to play with you but to play you to death." After saying that, Long Chen led the mixed beast races experts through the gate right in front of the scarred man. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.